Chapter 401. Today's training is temporarily over, and Naoki sets off with his Pokemon to return to the ranch. Before the Golden landed, Naoki saw wisps of smoke coming out of the chimney of his house. He knew that it should be his sister, Ai Guancher, who was preparing lunch for everyone. It must be said that having such a butler-type Pokemon at home can really make people feel a lot more relaxed. Naoki simply let his sister Ai Guancher prepare all the lunch today. The first thing he did when he got home was to take out the translation melon seed crisps from the cabinet and eat them. "Tell me, what did you get today?" Naoki turned around and found the Haxorus and the newly evolved Dragonite in the ranch. To be precise, it was Dragonite 5. The Dragonite in his family is Dragonite 1, and the other 3 working Dragonites are 2, 3 and 4. Now, there are 5 Dragonites and 4 Haxorus in the ranch, which is a very scary number even in the Royal Dragon family. The expression of Dragonite 5 is a little silly compared to the other Dragonites. It scratched the back of its head and replied, "Awoo! I became Dragonite." All this is thanks to the battle training of Gillerton and the teaching of Naoki in the past few months. If it was placed on Dragonite Island, it would probably take a long time for it to evolve into Dragonite. "I know." Naoki nodded slightly, then looked at the Haxorus next to him. "What about you?" The Haxorus replied in unison, "Woo woo. I learned a new move." As he said that, the Haxorus in front of him began to show Naoki one by one. A wave of water gathered on the tail of the first Haxorus, and it swung its tail vigorously, bringing with it a momentum like a raging sea. Water tail. Naoki recognized the name of this move at a glance and nodded. "Very good." The second Haxorus opened its mouth wide, and water flowed in its mouth. After the energy storage was completed, the water attribute energy in its mouth exploded like a cannon, turning into a thick water column and shooting out. Naoki's eyes lit up. Water cannon? Sure. This move can be considered a super move among the moves that water attribute Pokemon can master. Not only is it powerful, but it also has a strong explosive force. It has almost no disadvantages except that its hit rate is not very high. Thinking of this, Naoki looked at the remaining 2 Haxorus with expectation. The third Haxorus mastered the water wave, and the fourth Haxorus mastered the surf. The huge waves it created fell from above, instantly soaking Naoki and the other Pokemon around him. Naoki, Haken was startled. "Woo!" It quickly flew around Naoki, pitifully saying that it didn't mean it. "It's okay." Naoki grinned. "Just be careful next time you guys continue to play Dragonite. Come and introduce the work process to this Dragonite." Dragonite Express has a new employee. As the boss of Dragonite Express, Dragonite immediately ran over to introduce the precautions when delivering goods to this new subordinate. Naoki returned to his room and changed his clothes. Judging from the performance of Dragonite and Haxorus, the effect of the new dish Padilla seafood rice is really not to be underestimated. It greatly improves the special training results of Pokemon in the sea, which is truly a blessing of the sea. The only pity is that there are not many water attributes in the ranch, and the dish cannot be used for every Pokemon. After changing his clothes, Naoki went to the living room. He looked at a group of EVs chasing and playing in the living room, and suddenly remembered something. If he remembered correctly, premature evolution was not a good situation for Pokemon. To put it in the terms of the game, if a Pokemon evolves before reaching the required level, it will not be able to learn the moves that should have been learned automatically. Thinking of this, Naoki turned around and took out the recipe book he had recorded, trying to find a magical dish that could help Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon to replenish their bodies among the dishes he had made. For Jolteon, you can use the feathers of Zapdos to make a lightning bun. Naoki muttered. This kind of bun can help it strengthen its electricity, which should make up for the lack of early evolution. But the problem is that Zapdos is traveling outside now, and it is not easy for him to borrow feathers from it. Forget it, don't rush this matter. After some thought, Naoki thought to himself. Anyway, one day Zapdos will return to the World Tree to settle down. When that time comes, he will go to Zapdos' nest every day, and maybe he can pick up a few naturally fallen feathers. By the way, you can also feed Zapdos a piece of lightning bun to improve its strength. As far as Naoki knows, this Zapdos is just a wild Zapdos, not the real God of Thunder. Its strength is probably far less than that of the God of Thunder Zapdos, that lives near Asia Island in the Lugia movie. If Zapdos eats the lightning bun, its strength will be closer to that of the God of Thunder. The situation of Flareon and Vaporeon is not so easy to deal with. He hadn't seen Moltres yet, so there was no way to find Moltres feathers to make flaming buns. As for Vaporeon, there was no Vaporeon in this world. Forget it, I slowly develop it myself later to see if I can make simple and direct dishes like green grass dumplings. Naoki thought. His sister Ai Butler had already prepared lunch, so Naoki put down the cooking book in his hand and went outside to call all the Pokemon home for dinner. In the evening, when the sun was setting, the Dragonites and Haxorus, who had been sleeping on the ranch for a day, returned to Dragonite Island with a full box of Pofin and energy cubes. They landed at the central lake of Dragonite Island, and then sat down by the lake and began to enjoy the delicious Baofin. The other wild Dragonites around had already turned a blind eye to this scene. Compared with these greedy guys, they were not so interested in eating anything, but wanted to improve their strength to become a more powerful Dragonite. However, at this moment, several Dragonites suddenly noticed that there was one more Dragonite in the working Dragonite team. This surprised them. So 3 ferocious Dragonites surrounded them, looking at the extra Dragonite with puzzlement. What? How did you evolve so fast? Dragonite 5 blinked, chewed the Bofin in his mouth, and answered vaguely. That's because Naoki is helping us with special training, Naoki. These 3 ferocious Dragonites knew Naoki, the human who sent the big Dragonite to their island, the human who subdued the stupid Dragonite. The other party had come to Dragonite Island several times, but they were not very interested in that human at that time, so they had never contacted him. But now it seems that the human is very powerful, and can help Haxorus evolve into Dragonite faster. Evil Dragon. The 3 brothers were shocked. However, what happened next shocked them again. After dinner, the remaining Haxorus began to spar with each other. This is what they do every day when they return to Dragonite Island. The purpose is to become stronger through fighting, evolve into Dragonite, and then help Naoki with his work. The 3 brothers of Dragonite are used to this scene. They have watched it from the side before. But today, the battle between these Dragonite and Dragonite is a little different from before. Because they use several new moves, the 3 brothers of Dragonite asked, Woo? Is that the move you just learned? The Dragonite nodded innocently. Woo! That's right. This is also the result of Naoki's special training for us. Hearing this, the 3 brothers opened their eyes wide. That Naoki is so awesome. The 3 Dragonites turned around and came to the cliff, looking at the waves hitting the cliff, and began to whisper. Ouch! Big brother, can we also ask the human for help? The Dragonite, who is called the Big Brother, has a solemn expression. It looks very fierce, and has a long scar on its face. That was left when it was fishing in the sea, and was attacked by a Gyarados as an intruder. Hearing Dragonite's words, a trace of hesitation flashed across the face of the eldest brother Dragonite. As a powerful Dragonite, it has its own pride in its heart. Just like the Gyarados that attacked it at that time. The Gyarados that lived in the sea was very powerful. At that time, it had just evolved into Dragonite, and was not a match for that Gyarados. But its unyielding character made it burst out with powerful strength. Its fearless spirit finally scared away the Gyarados, and dominated that sea area. Since then, the big brother Dragonite has begun to pursue the way to become stronger. Countless battles have tempered its body, and the 2 Dragonites on Dragonite Island have also been moved by its spirit, and choose to follow it, and become good brothers. But recently, the big brother Dragonite feels that he has reached his limit. If he does not break through this limit, his strength will probably stagnate. And in the human named Naoki, the big brother Dragonite saw the opportunity to break through his limit. That human was really amazing. Not only did he train the famous Dragonite on Dragonite Island to be so powerful, he also made Dratini and Haxorus evolve into Dragonite so quickly. What to do? The big brother Dragonite was eager to do something, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Asking him to ask a human for help was something he couldn't do. The 2 little brothers Dragonite saw the big brother's expression and immediately guessed what he was thinking. They looked at each other and said, Woo. Then let's go and see it together. Big brother Dragonite was moved, but he didn't say anything. The sun set and rose again. The next morning, just after dawn, the working Dragonites began to fly to Naoki Ranch. The 2 little Dragonites saw this scene, and immediately called out to their big brother Dragonite. In the end, the big brother Dragonite followed with his 2 little brothers after half-heartedly. It wanted to see the strength of that human in person. Naoki Ranch, 6:30 in the morning. In this era without smartphones and fun games, Naoki goes to bed early, and gets up early every day. After a simple breakfast, Naoki starts to work on the ranch. First, prepare the milk and vegetables ordered by the guests in the town, and wait for the Dragonite to deliver them. Now with the development of the ranch, more and more customers are ordering from the ranch, from the initial 3 or 4 to nearly 100 now. Although the ranch has not expanded production, The advantage is that the crops grow faster. With the help of the goats, the crops in the field can now mature in just over half a month. There is more than enough to supply customers in the town. When Naoki packed the milk and vegetables, the postal dragonites arrived at the ranch. You have worked hard today. Naoki smiled and distributed the goods to them. Then, the dragonites who received the goods set off for the town of Shichin to deliver the goods to the customers. The dragonites at home also went out to deliver milk. This is not because it likes to work, but because it has become a habit for dragonites to go to the town to say hello to Mrs. Dantes and others. It always felt that the old man who often baked cookies for it would be worried if he didn't see it. After sending the dragonites away, Naoki was about to go to the other side of the river to check the growth of the apple tree. But at this moment, 3 more dragonites flew in the sky. The 3 dragonites landed in the pasture. The leading dragonite had a long scar on its face and looked ferocious, as if it was looking for trouble. Naoki took a look at the ferocious dragonite and was a little wary. Who are you? The eldest brother dragonite narrowed his eyes, looked fierce, and shouted in a low voice, Naoki, eh? He carefully observed the 3 dragonites, and when he saw that they didn't seem to have any bad intentions, but just looked fierce, he relaxed his vigilance. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief and asked, You are also here to apply for the deliverman position, right? He was already familiar with this kind of thing. You only need to help deliver the milk and vegetables ordered by the customers to the customers every morning to complete the work. You can use the rest of the time as you like. As a reward, I will provide you with energy cubes and pofin. Naoki introduced the 3 dragonites in front of him. However, looking at the 3 dragonites' low voices and bully-like expressions, it doesn't seem like they are delivering goods, but rather like robbery. They shouldn't scare the customers who ordered milk, right? At this time, some Pokemon in the ranch noticed the situation here and gathered around. Seeing that this human ignored his words and talked to himself, the eldest brother Dragonite frowned and slapped the fruit tree next to him with his sharp dragon claws. Ouch! Naoki's eyes widened, and a bold idea immediately popped up in his mind. Could these 3 dragonites be here to mess things up? The next second, as if to prove his guess, the most ferocious dragonite was surging, and its eyes swept across the group of Pokemon behind Naoki, showing a look of full fighting spirit. Naoki was slightly stunned, and pointed at himself in disbelief and asked, You want to fight me? The eldest brother Dragonite nodded coldly. Chapter 402. Fight him? Naoki suddenly couldn't figure out what the 3 dragonites meant. Why would a dragonite come from Dragonite Island just to fight his Pokemon? Realizing that the 3 dragonites had a complicated purpose, Naoki asked Babu Tubo to help him run some errands and bring some translation melon seed crisps. Bammo! Babu Tubo nodded and immediately turned around and flew away. The eldest brother Dragonite and his 2 younger brothers stood there in silence with ferocious faces. While waiting, no one spoke first. Only Golden looked at the 3 dragonites in silence. Babu Tubo was very fast, and it flew back and forth in just a dozen seconds, bringing back the translation melon seed crisps that Naoki wanted. Naoki touched its head, reached out to take the melon seed crisps and ate them. After a moment of hesitation, Naoki asked, Why do you suddenly want to fight me? The eldest brother Dragonite said solemnly, Because you are very strong. Naoki raised his eyebrows. So you want to fight against stronger Pokemon? Looking at the appearance of this Dragonite, it is definitely not as docile and well-behaved as other Dragonites. It must have experienced many battles to become what it is now. You can tell by the scar on its face. It runs diagonally from the top of its nose downwards, making Dragonite a Pokemon that was originally very docile, more fierce and domineering. This temperament is even inferior to that of Alice's grumpy brother Dragonite in the anime. Hearing his words, the eldest brother Dragonite nodded, and its cry was very low, roar. If you win, I will come here and work for you like other Dragonites. Hearing this, Naoki immediately understood. This Dragonite is very strong, so he needs to prove his strength to it, and defeat it through Pokemon battles. Only in this way will this Dragonite recognize him. But Naoki still doesn't understand one thing. What is Dragonite for? It can't be for Pofin and Energy Cube, right? Thinking about it, Naoki asked. And the answer of the eldest brother Dragonite was also very direct. It wants to become stronger, so it needs a human trainer. Hearing this, Naoki was startled and quickly turned around to look around. He was relieved to see that his Dragonite had not returned yet. He shook his head and said, Don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. I can help you become stronger, and you don't have to think of me as your trainer, just think of me as your boss. Big brother Dragonite didn't care, and it didn't dwell on the name for too long. If I beat you, are you willing to stay and help me work? Naoki asked. The eldest brother Dragonite nodded. It was a very loyal Dragonite. Since it promised, it would definitely do it. Okay. Naoki nodded slightly. If this Dragonite also joined, it would be very helpful for the future development of Dragonite Express. As for helping it become stronger, he would try his best to help it later, whether through cooking or other methods. Thinking of this, Naoki asked the last question. Which Pokemon of mine do you want to fight? Many Pokemon from the ranch gathered around. There were Goltron, Motor Lizard, Flutterbear, Babbitt, Frostmilk, Eevee, Urako, Butterfree and Saltrock. The eyes of the big brother Dragonite swept through the group of Pokemon and finally stopped at Goltron. The dragon sense told it that the red Pokemon was the strongest. Its aura, its eyes, were all honed after countless battles. Naoki followed the gaze of the big brother Dragonite and looked at Goltron. He exclaimed in his heart, wow, this pick has picked a big boss. Goltron is very strong, Naoki reminded. However, after hearing this, the Dragonite's tone became more determined. It was going to fight the strongest Pokemon. Naoki, Goltron, well, that's the only way. Naoki looked at Goltron and said to it, Goltron, I leave it to you. Ah, gah. Goltron took a step forward and looked at the wild Dragonite from a distance. Naoki wanted to let the Dragonite on the opposite side attack first, but then he thought that with the opponent's personality, this method might be regarded as contempt and disrespect. After a little thought, Naoki decided to let Goltron fight seriously. When both Pokemon were ready, Naoki reminded them, let's start. Dragonite went all out, immediately spread its wings and opened its mouth wide, and the purple dragon attribute energy quickly gathered in it, turning into a tornado and pouring out. Get out of the way, Naoki said calmly. He knew very well how fast Goltron was when he went all out. Sure enough, with its order, Goltron's figure turned into a shadow and flashed by, avoiding the oncoming tornado and rushing towards Dragonite from the side. Seeing that the opponent dodged its attack, Dragonite immediately closed its mouth, and the dragon wings behind it vibrated violently. Then it clenched its right fist, and the light on its fist flashed, and it went straight to meet Golden. The two Pokemon collided with each other, and a strong gust of wind spread out from them. In the first confrontation, Golden held back a little. Dragonite did not retreat at all, just like its unyielding character. At such a close distance, Dragonite directly used its strongest move, Reverse Scale. A strong purple light enveloped its body, and a red light flashed in Dragonite's eyes, and it began to attack Golden without any rules. Use Dragon Claw, Naoki ordered. Ah, gah, Golden responded. Although the power of the move Reverse Scale is huge, it has a very obvious flaw. That is, the Pokemon has no way to defend when attacking, and will fall into a state of confusion after the Reverse Scale ends. Golden seized this flaw and swung a huge Dragon Claw. Dragonite's Reverse Scale was directly broken, and the powerful impact caused it to be knocked out and fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. The other two Dragonites following Dragonite looked at Golden in shock. Naoki walked forward, checked the condition of this Dragonite, and then asked his sister Ai Guancher, who came behind to get a bottle of life goat milk. While waiting, he looked at the other two Dragonites and asked, do you want to fight my Pokemon too? The two Dragonites shook their heads. Awoo. We are with Big Brother. We do whatever Big Brother does. Naoki was attracted by this title. How come these three Dragonites act like gangsters? He looked down at the unconscious Dragonite in front of him, reached out, and touched the scar on its face, and asked, how did your big brother get this scar on his face? The two little Dragonites talked about their big brother's heroic deeds. Awoo. Big Brother got this scar when he fought with a Gyarados. Awoo. That Gyarados was very powerful. Big Brother used a lot of strength to defeat it, and became the overlord of that sea area. Ouch. Big Brother looks a bit fierce, and the Pokemon there are very afraid of him. But Big Brother is not a bad dragon. He will never hurt those Pokemon. Naoki, It can be seen that these two Dragonites admire this Big Brother Dragonite very much. They even deliberately imitated the ferocious expression on the face of Big Brother Dragonite. Chapter 403. After drinking the milk of life, the Big Brother Dragonite slowly stood up from the ground. His expression was serious, and he let out a low cry, awoo. The look in his eyes was clearly saying, from now on, you are my trainer. The two little brothers Dragonite also came behind the Big Brother Dragonite, nodding in agreement, awoo. That's right, he is also their trainer. A drop of sweat broke out on Naoki's forehead. Why does this Dragonite have a buy one get two free offer? So, When Dragonite finished today's work and returned to the ranch from the town, this is what he saw. 3 wild Dragonites were standing in front of Naoki, showing him a fawning smile. Dragonite opened his eyes wide and immediately landed in front of Naoki, blocking the sight of the 3 wild Dragonites. The eldest brother Dragonite also noticed this stupid Dragonite that was once famous on the island. Its eyes shifted from the human to the Dragonite, and it keenly sensed the hostility revealed from the other party. The eldest brother Dragonite remained silent. Dragonite also did not speak. The 2 Dragonites stood on the grass and looked at each other, with solemn expressions on their faces. Ahem. Seeing Naoki, Naoki inserted himself between the 2 Dragonites, blocking their sight, and then said to Dragonite, "Those 3 Dragonites are also here to apply for jobs at our ranch." Applying for a job? Dragonite was puzzled by this. It knew the eldest brother Dragonite, and knew that it was very powerful and had its own pride. Such a Dragonite could not possibly be attracted by Bofin, so how could it come to the ranch to work? What? Dragonite asked uncertainly. Naoki patted Dragonite on the shoulder. "So, according to the procedure, the 3 of them will be handed over to you next. Take them to the town to familiarize themselves with the road and help them arrange some work." Naoki was not wrong in what he said. These 3 Dragonites did come to work, but their purpose was not for Bofin, but to become stronger. Naoki planned to pay the 3 Dragonites wages by helping them become stronger, and informed Dragonite of this. Dragonite thought about it carefully. Should he work for Naoki in exchange for the opportunity to become stronger? This seems to be a good idea, and it can save a lot of Bofin. Seeing that they were not here to compete with him for the trainer, Dragonite relaxed, nodded happily, and agreed. Go! Naoki smiled and touched its head. So, Dragonite took the big brother Dragonite and the others to Jichin Town and introduced them to the delivery process and the area they were responsible for. Early the next morning, 3 more Dragonites were added to the delivery team of Naoki Ranch's Dragonite. In the eyes of the townspeople of Jichin Town, the Dragonites of Naoki Ranch were all very gentle and kind, which led them to subconsciously believe that all Pokemon like Dragonite were like this. However, early this morning, these townspeople found out that they were wrong. When they opened the door, as usual after hearing the knock, ready to receive the goods from Dragonite, they saw a Dragonite with a fierce face and a serious expression, and a long scar on his face. Ah! The old woman with white hair was frightened and stepped back. For a moment, she seemed to have returned to her youth. At that time, she encountered a ruthless and fierce-looking Rumpled Bear during her outdoor adventure. The Rumpled Bear caught her and beat her up severely, leaving her covered in wounds. She stayed in the hospital for several weeks before recovering. Therefore, this incident left a deep impression on her. Seeing the appearance of this human, the eldest brother Dragonite immediately realized that the other party was afraid of him. Its brows slightly frowned, and its expression became more serious. The eldest brother Dragonite remained silent, but put the milk in his hand on the ground, and then turned and left. Looking at the milk on the ground, the old woman came back to her senses from the horror. This Dragonite is here to deliver milk to her. While the Dragonites went out to deliver goods, Naoki was waiting in the ranch. He was relieved when he saw all the Dragonites return safely. It seems that the 3 new Dragonites are doing a good job delivering goods. Naoki was worried that their appearance would scare the townspeople, because the expressions of the 3 Dragonites were like those of robbers. If they were seen on the road, the first reaction of passers-by would probably be that the Dragonites were going to attack him. But now it seems that everything is fine, and he has not received any complaints from the townspeople. Then it is time for him to fulfill his promise. After returning to the ranch, the Dragonites stopped on a meadow. Some of them were chatting with each other, some were sleeping, and some were eating happily. For example, the 2 little Dragonites following the big brother Dragonite. The big brother Dragonite had no interest in the delicious Bofin, but its 2 little brothers were different. After tasting the taste of Bofin, they couldn't help themselves and were completely immersed in the world of Bofin. But the big brother Dragonite was different. It is a Dragonite with good self-control and aspirations for a higher level. Naoki took a few glances, and then called his elder brother Dragonite to the living room. On the table in the living room, there was a row of fruit wines. There were wines that could increase paralysis resistance, poison resistance, burn resistance, and freezing resistance. Drink all of these. This is the wine I brewed myself, made from tree fruits. It can enhance your strength, Naoki said with a smile. The elder brother Dragonite fixed his eyes on the glasses of wine on the table, with a hint of doubt in his heart. How could such a thing happen in this world? You can become stronger just by drinking water without fighting? After a moment of silence, Dragonite felt that Naoki didn't need to deceive himself. It picked up the wine glass on the table and started drinking. Soon, after more than a dozen glasses of wine, Dragonite felt dizzy, and the whole dragon was light. Seeing this scene, Naoki was stunned. The alcohol content of these fruit wines doesn't seem to be high, right? It tasted like juice to him, and the taste were very similar to the pineapple beer he drank in his previous life. The customers in the Pokemon Tavern have never been drunk. Is this Big Brother Dragonite so bad at drinking? With a plop, the Big Brother Dragonite fell to the ground and passed out drunk. Naoki, Several EVs were attracted by this scene, and curiously surrounded the Big Brother Dragonite, patting its body with their paw pads. Boo! It's drunk, Naoki explained. He brought a blanket to cover the Big Brother Dragonite, and let it sleep here for a while. The EVs didn't know what being drunk meant, and soon, two of them jumped onto the table, and stuck their noses into the wine glasses to smell the wine. Naoki stepped forward and took the wine glasses away. You are still young, you can't drink. You can drink when you are 1 year old. An EV wanted to taste it, EV. But the wine smelled so good. Seeing that Naoki didn't let them drink, one of the little EVs rolled his eyes, and looked at the basement where the wine was stored. It knew that Naoki's wine was stored there. Naoki immediately saw through its plan. You can't steal wine from my wine cellar. He turned around and locked the door of the wine cellar tightly. When the eldest brother Dragonite woke up, it was already noon. Naoki was about to make lunch, and when he saw it wake up, he smiled and asked, Awake? How do you feel? Hearing this, the eldest brother Dragonite felt it carefully, and the next second, it felt the magical changes in its body. The body seemed to become stronger, with endless energy all over the body, and some other indescribable feelings. Big Brother Dragonite's pupils slightly dilated. Those wines are amazing. Each glass of those wines contains different effects. Naoki briefly introduced the effects of those fruit wines, and then said, I think your strength seems to be pretty good, you should lack more skills training. From the battle between this Dragonite and Golden, it can be seen that it believes in strength first, and will not hesitate to rush up and collide even when facing a powerful opponent. In order to help this Dragonite become stronger, after lunch, Naoki found his Dragonite, and let the two Dragonites fight each other. As expected, just as he guessed, the eldest brother Dragonite relied on recklessness in the battle. Although it showed good strength, it eventually fell to the combination of Dragonite's rain-praying and thunder-making moves. After the battle, the eldest brother Dragonite had a solemn face. It couldn't believe that the stupid Dragonite had become more powerful than it. Naoki recalled his elder brother Dragonite's performance just now. Now that he had discovered his elder brother Dragonite's symptoms, the next thing he had to do was to prescribe the right medicine. For example, he introduced attribute restraint, practiced combination moves, tried to change the fighting style, learned to observe the opponent's actions, and could not rush in too recklessly. For this reason, Naoki also specially found Golden and Dragonite to serve as sparring partners for him. Days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, time came to September 20th, 199th year of the Lee calendar. During this period, the strength of the Big Brother Dragonite has steadily increased. Now it is no longer the reckless man at the beginning. It has learned a lot from this human named Naoki. And in this nearly 1 month, the Big Brother Dragonite has encountered many things that he has never experienced before. The most important thing is that the attitude of the people in the town has changed towards it. It still remembers that when it first delivered goods, those people were very afraid of it because of its appearance, just like those Pokemon in the wild. But later, as it delivered goods again and again, those humans gradually stopped being afraid of it, and would greet it gently. Another time, an old woman's new leaf cat ran into a tree and couldn't get down, so it went to deliver goods to that person. Before leaving, the old woman who lived alone asked it to help rescue her new leaf cat. Dragonite helped her, and the old woman and the new leaf cat gave it a lot of cookies to thank it. If its work was to become stronger at the beginning, now, the Big Brother Dragonite feels that he has fallen in love with the work of delivering goods. At this moment, it finally understood why other Dragonites came to the ranch every day. Not just because of the delicious Pofin. In addition to Pofin, there are many other things. For example, Naoki, who takes every Pokemon seriously. The eldest brother Dragonite can see that all the Pokemon in this place like him very much. Thinking back to how Naoki tried to help it with special training during this period of time, the eldest brother Dragonite was full of gratitude to Naoki and decided to do something for him. So when it returned to Dragonite Island at night, it took advantage of the moonlight to come to its nest, rummaged around inside, and found a precious scale that had fallen from its body. This scale was not an ordinary scale, but a reverse scale on its body. It had once fallen off accidentally during a battle, causing it great pain. After the battle, the big brother Dragonite picked up the reverse scale and treasured it. Now, it decided to give this precious scale to Naoki. The next day, when Naoki received a gift from his elder brother Dragonite, he was very surprised. He looked at the scale in his palm and asked in disbelief, "Give it to me?" The elder brother Dragonite nodded and called out in a low voice, "Awoo." Naoki made eye contact with it in midair. After staring at each other for a few seconds, he instantly understood what the Dragonite meant. It was thanking him in its own way. It is indeed a kind and righteous Dragonite, Naoki thought to himself. Although it looks fierce and pursues the way to become stronger, it never bullies the weak, but helps others instead. Naoki recalled that an old lady who lived in the town had called him to thank him for helping her save New Leaf. Naoki couldn't help but feel a fondness for this Dragonite. "I got it." Naoki exhaled lightly, and then said, "From now on, live with us on the ranch." The eldest brother Dragonite looked at him seriously, and then responded, "Awoo." After that, he went to find Naoki's Dragonite to compare strength. Naoki lowered his head and examined the crescent-shaped dragon scale. The next second, the information about the dragon scale appeared in his mind. Dragonite's reverse scale, a special item. The reverse scale received because of Dragonite's trust is full of deep gratitude. It contains the power of dragons. After being made into food, it may have some magical effects. Naoki was stunned for a moment. Another prop full of emotion? He remembered that the last time he received such a special item was the friendship fruit given by the Pokemon in the forest that he had helped. Those fruits are full of Pokemon's gratitude, and can be used to improve the cooking level after being made into food. But soon, Naoki noticed something extraordinary. This scale is not an ordinary scale, but the reverse scale of Dragonite. For Dragon attribute Pokemon, the reverse scale growing on them is extremely important. And now, that Dragonite actually gave him such a precious thing. Naoki felt extremely complicated for a while. Will the reverse scale of a dragon Pokemon fall off by itself? According to his observation, it won't. Because no matter whether it is Gultun or Dragonite, the dragon scales on their bodies will not fall off automatically. This means that this reverse scale fell off accidentally, such as in a battle. At that time, how painful would the big brother Dragonite be? Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly felt that his gold finger was too devilish. Looking at this dragon scale that can be made into food, this time, he decided not to use it, but to keep it well. Naoki returned to the living room with the reverse scale. The Bud Crown, who was watching TV on the sofa, noticed his expression and asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Naoki showed the reverse scale in his hand to him. "This is Dragonite's reverse scale. It gave me this precious scale." Then, Naoki introduced to Bud Crown the importance of the reverse scale of dragon Pokemon to them. Under normal circumstances, the reverse scale of dragon Pokemon will not fall off. Now there is only one possibility for this scale, that is, it was knocked off in battle. At that time, how painful would Dragonite be? Hearing this, the Bud Crown looked serious and nodded slightly. He looked at the scale, blue light flashed in his eyes, and he activated his ability. Then, the past and future of the reverse scale emerged in his mind. In the past scene, he saw the scene of Dragonite losing his mind in pain because of the reverse scale being knocked off. In the future scene, he saw the reverse scale turned into a force and entered Naoki's body, and Naoki began to use that force to help the dragon Pokemon in the ranch. The Bud Crown was slightly startled, and after a while, he said, "You can use your power to make it into food." Naoki was stunned. "What do you mean?" The Bud Crown explained, "I saw this thing become your power in the future, and you use it to help Pokemon." Hearing this, Naoki was confused. What does the Bud Crown mean? This scale becomes his power, and then he uses that power to help Pokemon? The Bud Crown did not say much, but directly conveyed the scene he saw to Naoki's mind. The next second, a picture appeared in Naoki's mind. In the picture, he touched the scar of the big brother Dragonite with his hand, and a faint light emanated from his hand. The light poured into the body of the big brother Dragonite, making it look quite enjoyable. What kind of power is that? Soon, the picture disappeared, and Naoki was unable to come back to his senses for a while. Although it was unclear what happened in the future, Naoki got a piece of information from it, that the effect of the food made with this reverse scale could help the big brother Dragonite. After a little thought, he made up his mind. Naoki got up and went to the ranch to find his big brother Dragonite, asking him if he could use this precious reverse scale for other purposes. Big brother Dragonite nodded. Since he had given the item away, it was Naoki's, and he could use it however he wanted. With the consent of big brother Dragonite, Naoki returned to the house. He wanted to grind the dragon scale into powder with a wall breaker as before, but the hardness of Dragonite's reverse scale was beyond his imagination. So Naoki could only ask Bud Crown to help. In the end, Bud Crown used his superpowers compressed to the extreme to shake the scales into powder. Naoki did not open fire, but used the dragon scale powder and black tea to make a cup of tea. Soon, a cup of tea with a strange fragrance was ready. Naoki looked down, and the information of this specialty emerged from his mind. Dragon Scale Fragrance, S plus a specialty made with the scales full of the trust of dragon Pokemon and high-quality black tea. It is said that the drinker will gain the friendship of dragon Pokemon. Cooking effect, Dragon Power. After drinking, the drinker will gain a special ability, Dragon Power, which is only effective for humans. Dragon Power greatly increases affinity for dragon attribute Pokemon, making it easier to capture dragon attribute Pokemon. It can consume power, accelerate the growth of dragon attribute Pokemon, and help it become stronger. Evaluation. According to legend, only those who are deeply trusted by dragon Pokemon can obtain this ability. Those who have dragon power can make friends with all dragon attribute Pokemon. Looking at the cup of tea in front of him, Naoki's hand trembled. Dragon Power. Isn't this something that only people from the dragon family possess? Moreover, even in the dragon family, not everyone can awaken this power, and its existence is extremely rare. People who possess this power are born Dragon Kings. At this moment, Naoki thought of the dragon family in the Johto region, thought of what Ari, and thought of himself and the dragon Pokemon on the ranch. Who is the real dragon family? Dragon Pokemon on the ranch are not just Dragonite. In addition to them, there are also Gulton and Motor Lizard. This thing is very useful. Naoki picked up the cup, and regardless of whether the tea made from Dragonite scale powder would upset his stomach, he raised the cup and drank the tea in it. As the tea entered his stomach, Naoki immediately and clearly felt that there was an extra energy in his body that could be controlled by his mind. Without a doubt, that was the power of the dragon. Naoki stood up and ran outside, and immediately found his big brother Dragonite. The big brother Dragonite also looked at Naoki. For some reason, it suddenly felt more intimate. Not only that, but all the surrounding Dragonites and Dragonites felt it. A group of dragon Pokemon gathered around curiously. Naoki smiled at them, and then stretched out his hand to the big brother Dragonite in the slightly puzzled eyes, and put his hand on the scar on its face. Dragon Power, activate. The future predicted by the Bud Crown began to unfold at this moment. Seeing Naoki's actions, the big brother Dragonite was surprised, but soon, it felt a magical energy that made it feel intimate pouring into its body. This feeling made big brother Dragonite feel unprecedented comfort. He instinctively closed his eyes, showing a look of enjoyment on his face, and carefully felt the power in his body. His body was getting hot. Power was pouring in continuously. Naoki poured all his dragon power into big brother Dragonite. After the end, he felt his physical condition, and found that except for being able to clearly feel that the dragon power was exhausted, he did not feel any other discomfort. Moreover, the consumed dragon power will be automatically restored slowly, which is similar to the mana in JRPG. Naoki smiled and looked at his elder brother Dragonite, and asked, "How do you feel?" The elder brother Dragonite's eyes began to become fiery when he looked at Naoki. Seeing his eyes, Dragonite beside him immediately became alert and carried Naoki away, not forgetting to turn back and warn the elder brother Dragonite, "Awoo." Chapter 404. Having acquired the power of dragon control, Naoki began to use this power to cultivate dragon attribute Pokemon in the ranch. The first batch of dragon Pokemon cultivated by Naoki were the 4 Dragonite that had not yet evolved. The power of dragon control is a very special ability, and its effect is somewhat similar to the power transmission in fairy tales. That is, it consumes the power in one's body and transmits it to the dragon Pokemon to help them grow better. With the blessing of the power of dragon control, coupled with the super high-speed special training effect brought by Padilla Seafood Rice, the 4 Dragonite finally evolved into Dragonite before the third to last day of autumn. As a result, the Dragonite team in the ranch has become even stronger. Naoki's Dragonite, plus 8 working Dragonites, plus the Dragonite trio of his elder brother. Now there are a total of 12 Dragonites in the ranch. Oh no, to be exact, 13, because there is still one Dragonite egg that has not hatched. Looking at this large group of Dragonites in the ranch, Naoki feels that his ranch can be renamed Dragon Ranch. Rounding off, he can now be regarded as a Dragon King, right? The pure Dragon team alone can form 2 teams. Team 1, Gulton, Motor Lizard, Dragonite 2, Dragonite 3, Dragonite 4, Dragonite 5. Team 2, Dragonite, Dragonite 6, Dragonite 7, Dragonite 8, Dragonite 9, Dragonite 10. As the number of Dragonites increases, another problem comes. That is, as the number of Pokemon increases, they consume more food every day. Just 12 Dragonites will consume a lot of Poffin and energy cubes every day. Energy cubes are easy to make. Naoki has a fruit mixer at home. As long as you adjust the preset and put the fruit in according to the recipe, it can automatically make energy cubes. A large number of energy cubes can be made in an hour. But Baofin is a bit more complicated. Whether it is boiling the fruit or pouring it into the mold, Naoki has to do everything himself. At the beginning, it was easy to deal with those few Dragonites, but now there are more Dragonites, and he can't handle it alone. Just when Naoki was worried about this matter, his sister Ai Guancher stepped forward. Aiya, maybe I can help, Naoki? Naoki ate 2 pieces of translation melon seed crisps, and then was a little surprised. Can you make Bofin? Sister Ai Guancher shook her head. Aiya. Originally I couldn't, but I saw Naoki making Bofin every day, and slowly I remembered the steps. If his sister Ai Guancher could help, he would indeed be able to relax a lot. The efficiency of the superpower Pokemon far exceeds that of a human being like him. Then do it once and show me, Naoki asked. The sister Ai Guancher nodded happily, and was happy to be able to help Naoki. One person, and one Pokemon came to the cream workshop of the Cream Milk Fairy. A blue light flashed in the eyes of the sister Ai Guancher, and the next second, a magical scene happened. I saw the pots, pans, and egg beaters around me fly up automatically, and then the door of the refrigerator was opened, and the fruits and eggs inside all flew out. The sister Ai Guancher waved her arm gently, and the kitchen utensils and ingredients went to their own places. The pot was automatically ignited, the tree fruit took off its clothes, the egg automatically cracked into 2 halves, and the egg white and egg yolk fell into the bowl with a plop. Naoki looked at this scene in disbelief. The scene in front of him reminded him of 2 words, magic. The sister Ai Guancher did it very well. Soon, the tree fruit was cooked, mixed with the evenly stirred eggs and flour, and finally flew into the mold, and was controlled by telekinesis to be put into the oven. After waiting for about 30 minutes, the oven stopped with a ding sound. The sister Ai Guancher opened the oven door, and brought out a large plate of sweet-smelling Baofin. Naoki picked one up and tasted it. Aiya? How is it? The sister Ai Guancher asked nervously. It was the first time she did this, and she was afraid that she would not do it well. It's delicious. Naoki nodded excitedly. It's even more delicious than the Baofin I made. Aiya? Great. Sister Ai Guancher was very happy. Naoki was also very happy. In this way, he didn't have to worry about not being able to pay the Dragonites. In fact, in addition to this method, there is another way to solve this problem. That is to pay the Dragonites and let them go to the town to buy what they want to eat. But this kind of thing is a little unrealistic now. Because Dragonites don't know the prices, the store owners can't understand what they say. At times like this, it would be nice to have a Rotom phone. The Rotom living in the phone can help Dragonite buy things and pay for it. I just don't know how the research and development progress of Nemo's father is going. The weather is very good today. After lunch, Naoki took the EVs to the grass on the ranch to bask in the sun. He spread a picnic blanket on the grass, on which he placed a bunch of snacks for the EVs to eat when they are hungry. The EVs are not hungry yet. They are happily chasing and playing around Naoki. Naoki, who was surrounded by them, was using the power of the dragon to cultivate the motorcycle. The Hackrons have evolved, so the next step is to help the motorcycle become stronger. When Babu Tubo ate the lightning buns and Dragonite ate the storm buns, the motorcycle's eyes were full of envy. There was no chance before, and Naoki felt guilty about his motorcycle. Now that he has the power of the dragon, he began to help the motorcycle grow. Although the principle of the dragon's power is not clear, it is certain that this power has a significant effect on dragon Pokemon. As long as this continues, the dragon Pokemon nurtured by the power of the dragon will one day be able to break through to the king level, or even the champion level. In addition to the effect of accelerating the growth of dragon Pokemon, the power of the dragon also has the effect of communicating with the dragon Pokemon. Alice in the anime once used this power to communicate with the dragon Pokemon through the air. Therefore, when Naoki felt guilty, the motor lizard felt it at once. Gah! Motorcycle lizard suddenly felt like crying. So Naoki never ignored it. Naoki also felt Motorcycle Lizard's emotions. He touched Motorcycle Lizard's head and encouraged it with a smile. Believe in yourself. One day, you can become more powerful than Golden. Motorcycle Lizard's heart was immediately filled with fighting spirit. Geo. Then it enthusiastically licked Naoki's hand with its wet tongue. Naoki, Not far away, Golden, who was enjoying the afternoon on the grass, suddenly felt that someone was saying bad things about him. It sneezed and opened its eyes in confusion. "Ah, gaw!" Then, Golden saw a pure black, extended luxury car driving into the ranch. Naoki also saw the car. The little EVs around him also stopped and cast curious glances in that direction. Huh? Who could be coming? The answer to this question came in the next second. The car door opened, and little Nemo jumped out of the car with an excited look on her face. From a distance, Naoki heard Nemo's voice. "Mr. Naoki, I'm here to challenge the trial at the ranch again." Then, the front door of the car was pushed open. Nemo's father, Nikar, and a well-dressed old butler came down from the front. "Long time no see, Naoki." Nickel came over with something in his hand and smiled. "Mr. Nikar, why are you here?" Naoki was very surprised. He could understand why Nemo came here. After all, Nemo loved Pokemon battles too much. "I have something important to talk to you about," Nickel replied. "Wow." At this time, Nemo also noticed the extra Pokemon in the ranch, and her eyes lit up. "Eevee, so many Eevee." Scytheo and Urako ran together. Nemo's eyes, which were originally on Eevee, were immediately attracted by them, and Urako, "Huh? What kind of Pokemon is that golden one?" "Dragonite. Mr. Naoki, you have captured another Dragonite." Naoki smiled slightly. He understood Nemo's feelings very well. After all, in this world, no child can refuse so many rare Pokemon. Therefore, he called Babutubo and said to it, "Babutubo, take Nemo to visit the ranch." Babutubo looked at Nemo. It still remembered this human child. Bammo! Babutubo patted his chest, and then took Nemo to explore other places in the ranch. Great! Nemo was completely excited. Seeing his daughter's appearance, Nicker looked helpless. "Nemo is so rude." Naoki smiled and shook his head. She was very polite when she first came to the ranch. Now she should be getting more and more familiar with me. "Ha ha ha." Nickel laughed. "It seems that Nemo likes you very much." Naoki smiled and turned to business. "Why did Mr. Nickel come to me today?" Hearing this, Nickel grinned, picked up the small box in his hand, and handed it to Naoki. "Open it and take a look." Naoki reached out to take it, and looking at the logo of Rotom Technology printed on the box, his heart moved slightly. Could it be what he thought? Naoki opened the box and saw a Rotom phone with the appearance of a crocodile lying quietly inside. It was a Rotom phone. Naoki's eyes lit up. Did the research and development succeed? Nickel nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's right. After several months of research by our company's scientific researchers, we finally created the Rotom phone you imagined. The one in your hand is the first batch of Rotom phones. We expect to officially release it to the public at the end of this year. I have a feeling that a new era is coming." Nicker's face was full of excitement. Naoki took out the Rotom phone from the box. Since he had drawn the blueprint of the Rotom phone, Naoki was very familiar with the structure and buttons of this phone. So far, Nicker had not made any changes to it. Naoki pressed the button, and the next second, the screen lit up. He unlocked it with his finger, and saw several simple apps distributed on the main interface. Naoki counted and found that there were 5 apps installed, namely Map, Text Message, Phone, Camera, and Pokemon Encyclopedia. He poked the Pokemon Encyclopedia with his finger. The next second, Naoki saw the Pokemon species that had been discovered in the Padia region. These software are the basic software we have temporarily developed. At present, some internet companies have received news about the launch of the latest Rotom mobile phone, and they have begun to develop more apps for the mobile phone system. Nickel introduced. When the time comes, you can download the data of those apps through the internet and install them in your phone. Among them, the Rotom Pokemon is the most special, developed by their company and Ginya, a biology teacher at Padia Academy. Naoki nodded, and he was checking the scanning function of the Pokemon. Adjust the camera and aim it at the motorcycle next to him. The next second, an electronic sound rang automatically. Motorcycle, a mount Pokemon, can carry people at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. It can warm its back with human body temperature and restore vitality. It seems that it has been letting humans sit on its back since ancient times. Such a scene is depicted in a mural 10,000 years ago. Hearing this voice, Naoki immediately flipped the Rotom phone over and found the Rotom pattern on its back. There is already a Rotom inside. You can ask it if you don't understand anything. You can treat Rotom as an intelligent AI. It will introduce you to the illustrations, report the weather, and provide navigation. If you don't need it, you can also tell Rotom to stop reporting. At this point, Nicker was a little distressed. Naoki was slightly stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nickel, I don't know why, the Rotom in the phone rarely communicate with humans, like the Rotom illustrated book, and most of the time, they only communicate through voice." Naoki thought about it carefully, and found that this was also the case in the anime, and he didn't know why. But compared to this, he wanted to know something else. "How many Rotom phones did you produce in the first batch?" Nickel replied, 100,000, but not every phone has a Rotom in it, because we can't catch that many Rotom. Naoki nodded in understanding. A smartphone without Rotom would not lack any functions, except that it would not be able to do voice broadcasting and real-time navigation. In this way, the Rotom in the mobile phone is exactly the same as the smart AI of Xiao and Xiadu. "Is there anything else you want to know?" Nickel smiled and said, "Thanks to you, the Rotom phone was able to come out and help our company occupy so much market. If you want anything, just ask, as long as I can do it." However, Naoki didn't want anything in particular, and he wasn't short of money. After a brief thought, Naoki asked, "Can I order a batch of Rotom phones from your company in advance?" He planned to give these Rotom phones to the Pokemon in the ranch. For example, Bud Crown, Giratina, the Traveling Expedition Team, and Dragonite. With the Rotom phone, Dragonite Express can be officially established. Through the positioning and navigation of the Rotom phone, the goods of Naoki's ranch can also be delivered to various places in Padia, realizing his original dream. He can also video chat with the traveling Dream Bear Baby anytime and anywhere. "Of course, no problem," Nickel said with a smile. "How many do you want?" "I send them to you after I go back this time." Naoki counted the number of Pokemon that needed Rotom phones in his mind, and then said, 50. "Okay, no problem." Nickel agreed immediately, and he planned to go back and select 50 Rotom phones with built-in Rotoms to send over. Besides, Nicker had another thing to do when he visited the ranch today. He wanted to talk to Naoki about the types and development of the future mobile application market. Although Naoki was a little surprised, he still introduced the information he knew to the other party. For example, online shopping, mobile phone drama watching, online live broadcast, video communication, electronic payment, software that can understand news from all over the world, and software for chatting and making friends with people from all regions. It would be best if it was simple and direct like WeChat. He can more conveniently create an account for the Dream Bear Baby, Rape Crown, and Giratina, and then add all the mythical beasts to the group. I just wonder if the mythical beasts will fight each other at that time. Nickel listened carefully to every word, and his eyes lit up from time to time. He had a hunch that if these apps were really born, they would connect the whole world together, and the internet industry will officially enter a new era. Chapter 405. Nickel and Nemo stayed at the ranch until the evening. Nickel had planned to go back after talking with Naoki about the future development prospects of Rotom phones. But Nemo was already having fun. For an afternoon, Nemo had fierce Pokemon battles with the Pokemon in the ranch one after another, until all the Pokemon were exhausted, and she stopped with satisfaction. "The feeling of fighting is really great," Nemo said excitedly. Naoki, He cast his eyes on Nemo's Pokemon, and felt that Nemo had gained a lot of experience from him that day. Seeing his daughter's crazy look, Nicker said helplessly, "Nemo's personality is just like a boy." However, Naoki understood. Nemo loves Pokemon battles. Nickel smiled and nodded. "Well, Nemo told me before that she wants to be a great Pokemon trainer when she grows up. She will definitely do it." Naoki thought of Nemo in the game and whispered, "Huh?" Nickel exhaled. No matter what, as long as Nemo is happy. As a father, no matter what his daughter wants to do in the future, he will unconditionally support her. At this point, Nickel looked at the time and said goodbye to Naoki. "It's getting late. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Naoki. We won't bother you anymore. After I go back this time, I will ask someone to send the mobile phone you ordered." "Thank you very much." Naoki nodded. Nickel smiled, then turned his eyes to Nemo, who was taking care of his Pokemon, and shouted, "Nemo, we should go." Hearing that they were leaving here, Nemo's face suddenly showed a reluctant expression. But she also knew that she had stayed here for a long time today, and it was time to go home. So, Nemo reluctantly put the Pokemon back into the Pokeball, and then waved goodbye to Naoki with full fighting spirit. "I will definitely come to visit again, Mr. Naoki." "You're welcome anytime." Naoki smiled and nodded. "Well, bye then." Nemo followed her father back to the car. Before the car drove away, Nemo waved to Naoki through the car window. "Babu Tubo, let's have a Pokemon battle next time." Babu Tubo, who had been fighting with Nemo for an afternoon, said, "Bammo?" Naoki touched Babu Tubo's head and smiled as he watched the car leave the ranch. It was getting dark. Not long after Nemo and his daughter left, Zack drove a large truck to the ranch. Naoki helped him load the vegetables and milk into the car. While paying the bill, Zack wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and grinned. The day after tomorrow is the time for the Harvest Festival. Don't forget to bring your Pokemon with you. The Harvest Festival was originally a harvest festival in the town of Jachin, but the people of the town changed this festival into the Harvest Festival to express their gratitude to the Bud Crown King for saving the Back Mountain. It was used to worship the Bud Crown King and thank him for giving the earth abundance. In previous years, the Harvest Festival was held at Tongshin Square, but this year, due to the establishment of the Harvest Shrine, Mayor Thomas changed the venue to the Back Mountain. Although there are still 2 days before the Harvest Festival, everyone in the town of Jachin has already started to get busy and decorate the festival site. Naoki knew about this because he could also see the mountain road leading to the Harvest Shrine in the ranch. In the past 2 nights, lights were always lit on both sides of the mountain road, lighting the way to the Harvest Shrine. Well, we will definitely go there to participate. Naoki smiled. Zack looked excited. It will be very lively then, right? I heard that many tourists came to Jachin town specifically. And it is said that there will be TV stations coming to record programs. It will definitely happen. I think the Bud Crown King will be very happy to see such a scene. Naoki said softly. It's really exciting. Zack felt full of energy when he thought of the scene at that time. It was such a great feeling to see the town where I grew up becoming more and more prosperous. Zack left with great energy. Naoki also began to pack the Pofin and energy cubes into boxes and handed them to the Dragonites working on the ranch. After working hard all day, the Dragonites left the ranch happily with a full load. As soon as the Dragonites left, the ranch immediately became much emptier. Thinking back to today's conversation with Nicker, Naoki took out the Rotom phone from his pocket and explored its functions. He turned on the camera, pointed the camera at the goat lying on the grass, and pressed the shutter. The next second, the picture froze, and the goat's leisurely look was captured. Well, the picture looks very clear, so that he can store the photos of Pokemon in the electronic photo album in the future. After testing the camera function, Naoki turned on text messages and calls. Then, he discovered something very magical. There is no need to install a SIM card in the Rotom phone. It seems to have a built-in communication system, and the owner can check his phone number in the system settings. It seems that as long as you know someone's number, you can communicate with them. The next function is the map. Naoki opened the map, and the phone automatically located his current location, the outskirts of Jachin town. The map supports zooming in and out, which is almost the same as in the game, but you can't view the general types and information of Pokemon living in a certain place. The next one is the Rotom Pokédex. Naoki has tried it before, and knows that it contains Pokemon information in the Padia region. The last function is the App Store and website login interface. As the name implies, the App Store is a place to download software, but the phone has not yet been officially released to the public, and only a few insignificant apps can be downloaded. The website login interface is used to log into the web page, which is equipped with a special search engine that allows trainers to search for various information. What's even more amazing is that the Rotom phone does not need to be charged. To be precise, only phones with Rotom inside can be charged. Because the Rotom living in the phone will continuously provide power to the phone. As long as Rotom is fine, the phone will always have power. Tisk, it's really amazing Rotom technology. Naoki was amazed. But if you think about it carefully, Rotom is also an electric Pokemon after all, and generating electricity is a piece of cake for it. At the same time, in the Johto region Yuanju City, passing through the bell sound path covered with golden sycamore leaves, a silent, solemn, and antique tower appeared in front of us. There are bells hanging under the eaves of each floor of the tower. When the wind blows, the melodious and pleasant bell sounds will drift away with the golden sycamore forest. Inside the bell tower, several monks in robes are sweeping the dust in the tower. In a corner that no one noticed, Baby Bear and Fantasy quietly poked their heads out. What? Is this the bell tower? Fantasy looked left and right, then nodded with certainty. Meow. It should be here. Seeing that he had found the right place, Baby Bear's eyes lit up, and then he took out a mysterious feather that exuded rainbow light from behind. A few days ago, they encountered this feather on their way. The baby bear made full use of his picking up ability, and noticed the beautiful feather that fell on the grass at a glance. He wanted to pick up the feather at that time, and asked Zapdos to give it to Naoki as a gift. As a result, that night, A mysterious Pokemon with orange-red hair appeared in front of them. It was a majestic Pokemon. It had iron rings on its strong limbs, a red six-pointed star-shaped structure on its cheeks, a golden hair shell like a clover on its forehead, and a mane like floating white smoke behind it. When the Pokemon saw them, it showed a surprised expression on its face. But soon, it introduced itself to the 3 members of the Great Hero Expedition team. It said that its name was Inai, and it was the messenger of Lord Phoenix. It also said that the feather was Lord Phoenix's feather, and guided them to the bell tower in Yuanzhou City, saying that the feather could be used there. So, after asking all the way, the Great Hero Expedition team arrived at this quaint town. The baby bear looked up at the top of the tower. What? That Pokemon seemed to have said, "Let's go to the top of the tower." Meow blinked, then quietly used teleportation to take baby bear out of the bell tower, and went outside to meet up with Zapdos. After hearing the discovery of its 2 companions, Zapdos nodded calmly, and let them sit on it. When Meow and Baby Bear sat down, Zapdos flapped its wings and flew towards the top of the tower. The warm orange sun shone on Zapdos, casting a moving shadow on the bell path. The monk who was sweeping fallen leaves on the bell path found a shadow. He looked up and saw an orange figure flying towards the bell tower. The monk was slightly stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Lord Phoenix. Lord Phoenix has returned to the bell tower. The monks were very happy and cried with joy, because Phoenix had not returned for a long time. Now that Phoenix has returned to the bell tower, does it mean that it is willing to reconnect with people? The monks quickly informed the old man in Yuanzhou City, who had been believing in and waiting for the return of the Phoenix King. However, when everyone climbed to the top of the bell tower, they did not see the Phoenix King there, but found 3 Pokemon that came from nowhere. The monk who first discovered the Phoenix King looked at Zapdos and opened his mouth wide, with a look of bereavement. It's not the Phoenix King. Zapdos? ? Mew and Baby Bear also looked back at these humans with surprise. At this moment, an old woman with white hair among the humans saw the feather in Baby Bear's hand. She was surprised and said, "That's the feather of Lord Ho." What? Baby Bear looked down at the feather in his hand. Looking at the look of these humans, could they want to steal its feather? Baby Bear immediately showed a vigilant look on his face. This feather is useless here, and he is still going to give it to Naoki. Therefore, Baby Bear and Dream immediately wanted to take the Zapdos to leave here. But suddenly, the old woman stopped them. "Please wait a moment. I don't mean to steal that feather." Hearing this, the 3 Pokemon looked at her. The old woman continued, "That is the rainbow feather of the Phoenix King. Since the Phoenix King has given you his feather, it means that he has chosen you. Guided by the rainbow feather, those who meet the Phoenix King will become the Rainbow Warrior." The old woman murmured the information recorded in the ancient book. Meow? What? Baby Bear and Dream were quickly attracted by the word Rainbow Warrior. Not seeing the Phoenix King, the old woman looked disappointed. Now Lord Ho does not even grant humans the qualification of Rainbow Warrior. Instead, he chose these 3 Pokemon. It seems that Lord Ho still cares a lot about the incident hundreds of years ago. At that time, Lord Ho and Lord Lugia lived in the Bell Tower and the Bell Tower. Until a war broke out between humans, the war affected the Bell Tower, causing the Bell Tower to burn down, and the Pokemon nearby also lost their lives. Lord Ho and Lord Lugia were disappointed with humans, so they left Vermilion City from then on and never came back. Although Lord Ho has not forgiven humans, they still believe in him. Now that Lord Ho has given his rainbow feathers to the 3 Pokemon, she plans to follow Lord Ho's instructions and help the 3 Pokemon complete the test of the Rainbow Warrior. Let's go to Azure Mountain. The old woman guided. Since Lord Ho is unwilling to return to the Bell Tower, he must be somewhere in Azure Mountain. Follow the guidance of the rainbow feathers and go to Azure Mountain. When you pass the test of Lord Phoenix, you can be called the Rainbow Warrior, and Lord Phoenix will fulfill your wish. The old woman narrated slowly according to the records in the ancient book. The next evening, the 50 mobile phones that Naoki ordered in advance were delivered to the ranch by an office worker in a suit riding a flying taxi of the Angry Parrot. Obviously, it was an employee of Rotom Technology Company who came to the ranch on a business trip. When Naoki signed for the mobile phones, the office worker's work was completed. He did not stay here for long, and took the Angry Parrot flying taxi to start the return journey. Naoki returned to the living room with a big box of mobile phones, unpacked it, took out the mobile phones one by one, and debugged them. Seeing that all the mobile phones had no problems and could be used normally, Naoki stopped. The next step is to wait for the official release of the mobile phone, and then download all the apps that need to be installed. Naoki thought. He did not plan to give the mobile phone to wrap him in Dragonite now, because the current mobile phone functions are not complete and there is nothing fun in it. After putting away his phone, Naoki began to prepare for tomorrow's Harvest Festival. After the Harvest Festival, autumn will be over. Before he knew it, this year has come to an end. Compared with last year, many new partners had joined the ranch. This year's new year will definitely be very lively, Naoki thought. I just don't know if Baby Bear, Dream and Zappos will come back this year. So far, he hasn't received any news from them for almost 2 months. I don't know what the Hero Expedition team is doing now, and where they have gone. Chapter 406. Perhaps because tomorrow is the Harvest Festival, the town of Zichin has become more and more lively these past 2 days. Naoki can see a few trainers with Pokemon passing by the ranch from time to time. There is no doubt that their destination is the Harvest Shrine on the back mountain. Mayor Thomas and his group attach great importance to this year's Harvest Festival. From early in the morning, he took the people of the town to the back mountain to decorate the festival venue, and worked until dark. So that night, when Naoki was feeding Pokemon in the ranch, he accidentally looked over and saw the bright lights on the back mountain, which seemed very lively. Not only him, but the Pokemon in the ranch also noticed the scene over there. The Pokemon led by Urakyo looked very excited. Urakyo asked, Bony? Naoki, are we going there to play tomorrow? Of course. Naoki smiled and nodded. His eyes swept over the Pokemon in front of him. Not only us, but Bud Crown is also planning to go over and take a look. Urakyo had participated in the local festival in Kitakami Township before. Before the man died, every time the festival was held, one Pokemon would wear a mask and go down the mountain to the town to celebrate with the people. After the man died, Uruguay had never formally participated in the festival. It would just wear a mask and stand far away to watch the laughing people. Bony. Uruguay looked expectant. What would the festival in this place be like? Uruguay soon got the answer to this question. On September 30th, 199 of the Alliance calendar, the last night of autumn, the annual large-scale festival in Zichin Town officially began. The team composed of Mayor Thomas and others passed through the brightly lit mountain road, climbed the back mountain, and went to the Shrine of Plenty to worship the Bud Crown King. On this day, the back mountain was particularly lively. Trainers who heard the news came from all over the place, including several TV reporters and photographers, who came here to report the deeds of the legendary Pokemon, Bud Dream. There were many stalls at the foot of the mountain road in the back mountain. Pedestrians of all kinds walked among them with excitement, picking out their favorite items. There were stalls selling souvenirs, stalls selling small wooden sculptures of Bud Dream, stalls selling roasted corn, and even an uncle who was shouting to sell Magikarp. Magikarp, super quality Magikarp, Magikarp with great talent. You won't be cheated, you won't be fooled. One is only 3,000 Alliance coins. Buy more, get more gifts. Naoki, who was covered with EV, narrowed his eyes when he heard the voice. How come there is an uncle selling Magikarp in this place? After a closer look, Naoki recognized the man as a fisherman he had seen on the beach before. There were quite a lot of tourists around, and Naoki did not forget to remind the Pokemon around him. Follow closely, don't get lost. Gulton Motorcycle Lizard, help me take care of the EVs and Frost Milk. Bubble, can you help me look after Saifuhao? Where's Saifuhao? Naoki turned around and looked around, and saw Saifuhao enthusiastically running to a stall selling roasted corn. It gave the owner a few gold coins, and then took a few roasted corns under the owner's surprised eyes. Naoki, The EVs hanging on Naoki also looked expectantly at the delicious and fun things on the surrounding stalls. The most outgoing Flareon quickly jumped to a barbecue stall, pointing at the fragrant barbecue and asking Naoki to buy it. During this time, pedestrians came and went on the road, blocking their sight. Naoki suddenly felt a headache. He went forward to buy a few skewers of barbecue, and then lifted Flareon's neck and put it on Gulton's back. There are too many people, don't run around. However, how could the lively and adventurous Eevee be scared by so many people? Naoki was not paying attention, and 2 more EVs disappeared, and the surrounding crowds dispersed them. Bammo! Babu saw 2 little EVs in a corner, called out and chased them. Naoki had a headache. There were too many people now. If this continued, the other EVs would be lost. In order to avoid this from happening, he could only take out the Pokeball and collect all the EVs around him. After a long time, Babu flew back with the 2 EVs. Naoki poked their heads and took out the Pokeball. Let's go to the Pokeball first. A white light flashed, and Eevee was collected into the Pokeball. Naoki and the Pokemon next to him breathed a sigh of relief. Let's continue. After wandering around the stall for a while, Naoki led a group of Pokemon up the mountain road to the rich shrine to participate in the festival. Compared to the lower part, there were not so many pedestrians on the mountain road. The rich shrine was built halfway up the back mountain, and was not a large shrine. In the center of the shrine was a statue of the Bud Crown King, and in front of the statue were offerings from people, which were crops harvested from the fields. When Naoki arrived here, Mayor Thomas and his men were worshipping at the shrine. There were many reporters around. Some reporters were facing the photographers and broadcasting live. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Padilla Evening News Channel. I am reporter Xiaochun. Now I am reporting on a lively harvest festival. According to Xiaochun's understanding, this harvest festival seems to be a traditional festival in Jiqing Town. Did you see it? The Pokemon statue placed in the shrine is the statue of the legendary Pokemon Bud Dream. Bud Dream, the legendary king of abundance, has the ability to make crops mature and flowers bloom instantly. It is said that when he descends on a place, he will make the land fertile. Perhaps some viewers still remember that this spring, it was this Pokemon that helped the forest to regain its vitality. What a great Pokemon! Reporter Xiaochun sighed softly in front of the camera. At this moment, the photographer in charge of recording the program suddenly noticed the strange phenomenon above the shrine. A flash of light flashed, and a Pokemon with a huge head, as if wearing a crown, appeared above the shrine, looking at the humans below with a loving face. The photographer was shocked and opened his mouth wide, and quickly moved the camera. Seeing his actions, reporter Xiaochun also looked back. When she saw the figure that was exactly the same as the statue placed in the shrine, her mouth opened into an O shape. Wow! That Pokemon. Is that Pokemon the Bud Crest? Oh my god! Bud Crest has appeared. The townspeople who were worshipping also saw Bud Crest. Mayor Thomas knew that Bud Crest lived in Naoki Ranch, so he was not too surprised. The other townspeople who didn't know about it were excited. The legendary Pokemon has appeared. Bud Crest must have sensed their sincerity, so it appeared here. This scene was broadcast to the entire Padilla area through television. At this moment, everyone watching the evening news saw the figure of the Bud Crown. Naoki stood not far away with Pokemon such as Golden and looked at the expressions on those people's faces. He could already foresee what would be on the headlines of tomorrow's news. Shock! Legend has it that Pokemon appeared at the festival for the purpose of the bond between Pokemon and humans. Legend has it that Pokemon trusts humans, establishes friendship with humans through the festival, and cares for this land. Undoubtedly, this news will let more people know about the existence of the Bud Crown King, thus providing him with more faith and more power. In this era of rapid information dissemination, if nothing unexpected happens, the deeds and legends of the Bud Crown King will be passed down forever. And today's incident may become a new legend in thousands of years, becoming an eternal story of humans and Pokemon running to each other. From now on, the Bud Crown King will no longer have to worry about being forgotten by the world, losing power, and falling into the same situation as before. Looking at the scene in front of him, Naoki couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's quite touching to say, who could have imagined that things would develop to this point today? At first, he just wanted to tame the 2 horses of the Bud Crown King to participate in the horse racing meeting held in the town. But he didn't expect that his faith would help the Bud Crown King by accident and establish trust with him. In front of the Shrine of Abundance, the Bud Crown King slowly floated in front of the crowd, looking gently at those who worshipped him, appreciated him, and trusted him. If someone had told him a year ago that he would be revitalized in the future, he would never have believed it. But now, it has really happened. His little believers traveled thousands of miles across the sea to find him in that strange land, helped him find his beloved horse, and restored his strength and memory. They invited him to this new land, spread his legend everywhere, and let more people know of his existence. All of this not only helped him, but also allowed his power to break through himself and reach a new height. For Naoki, the Bud Crown was full of gratitude. For the humans living on this land, he was willing to trust them and bring them abundance. Thinking of this, the Bud Crown looked at Naoki not far away and looked at him gently. Everything was self-evident. Naoki smiled slightly and said to the Pokemon around him, "Okay, let's go for a walk down the mountain." The Pokemon had no objection. On the way down the mountain, Eruption looked at the brightly lit scene and the lively atmosphere around him. This reminded it of the festival it had attended in Quill Town, Kitakami Township. Miraculous thought of the deceased man, and perhaps the sight brought back memories. Its eyes were filled with tears, and it cried out in sorrow. Bony. Naoki, and the other Pokemon around were stunned for a moment, and then they all turned their eyes to Urukyo. Dingling? Saifuhao was a little flustered. He didn't understand why Urukyo, who was so happy just now, suddenly cried. Naoki could roughly guess some of the answers. He reached out and touched Urgoku's head and asked, "Are you thinking about the past again?" Urgoku looked at him sadly. "Bony." Naoki sighed. He was not in a hurry to go down the mountain, and simply took Urgoku to sit down on a mountain road where there were not many people. The weather today was very good. It was a sunny day without clouds, and the night sky was cloudless. Staying here, you can see an extremely beautiful starry sky. Naoki took the Pokemon to look at the starry sky and said, "There is a rumor in our human life that after a person leaves this world, his soul will rise into the sky and become a star in the sky to protect his relatives and guide them in the dark night. The way forward." Hearing this, Urgue looked up at the night sky. The stars reflected in its eyes. Urgue asked, "Bony?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, he must be there watching you, protecting you, hoping that you can live happily. Maybe it was he who pointed out the direction for me to find you and take you away from that place." Urgue's face was moved. Bony. It wiped away tears with its hands and tried to cheer up again. Then it stood up and pulled Naoki with its hands. "Bony." Naoki saw what Eruption meant. Eruption was saying, "Let's go play." He smiled and said okay, then took a few Pokemon down the mountain. The crowds of people surged around, and with the appearance of Bud Crown, the atmosphere of the entire Harvest Festival reached its peak. The tourists heard the news of the appearance of the legendary Pokemon and rushed to the Harvest Shrine to watch. Gradually, fewer and fewer people were around the stall. Naoki then released the EVs from the Pokeballs and took them around to walk around. Flareon wanted to eat barbecue, so Naoki bought it several more skewers of barbecue. Vaporeon was very interested in the fish-shaped food sold at a stall, so Naoki immediately bought it a big bag. Jolteon took a fancy to a Pikachu-shaped night light, so Naoki bought it for it. Glacian and Moon EV, along with several other little EVs, stood in front of Magikarp's stall and watched the Magikarp swimming in the water. This time, Naoki didn't need to do anything, and Saifuhao confidently patted his chest and said that he would help the EVs buy these fish. Naoki was so scared that he quickly stopped them and took away some Pokemon. "That's not an ordinary fish, and you can't eat it. It's a Pokemon." After hearing that it couldn't be eaten, Saifuhao gave up. Eruption looked left and right. Compared to those things, it enjoyed participating in this festival with Naoki more. It had never participated properly before. It either had to wear a mask or hide in a corner, and it had to be careful not to let others discover its identity as a ghost. Now, it no longer needs to use a mask to cover its face, and can walk around the festival as it pleases. Urukyo is very happy about this. Pokemon such as Gultun, Babbitt, Motor Lizard and Dragonite don't want anything, because compared with these EV, they are already mature Pokemon. Seeing this, Naoki took out his Rotom mobile phone and prepared to record the scene. He turned on the video function, pointed the camera at the Pokemon in front of him, and said to them, "Come on, smile, I record a video for you." With a click, the smiling faces of the Pokemon in the light were saved in the mobile phone. When everything was over, it was already 9:30 in the evening. It was late, and the Harvest Festival had come to an end. The EV and the Pokemon such as the Sefudu, who were full and tired, began to feel drowsy, and Naoki took out the Pokeball and put them all into the ball. Eruption was unwilling to enter the Pokeball. It wanted to walk home with Naoki. Naoki was slightly startled, then smiled and nodded. "Okay, then we will walk home together." They left the back mountain, riding the evening breeze, bathing in the starlight. Naoki led the Pokemon to the country road leading to the pasture, and walked towards their home. Chapter 407. As soon as autumn passed, the temperature dropped immediately. The Pokemon in the mountains and forests began to store fruits for the winter, and the cold-fearing Pokemon also began their annual migration, flying to the distant southern country. The cold wind was bleak, and the withered yellow leaves swirled and fell from the branches. Naoki stopped farming the fields and simply planted 2 kinds of radishes that the Spirit Horse and Snow Horse liked to eat. He took the Pokemon to store the vegetables they had harvested before in the warehouse, or made them into pickles to keep with rice. It is worth mentioning that the onion garden that the onion duck looks after is also affected by the season. Those thick and strong onions have become very old because they have not been harvested for a long time. The onion duck is very familiar with this kind of thing. Therefore, before these onions die of old age, it weighs the onions in its hands and harvests the onions in the onion garden one by one, then bundles them up and gives them to Naoki to sell for money. After several months of fitness career, the onion duck has already trained a strong physique, with sturdy muscles under the fine fur. The onion that was originally exaggerated has become extremely easy for the onion duck now. Well, it seems that your onion skills have improved again. Looking at the onion duck waving the onion in front of him, Naoki couldn't help but nod. The onion duck held the onion in one hand and swept it violently. The fallen leaves on the ground floated into the air, with the airflow generated by the onion. Hearing Naoki's words, the onion duck stopped practicing. It held the onion like a gun and looked back with a firm look. "Ga, what are your plans for the future?" Naoki asked. "Ga." The far-fetched thought about it carefully, and then shook his head. It wanted to stay in the ranch and continue to practice here. "Then please take care of me in the future." Naoki smiled and touched Farfetched's head. As he said that, he tied the red wool scarf he bought from the town around Farfetched's neck. "A gift for you. I'm afraid this winter will be very cold," Naoki said. When he watched the news a few days ago, he saw that a strong cold air was sweeping across the Padilla Sea, and it was estimated that it would reach the Padilla area soon. Farfetch'd looked down at the scarf around his neck and looked very happy. Quack. After saying goodbye to Farfetch'd, Naoki returned home. It was already November, and the temperature was getting colder. It felt like it would snow in a while. Last winter he went to the Galar region to look for Budcrest, but this winter he didn't have anything special to do. Therefore, Naoki planned to stay at home and spend the entire winter with his Pokemon. According to Naoki, the Paideia Alliance was also on holiday. All the gym leaders, like Chishu and Gurusha, don't have to stay in the gym. They can use this time to travel outside or go back to their hometown to spend time with their families. After the temperature dropped, Naoki reopened the ventilation duct of the lava worm. As the lava worm moved inside, the warm air emitted from it would float along the duct to every corner of the house, making the whole house warm. The EVs have thick fur on their bodies. Even in such cold weather, they are not affected at all, and are still having fun outside. In the living room, besides the Bud Crown King watching TV and his royal tea sets, Live Beicha and Buzz Pot, only the cold-fearing motor lizard was sleeping in front of the warm fireplace. Naoki took out the ingredients from the refrigerator and started to prepare lunch for the Pokemon. He had other things to do in the afternoon. Dr. Olin called him yesterday and said that he planned to visit the ranch this afternoon to observe the life of Flutterwing in the outside world. So, when Naoki finished lunch and sat on the sofa to replenish the black tea and Buzz Pot, Dr. Olin rushed to the ranch with Piper. After not seeing each other for a long time, Piper seems to have not changed much, still as taciturn as before. Naoki smiled and greeted him. "Long time no see, Piper." Piper looked at him and replied politely, "Long time no see, Mr. Naoki." Sister Ai Butler brought 2 cups of hot black tea to Piper and Dr. Olin. After Dr. Olin took 2 sips, he couldn't wait to see the life of Flutterwing in the ranch. Flutterwing should be over at Snorlax Park now. As Naoki said this, he stood up and said, "Let's go, I take you there." The 2 of them stood up and followed Naoki through the ranch. On the way, Piper looked left and right, and he suddenly noticed that there were many fewer Pokemon in the ranch. The Mount Goats were gone, and Oliva was gone too. Seeing this, Piper couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Naoki, where are the Mount Goats?" "Them?" Naoki replied, "They went to a warm place to spend the winter. To be precise, they went to the World Tree in the reverse world. The World Tree has grown very tall and big now, and can accommodate the Mount Goat and Oliva, even if there are another 100 of them. In addition, the temperature in the reverse world is constant all year round, and the natural energy emitted by the World Tree is of great benefit to grass attribute Pokemon. Therefore, after the temperature dropped, Naoki let them go to the Sky Island where the World Tree is located to practice, and wait until spring, when the weather warms up before returning. The entrance to the reverse world is in the lake in the ranch, and it is also convenient for milking goats." Hearing this answer, Piper nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After crossing the river, the 3 of them came to Snorlax Park. After many days, Dr. Olin finally saw the special Flutter Hare again. At this moment, a lot of Pokemon have gathered in Snorlax Park. A group of Eevee are jumping around on Snorlax's belly as a trampoline. And Flutter Hare stayed alone on the slide, curiously using his wing claws to slide down the slide. Seeing this, Dr. Olin's eyes lit up. The ferocious ancient Pokemon was playing on the slide, which was a rare scene. Naoki on the side described in detail what happened after Flutter Hare came to the ranch. At the beginning, Flutter Hare still retained the habits of ancient life. It would quietly go out to hunt at night, like to eat raw meat, and tear the meat with sharp teeth. Dr. Olin nodded. This is the ecological habit of Pokemon like Flutter Hare. Influenced by the violent and primitive energy of the ancient times, all ancient Pokemon from that era retain very primitive habits, just like the savages described in some adventure books. Later, I asked Gulton to introduce modern life to it, and taught it what it should and should not do. In order to change Flutter's nocturnal habits, I gave it a kind of refreshing coffee. Gradually, Flutter slowly adapted to life on the ranch. Did Flutter make any friends? Dr. Olin asked. Naoki thought for a moment, then said, Flutterhair still likes to be alone, and rarely acts like a spoiled child to me like other Pokemon, but when I touch its head and comb its hair, it will also show an expression of enjoyment. Flutterhair has a good relationship with other Pokemon. It likes to watch them play around, but the one with whom Flutterhair has the best relationship is Golden. I understand. Dr. Olin nodded gently, and she took out her camera and took a precious picture of Flutterhair playing on the slide. Then, Dr. Olin stayed here to observe for a while, before following Naoki back to the living room. Papa was very interested in the Pokemon in the ranch, so Naoki asked his brother, and Butler, to take him to visit. He stayed in the living room and chatted with Dr. Olin. Dr. Olin took a sip of hot tea and said, I always feel that this winter is particularly cold. Naoki smiled and said, Are you and Dr. Fuda planning to return to the ground to celebrate the new year this year? Not sure yet. Dr. Olin recalled his research and continued, It depends on whether the research institute is busy, but if he can't come back by then, we will take Papa over. Naoki nodded slightly. With you company, Papa will be very happy. Yes. Dr. Olin nodded gently. That child is the pride of Futu and me. Next year, Papa will go to Padia College, and he will be able to make more new friends there. In this way, Papa will not feel lonely. Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. When he first came, Papa was still a dull kid, and now in the blink of an eye, Papa is going to school. I just don't know if Dr. Olin's expectations can be realized. Because from the game, when Papa was studying at Padia College, he was still alone. Later, when the Mastiff Godfather was injured, he also relied on his own strength to run around to find a way to treat the Mastiff Godfather. At that time, Papa met the protagonist of the game. After experiencing the adventure of exploring Zone Zero together, he became good friends with the protagonists of the game, Nemo and Muden. Speaking of time, Naoki suddenly became curious about the time machine in Zone Zero. As far as he knows, with the current technology in the Pokemon world, it is impossible to create a time machine. After all, time travel is the ability of Dialga and Palkia. Doctor, can the time machine in Area Zero really achieve time travel? Naoki asked curiously. Dr. Olin nodded slightly. Of course, it is with its power that we summon so many ancient and future Pokemon to this era. Doesn't that mean that humans can now use time machines to explore the distant past and future? Naoki asked. About this matter. Dr. Olin thought for a moment, and then replied, To be honest, we have no way to grasp the specific time, nor can we locate a certain exact time point. We can only call Pokemon from a rough time period. As for traveling back to the past to explore. As a doctor, Olinbo has done a lot of research in this area. She organized her words a little bit before speaking. Although it is my and Fuda's dream to go to that era and see it with our own eyes, we don't plan to do so. Why? Naoki asked. Dr. Olin looked at him and asked, I wonder if you have heard of time paradox, which is the logical conclusion of time travel or time travel leading to contradictory conclusions. Moreover, time is a developing line. Everything you do has a cause and effect relationship. If your actions in the past change history, then everything in the future will change accordingly, and you will never be able to return to the time and space you are familiar with. Naoki was completely confused. Dr. Olin continued, Some scientists have made various hypotheses in the past to solve the time paradox. For example, the more popular parallel universe hypothesis. Some scientists believe that our world has many similar clone worlds in the universe. When someone goes back to the past, he enters another parallel world, that is, the future world that has been changed because of his actions, and the secondary world collapses and disappears at a certain moment, which may be the moment you go back to the past. Naoki, I don't understand at all. Seeing the expression on his face, Dr. Olin couldn't help laughing and said, In short, if you play with time, time will play with you. Some established facts cannot be changed at all. If you force it to change, then everything in the future will collapse because of your actions. All the people, Pokemon and things you know will be affected by the butterfly effect and change again. For example, if someone in the future travels back in time and stops his grandmother and grandfather from getting married, then that person in the future will disappear and never appear. So complicated. Looking at Dr. Olin in front of him, Naoki couldn't help but complain in his heart. So the ending of the two doctors dying in the end during their research in the game was also the result of playing with time? He had tried to change the fate of Dr. Olin and Dr. Fuda before, but he didn't know if he succeeded. Dr. Olin sat for a while, and prepared to leave. There were still things waiting for her to deal with at the research institute, and she planned to take Papa to Zone 0 next. If there is no time, then the three of them will spend the new year there. Seeing this, Naoki stood up to see them off. "Be safe," he said. Dr. Olin smiled, and then disappeared on the country road with Piper. Naoki returned to the living room, and saw Motor Lizard looking confused and thinking about something. Naoki raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" "Gaw," Motor Lizard replied. Rape Crown helped translate a sentence casually. It turned out that Motor Lizard was confused by Dr. Olin's time paradox. Motor Lizard asked, "Gale? Does Naoki know what that means?" Naoki thought about it carefully, and then explained to Motor Lizard in detail what he understood. "For example, I also had a father and a mother before, right?" Motor Lizard nodded. Every Pokemon has a father and a mother. If someone goes back to the past and prevents the parents at that time from falling in love, then I will never be born again, and the me now will also be affected and disappear with it. This should be the butterfly effect. Dr. Olin said so. But Naoki was a little uncertain. After all, the god of time existed in this world, and some of his scientific theories in his previous life could not be established in this magical Pokemon world. Motor Lizard seemed to understand what he said. Naoki wanted to say something, but the video phone at home suddenly rang. Naoki went forward to answer it, and heard Xiaomei's voice from the phone. Xiaomei was the granddaughter of the owner of the Pokemon Ranch store in the town. "Is Mr. Naoki home?" "Yes, what's up?" Naoki asked. Xiaomei replied, "It's like this. The day before yesterday, my grandfather met a wounded tropical dragon in the wild jungle. The tropical dragon was supposed to fly to the south for the winter, but its wings were injured and it couldn't fly. The weather is getting colder and colder, and it's going to snow soon. Although its wounds have healed, it's too late to leave for the south at this time, so Grandpa plans to find a trainer to help take care of the tropical dragon. Do you have time?" Chapter 408. After hanging up the phone, Naoki immediately rushed to Jichin town. When he arrived there, Xiaomei was sorting food in the store. Seeing Naoki coming, she immediately took Naoki to the location of the tropical dragon. The tropical dragon is currently living in the ranch, but it seems very depressed because it lost its companions. As Xiaomei walked, she introduced the situation of the tropical dragon in front. Hearing this, Naoki nodded to show that he understood. Most Pokemon like tropical dragons live in tropical jungles, especially in the Alola region, where there are a lot of tropical dragons. But in other areas, there are still some tropical dragons living there. The ecological habits of these tropical dragons are quite special. Perhaps due to the different habitats, every time the cold winter comes, these tropical dragons often form a large group with other tropical dragons and fly to the warm south. They will not come back until the weather warms up, which is a bit like a swallow. The two walked forward, and after passing through a withered grassland, Naoki finally saw the tropical dragon by a small lake. In reality, the tropical dragon is very large, more than 2 meters tall, and its body is brown-gray, very similar to the coconut trees growing on the seashore. It has a long neck, extremely strong limbs, and 3 green leaves on its head. At first glance, it looks like a tree wrapped in leaves. There are also 4 huge leaves on the back of the tropical dragon, which are its wings. The tropical dragon can fly by flapping its wings. But the most attractive thing is the bunch of yellow banana-like fruits hanging on the lower jaw of the tropical dragon. This is the tropical dragon. "Has Mr. Naoki seen a tropical dragon before?" Xiaomei asked. Naoki: "I have only seen it from a distance, but never touched it." He had seen a tropical dragon there when he went to Dagwa Lake before. Dagwa Lake has abundant water resources, lush vegetation, and fresh air, which is a place that tropical dragon likes. "I see." Xiaomei nodded slightly, and then introduced, "Tropical dragon is also a Pokemon that can be raised. It's the fruit hanging from their necks. A tropical dragon bears fruit twice a year. I've tasted it before, and it's very sweet and delicious. I heard that children in the Alola region eat the fruit from tropical dragons' necks as snacks. Because the fruit is so popular, many ranches for breeding tropical dragons have been opened in the Alola region. However, due to the climate in Padia, the fruit from tropical dragons is far less sweet than that in the Alola region." Naoki nodded as he listened. He looked at the tropical dragon not far away, and couldn't help but sigh. The tropical dragon is really big. It's almost as big as an elephant. Xiaomei hummed, and then smiled and said, "But Mr. Naoki, don't worry, tropical dragons are very docile. Even wild tropical dragons will take the initiative to share the fruits on their necks with humans who need help." As she spoke, Xiaomei walked up to the tropical dragon, stroked its head, and said to it, "Don't worry, tropical dragon. We have found a trainer who is willing to take care of you, and that is this gentleman." The depressed tropical dragon followed Xiaomei's gaze, and saw Naoki standing beside him. Naoki took the initiative to wave to it, and said, "Hello, tropical dragon, I am Naoki, and I am currently running a ranch. If you like, you can stay with me this winter." It's a pity that tropical dragon is not a Pokemon with dragon attributes, otherwise the power of dragon control can work on it, Naoki thought. Hearing his words, the tropical dragon raised its long neck and looked over here. It saw a very kind human, who was smiling at it in a friendly way. Xiaomei nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Naoki is a very kind person. There are many different Pokemon living in his ranch. If you spend the winter there, you won't feel lonely this winter." Oh. Although the tropical dragon was still a little depressed, he still nodded. This means that it is willing to go to the ranch with Naoki to spend the winter. Because it has no other choice, because of the injury to its wings, it lost the ability to fly, and could only watch other tropical dragons fly to the south, leaving it alone here. Seeing that tropical dragon agreed, Naoki smiled and said, "Then let's go back now? The Pokemon in the ranch are looking forward to your arrival." Naoki was not lying to tropical dragon. Before he rode the motorcycle lizard over, Frost Milk Fairy, Sai Fuhao, and Miraculous stopped him and asked him what he was going to do. Naoki introduced tropical dragon to them. After hearing that this Pokemon would produce sweet fruits on its neck, several Pokemon all showed expectant expressions, and waited obediently at home for tropical dragon to come. Hearing that there was a Pokemon looking forward to its coming, tropical dragon was slightly touched, and its mood was not as low as at the beginning. I saw a tropical dragon let out a long cry towards the sky, and then flapped its huge wings and flew to Naoki's side. Seeing the action of tropical dragon, Naoki was a little surprised and asked incredulously, "Do you want me to ride on your back and go back?" "Oh!" Tropical dragon nodded its huge head. Seeing this, Naoki did not refuse. He took out the Pokeball, and put Motor Lizard back into the ball, and then rode on the back of tropical dragon. One Pokemon and one person waved goodbye to Xiaomei. Xiaomei looked very happy. "Live well, tropical dragon." "Oh!" The tropical dragon knew that it was the human in front of it who saved it, and it was full of gratitude to Xiaomei and the old man. Before leaving, it lowered its neck and gave Xiaomei a few bunches of bananas on its neck. Yes, it is a kind and polite tropical dragon. Seeing this scene, Naoki nodded in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that the bunches of bananas picked from the tropical dragon's neck had indeed grown again. Naoki was immediately stunned. What happened? Aren't the fruits on the tropical dragon's neck ripened twice a year? But soon, he thought of something and suddenly realized it. The characteristic of this tropical dragon is harvest. Harvest, the hidden characteristic of the tropical dragon, the effect in the game is that it can produce the fruit that has been used many times, with a probability of 50%, and on a sunny day, the probability is 100%. Xiaomei happily accepted the tropical dragon's fruit. When she saw the fruit on the tropical dragon's neck growing again, she immediately realized it. "So your characteristic is harvesting," Xiaomei said to the tropical dragon, and then she looked at Naoki. "Mr. Naoki, tropical dragons with the harvest characteristic can occasionally get a good harvest. They can use the energy, water, and sunlight of their bodies to accelerate the growth of fruits, so that the picked fruits can grow quickly. However, this effect can only take effect once in a short period of time. After it takes effect, it will take some time for the energy in the tropical dragon's body to recover before it can be used again." Hearing this, Naoki said in his heart, as expected, "The tropical dragon with the harvesting characteristic is the perfect combination for the ranch." However, what surprised Naoki even more was that Xiaomei even knew this knowledge. He remembered that when he first met Xiaomei, Xiaomei was still a shy little girl. Now 2 years have passed, Xiaomei has grown up a lot and her personality has become much more cheerful. Naoki praised, "You are really amazing, you even know this knowledge." Xiaomei was a little embarrassed. "These are all taught by my grandfather. I plan to become a Pokemon breeder in the future. After hearing about this, my grandfather taught me a lot about Pokemon." "A Pokemon breeder?" Naoki encouraged, "Come on." Xiaomei was confident, "Yeah." After a few simple words, the Dragonite flapped its wings and flew into the air. Naoki pointed it in the direction of the ranch, and the next second, the Dragonite flew there. Compared with Dragonite, The speed of the Dragonite was slower, but its spacious back like an elephant made it more stable. Soon, one person and one Pokemon returned to the ranch. A group of Pokemon had been waiting there in advance. As soon as Naoki and Tropical Dragon landed, they surrounded them. Naoki introduced them. This is Tropical Dragon, these Pokemon are the Pokemon I just told you about. Hearing this, Tropical Dragon looked at this group of Pokemon of different species with a little curiosity. Frostmilk, Yuruko, Bubblehead, and Saifuga all expressed their welcome to Tropical Dragon. Perhaps feeling the enthusiasm coming from them, Tropical Dragon's emotions could not help but be infected. It squinted its eyes happily and responded, "Oh." Next, it was time to help the Tropical Dragon find a place to live in the ranch. The temperature was getting colder and colder. The Tropical Dragon with grass and flying attributes was 4 times weaker to ice, and was as cold shy as the motor lizard. That was why they would migrate on a large scale before winter came. The ranch in winter was not suitable for it to live in. Thinking of this, Naoki had the answer in his mind. He rode the Tropical Dragon through the lake and the ranch into the reverse world, and brought it all the way to the empty island where the world tree was. Naoki had cultivated many sunflowers that can emit light and heat here before, and grass-type Pokemon can freely perform photosynthesis here to replenish energy. For Tropical Dragons, this place is the most suitable place to spend the winter. The current world tree is very large, and its height is far more than 100 meters. Even a Tropical Dragon of more than 2 meters is very small in front of it. Fortunately, the reverse world space is infinite, so there is no need to worry about not being able to put it down. Seeing such a big tree, Tropical Dragon showed a surprised expression on his face. "Oh, this is the world tree." As he said that, Naoki looked at the goats squatting under the tree, and Oliva, who had grown a big head due to absorbing a lot of natural energy. He walked up and touched the heads of these Pokemon, and then introduced, "This is Tropical Dragon. If nothing goes wrong, it will live with us from now on." The 3 goats were originally very leisurely and docile, and they happily welcomed the arrival of Tropical Dragon. Oliva stood on the Sky Island, and at first glance it looked like a big olive tree. It opened its eyes, and looked at Tropical Dragon, and then gently welcomed it. Tropical Dragon also noticed these magical Pokemon. It looked at the Mount Goat, and sensed the extremely rich grass attribute energy on them, and a surprised expression appeared on its face. There were also Pokemon such as Mount Lamb and Mount Goat on the other side of the Cauldron Lake, but Tropical Dragon had never felt this kind of aura on them. "Good, awesome." Naoki told his Mount Goat and Oliva to take good care of this new companion, and then he planned to turn back to the ranch. Because it was getting dark, he had to go prepare dinner for the Pokemon. But before leaving, Giratina, who was sleeping on the Sky Island next door, called him in a faint voice. "Giratina, you are getting more and more casual. How bold. This is its territory. Can it come and go as it pleases?" Giratina thought angrily. Naoki then remembered that there was a petty dragon in the reverse world. He said, "Aren't you lonely living here as a dragon? You should also make more friends." If he is so irritable, how can he hand over the Rotom phone to Giratina in the future? The Rotom in the phone will definitely be scared by Giratina. Giratina did not admit that he was actually a little lonely, so he chose to use irritable yelling to cover up his true thoughts. "Who is lonely? I have been living like this for tens of thousands of years. I am not lonely." Giratina snorted coldly. "Humph, human, I see you are getting more and more presumptuous recently." Although he said so, Giratina felt that Naoki was getting more and more pleasing to the eye, and there was a kind of affinity about him that made it feel a little bit friendly. Naoki was a little unsure of Giratina's temper. In order to appease Giratina's irritable mood, he thought about it, and then floated to the Sky Island of Flowers. Then, Naoki stretched out his hand towards it under Giratina's glare. Dragon Power, activate. The next second, Giratina's eyes widened. "Bold human, what did you do?" It felt a warm energy pouring into its body. At this moment, Giratina felt its body begin to warm up, and an unprecedented feeling surged into its heart. Naoki chose to stroke its fur. "I am thanking you. This is the ability I just awakened. It is very effective for dragon Pokemon, and you are also a dragon Pokemon." As he said that, Naoki gave Giratina a complete massage. After it was over, Giratina seemed to be drunk. "Let's go. Since you are so sensible, I won't bother with you about today's matter." As expected, Dragon Power also has an effect on legendary Pokemon, Naoki thought. But it seems to have little effect at the moment. But Naoki would not think of using Dragon Power to help Giratina become stronger, because for the powerful Giratina, the current Dragon Power can't do that kind of thing at all. It is tantamount to a drop in the bucket. It was good enough that he could use the power of the dragon to win the favor of Giratina. After a brief thought, Naoki said goodbye to Giratina. The snow in the 199th year of the league calendar came earlier than last year. The next morning, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Fortunately, Naoki had prepared the Pokemon in the ranch in advance. Shrubby and Butterfree moved to the glass greenhouse, and the Mount Goat and Oliva went to the World Tree. Miltanks returned to the warm Pokemon hut, and the Salt Stones also stayed in the underground cave. Naoki placed the braided sheep in the Pokemon house of Miltank and the others, and moved Snorlax into the living room. Naoki didn't have to work on snowy days, so he stayed at home with his Pokemon. It was snowing heavily outside. The lava worms in the room continuously delivered warm air to the outside, and the Baboo Pokemon floated in the vents and handed fruit to the lava worms inside. Several EVs were chasing and playing with each other in the room, and Frosty the milkmaid and several other EVs were chatting on Snorlax's belly, and two EVs, who had never seen snow, put their little faces against the window and looked at the snow outside. Motor Lizard and Golden lie in front of the fireplace, while the butler brother and sister stand by. Buck Round sits on the sofa and watches TV, with its wings fluttering around the room on the second floor. Eruption and Saifuga share the mask it used to wear on the second floor. Farfetch rests with a green onion, while Dragonite goes back to its Pokeball and sleeps soundly. After finishing their work, the working Dragonites are given a large bag of Pofin as their year-end bonus by Naoki, and return to Dragonite Island to spend the winter. Naoki lies on the sofa, fiddling with the Rotom phone, trying to communicate with the Rotom inside. In the midst of the heavy snow, a figure of a Zapdos cuts across the sky. On its back, there are two small Pokemon. They are the traveling bear cub and Mew. As the distance to the ranch gets closer and closer, the faces of the two Pokemon are full of anticipation. Chapter 409. Baby Bear and Dream are back. When Naoki saw the three Pokemon who arrived at the ranch on a snowy day, he was very surprised. He quickly welcomed the Pokemon into the house, patted the snow off their bodies, and served them hot tea and soft, sweet cookies. The heating in the house was turned on very high. The three Pokemon of the Heroes Expedition team sat on the ground, and only after drinking a full cup of hot tea did they feel that their bodies frozen by the snow gradually warmed up and regained some strength to speak. Baby Bear and Dreamy's mouths were stuffed with cookies, like two squirrels eating. Zapdos buried his head in the food bowl and enjoyed the hot snacks. After a long while, Baby Bear burped contentedly, and then took out a feather shining with rainbow light from behind. Me. This is a gift for you, Naoki. Because he had eaten the translation melon seed crisps in advance, Naoki understood what Baby Bear said at once. He looked at the feather, and the next second, the information about the feather emerged from his mind. Rainbow Feather, a legendary item. It is the feather of the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. It is said that when the feather shines with colorful light, it can bring happiness to humans. Naoki, it's actually the feather of Ho-Oh. What did Baby Bear and Mew do? This time, they even brought back the feather of Ho-Oh. Naoki looked at Baby Bear and Mew in shock. Where did this feather come from? Baby Bear replied cheerfully, Emi. We found it on the grass. Meow nodded happily. Meow, this is the feather of Ho-Oh, Baby Bear, Emi. We have also become friends with Ho-Oh and Machado. After the two Pokemon explained it to each other, Naoki spent 5 minutes to finally figure out what happened. It turned out that the Hero Expedition team suddenly picked up this feather during their trip, and not long after that, a majestic Pokemon like a big dog appeared in front of them. The Pokemon named Inti told them to follow the guidance of the feathers to a place called Yuanju City. When the Great Hero Expedition team arrived in Yuanju City, the humans there asked them to go to Tianqing Mountain to find the Phoenix King. After several twists and turns, the Great Hero Expedition team finally arrived at Tianqing Mountain. There, they met a Pokemon with a lonely temperament who liked to hide in the shadows. Mew caught it, and learned from the conversation that the shadow Pokemon's name was Machado, who had been responsible for guiding the humans selected by the Phoenix King to participate in the test of the Rainbow Warrior. At that time, Machado told them that such a thing had never happened before. The people to whom Lord Ho had given feathers had always been humans, and never Pokemon. Hearing this, Mew and Bear immediately shook their heads to say that they were not ordinary Pokemon. They were the great chivalrous expedition team that walked the world and did justice. After listening to the story of the great chivalrous expedition team, Machado spoke. It said, in that case, then you can put the rainbow feather on that stone and give it a try. Mew and Baby Bear did as they were told. The moment they put the feather on, a beam of light burst out from the feather. A rainbow bridge appeared from the horizon, and then the Pokemon named Ho appeared. Hearing this, Naoki was stunned. So, you are already the Rainbow Hero? The Rainbow Hero is a synonym for humans chosen by Ho. In the movie, Xiaoji once passed this test and became the Rainbow Hero. Mew and Baby Bear looked at each other, then shook their heads and said, meow meow. No, the Ho said that the Rainbow Warrior is a title given to humans. Meow, the Ho also sent the feather to us after seeing what we did. It said that the feather can help us. Naoki understood and was shocked. He thought that his Pokemon had become Rainbow Warriors. He calmed down, looked at the rainbow feather in his hand, and asked, what about the Ho? The two Pokemon shook their heads. Is it? I don't know. After that, it flew away. Meow. We invited Ho to come to the ranch to play with us, but Ho refused. When he said this, the dreamy little face looked very lost. Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. Good guy. The Hero Expedition team really became a Pokemon capsule machine. From legendary Pokemon like Ho to ordinary Pokemon like Farfetch'd, he can spin out all of them. As expected of a bear cub blessed with eternal luck, Naoki expected that Ho would not come, but it was a pity. He wanted to see Ho standing on the branch of the World Tree. Maybe Ho has his own things to do, Naoki said. Hume asked innocently, meow? Will Ho come after he finishes his work? Naoki, I don't know about that. Meow. Hume felt a little disappointed. Naoki focused his attention on this feather. The feather of Zapdos was used to make lightning buns, and the feather of Ligia was used to make storm buns. Then the question is, what kind of food can be made from the feather of Ho? Naoki couldn't help but start looking forward to it. But before dealing with this feather, he had to ask the opinions of several Pokemon. Can I make a dish out of the feather? Yes. No problem, it's our gift to you, Naoki, said the baby bear. It had eaten too many cookies, and its stomach was bloated. Now it was lying on the wool carpet and rubbing its belly. Okay, thank you. I like this gift very much, Naoki said with a smile. He turned around and found the Bud Crown King, asking him to use his superpowers to change the feather into powder. The Bud Crown King readily agreed. 3 seconds later, the rainbow feather turned into a handful of golden red powder like flour. Naoki looked closely, and the information of the powder emerged from his mind. Phoenix King Feather Powder, a legendary ingredient that contains a lot of sacred power, blessing power, and fire power. After being made into a dish, it may have some magical effects. Seeing this, Naoki secretly said, as expected. He smiled and touched the heads of Baby Bear and Dream, and then said, wait, I go make steamed buns for you. Naoki turned around and went to the kitchen to start working. The 3 Pokemon who had eaten and drunk enough looked around happily, and greeted the Pokemon in the ranch. Although there were many Pokemon they didn't know, they soon became familiar with each other after introducing each other. When Mew and Baby Bear saw the Farfetch'd that they invited to the ranch, both of their little faces were filled with shock. Eee! So strong. Meow. What a big change. Ga. Farfetch'd also looked at them happily. If it weren't for Mew and Baby Bear, it wouldn't be here today. At this moment, Farfetch'd was extremely grateful that he had met the Great Hero Expedition team, came to the ranch, and met Naoki. Naoki was very familiar with the process of making steamed buns. Knead the dough, let it rest, roll it into steamed buns, and steam it in a pot. Near noon, the heavy snow outside stopped. The Pokemon in the room curiously put on the scarves that Naoki bought for them, and ran outside to play in the snow. The 3 Pokemon from the Great Hero Expedition team also went outside. However, their purpose was different from that of other Pokemon. They went to see if the World Tree had grown up. However, as soon as they came outside, Zapdos and Mew noticed that the World Tree planted on the grass was missing. Several Pokemon were startled and hurried to find Naoki, telling him that the World Tree was gone. Naoki was steaming buns in the pot. When he heard what Mew said, he smiled and replied, "It's not gone, it's too big, the ranch can't accommodate it, so I moved it to another place." Then, Naoki asked his sister Ai Guancher to help watch the pot, and he took the 3 Pokemon across the lake and entered the reverse world. The next second, Zapdos, Mew and Baby Bear saw an extremely tall and sturdy tree in the void. Chirp! Zapdos was excited. This was exactly the perfect home it had always dreamed of. Mew and Baby Bear were also surprised. At this moment, they finally understood what Naoki meant when he said that the World Tree would grow very big, and you could invite all the Pokemon friends you made to live there. Naoki brought the 3 Pokemon to the tree. The excited Zapdos began to fly around the World Tree. Mew also cried excitedly and flew to the branch. Naoki stood under the tree holding the baby bear and looked up at the scene. Seeing Mew's excitement, it should be planning to use the secret power on the World Tree to build a secret base for the Hero Expedition team. Naoki smiled and said, "This is not the limit of the World Tree. In the future, it will be more than 10 times taller than it is now. The giant tree rises from the ground, and its own ecosystem is formed inside." Regarding the World Tree, Naoki has already started planning the idea of building a World Tree in his mind. The World Tree with abundant natural energy is the most suitable place in the world for crops and plants to grow. It can have its own ecosystem inside. For example, Oliva, which provides delicious olive oil, the goat that produces goat milk, the tropical dragon that provides fruits for Pokemon, the saltstone giant that makes rock salts, the milk tank that produces milk, the 3 bees that brew sweet honey, and the cream fairy that produces cream and is good at making desserts. When the World Tree is fully grown, Naoki plans to build an expedition team union on it for Mew and Bear. The union will include a prop store that sells supplies and recovery medicine, a canteen for Pokemon to eat, an orchard that produces tree fruits, farmland that provides wheat, Pokemon's bedrooms, etc. The clerks in these places will also be Pokemon. With so many companions, they will not feel lonely. In this way, even if he is gone in the future, these Pokemon can be self-sufficient, operate on their own, and live happily together in the World Tree. But it seems a bit too early to mention these things now. After all, the World Tree has not grown yet, and the growth progress is not yet halfway through. Leaving the 3 Pokemon at the World Tree, Naoki returned to the ranch alone. While the steamed buns were not yet cooked, Naoki began to build snowmen with the EVs on the snow. Time passed by minute, and soon, the sister AI Guancher, who was watching the steamer, ran out to inform Naoki that the steamed buns were already cooked. Hearing this, Naoki let the EVs play here by themselves, and he quickly ran back to the house, and went to the kitchen to take the steamed buns out of the pot. However, the color of the bun this time is very special compared to the previous 2 times. It is golden red, and it looks very similar to the color of the Ho-Oh. This thing is extraordinary at first glance. Naoki concentrated and held his breath, then looked down. Holy Bun, SS legendary food, made from the feather powder of the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. It is said that eating it can gain the blessing of the Ho-Oh. Food effect 1. Holy Ash, after eating, can instantly restore all the physical strength of the dying Pokemon. After eating it, the physical strength and endurance of the healthy Pokemon will be greatly improved, and it will become stronger. 2. Holy Fire, after a fire attribute Pokemon eats it, the flames in its body will transform into holy fire. After a non-fire attribute Pokemon eats it, the power of its fire attribute moves will be permanently increased by 20%. 3. Holy Blessing, after a Pokemon eats it, it will be favored by the King of Phoenix, and its fortune will be greatly improved. This effect is only effective for Mew, Baby Bear, and Zapdos. Evaluation: a unique dish in the world. Legend has it that those who are favored by the King of Phoenix will have eternal happiness. Feeling the information in his mind, Naoki subconsciously took a breath. As expected of an SS-level dish, the effect is so terrifying. The first effect, Holy Ash, is different from the Milk of Life. It is said that the source of this item is the Phoenix King. It can truly bring back the dead. After all, the Phoenix King really has the ability to revive the dead. In the legend of the Johto region, 3 Pokemon were burned to death in the Burnt Tower. At that time, the Phoenix King descended and used its power to revive the 3 Pokemon that were burned to death. Those 3 Pokemon were the later Entei, Riku and Suicune. After they were resurrected, they took the initiative to form the Phoenix Guard. It was just a pity that there was no Pokemon in the ranch that could trigger this effect. However, unexpectedly, the effect of greatly improving physical strength and endurance had a great effect on some Pokemon in the ranch. For example, the 3 brothers Flareon, Jolteon and Vaporeon, who evolved in advance. The Holy Buns could just make up for the deficiencies in their bodies caused by their early evolution. True Holy Ash Rice. Not only that, the second effect can also help Flareon increase the flame in its body, turning it from ordinary flame into Holy Fire. Holy Fire is the exclusive move of Ho-Oh. Whether in the anime or in the game, only Ho-Oh and Entei, one of the members of Ho-Oh's guard, can use it. And the reason why Entei can use Holy Fire is obviously because Ho-Oh has given it his own power. In short, the future of the One King is promising. Not only that, even if it is not a fire attribute Pokemon, it can also increase the power of fire attribute moves after eating it. The effect is equivalent to a piece of charcoal that does not occupy the item column. And the third effect is the most attractive to Naoki. The holy blessing, the favor of the King of Phoenix, greatly improves the fortune of Pokemon. Is it an artificial God's grace characteristic? Naoki muttered. The Great Hero Expedition team is going to be illegal. The baby bear itself has a strong luck effect, plus the holy blessing of the King of Phoenix to improve the fortune, and then match it with its characteristic of picking up. Naoki is very suspicious that the baby bear can now steal the Origin Stone tablet from Arceus without injury. Why does it feel like the cat in Monster Hunter stealing materials from the Black Dragon with a plunder knife? Naoki couldn't help but think of this. But the only pity is that this effect is only effective for the 3 Pokemon of the Heroes Expedition team. After thinking carefully, after all, this rainbow feather was given by the King of Phoenix to Mew and Bear Baby, so it is reasonable that the effect is limited to the 3 Pokemon of the Heroes Expedition team. This wave, a big improvement. Chapter 410. This time Naoki learned his lesson. Because there were too many Pokemon in the ranch, in order to avoid not having enough to share, the steamed buns he made were very small. In addition, the rainbow feathers of the Ho-Oh were quite large, so Naoki steamed more than 20 steamed buns in this pot. Although it was not enough for all the Pokemon in the ranch, it was enough to make the best use of it. I just don't know if the Ho-Oh will be furious when he finds out that he made steamed buns with its feathers. According to the setting in the game that players can summon the Ho-Oh through the rainbow feathers, the Ho-Oh is likely to be able to sense the existence of the feathers. If that's the case, the Phoenix King might have known that he made steamed buns out of feathers. Naoki suddenly felt a little worried. Would the Phoenix King come to punish him? But as a chef who could make magical dishes, he couldn't control himself when he saw that feather. Forget it. If the Phoenix King wants to get angry, I apologize to him later. Naoki thought that he actually liked the Phoenix King. Because although the Phoenix King left Yuanju City, because of the war between humans, it never gave up on humans from beginning to end. Instead, it kept flying in the sky, giving rainbow feathers to kind-hearted humans. Thinking of this, Naoki took the pot of steamed buns to find the Pokemon playing in the snow. First of all, the Pokemon that needed these holy buns the most were the 3 Eevee brothers who evolved in advance. For Flareon, the holy buns can enhance the power of the flames in its body. Although it has no effect on Jolteon and Vaporeon, it can help them strengthen their physique and make them grow stronger. Holy Ash Rice is no joke. The 3 Eevees ate the buns one after another. The changes of Jolteon and Vaporeon after eating were not obvious, but Flareon was different. Bwee! A scream was heard, and Flareon turned around nervously, because beams of golden red flames were bursting out of its body uncontrollably. Vaporeon on the side was very nervous when he saw this scene, and immediately opened his mouth and used a water gun on the burning Flareon. The flames were extinguished by the water gun, and large streams of white smoke came out. But then, before the Eevees could breathe a sigh of relief, another fierce flame burst out high. Vaporeon wanted to do it again, but Naoki quickly stopped it. Don't worry, this won't hurt Flareon. Bwee! Vol stopped and stayed beside Naoki to watch Flareon's changes. The flames on Flareon's body burned more and more fiercely, as if there was a volcano in its body. And Flareon felt that his whole body was full of strength now. The flames gathered in its throat, its mouth was tightly closed, and its cheeks were held up high by the huge fire attribute energy. Until it could no longer hold on, Flareon violently ejected the flames with a strong buoy sound. The long flame turned into a thick fire snake, and the scorching heat instantly melted the snow on the ground. Vaporeon and Jolteon stared at the scene in amazement. Bew? It's so powerful. Bew? Flareon was excited. Seeing this, Naoki guessed that the energy contained in the sacred bun ignited Flareon's flame, and its body couldn't contain it, so it exploded. But now it seems that Flareon's transformation has been completed. Because Naoki noticed that its original orange-red fur had become darker, and it was very similar to Inai, one of the 3 sacred beasts. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Well, in this way, the 3 Eevees' bodies that had been damaged by their early evolution were replenished. He said goodbye to the Eevees, and turned to go to the World Tree to feed the steamed buns to the 3 Pokemon of the Great Hero Expedition team. On the way, Naoki fed a sacred bun to Gultun, Ureko, Dragonite, Babudog, Frostmilk, Fluttershy, and Motorbike. When he arrived at the reverse world, he had only 3 steamed buns left. But there was only Zapdos, but no Mew and Bear. It wasn't until Naoki called out that the 2 Pokemon appeared. Mew, Bear, and Zapdos, 1 Pokemon each. Okay. After distributing the steamed buns, Naoki clapped his hands in satisfaction. He didn't see Mew and Bear in the tree just now, so he asked, "Where did you go just now?" Meow. Dream looked very happy. It covered its mouth and laughed for a while, then launched a move, teleportation. The next second, Naoki felt that he had changed his place. The surroundings were no longer empty, but a small wooden room filled with toys. Seeing those toys, Naoki reacted instantly. "Is this the secret base you built with the power of secrets?" he asked. "Obviously, this is already the interior of the world tree." Meow. Dream nodded repeatedly. "That's right. This is the secret base of the Hero Expedition team." Naoki looked around and nodded. "Very good. I will make 2 small beds for you in a while and bring them over, and then you can sleep on them." Meow meow. Hearing this, Menghuan happily flew around Naoki. And Baby Bear also acted coquettishly with a happy face. As soon as he said it, Naoki used the only remaining wood in the ranch to make 2 small beds suitable for Menghuan and Baby Bear, and sent them to their secret base. Both Pokemon were very happy. That night, they stayed in the secret base and fell asleep peacefully with all kinds of toys. And Zapdos stood on the branch of the world tree and fell asleep. With a fixed base and stable supplies, the Great Hero Expedition team has taken shape. At this time, if that Pokemon is around, it can provide more help to the Great Hero Expedition team. Yes, it is the Ultra Demon God Hoopa of the Light Wheel. Hoopa's ring can travel through space. Even in the distant Sinnoh region, as long as Hoopa is there, it can reach there from Padia in an instant. If Hoopa also joins the Great Warrior Expedition team, it will be more convenient for the bear cubs to travel. But Hoopa is still sealed in the desert city in the Kalos region. Thinking of this, Naoki found the Great Warrior Expedition team early the next morning and told them the story of Hoopa. A long time ago, in a desert town called Desert City, a Pokemon named Hoopa appeared in front of the people there. Hoopa took some food, but then gave a lot of money to the town, making the town more and more prosperous, and the people there admired it very much. Until one day, the people in the town wanted to see how powerful it was, so they asked Hoopa to fight other Pokemon. In order to prove his strength, Hoopa defeated many powerful Pokemon. The moves it used were extremely powerful and destroyed the entire town. At that time, a human came to Desert City and sealed Hoopa's power, so that Hoopa could only live in an ordinary way. Until Hoopa understood the meaning of punishment, it had to live in the form of little Hoopa. Not only that, it also lost the ability to freely shuttle through the aura. The 3 Pokemon of the Great Warrior Expedition team listened to Hoopa's story quietly. After Naoki finished, Baby Bear asked in confusion, "What?" Naoki explained, "Hoopa's personality is very similar to yours. Although it is very naughty and playful, it is a kind-hearted Pokemon. If you meet it on your journey in the future, you can invite Hoopa to join the Great Warrior Expedition team." Mew was a little worried. "Meow? It is so powerful. Won't it destroy our ranch?" Naoki: "So, you have to help it understand the meaning of friends and punishment. At that time, I believe Hoopa will control his power. But the prerequisite is that the Great Hero Expedition team can meet Hoopa." When he heard that Hoopa also needed help, Baby Bear immediately patted his chest and promised, "Ime. No problem, they will try their best to help Hoopa. Helping Pokemon in need is the purpose of the Great Hero Expedition team." After saying goodbye to Baby Bear and Mew, Naoki brought the basket of fruit he brought this time to the Tropical Dragon. Although the grass-attributed Tropical Dragon can replenish nutrients in its body through photosynthesis, he can't just not give it any food. That's really too much. Seeing the basket full of fruit, the Tropical Dragon showed a happy expression. It made a friendly call to express its gratitude, then lowered its head and buried it in the basket to eat the fruit. Naoki looked at this scene with a smile. "Eat it. If it's not enough, there are more in the ranch." Now with the grass energy of the Mount Goat to help cultivate, the fruit trees in the ranch are bearing fruit very quickly. It only takes 3 days for the empty branches to be full of large and plump fruit. The goats not far away were also happily eating grass balls. Looking at the group of Pokemon he raised with shiny fur and strong bodies, Naoki felt a sense of satisfaction in his cultivation. Soon, the Tropical Dragon ate the fruit in the basket. When Naoki was about to leave here with the empty basket and return to the ranch, the Tropical Dragon lowered its neck and gave the banana fruit on its neck to Naoki. "For me?" Naoki was a little surprised. The Tropical Dragon nodded its huge head happily. This time, it sent out all 5 banana fruits on its neck in one go. The harvesting feature was triggered again, and 2 more banana fruits grew on the chin of the Tropical Dragon. Seeing this, the Tropical Dragon sent the 2 banana fruits to Naoki. This time, perhaps because the harvesting feature entered the cooling stage, no more fruit grew on the chin of the Tropical Dragon. Although he had seen it last time, Naoki couldn't help but feel magical when he saw the harvesting feature again. I have to say that Pokemon is really a magical creature. Naoki looked down at the bananas in the basket. Tropical Dragon Banana Fruit. Fresh fruit picked from Tropical Dragon, sweet and full of taste, can be used to make dishes. Thank you, I like these fruits very much. Naoki reached out and touched Tropical Dragon's head. Then, he said goodbye to Tropical Dragon and turned back to the ranch. I wonder what effect Tropical Dragon Banana will have after being made into dishes. With anticipation, Naoki went to the kitchen, and after a brief thought, he prepared to make a hot fried banana. First, coat the peeled bananas with egg liquid and bread crumbs. Then, heat the oil in a pan, and when the oil temperature is about right, add the prepared bananas. The oil in the pan sizzles, and soon, the color of the bananas is fried into a golden color. Naoki turned off the fire, and used chopsticks to pick up the fried bananas, and put them into a white porcelain plate. Fried banana, see a dish made from the fruit of the tropical dragon neck, fried on the outside and glutinous on the inside. The sweetness of the banana neutralizes the taste, making it sweet but not greasy. Cooking effect. Fruit ripening, limited to tropical dragons. After tropical dragons eat it, the growth rate of the fruit will be greatly increased. Comment, as the saying goes, you are what you eat. Naoki, did it accelerate the growth rate of tropical dragon fruit? Naoki muttered. If he remembered correctly, tropical dragon fruit normally ripens twice a year. Wild tropical dragons will spread pollen from their necks in spring and autumn, and in summer and winter, the fruit on their necks will be fully ripe and can be harvested. This growth cycle is too slow compared to other Pokemon. At present, tropical dragon eats a lot of fruit every day, and the production is less than the consumption. I really don't know how the tropical dragon farm in the Alola region makes money. They can't sell these bananas at a high price, right? Naoki thinks it's unlikely, because he remembers that the tropical dragon illustration clearly states that children in the Alola region will eat tropical dragon bananas as snacks. I wonder what it will look like after the cooking is accelerated. From 2 harvests a year to 3 or 4 harvests a year? This remains to be seen. After a moment of contemplation, Naoki found Tropical Dragon, fed it the fried bananas, and distributed the remaining fried bananas to the Pokemon in the ranch. In winter, apart from Zack, almost no one would go to the countryside, not to mention the passing trainers. No one visited the ranch, and Naoki was happy to be idle. In addition, apart from feeding Pokemon, there was no need to do any farm work. Therefore, Naoki stayed at home all day watching TV, browsing the web, and petting the furry Pokemon. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it is the end of the 199th year of the Alliance calendar. On this day, the Rotom phone developed by Rotom Technology Corporation was finally released. This easy-to-carry mobile phone with built-in Pokemon illustrations, communication, and map navigation immediately caused a sensation around the world. On the 3rd day of the release of the Rotom phone, the phones in major stores were snapped up by enthusiastic people. Some people bought it for work, some bought it as a camera, and some parents bought it as a gift for their sons, who were about to go on a trip. Those who couldn't buy a phone could only look at Rotom Technology Company with resentment. The boss of Rotom Technology Company, Nicker, was also shocked by the popularity of this Rotom phone. Although he had expected it in advance, he didn't expect it to be so popular. Facing those who didn't buy a phone, he could only hold a press conference and announce that the company would produce the next batch of Rotom phones as soon as possible to ensure that everyone could use the new phone. Under such circumstances, internet companies in various regions also noticed this new type of portable phone. They began to develop electronic apps suitable for Rotom phones. For a time, from communication and dating to current affairs forums, to various video websites, live broadcasts, mobile games, and various software emerged like mushrooms after rain. Chapter 411. It was a snowy day. Outside the window was a land of ice and snow, and the whole world was shrouded in white snow. Naoki sat on the sofa, took out the 50 mobile phones he had ordered in advance, and began to install software on them one by one. Although the Rotom phone had just been released, a variety of software had already been uploaded to the App Store. The software naming in this world was also very direct, and most of them were named after content related to Pokemon. For example, Piku TV, Piku Live, Pokemon Communication, Otoko Takeaway, Pokemon Online Shopping, Pokemon Online Banking, Pokemon Forum, etc. The icon of Piku TV is a square Piku head cover with a TV screen inside, which looks like a Piku TV. As the name suggests, this app is used to watch TV and movies. Piku Live and Piku TV belong to the same internet company, and the content of the video host live broadcast can be uploaded to Piku TV at any time for fans to subscribe and watch. Value communication is a software for chatting and making friends. It was developed by the network department of Rotom Technology Company based on the information provided by Naoki. Whether it is the interface or the functions such as moments, it is very similar to the WeChat that Naoki used in his previous life. Including the Otoko Takeaway and Pokemon online shopping apps, all were developed by Rotom Technology Company. One is for delivering food, and the other is for online shopping. Naoki clicked in and found that Otoko Takeaway was recruiting store registrations and Pokemon riders. The same is true for Pokemon online shopping. Since the software has just been uploaded, not many people have downloaded it. Pokemon Online Bank is a mobile phone software similar to Alipay. Users can use it to make payments and transfers, which is very convenient. The Pokemon Forum is a place for netizens from various regions to understand news and current events and communicate with each other. Naoki clicked on it and saw several randomly pushed netizens asking novel questions there. For example, a netizen named Desert Tyrant asked there, "Hello? Can anyone see it?" Clicking on the comments, there are a few replies. Most of them are greeting Desert Tyrant and saying that Rotom Phone is amazing and the internet is amazing. Naoki, look at these people, they look like they have never seen the world. He closed the software. When he bought the computer, he had the best network cable at home, so the download speed and web browsing speed are very fast. It is worth mentioning that Rotom Phone is very special. As long as there is Rotom in it, you can go online anytime and anywhere even if you are not connected to Wi-Fi. Naoki guessed that this was probably because of the special nature of Pokemon like Rotom, because he saw that those mobile phones without Rotom inside needed to be plugged in with a special network card to use the internet function. Of course, the price of mobile phones with built-in Rotom was also more expensive than ordinary mobile phones. It took about 8 minutes to install all the necessary software for the first mobile phone. Naoki helped Lei Guanwang register a personal account for Value Communication, and then handed the phone to Lei Guanwang. The Bud Crown took it and looked at this electronic device made by humans with a face full of curiosity. "Is this the mobile phone you told me about before?" he asked. Naoki hummed, smiled and nodded, "Yes." He moved closer and pointed at the software on the screen and introduced it to the Bud Crown. "This is Piku TV, and software that can be used to watch movies. As long as you have it, you can open your phone to watch movies anytime, anywhere, and you don't need to watch ads." Hearing this, the Bud Crown's eyes lit up slightly, and his tone was quite excited. "Really? Would you like to try?" Naoki smiled and said, "You can open the software by just touching it lightly. Of course, there is a Pokemon named Rotom living in the phone. You can tell it that you want to open the software, and it will help you open it. If you don't understand something, you can also ask Rotom directly. It will tell you everything it knows." Hearing this, the Bud Crown King loosened his hand. The Rotom phone automatically floated in front of him. The Bud Crown King tried to say, "Rotom, help me open the movie." "Receive Loto." Rotom's voice sounded, and the next second, Piku TV on the screen opened automatically, and the movies and animations that had been uploaded were neatly arranged in front of the Bud Crown. Then, Rotom began to help the Bud Crown introduce the movies and videos here one by one. The Bud Crown tried to open a movie he had watched before. "Play Warm Lava Bug House." "Rotom, playing Warm Lava Bug House Loto for you." As expected, the movie started playing on the screen. Watching this scene, for big words popped up in the mind of the Regal King. "It's really amazing. This phone is a good thing." Then, Naoki introduced the following software to the Regal King. When introducing Value Communication, he opened his phone and added the Regal King as a friend. "Naoki, with it, you can contact me anytime and anywhere, whether it is video communication or text communication. Oh, by the way, Rotom will help translate your words into human language, and automatically transcode them into human text and send them out. This is your personal homepage. You can change your username and profile picture here. This is the friend circle. If you make friends, you can see what they share here, or you can share your feelings in it." Ray Crown King listened to Naoki's words, with a curious look on his face. In the end, he began to try them one by one. Communicate with Naoki via video, let Rotom translate text and send messages, and check the friend circle. When checking the personal profile picture and username, Ray Crown King suddenly asked, "What is a username?" "Naoki, it's your online name nickname. Others can use it to address you. Of course, you can also use your real name and photo." But Crown King seemed to understand. So Naoki turned around, and saw that he changed his online name to Farmer. Naoki, well, it fits with Bud Crown King's idea. I've remembered it. Bud Crown King nodded slightly. Okay, if you don't understand anything, you can ask Rotom inside, or you can communicate with me at any time, Naoki said. The Bud Crown nodded slightly, and then began to study this human-made machine. Naoki took the remaining mobile phones to the reverse world. He first found the 3 Pokemon of the Great Hero Expedition team, handed them a Rotom phone, and introduced the functions of the phone to them in detail as he did just now. Naoki. With the Rotom phone, you can contact the ranch at any time in the future. If you encounter any beautiful scenery, you can also take pictures with your camera and send them to me. As he said that, Naoki added his friend to the mobile phone of the Hero Expedition team. Bear Baby and Dream looked at the Rotom mobile phone floating in front of them, and their faces were also full of novelty. They called out one after another, happily indicating that they remembered it. Very good, then from now on, Rotom is also a member of the Hero Expedition team. Let it go on the journey with you, Naoki said with a smile. Meow. Dream happily floated around the Rotom mobile phone. Then, Naoki found Giratina again. As usual, he first gave Giratina a detailed introduction. Giratina was full of disdain for this kind of human-made thing, until Naoki said that he gave one to each legendary Pokemon. Now Giratina couldn't sit still. If other legendary Pokemon had it, it must have it too. 2 heavy breaths came out of Giratina's huge nostrils. Its scarlet eyes looked at the Rotom phones around Naoki. As if sensing a terrifying aura, the Rotom phones that were originally quiet and silent, floating behind Naoki, suddenly became agitated. The Rotom seemed to be very afraid of Giratina, and were very reluctant to become its Rotom phones, and they all hid behind Naoki. Seeing this scene, Naoki was stunned. And Giratina also saw the meaning of these useless and weak Pokemon. Seeing that no one was willing to follow him, Giratina was very angry, and immediately forcibly caught the most timid Rotom and left. The poor Rotom was almost scared. Naoki quickly stopped Giratina. Hey, don't be so rude. Giratina angrily yelled at Rotom. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. Shame, absolutely shame. It is the master of the reverse world, but it is not as good as those legendary Pokemon in the outside world, and it is despised by these weak Pokemon. Naoki, He immediately warned. Don't hurt Rotom. Giratina snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Am I a dragon that would do such a thing? Naoki looked at the Rotom and saw that it was really scared, so he couldn't bear it, and said, How about I help you change a Rotom that is not afraid of you? Giratina was very stubborn. No, I want it. Naoki, Although Giratina has a bad temper, it is not a dragon that will hurt weak Pokemon at will. Seeing Giratina's attitude so firm, Naoki could only comfort the unfortunate Rotom. Don't be afraid, Giratina just has a bad temper, it will never hurt you, I promise you. If it hurts you, you can send me a message at any time, and I will come to pick you up as soon as possible. After hearing these words, the Rotom finally breathed a sigh of relief, and was obviously comforted. Then I hope you can get along well. With that, Naoki added Giratina as his friend, and then left the reverse world with the remaining Rotom cell phones. In the cold winter, Naoki gave the working Dragonites 2 days off, and asked them to come to the ranch when the snow stopped. The Dragonites were not there, and Naoki planned to give them Rotom cell phones when they came to work. In addition, Naoki wanted to give one to Golden, but Golden refused. Because Golden felt that he could be with Naoki anytime and anywhere, and did not need this kind of Rotom phone to interfere. Seeing this, Naoki had to give up. He put the remaining Rotom phones in the living room, and let the Pokemon who wanted to play with the phone play by themselves. Some Pokemon were very interested in the phone, but there were still some who were not very interested in it. Naoki did not force it, and focused on doing whatever he wanted. He sat down next to the Bud Crown. One person and one Pokemon were playing with their phones at the same time. Naoki took a glance and found that the Bud Crown was listening to Rotom's detailed introduction to all the functions of the phone. It can be seen that the Bud Crown really likes mobile phones. He smiled slightly, then took out his phone to check the Pokemon communication. Naoki found that the Bear Cubs had changed their online names. The Great Hero Expedition Team was changed to the Great Hero Expedition Team, which is simple and straightforward. At the same time, in the reverse world, after Naoki left, Rotom was terrified. Seeing that no one responded, he simply started to play dead. Giratina stared at it with scarlet eyes. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Rotom didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, he heard the sound of wings flapping. Rotom opened his eyes, and saw the terrifying behemoth in front of him stand up and fly away. The terrifying aura disappeared immediately, which made Rotom breathe a sigh of relief. It was a Pokemon that stayed in this strange place, feeling wronged and wanting to cry. After an unknown amount of time, the Pokemon that had gone somewhere finally flew back. Rotom immediately lay on the grass and continued to play dead. However, soon, it saw several round red apples rolling to its side. The Pokemon said in a cold and disdainful voice, "Humph, you are so timid, I won't eat you. I found you some fruits, eat them." Hearing this, Rotom was stunned. After a long time, seeing that the Pokemon really had no intention of hurting him, but was sleeping on the ground, he carefully floated up. However, the next second, he saw the other party open its blood-red eyes and looked at him. Rotom, Under the other party's deep gaze, Rotom said carefully, "I don't eat this Lodo." Giratina's tone was not as irritable as at the beginning, but sounded ancient and solemn. "What do you eat?" Rotom, electric Lodo. Outside, it can use solar power to replenish the consumed electricity. But in this place without the sun, Rotom didn't know what to do. What Rotom didn't know was that there were actually 1 or 2 sunflowers on this sky island, but they were all crushed to death by Giratina when he was sleeping. Hearing this, Giratina didn't think too much. It stretched out its forelimbs and touched Rotom's phone with its golden paws. Giratina used the charging beam. However, Rotom's phone was still fully charged. In just 1 second, Rotom felt that he was about to explode with electricity. It quickly floated back and shook its head, saying, "I'm not hungry yet, Lodo." Giratina didn't say anything else, closed his eyes, and began to take a nap. Rotom was very responsible. At this moment, it also realized that this Pokemon was really not a bad Pokemon. After struggling for a while, it began to take the initiative to introduce the functions of the phone to the other party. Giratina suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the electronic screen of Rotom's mobile phone in front of him. As a legendary Pokemon, it instinctively looked down on things developed by humans. But in fact, Giratina was not so uninterested. At this moment, it listened attentively to the introduction of Rotom's mobile phone. After hearing that it could have a video call with Naoki, Giratina immediately asked for a video call with Naoki. Rotom obediently dialed the number. Soon, the call was answered, and Naoki's face appeared on the other side of the screen. It really appeared. Looking at Naoki on the other side, Giratina was full of shock. When Naoki saw Giratina calling him via video, he immediately realized that it got along well with the mobile phone Rotom. Therefore, Naoki smiled and said a few words, and then hung up the call. And Giratina became more curious about Rotom's mobile phone. It began to constantly instruct Rotom to open this app and that app. Giratina is illiterate, so Rotom can only help it translate the text on the software word by word, introducing the usage and purpose. Giratina is constantly exploring the functions of the new phone, and Naoki is not idle either. He is checking the Pokemon online shopping app and preparing to register a merchant account to officially start Dragonite Express. With the Rotom phone, Dragonites can now start delivering goods throughout the Padia area. At this moment, the video phone at home suddenly rang. Naoki went over to answer the call, and saw Yessie appear on the other side of the screen. "Long time no see, Naoki." Yessie smiled. "What's up, Chief?" Naoki was a little surprised. Why would Yessie call him at this time? But the next second, he saw Yessie take out a Rotom phone and shake it on the screen. "You also bought this new phone, right? Add me as a friend?" Naoki, A minute later, looking at Yessie's friend request on the phone, Naoki nodded his approval with mixed feelings. Yessie is a very down-to-earth person. Her profile picture is her own headshot, which is almost identical to the ID card photo. Her name is also very direct Yessie. At this time, Yessie sent a message. "Yessie, this is much more convenient. I don't have to worry about you not being at the ranch when I want to find you in the future." There was also a smiling emoticon at the end. Chapter 412. Looking at the information on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but complain. Yessie is quite quick to accept this new thing. Thinking about it, he casually mentioned it. Soon, Yessie replied with a smile. "Yessie, of course, as the chief champion of the Padia League, I must be at the forefront of the times, otherwise it will be easy to have a generation gap with you young people." Naoki, After ending the communication with Yessie, Naoki received several calls one after another to add him as a friend. They are ADK, the champion of the Unova League, Dante, the champion of the Galar region, and Chishu, the owner of the Brewing Light Gym. ADK's profile picture is a photo of him and Vulcan Moth. ADK in the photo smiles warmly, and is full of energy. "ADK, is this the mobile phone you mentioned at that time? It's really convenient. I can't live without it now." Dante's profile picture is a photo of himself directing Pokemon battles under bright flashes. "Dan, you are at the ranch, right? I will be on vacation soon and plan to visit you. Are you free? And Chishu's avatar is also his own photo. Chishu finally added, Hee, I guess right, Naoki, you also bought a Rotom phone. Looking at these messages, Naoki smiled and replied one by one. Naoki, is it easy to use? Naoki, yes, if you have time, you are welcome anytime. Naoki, yes, compared to the previous communicators, the Rotom phone is really too convenient. I think no one can refuse it. ADK and Dante simply exchanged a few words with him, and stopped replying, but chatted with Chishu for a few more words. Chishu, hey, what are you doing now? Naoki, I'm going to the bank in town to register and bind my bank card to the online bank. Are you on vacation there now? As far as he knows, at the end of each year, the gym leaders in the Padilla region will take a vacation. During this time, they can move freely, and don't have to accept the challenges of trainers in the gym. As expected, Chishu gave a positive answer. Chishu, yes, I went back to my hometown some time ago, and I'm helping my mother make lunch now. As he said, Chishu also took a photo and sent it over. Naoki saw Chishu with flour on her hands in the photo, and there was a very kind-looking aunt beside her. That should be Chishu's mother. The parents of the gym leaders didn't seem to appear in the game. But if you think about it carefully, the family that can raise a cheerful and lively child like Chishu must be very happy. After a brief chat, Naoki got up and went out, taking the Gulton to Jichin town, ready to go to the town to handle online banking business. At the same time, in a mansion in Yangwon City, Chishu's mother looked at the silly smile on her daughter's face, and couldn't help but raise her thin eyebrows. Do you have a boyfriend? Chishu shook her head and denied. No way, what boyfriend? Just a friend I met before. The woman, who was very familiar with her daughter, smiled and said, I don't think so, but I heard that you often cross the entire Padilla area and go to the westernmost town of Jichin to visit people. And Jichin town and Yangwon City are a million miles apart. Based on her understanding of her daughter, it is impossible for her to go there for no reason. Chishu tried to defend himself. That is the job that the chief arranged for us gym leaders. The woman looked like, you keep talking, I am listening. After Chishu finished speaking, she smiled and asked, do you really have no feelings at all? Chishu was seen through, and could only admit, okay, I admit that I just have a little bit of feelings. So the woman turned around, and told her husband about it. During the meal, the couple stared at Chishu with emotion. After the new year, the child will be 18 years old. TSK, our baby girl has grown up. She will become an adult without knowing it. Time flies so fast. I still remember that she was only this tall when she was 3 years old, and now she is almost an adult who can stand on her own. Chishu, Chishu suddenly went crazy. Is it love at first sight? The man suddenly asked. Chishu was full of frustration, and she said truthfully, no. Chishu couldn't tell what she felt. When they first met, she thought Naoki was an uncle. When they met for the second time, she found that Naoki had specially cut his hair and shaved his beard, and he also asked her if he looked younger. At that time, Chishu thought Naoki was very interesting and his personality was very cute. Chishu didn't lie just now. She did have some good feelings for Naoki. The couple looked at their daughter and encouraged her with a smile. Go, my dear daughter. If you like it, then take the initiative, just like me and your mother in the past. Facing this pair of unreliable parents, Chishu became even more crazy. She decided to take the electric-bellied frogs with her tonight, go back to the house where she lives. After handling the online banking business in the town, Chishu rode the Gulton back to the ranch. Looking at the long series of numbers in the online banking, Chishu suddenly realized that he had become a millionaire without realizing it. I always feel that there is no change compared to the past. The days are still the same. Although life on the ranch is plain, Naoki feels that the plainer the life, the more precious it is. Naoki shook his head. Life goes on. Now that the Rotom phone has come out, he will start to work on the Dragonite Express company. Speaking of Dragonite Express, we have to mention Pokemon Online Shopping, an app similar to Taobao. The design concept of this app is based on the solution provided by Naoki before, because Naoki thinks that the necessary functions are all on the Pokemon Online Shopping app. Although the Rotom phone has only been on the market for less than a week, many merchants have uploaded their products to the app and officially started business, thanks to the advanced preparations by Rotom Technology. Naoki took a quick look and found that some sold Moo Moo milk, some sold tree fruit, and some sold some plush toys and poke balls. He opened the shopping interface, linked his online bank account, and tried to buy 20 ordinary red and white balls. Then, 2 delivery methods popped up below. One is the delivery by goals, where the delivery fee is determined by the distance. It is said that after the customer has made the purchase, the merchant will use the Pokemon gulls to help deliver the goods. These gulls have been specially trained in advance. Living on the sea all year round, they have an excellent sense of direction, and will deliver the goods to the customer accurately and promptly. The other is ordinary manual transportation, where the deliverman drives a large truck between major cities. Compared to the first special delivery, this delivery method takes longer, but the price is also cheaper. Looking at the text on the screen, Naoki nodded thoughtfully. He then opened the store he had founded before and changed the name to Naoki Ranch. Then, Naoki uploaded some crops and specialties from the ranch. In addition to ordinary fruits, vegetables, and moo milk, he also uploaded the limited purchase live goat milk and marked the effects of live goat milk on it, hoping to help trainers and Pokemon in need. As for the delivery method of the online store, Naoki took a look and found that in addition to the two existing options, he could also customize it himself. So he typed the 4 words Dragonite Express on it and indicated that once the purchase was made, Dragonite would help deliver the goods to the customer. Compared with the transportation by gull and truck, Dragonite Express was faster and more stable, because the delivery fee set by Naoki was also higher than the first two. He was not going to take the delivery fee, and was going to transfer it all to the Dragonites, so that Rotom could take them to the town and buy whatever he wanted to eat. Everything is ready, and the next step is to let the working Dragonites choose their partner Rotom. But this may take a few days, because Naoki gave the Dragonites a holiday for nearly a week. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Naoki gave the Dragonites a holiday, but the Dragonites had their own ideas. The next day, the heavy snows stopped, and the sun came out in the sky. Compared with the previous few days, the temperature was still warm. Early in the morning, the bored working Dragonites on Dragonite Island flew to Naoki Ranch. Seeing this group of Dragonites, Naoki was very surprised. "Why are you here? Didn't we say we would give you a few days off?" The working Dragonites kept howling. They all said that they were too bored on the island and wanted to work in the ranch. Naoki, he had never seen such diligent workers. And Dragonite looked at these working Dragonites speechlessly. What work? It seemed to him that these guys just wanted to come to the ranch to eat. Naoki didn't think too much about it. Since the Dragonites were here today, he could just take this opportunity to distribute Rotom phones to them. Now, including his own Dragonite, there were a total of 12 Dragonites in the ranch. Thinking of this, Naoki turned around and took out 12 Rotom phones from the living room, and then let them get familiar with the Dragonites and choose their favorite partners. After all the Dragonites had chosen their own Rotom partners, Naoki introduced the functions of the Rotom phones and new tasks to them. The Dragonites seemed to understand what he said, and they looked at the floating Rotom phone in front of them with confused faces. Naoki, in short, starting from today, I need you to help me deliver the goods in the ranch to a farther place. He has arranged a complete set of procedures. Once a customer buys goods from his shop, the Rotom phone will automatically capture the customer's information and send it to the Dragonite's partner Rotom. At that time, those partner Rotoms will automatically use satellite maps to locate the customer's location, and then guide the Dragonites to the destination and deliver the goods to the customer. During this period, if there are any problems on the way to deliver goods, Rotom will automatically contact the ranch and inform Naoki of the news. After hearing this detailed explanation, the Dragonites' eyes lit up. Aww! They understand. No problem, just leave it to them. The Dragonites patted their chests happily and promised that they would complete these tasks. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. Then I leave it to you. The new year is coming soon, and he plans to wait until next spring, when the snow melts, to officially start business. Naoki asked the Dragonites to get to know their partners at the ranch first, and he went to Jichin Town to purchase the New Year's goods needed for this year's new year. The 199th year of the League calendar was his second year in this world. In 2 years, many Pokemon had gathered at the ranch. Naoki thought about the preferences of each Pokemon in his mind, and picked out the food they'd like to eat. When the purchase was finished, Naoki put the food on his pickup truck and drove back to the ranch. As soon as he arrived at the ranch, Naoki began to direct Golden and Motor Lizard to come and help move things. When everything was done, Naoki returned to the living room to get a glass of water. But he found that the Bud Crown King that was originally watching TV on the sofa was gone. Now there were only a few little Eevees sleeping on the sofa. Naoki looked around and looked at his brother Ai Guancher and asked, "Where is Bud Crown King?" "Brother Ai Guancher, Ai." It pointed in the direction of the glass greenhouse. So Naoki turned around and came to the glass greenhouse. Pushing open the glass door, he saw the Bud Crown King sitting in the flower stand full of flowers playing with his phone. Naoki, It's over. The Bud Crown King is no longer addicted to watching TV, but is addicted to playing with his phone. The Bud Crown King then noticed Naoki coming. He said with emotion, "If only I had a Rotom phone to accompany me in the past. At that time, he would not feel so lonely wandering on the Crown Snowfield." Naoki was slightly startled. Looking at the Bud Crown King's appearance, he couldn't help but think of the lonely old people he saw in his previous life. It's quite pitiful. He didn't disturb the Bud Crown playing with his phone, but turned and left the glass house. In the evening, after dinner, his sister Ai Guancher and Sai Fuhao went to the Pokemon Tavern to start business. Naoki returned to the room, lying on the bed, holding the furry little Eevee, and playing with his phone. Several little Eevees that had not evolved yet huddled together on his belly, squeezing each other, and sleeping in each other's arms. Babutubo lay at the end of the bed, and Gulatin slept on the soft carpet. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Naoki got up and opened the door, but was surprised to find his sister Ai Guancher running over. "What's wrong?" From the look of it, it was probably urgent, so Naoki ate 2 pieces of translation melon seed crisps. "Sister Ai Guancher, there is news about the tavern guests that Naoki had previously entrusted to help find Babutubo's parents." Hearing this, Naoki sat up quickly. Babutubo, who was originally drowsy on the bed, also sat up in surprise and asked excitedly, "Bamo Bamo? Really?" The little sister Ai butler nodded gently. Yes, it was a parrot that told me." 3 minutes later, Naoki and Babutubo rushed to the Pokemon Tavern. The blue-feathered parrot was sitting at the bar drinking juice. It held a cup with its wings and chattered non-stop. "Kukukuki. I tell you, when I was outside before, I even defeated a fierce Pokemon like Kintaro." The other Pokemon guests around listened to its story with interest. The angry parrot was talking when he suddenly noticed Naoki and Babutubo coming in. Babutubo quickly flew over and asked, "Bamo Bamo? Have you really seen my parents?" The angry parrot stared at it for a while, looking a little troubled. "Kekiju? Are you Babutubo? Why is your color different from the one I saw?" Babutubo nodded. "Bamo. It is Babutubo. Absolutely true." Although the angry parrot was a little puzzled, he still told his discovery. A year ago, when it and other parrot companions were hovering over a forest, they saw 2 Babutuples looking for their children. The 2 Babutuples even climbed up a very tall tree and talked to them, asking them if they had seen their children. The parrot said no, and the other parrot turned away disappointedly. Hearing that there was a very tall tree in the forest, the Babutuples immediately became excited. "That's right, it remembers that there was a very tall tree where it used to live. Do you still remember the location of that place?" Naoki asked, who hadn't spoken yet. The parrot nodded proudly. "Chuck. Of course, our parrot is the most powerful Pokemon in the world. No matter what it sees, it will never forget it." Chapter 413. This is still a boastful parrot. This thought came to Naoki's mind. "But business is important now," he continued to ask. "Can you take us over there?" The parrot was slightly tipsy because he had just drunk too much fruit wine. Seeing that this human and Babutubo needed his help, the parrot immediately patted his chest and promised, "Kukuchu. Let's go! I take you over now. After all, it eats and drinks for free here every day, and it's embarrassing for the bird to keep doing this." Naoki, He wanted to say it was too late, but seeing the expression on Babutubo's face, he swallowed his words and prepared to accompany them overnight. If everything goes well, they can be back before dawn tomorrow. The Pokemon in the ranch are all sleeping now. Naoki did not disturb them, and took advantage of the night, riding Gulton, taking Babutubo, and flying south behind the angry parrot. The angry parrot talked a lot, and it led the way in front, chattering non-stop. "Kukuku. I'm telling you, I've been to many places before. Not to mention the forest, I've even conquered the sea. Kukuku. See, you know, it's very big, ordinary Pokemon can't fly over it. Only me, the best parrot in the world, can do it." Naoki, Gulton, Babutubot listened to Parrot bragging quite seriously. Perhaps because he was about to see his parents, Babudoko could not help but show a childish mentality at this moment. Naoki smiled, and looked at Babudoko flying in front. If possible, he planned to bring Babudoko's parents to the ranch so that the 3 of them could reunite at the ranch. When the World Tree grows up and the Expedition Team Union is established, they can also be used as clerks in the prop store to sell tree fruits, milk, and other things to other Pokemon. However, Naoki was not sure that he could find Babudoko's parents this time. Because from what the angry parrot said before, it can be known that it met the parents of the Baboo Poodle a year ago. At that time, the Baboo Poodle was just taken away by the lower stone bird and brought to the ranch. Now more than a year has passed, and no one can guarantee that the two Baboo Poodles are still in the forest and have not moved to other places. But think about it on the bright side. This time, they finally have news about the parents of the Baboo Poodle. There are always more solutions than problems. As long as the two Baboo Poodles have not been subdued by the trainer, they will definitely be able to find them. The wilderness of the Padilla region was shrouded in darkness. The population of the Pokemon world is not as large as that of Naoki's previous life, which means that there are still many undeveloped places in the wild. The ecological environment of such places is well protected, and there are a large number of Pokemon living in them. Although the flying speed of the angry parrot is not as fast as that of Dragonite, it is much faster than Pokemon such as Nighthawk. Naoki looked at the time on Rotom's phone. After about an hour and a half of flying, they appeared in front of them. A vast natural forest appeared. The forest was completely shrouded in the night. Through the hazy moonlight, Naoki could clearly see a tree that was much taller than the other trees standing in the center of the forest. At this time, Baboo Tubo also saw the tree. Bamo Bamo. It quickly turned back and called to Naoki twice, and then flew towards the tree impatiently. The angry parrot was a little puzzled. Cock-hack? Why is it so excited all of a sudden? Naoki smiled and said, maybe it's been a long time since I returned home? As he said that, he and Golden chased after him. Angry Parrot followed closely behind. When the group arrived in front of the big tree in the forest, Baboo Tubo had already landed on the grass and was looking left and right, as if he was trying to identify the direction of his home. When he saw Naoki coming down, Baboo Tubo turned around and called out, and then started running in one direction. Halfway along the way, Baboo Tubo saw an open space. While recalling his childhood, he pointed to the open space and said to Naoki, Bamo Bamo. It was sleeping on a rock there before, and was taken away by a rock bird. Naoki smiled and recalled with Baboo Tubo, I still remember the first time I saw you. You were stealing chicken feed in the chicken coop. You were still a little kid at that time. Bamo. Baboo Tubo was a little embarrassed. It was really hungry at that time, and the chicken feed made of grains tasted delicious. Crossing the open space, Baboo Tubo continued to move forward. The vague memories in its mind gradually became clear along with the surrounding scenery. Deep bushes, tall trees, gurgling streams. Soon, Baboo Tubo ran to a big tree with snow hanging on its branches and suddenly stopped. Naoki looked up and saw that Baboo Tubo seemed a little excited at the moment. He followed Baboo Tubo's gaze and saw a dark tree hole under the big tree. Naoki suddenly realized that this should be Baboo Tubo's nest. Go! Naoki encouraged him softly behind him. Your parents must be waiting for you to come home. Bamo! Baboo Tubo nodded heavily, wiped his wet eyes, and then crawled into the tree hole. Naoki was outside observing the environment around the tree hole. It was not dilapidated. There were still a few small footprints on the snow, which seemed to be from Baboo Tubo. This meant that the two Baboo Tubos still lived here. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief and was sincerely happy for Baboo Tubo. Next, it should be a happy reunion, right? The parents and children, who had been separated for a long time, met again, and the family of three hugged each other and cried with joy. What a warm and touching picture. However, the next second, Naoki saw a flash of lightning in the cave, accompanied by a slightly panicked Bamo sound. The Baboo Tubo ran out in a panic. Naoki? ? Then, he saw two vigilant big Baboo Tubo coming out of the tree hole, looking at the strange Baboo Tubo with anger on their faces. Baboo Tubo quickly explained, Bamo Bamo. Mom and Dad, I am your child. However, the two big Baboo Tubo became even angrier after hearing this. One of the Baboo Tubo let out a threatening growl. Bamo. Swindler, our child is not like you, go away, don't pretend to be my child. After hearing this, Naoki and Baboo Tubo realized something at the same time. Baboo Tubo looked down at his fur, and finally understood why his parents wanted to attack him. It shook its head quickly, and used another method to prove its identity. Bamo Bamo. Mom and Dad, do you still remember when you took me to the forest to look for fruits when I was a child? At that time, I accidentally fell into the river, and was almost washed away by the river. It was a Lotus Hat Kid who saved me. You also gave the Lotus Hat Kid a lot of fruits. The two big Baboo Tubo paused, and then showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. Baboo Tubo struck while the iron was hot. Bamo Bamo. Last year, you were digging a hole at home, and I ran out and slept on a rock. I was carried away by a bird Pokemon, and went to a very far place. Hearing this, the hostility of the two big Baboo Pokemon disappeared, and they asked with a trembling voice, full of disbelief, "Bammo?" The Baboo Pokemon nodded vigorously, "Bammo." Then, Naoki saw the three Baboo Pokemon hugging each other and crying loudly. Huh? He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the matter was solved without any danger. Gillardin also looked at this scene with a happy face. Ah gah! It was also happy for Babutubo. And the angry parrot on the side shouted proudly, "Kuh!" The angry parrot is the most enthusiastic Pokemon in the world. See? I successfully reunited Babutubo's family. This will become a highlight in its Pokemon life. When it returns, it will proudly tell the Pokemon in the tavern about this incident. After crying, Babutubo told his parents in detail what happened after he was taken away. It landed on a human ranch, and was taken in by the owner there. With the help of the owner, it evolved into a Babuduck and became a very powerful Pokemon. Not only that, it also met many companions. The Babuduck parents, who had been waiting for their children to come home in the forest, looked at Naoki with gratitude. They took their children to thank Naoki, and the nearby Gulton and Parrot. Naoki smiled slightly. "You're welcome, your children are excellent." The two adult Babuducks ran back to the tree hole, and gave Naoki a lot of fruits. They are using this way to express their pure and sincere feelings. Naoki smiled, and looked at Babutubo. Babutubo looked at his parents happily, and invited them. "Bammo Bammo? Mom and Dad, come live with us on the ranch?" Hearing this, the two big Babutubo were stunned, and looked at their children with a blank face. Naoki explained, "Babutubo is inviting you to live with it on the ranch." Babutubo, Bammo. That's right. The two big Babutubo looked at Naoki again. Naoki continued, "Don't worry, the ranch is big and safe, and there are endless fruits. If you are willing to go there, then your family will never have to be separated again." The two Babutubo looked at each other, and then at their children. They were very happy to find their children, but they couldn't help feeling a little uneasy about leaving the place where they had lived for a long time, and going to live somewhere else. After all, under normal circumstances, if there is no natural disaster such as drought or famine in the nearby habitat, wild Pokemon will never migrate easily. Babutuduck was keenly aware of the mood of his parents, and he patted his chest and assured his parents, "Bammo Bammo. I will protect you." After being separated from their children for so long, they finally met again, and the two big Babutuduck didn't want to be separated from their children so soon. They looked at each other for a few times, and after careful consideration, they finally made up their minds. This time, they want to stay with the child, protect it, and never let it be separated from them again. So, the two Pokemon turned around and ran back to the tree hole, and soon dragged out a pile of tree fruits, chestnuts, and pine cones from it. These were originally the food they stored for the winter, but now that they are leaving, these things must also be taken to the new home. Naoki didn't have any objections. Fortunately, he took the package before going out, and now it is just right to use it to store these things. After everything was packed, Naoki let the two Babutubos sit on Gulton, and then returned to the ranch with the angry parrot. When they arrived at the ranch, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. It was very late. Naoki asked Babutubo to take its parents to sleep first, and introduce the ranch to them after waking up tomorrow. "Bammo!" Babutubo responded happily. It has grown up, and is no longer the weak Bubu. Now it can take good care of its parents. Babutubo ran away with his parents. Naoki gave Parrot a lot of fruit and drinks to thank him. Parrot excitedly accepted them, grabbed the bag of rewards with his claws and flew away. Naoki then took Golden back to the room. He fell asleep almost immediately after not sleeping all night. When he opened his eyes the next day, it was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Today is the last day of 199, and it is also the new year in the Pokemon world. After a simple lunch, Naoki began to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner for the Pokemon in the ranch. This year's New Year's celebration was no different from last year's, except that the ranch welcomed more Pokemon partners. While Naoki was busy, the Pokemon chased and played with each other in the living room. Occasionally, a few Pokemon would run over to him to make trouble, almost knocking over the basin Naoki used to store food. Naoki could only drive them all away, send them to play in the living room, or let them go to the World Tree to bask in the sun. So, a large group of Pokemon cheered and ran away. They ran to the reverse world, and came to the lush World Tree. At this time, the World Tree was emitting a bright green light. The Pokemon stood under the World Tree, looking up at this extraordinary giant tree, letting the starlight from the World Tree fall on them. On the Flower Sky Island, Giratina was directing Rotom to surf the internet. After a few days, it had already mastered how to use Rotom's phone through voice. Compared to watching TV on Pika TV, Giratina prefers to surf the Pokemon forum to learn about things that are unfamiliar to it. In the ranch, Babu Tubo was showing his parents around his workplace, and introducing his hen friends to his parents with a happy face. In the evening, Naoki made a lot of delicious food for the Pokemons, filling up the entire table. The Pokemons were very happy to eat, and after filling their stomachs, they lay on the carpet in the room in groups of 3 or 2, and slept soundly in the warm atmosphere. Looking at this scene, Naoki smiled, looked at his sister Guancher, and then cleaned up the messy table together. At some point, snowflakes began to fall outside the window again. In the cold winter night, you can faintly hear crackling sounds, and the snowy night is illuminated by fireworks. It is the people of Zichin town setting off fireworks to celebrate the new year. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the fireworks gradually became smaller until it was completely quiet. Just when Naoki thought it was over, he suddenly heard a bell from Zichin town. Along with this ethereal New Year's bell sound came from the direction of Zichin town. The 199th year of the Alliance calendar has come to an end. Chapter 414. Just then, Naoki saw that he had received several messages on his phone. He clicked on them, and found that they were blessing messages from Yessie and ADK. Naoki smiled and replied one by one, then opened the circle of friends, and saw the photos of these champion gym owners celebrating the new year. Yessie's background seemed to be at the headquarters of the Padilla Alliance. Seeing this photo, Naoki's eyebrows jumped. Could this workaholic still be working overtime? Compared to Yessie, Dandy's photos were full of life. The background of the photo seems to be his hometown in Hualing Town. In addition to Dandy, the photo also includes his grandparents, parents, and his younger brother Hapu. The family is happily eating dinner together. Chishu also posted a circle of friends. Chishu saw that she was complaining about her parents leaving her, and a group of Pokemon at home during the New Year's Day, and the two of them were in a world of 2. Looking at this circle of friends, Chishu seemed to have seen the picture of Chishu with his head drooping, and the 2 little magnetic monsters on his head spinning weakly. He smiled and clicked like, and soon, he received a message from Chishu. Chishu, what are you doing? Naoki took a photo of the living room, and sent it over. Naoki, I'm watching these Pokemon sleeping, what about you? Chishu, hee, I'm also with the electric frogs. There are fireworks in Yangguang City, the noise outside is so loud. Naoki, the fireworks here have stopped, the ranch is a bit far from the town, I was eating just now, so I didn't see much. Compared with the metropolis Yangguang City, Zichin town can be regarded as a rural area, and the town population and liveliness are far less than that of Yangguang City. Chishu didn't reply immediately. After a while, she actually made a video call. Naoki was startled and hurriedly turned down the volume. In order not to wake up the sleeping Pokemon, he went outside quietly. When the call was connected, Naoki immediately saw the gorgeous fireworks blooming in the starry night sky on the screen. Chishu's voice came from the sound of fireworks. Naoki, look, fireworks. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly startled, and then realized the purpose of Chishu's video call. As expected of the lively and cheerful Chishu, this kind of thing is indeed something she can do. I saw it. Naoki saw the neon lights flashing in Yangguang City under the fireworks. Your side is really lively. It was snowing in Zichin town, and it was still quiet in the countryside on the ranch. It was sunny in Yangguang City at this time, there were stars in the sky, and people's cheers could be heard faintly. The camera turned and Chishu's face appeared on the screen. She wore a yellow cotton coat with a lightning pattern today, replaced the magneto on her head, and put on a furry knitted hat, and even wore a pair of thick cotton gloves on her hands. Maybe it was because the weather outside was a little cold. Chishu's cheeks were a little red from the cold. She had a bright smile on her face, grinning, showing her white teeth, and said silly, hey, Rotom phone is so convenient. Naoki couldn't help laughing and said, yeah. Speaking of Rotom phone, Naoki couldn't help but think of Chishu's career as a video host in the game. He then asked, what are your plans for the future? For example, do some part-time jobs on the internet, like a live broadcaster, upload videos to Pika TV, or open an online store, etc. I see many people starting to enter the internet industry. Huh? Chishu looked very surprised. How did Naoki know that I was going to be a live streamer? Huh? Are you really going to live stream? Naoki asked knowingly. Right. Chishu nodded. It's in line with Chishu's style to live stream the intense gym battles for everyone. I want to make the Brewing Light Gym the most popular gym in the Padia region. Is that so? Naoki smiled and nodded. Come on, then my Pokemon and I will go to support you together. He provided Chishu with popularity, and rewards to get through the early stage. When Chishu became a popular live streamer, he invited Chishu to endorse the ranch online store and sell goods through live streaming. It was the best of both worlds. Agricultural products are unsaleable. Please help us. In the blink of an eye, winter is gone and spring is here, the snow melts, and everything begins to revive. In early spring, the Hero Expedition team set out again to continue their journey. The 200th year of the Alliance calendar is destined to be an extraordinary year. Not only mobile phones, perhaps inspired by roto-mobile phones, other communication technologies that have been stagnant in this world have also begun to innovate and replace. The bulky computers were eliminated by the times, replaced by portable tablets and laptops. Not only that, game consoles also appeared. When Naoki saw the 3DS sold online, he was completely confused. But soon, he accepted it. Because if he remembered correctly, the Switch would appear in the Sword and Shield era. The former champion of the Galar region, Moss Hid, liked to play games on the Switch. Out of curiosity, Naoki also bought a 3DS. He thought that since it was a Nintendo game console, it would naturally have games like Mario and Zelda. But after getting it, he found that there were no such games, only some racing games, Pokemon racing games, and some house games. Naoki lost interest after playing for a day, and finally the 3DS was picked up by his brother, AI Guancher, who couldn't put down the racing games and racing games on it. Later, the younger sister AI Guancher was also attracted by 3DS. Unlike her brother, she preferred the house playing games on it. The brother and sister agreed to play for an hour each day. In the end, Naoki couldn't stand it anymore, and had to buy another 3DS for her younger sister AI Guancher. The two AI Guancher are very sensible. Although they like playing games, they will not forget their duties because of playing games. They still manage everything in the house, in an orderly manner. It is worth mentioning that Babu Tubo's parents were also settled in the ranch. The three of them became the chicken coop managers of Jishu Ranch, grazing hens in the chicken coop every day. Under this circumstance, Shishu also began to concentrate on running his own shop. On February 15th of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar, the store of Jishu Ranch officially opened. However, he waited for 3 days, and the store did not receive a single order. This made Jishu doubt his life. He carefully checked his store, and found no problems. Could it be because the store only sells some common crops and milk? Naoki thought. These crops and milk are not rare. People living in the city can buy a bunch of fresh vegetables and unopened moo milk in just 10 minutes. In addition, the number of mobile phone users has not yet reached its peak, and online shopping has not yet been fully popularized. This situation is not surprising. Thinking about it, Naoki found the reason. But Naoki was not in a hurry. If he couldn't sell it, he would keep it for himself. Naoki turned off the computer and left the online store there. Just as he was about to go outside to see how the crops in the ranch were growing, he suddenly saw his sister AI Guancher running over. AI! It called out, and then wanted to take Naoki to the incubator. Naoki also realized something and hurried to catch up. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the mini dragon egg that was originally placed in the crib had cracks. With a click, a light pink mini dragon head poked its head out from the eggshell. Wow, another shining mini dragon. Naoki felt that his luck was about to explode. The mini dragon opened its big black and bright eyes, and curiously observed the situation outside. When it saw Naoki, the mini dragon immediately made a close call. Woo! This little guy knows me, Naoki said to his sister AI Guancher with a smile. It was true that he had used the power of the dragon to help the egg grow before. Although the mini dragon was still in the egg and had not hatched, it must have been familiar with his breath at that time. Naoki walked forward, and Dratini gently climbed onto his hand. Naoki transferred the power of the dragon into its body, and the Dratini looked very happy. In the end, it was full and fell asleep happily in Naoki's arms. Naoki had experienced taking care of Eevee before, so he was very familiar with how to take care of this newly hatched Pokemon. He took the Dratini downstairs, walked out of the room, found the two Dragonites that had formed a pair, and showed the Dratini to them. Your baby is hatched. The two adult Dragonites opened their eyes wide, and looked down at the Dragonite in Naoki's arms. They recognized it as their baby at first sight, because they felt a very familiar breath from the Dragonite. Awoo! Seeing this, the two Dragonites cried happily. They knew that it was right to leave the baby to Naoki to take care of. Naoki, Naoki asked speechlessly, aren't you going to take it back to Dragonite Island and take care of it yourself? The Dragonite couple shook their heads. Awoo! They didn't spend as much time on Dragonite Island as they did on the ranch. Instead of taking them back to Dragonite Island, it would be better to put the baby directly in Jishu Ranch to take care of it. They feel relieved that Jishu takes care of it. In this way, they can see their children every day. When the children grow up, they can eat Baofan here with them. Feeling the thoughts of the Dragonite couple, Jishu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. These two Dragonites will save trouble. But it's okay, then he will continue to take care of this mini dragon. Meanwhile, in the reverse world, Flower Sky Island, Giratina is using telepathy to direct Rotom to surf the internet. After several months of contact, Giratina is now completely adept at operating the Rotom phone. And the Rotom in the phone is becoming more and more familiar with the Giratina in front of him. Compared to the beginning, Rotom is no longer afraid of Giratina, but he is still worried about Giratina's temper. Because this Pokemon has a very bad temper, it will criticize anything it doesn't like. Rotom's hand that inputs text is always nervous. And today, Giratina suddenly came up with a good idea. It directed Rotom's mobile phone to search for news about the two neighbors. Giratina, search for Dialga and Palkia. Upon hearing this, Rotom knew that Giratina was going to cause trouble again. It searched tremblingly, and then broadcasted the content of its search in voice. Content related to Dialga and Palkia has been found. Lodo. Dialga, in the legend of the Sinnoh region, is called the god of time. He has the power to control time. It is said that it is because of his birth that time begins to flow. Lodo. Palkia, in the legend of the Sinnoh region, is called the god of space. He has the ability to distort space. It is said that when this god is born, the barrier that blocks the present world will disappear, and the boundless space will appear. Lodo. The humans in Sinnoh built statues for them, and someone published a discussion about Dialga and Palkia. Rotom. That humans seem to worship these two Pokemon. Giratina squinted his eyes and listened. Hearing that the two guys were regarded as gods by humans, he was full of disdain. What kind of shitty gods? Giratina continued. Search for the great Giratina. Rotom did as he was told, but soon he discovered something embarrassing. Giratina, ? Rotom. I didn't find any relevant information about Rotom. Giratina immediately stared with disbelief. Check again. Rotom did as he was told, but the result was the same. It could only repeat, I didn't find any information about Rotom. Giratina suddenly fell silent. No one knew what it was thinking, but Rotom could feel that Giratina was very angry. After a long while, Giratina finally spoke. You just said that a human posted something about those two guys? Rotom replied, That's right, Lodo. Giratina, ask him if he knows the great Giratina. Rotom asked the netizen on behalf of Giratina. Soon, they received a reply. Unknown netizen, Giratina? What is that? Giratina asked Rotom to tell the other party. Giratina is the most powerful god in the world. It is much more powerful than Dialga and Palkia. Unknown netizen, I haven't heard of it. Are you bragging? Are you comparing the combat power of Pokemon? No matter how powerful Giratina is, can it be as powerful as Dialga and Palkia who control time and space? Dialga directly controls the time of Giratina, making it return to the time before it was born. Do you understand? Giratina, ? How can this be? This human dares to humiliate it like this. Giratina is angry. Seeing such a Giratina, Rotom has begun to tremble. As expected, it heard Giratina say, Tell him to wait. Rotom asked with a trembling voice, What are you going to do, Rotom? Giratina, I'm going to teach this ignorant human a lesson. Rotom, locate him for me. This is illegal, and I can't do that, Rotom. Giratina snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Can human laws control me? Seeing that Rotom couldn't be located, Giratina decided to find him himself. It activated its ability, and observed the real world through the inverted world. The next second, the huge body floated up, and seeing Giratina was about to fly away, Rotom quickly boarded it. Seeing Giratina's actions, Rotom was really scared, and he quickly called Naoki. Naoki, come quickly, Giratina is going to hit someone along the network cable, Rotom. Chapter 415. When Naoki received Rotom's call, he was completely stunned. What happened? Giratina went along the network cable to beat people. Did he hear it right? It's the real Rotom. The Rotom said, as he dialed the video call. The next second, Naoki saw the huge body of Giratina flying through the destroyed world on the screen of Rotom's phone. The surrounding sky islands quickly swept back, and Giratina was surrounded by black air, and it was obvious that he was in a state of extreme anger. Naoki's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He called Giratina and jumped into the reverse world to chase Giratina, while asking Rotom for details. From Rotom's story, Naoki heard that Giratina asked it to search for legendary Pokemon in the Sinnoh region. When it found out that it was not there, it was provoked by an unknown netizen. All of this directly led to the irritable old dragon's rage, and he planned to teach the unknown netizen who provoked it a lesson. As if he felt that words could not describe what had just happened, Rotom directly sent a screenshot of the comment to Naoki. After reading it, Naoki was speechless for a moment. The guy on the other side probably didn't expect that he would be facing such a Pokemon. But now, the most important thing is to catch up with Giratina and stop its plan. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Recalling the time when Giratina used its ultimate move to bombard him for several hours, Naoki suddenly felt a headache. This irritable, vengeful, and petty dragon, Giratina was no longer visible in front of him, but with the positioning function of the Rotom phone, Naoki could see that Giratina was flying towards the distance at an extraordinary speed. Gulton, speed up, Naoki ordered. Ah, gah. Gulton seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. It responded, and then flew with all its strength. The speed was so fast that everything around it became blurred in an instant. Even Naoki's strong body nurtured by drinking life-giving goat milk could not bear it. But now is obviously not the time to worry about such things. Naoki stared at the little red dot on the screen. As Golden accelerated, the distance between the two little red dots was closing at an extremely slow speed. Compared with Golden at full power, Giratina's speed was not much slower. In addition, the reverse world was originally its domain, so Giratina could travel through it at will. It was just like a shadow, flying through this destroyed space at a high speed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The originally disordered space around became chaotic as Giratina flew by. As the distance between the two Pokemon was about to close, a purple vortex suddenly appeared in front of Giratina. The next second, Giratina disappeared after entering the vortex. When Naoki checked the location of Rotom, he instantly found that the distance between the two Pokemon was pulled apart by a very long distance. That was probably the distance from the Sinnoh region to the Padia region. Naoki couldn't help but curse at his heart. Is this the Lord of the Reverse World? The ability to freely travel in the Reverse World? Seeing that he might not be able to catch up with Giratina for a while, Naoki could only try to communicate with it through the Rotom phone and let Giratina continue to move forward. Realizing Naoki's plan, Rotom, who had been staying on Giratina, bravely climbed to the top of Giratina's head. Then, Naoki's voice came out. Giratina, stop now. Giratina yelled angrily, don't stop me, I'm going to teach that bold human a lesson. As if afraid that Naoki would threaten it with something else, Giratina directly ordered Rotom to hang up the phone and ignore Naoki. Rotom trembled, and had to do as he was told. But it did not turn off its real-time location. Seeing that Rotom was so obedient, Giratina was very satisfied and comforted him. Don't be afraid, stay with me, I will protect you in the future, and no one can bully you. Rotom was touched, but still did not turn off the location. At the same time, Giratina looked at the void in front of him, grinning, with a ferocious face. Here we are, that damn human, let him see the consequences of humiliating it. At the same time, in the Sinnoh region, EMI City, in a slightly old building, a black-haired young man was squatting on the toilet in the bathroom. The young man's name was Ishihara. He was 24 years old, his favorite drink was iced black tea, and his previous hobby was to gamble coins in the game city. Since the release of the Rotom phone, Ishihara's hobby has become playing with the Rotom phone and surfing the internet. In order to attract traffic, accumulate fans, and get more people to pay attention to him. A few days ago, Ishihara took pictures of 2 legendary Pokemon statues on a small hill east of Baidai City, and posted their legends online. As expected, the legendary Dialga, who controls time, and Palkia, who controls space, attracted many fans for him, and everyone commented enthusiastically under the post. And just this morning, a discordant voice appeared in the post. The netizen asked him if he knew Giratina, and said that Giratina was more powerful than the god of time and the god of space. This time Ishihara couldn't help it. As a native of Baidai City, he grew up listening to the legend of the god of time and space. Therefore, Ishihara directly questioned the other party, and said that Dialga, who can control time, is almost invincible to other Pokemon. After sending the message, Ishihara originally thought that the other party would argue with him for a few words, but he never thought that the person would fall into the sea without a single reply. Have I defeated you? Otherwise, how could that person be speechless? Thinking of this, Ishihara couldn't help but grin. Crack! Suddenly, the light in the bathroom flickered a few times, accompanied by a gloomy cold wind blowing between his buttocks. Ishihara subconsciously clamped his legs together, and quickly looked up. What happened? Is the light in the bathroom broken? The light continued to flicker until finally, accompanied by a sharp sound of electricity, all the lights in the room disappeared. Then, Ishihara saw a pair of scarlet eyes appearing in the mirror in front of him. Ishihara, ah! Ghost! A scream suddenly broke out, and Ishihara forgot to pull up his pants and hurried to the living room. Before he ran outside, he was tripped by the thief's pants and fell to the ground with a plop. Giratina, who was peeping at the real world through the mirror, saw this scene and immediately snorted with disdain. Aren't you so awesome on the internet? Why are you so timid in real life? Then, let it teach this ignorant human a lesson. So Ishihara, who had just climbed up from the floor, saw a vortex emerging from his living room. Then, a huge Pokemon with blood-red eyes, black hair all over its body, and a destructive aura flew out of the vortex and slowly fell to the floor. Ishihara, Good, so scary. He had never seen a Pokemon with such a strong pressure. No, something is wrong. The way this Pokemon looks at him is not right. Ishihara could sense the danger. Giratina's eyes were dim, and under the moonlight shining in from the window, it grinned with a grim expression on its face. Ishihara was so scared that he sat down on the ground, looking up stupidly at this Pokemon that was full of hostility towards him. At this moment, Naoki and Golden arrived in time, and rushed out in one breath, while the passage opened by Giratina was not closed yet. Stop it, Giratina! This has nothing to do with you. Don't stop me, Naoki! Giratina snorted coldly, then opened its mouth, and the terrifying energy quickly condensed in its mouth, and finally turned into a shadow ball, and flew towards Ishihara. Seeing this scene, Ishihara was almost scared to death. At this critical moment, Golden rushed forward and blocked in front of Ishihara, bearing the attack of the shadow ball for him. Ishihara was almost scared to death. Seeing the actions of Golden and Naoki, Giratina's eyes changed instantly, and it roared loudly in anger. Why are you stopping me? It was this person who humiliated me first. Naoki did not expect things to develop to this point. He said in a deep voice, I can feel that he has no ill intentions, but he really does not know you exist, and it was because I gave you the Rotom phone that all this happened. Sorry, Giratina, I can't bear to see that happen. If Giratina is allowed to hurt humans, then it will inevitably be disliked by more humans. Naoki does not want to see that happen. Giratina was burning with anger. It didn't want to hurt Naoki, but Naoki's behavior at this moment made it very angry. In addition, Giratina also felt very wronged. In thousands of years, Naoki was the first human who treated it like that. It regarded him as a friend, but now this so-called friend stood beside the human who humiliated it. Good, very good. In that case, you will bear my anger. Giratina roared. It did not choose to hurt Naoki, but turned to look at Golden. Golden narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, the two Pokemon broke through the window and flew into the night sky, colliding fiercely at a very fast speed above Bidai City. Seeing this scene, Naoki's heart sank, and he hurried to the window and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the crimson light ball of Golden's incarnation and the black light ball of Giratina intertwined into a spiral, and continued to rise higher in the crazy collision. This scene attracted the attention of people living in Bidai City. They all looked up at the night sky. Look, what is that? It's flying so high. Are Pokemon fighting? They are so fast. Someone was watching the battle with a telescope. After seeing the two strange figures clearly, the man couldn't help but mutter, what kind of Pokemon is that? Will Giratina be a match for Giratina? Before today, Naoki had never had an answer in his heart, so when he saw Giratina and Giratina start fighting, he was extremely nervous. But the distance was too far, so he had no way to command, nor could he remind Giratina not to use fighting moves, because fighting moves were ineffective against the ghost-type Giratina. At this time, Ishihara in the living room hurriedly put on his clothes. He walked to the mysterious man standing in front of the window, and looked at the two Pokemon entangled in the sky with him. He asked in horror, what kind of Pokemon is that? Naoki did not look back. That is Giratina, the netizen who argued with you on the Pokemon forum. Your reply angered it, so it came. Ishihara, ? He was completely confused. Pokemon can also use Rotom phones to surf the internet. At this time, he heard the mysterious man in front of him continue. Giratina is also the god of your Sinnoh region. It was born with Dialga and Palkia. Unlike Dialga and Palkia who control time and space, Giratina guards the shadows of the world and maintains the balance of the world. It is also a very great god. It's just that the world it lives in is on the other side of the world we live in, and it rarely appears in front of humans like Dialga and Palkia. As a forgotten god, Giratina really hopes that he can be treated the same as Dialga and Palkia. They were born at the same time, and are responsible for watching over different parts of this world. If only Giratina is forgotten, it would be too unfair for it. That would only increase its resentment. Hearing this, Ishihara was stunned. He had no time to think about why the Pokemon was playing with the phone, nor did he have time to think about who the man in front of him was. He only knew that it was his provocative reply that angered the Pokemon. Ishihara was speechless. At this time, the battle in the sky had come to an end. The battle seemed to have been decided. After the last collision, the two balls of light began to fall to the ground. Seeing that scene, Naoki immediately wanted to go down to check. But he came in a hurry this time, and didn't bring other Pokemon with him. At this time, Ishihara took out a Pokeball. Let my Mukor take you there. Ishihara released two Pokemon, one was Mukor, and the other was Murkrow. He rode Murkrow, and Naoki rode Mukor. Thank you. He thanked this unlucky old man, and then flew to the place where Giratina and Giratina fell under the guidance of the two Pokemon. It was located on a plain outside of Iamai City. When Naoki arrived there, both Giratina and Giratina were standing on the ground with wounds all over their bodies, looking at each other from a distance. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but feel shocked. Is his Giratina so strong? It can even arm wrestle with Giratina? Ah, gah. Giratina looked at Naoki dejectedly, and seemed a little depressed. Naoki could roughly guess what Giratina was thinking, and he reached out, and touched its head to comfort it. You've done a good job. After saying that, Naoki looked at the silent Giratina across from him. He hesitated whether to take back Giratina's Rotom phone. If the phone was still in Giratina's hands, it might happen again in the future that it would run along the network cable and beat people up. It would be bad if someone died because of it. Giratina also looked at Naoki with a pair of blood-red eyes. It was silent, and didn't say anything either. I'm sorry. Ishihara's voice came. Naoki turned around and saw him running to Giratina, sincerely apologizing to it. I'm sorry, Giratina. This matter is my fault. Before today, I didn't know about you, and I didn't know that you were maintaining the balance of the world, so please forgive me. I will never do that again. Ishihara bowed deeply, and apologized to Giratina. Giratina looked at this human in silence for a few seconds, then turned around, ignored Naoki and Gul'dan, opened the entrance to the reverse world, and flew in. Rotom, the cell phone belonging to Giratina, looked anxious, looked left and right, and finally followed Giratina into the reverse world. Then, the vortex slowly closed, leaving Naoki and Gul'dan in the Sinnoh region far away from the Paideia region. Naoki, Gul'dan also looked helpless, Gah. Naoki checked Gul'dan's injuries, and then went to the Pokemon Center in Iamai City, and asked Miss Joy there to treat Gul'dan's injuries. After Gul'dan recovered, Naoki rode on it, ready to return to the Paideia region as quickly as possible to see what was happening with Giratina. Before leaving, Ishihara called him hesitantly. Hey, may I ask, what's your name? This mysterious man actually knew so many secrets about the Sinnoh region. The relationship between Giratina, Dialga and Palkia, these gods, I'm afraid even the historians who specialize in studying legends in the Sinnoh region don't know, right? Who is this man, and that mysterious Pokemon? Ishihara looked at the scarlet Pokemon that was full of wildness. Naoki looked back at him and said, my name is Naoki. Also, try to avoid conflicts with others online in the future. After that, Naoki turned around and rode on Gul'dan to leave the Sinnoh region. The mysterious Pokemon appeared in Iamai City, and fought a fierce battle in the sky, which immediately attracted the attention of the Sinnoh Alliance. Because of those two terrible Pokemon, the people of Iamai were in a panic. Under such circumstances, the current champion of the Sinnoh region, Sirona, rushed to Iamai to investigate. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Until an enthusiastic citizen named Ishihara came, and provided her with information about the incident. That Pokemon is Giratina, which was born at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. Giratina lives in the dark side of the world, guarding that place and maintaining the balance of the world. This was told to me by a mysterious man named Naoki. His Pokemon even had a fierce battle with Giratina. Hearing these words and the name, Sirona was slightly startled. Naoki. Is it the Naoki she had met before? Sirona couldn't help but think of the one-time encounter she had with him at the dinner party in the Unova region. That man actually knew so much about the legends of the Sinnoh region. Sirona recalled the ancient murals she had seen in the ruins of Shina Town. The scene depicted on the mural seemed to show that the gods in the Sinnoh region were not only Dialga and Palkia. But Sirona had investigated for a long time, and could not find any relevant clues. After calm contemplation, Sirona suddenly felt that she needed to go to the Padilla region. Sirona left, and Ishihara returned to his newly rented house. The house he rented before was severely damaged by Giratina, and it was no longer habitable before it was repaired. Sitting on the toilet, he opened the Rotom phone and logged into the Pokemon forum. The comments that Giratina had replied to were still retained in the comments section. Ishihara clicked on the personal page of the netizen named the most powerful Giratina in the world and silently looked at the empty content on it. Even though he had personally experienced that kind of thing, at this moment, he still couldn't believe that a Pokemon would actually use a Rotom phone and surf the internet. But there is no doubt that this account is the account of Giratina, who can surf the internet, and is also the legendary Pokemon of their Sinnoh region, and the god who was born at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. Thinking of this, Ishihara deleted his offensive comments and clicked to follow him. The next second, the number of fans on the personal homepage of the most powerful Giratina in the world, which was originally 0, became 1. Chapter 416. At the same time, Naoki also returned to the Padilla region. Without taking a break, he immediately jumped into the lake in the center of the ranch, and successfully came to the reverse world through it. Thank God, Giratina did not close this entrance, otherwise, he would have to drink poisonous mushroom soup. After entering the reverse world, Naoki immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped Giratina, and Giratina must have been very sad at that time, right? Thinking of this, Naoki turned his head and looked in the direction of Flower Sky Island. At this moment, Giratina was lying there as usual. The flowers that were growing well around were crushed under it, and a large number of them were killed or injured. Giratina closed his eyes tightly, his huge head resting on his forelimbs, and the thick tail behind him kept shaking, as if to show the unusualness of his owner's heart. Naoki, He tried to walk forward, landed on the Flower Sky Island, and then deliberately coughed twice. Giratina didn't even raise his eyelids, and still had his eyes closed, looking like he didn't want to talk to anyone. It was still angry. Not angry at that person, but angry at him. Naoki immediately realized this. At that time, as a friend of Giratina, he did not stand by Giratina, but chose to block Giratina's attack for that person. If it were him, he would probably be very disappointed. But reason told Naoki that he couldn't let that happen. Giratina has a hot temper. Once it is enraged, it will really kill the netizen's family through the internet cable. Naoki didn't know what to do for a moment. He couldn't just watch Giratina kill all the netizens who had quarreled with it. After a moment of silence, Naoki sighed and apologized to Giratina. I'm sorry, it's my fault this time. First stroke it, and wait for Giratina to calm down before explaining the interests involved. Sure enough, after hearing this, Giratina raised its eyelids, then turned its head, and pointed the back of its head at Naoki. Seeing this, Naoki stretched out his hand towards it, and used the power of the dragon to sense Giratina's emotions. The next second, the power in his hand completely conveyed Giratina's current mood to him. It was aggrieved. Naoki was slightly startled, and then he understood the reason. Since its birth, Giratina has been expelled to this destroyed world, living here alone. It has no friends, and no one to talk to. What it does every day is to look at everything in the real world through the water. When he mistakenly entered the reverse world, after improving the environment of the reverse world, helping Giratina build the sunny sky island, feeding food, and using the power of the dragon to massage, Giratina already regarded him as a friend. But now, as a friend of Giratina, he stood on the opposite side. Thinking of this, Naoki understood everything instantly. Naoki felt bitter. This kind of thing is really difficult to deal with. If he chooses to support Giratina, then he will have to watch Giratina hurt people, and this matter is likely to continue. If he chooses to stop Giratina, then Giratina will be even more angry because of what he did. More importantly, this thing has already happened. What to do? Naoki looked at the behemoth in front of him. Deception? Lies? Naoki was silent for a long time, and finally decided to sincerely apologize to Giratina first, and then tell his true thoughts. For humans, everyone has a different definition of friends. I don't know what others think, but in my opinion, friends should help each other when they are in trouble, and should also help each other when they are about to make mistakes. Although that person had a quarrel with you, he is not guilty of death. I know that I have no right to stop you, and human laws cannot restrain you, but I am just worried that you will hurt humans and be hated by them. In fact, you are not a bad person, right? Giratina closed his eyes, but he heard these words. It snorted in its heart. It didn't care whether humans hated it or not. But Giratina thought of something else. Did Naoki mean that he didn't want to see it go down the wrong path? If so, then Naoki wasn't protecting the human as he thought before? Giratina suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at Naoki in front of him. From the power of the dragon just now, not only did Naoki feel its emotions, but Giratina also sensed Naoki's thoughts. Naoki didn't want to see it hurt humans because he regarded it as a friend. Not only that, Giratina also sensed Naoki's intention to take responsibility for it. It had just heard Rotom's explanation on the way back. In the human world, if you kill a human, you will be arrested by the police and locked up. If Naoki wants to take responsibility for it, then Naoki will be arrested. Although Giratina doesn't care, it can break into the police station, kill all the police, and then rescue Naoki. But this kind of thing will definitely make Naoki very embarrassed, right? After thinking it through, Giratina knew that Naoki was not deliberately against him. It was in a good mood, but its tone was still cold, like the silent lake in the reversed world. Humph, I forgive you this time. Seeing this, Naoki instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Giratina listened to him. Naoki grinned, his mood also improved, and he gave Giratina a suggestion. If someone scolds you online in the future, as long as they don't kill you, you can just run over and scare them. In this way, those trolls will learn a lesson and will not dare to curse people online, and Giratina will not become a world disaster and be jointly attacked. Although it is a god, Giratina is also a Pokemon. Its emotions come and go quickly, and it soon reconciled with Naoki, and their relationship became closer. After Naoki left the reverse world, Giratina asked Rotom to search on the internet. Search for what it means for a human to stop his friend from killing someone. Rotom was sweating profusely, searching for Lodo. 208 responses have been found for Lodo. Giratina, read it to me. Got Lodo. Rotom read it out word by word. When a human stops his friend from killing someone, it often means that he cares about this friend Lodo very much. Murder violates the laws of the Alliance. Once such a thing is done, Miss June Shaw will lead the police to arrest him. If the incident has a serious impact, Interpol will take over Lodo. Once caught, the murderer will face life imprisonment or even death penalty, and lose his life Lodom. As a qualified friend, he will definitely stop such a thing before it happens, because he doesn't want his friend to embark on that road of no return Lodom. If you have such a friend, please treat him well Lodom. Giratina nodded while listening. Sure enough, Naoki still cares about it. Giratina wanted to listen more, so he asked Rotom to continue reading. When Rotom read the 28th article, its voice suddenly paused, and then it opened the treasure forum and announced, "Someone has become your fan, Lodo." Giratina was a little confused. "What is a fan?" Rotom explained, "It's someone who follows you online, Lodo." Afterwards, Rotom explained the meaning of fans to Giratina in detail. For example, humans often have emotions such as love and admiration for someone because of their strength, appearance, or talent. These people will regard the person they follow as an idol and follow him involuntarily. As he said this, Rotom opened Giratina's personal homepage and checked the information of his followers. However, it doesn't matter if he doesn't look at it. As soon as he looked at it, Rotom found something bad. This person is the one who provoked Giratina on the internet. Giratina noticed Rotom's pause. It narrowed its eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Rotom, "It's the human Lodo just now. He followed you, Lodo." Seeing Rotom's reaction, Giratina reacted immediately. "What does he want to do?" Giratina asked coldly. Giratina was very angry when he thought of the man saying that it was no match for Dialga. Rotom began to investigate the man's purpose. It checked the other party's speech records and posts, and then noticed something. The post where the man and Giratina quarreled before was deleted. Not only that, there was an additional introduction on the other party's personal homepage. The third god of the Sinnoh region, a shadow Pokemon born at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. Looking at this introduction post, not only Rotom was a little confused, but even Giratina was confused. That shadow Pokemon. Is it talking about it? The post seemed to have been posted just a few minutes ago. Rotom clicked on it, and conveyed the content to Giratina word by word. Shadow Pokemon Giratina, a legendary Pokemon hidden behind the world. It is said that it was born in this world at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. Dialga controls time, and Palkia controls space. Giratina went to the back of the world, watching over the dark matter there to support the real world we live in and maintain balance. In the post, many people living in the Sinnoh region questioned the content. They grew up listening to the legends of the god of time and the god of space, but had never heard of the Pokemon Giratina. In response to these doubts, the owner of the post, Ishihara, who was scared by Giratina, directly recounted his experience yesterday, including his quarrel with a netizen, and then being chased to his home by the netizen through the internet cable. And the identity of the netizen was none other than the legendary Pokemon Giratina. In recent times, as a forum owner who tells the history of the Sinnoh region and legendary Pokemon, Ishihara's posts have attracted many like-minded people, and brought him more than 1,000 fans from all over the world. Seeing this reply, this group of netizens have typed question marks and replied below, "Is it fake? Pokemon can go online? Isn't it deliberately made up to attract traffic? This is too fake? I don't believe that Pokemon can use Rotom phones to go online. Don't be so absolute above. My giraffe can use 3DS to play fighting games with me. And I have never won a single game against it." Faced with these questioning voices, Ishihara directly attached a screenshot of his ruined living room, and the post that Giratina replied to yesterday, and it Ed Giratina. At once, hundreds of people flooded into Giratina's personal homepage. Then, Rotom received one private message after another. Rotom was stunned, and Giratina was stunned too. Giratina felt that those humans were here to criticize it, and its face darkened, and it suppressed its anger and said, "What are they talking about? How bold! If these weak humans dare to humiliate it again, it will immediately go over to teach them a lesson and scare them all. Anyway, as long as no one is killed, it's fine." However, Rotom gave an answer that Giratina did not expect. "Rotom, they are asking if you are really Giratina, Lodo." Giratina? Question mark. Who else could it be if not Giratina? Seeing that these humans doubted his identity, the hot-tempered Giratina immediately ordered Rotom to take a photo of him and upload it to the internet for proof. Rotom did as he was told. Thus, a photo appeared on Giratina's personal homepage. The photo showed a huge Pokemon with gray and red stripes on its body, a pair of large ghost-like wings on its back, and blood-red eyes, which looked very ferocious. On the photo, Rotom also added a sentence in a domineering manner according to Giratina's request, "I am Giratina." 10 minutes later, this post became a hot search. 20 minutes later, the number of fans on Giratina's personal homepage began to grow at a very fast rate. An hour later, the news that the legendary Pokemon used Rotom's phone to surf the Poke forum went viral on the internet. For hours later, Giratina's personal fan count exceeded 5 digits. Sinnoh region, Kamaya town. Sharona, who had just returned to her hometown, and was about to go to the ruins in the town to reinvestigate the murals, received a notice from the Sinnoh League. She turned on her Rotom phone, logged into her Pokemon forum account, and then found the netizen named the world's most powerful Giratina. Clicking on the personal homepage, the next second, Sharona saw the photo of the fierce-looking, irritable Pokemon. Sharona? Question mark. Vale City, Team Galactic Base. Pale-faced and calm, Chiri looked at the photo on the phone and murmured, "Interesting, there are Pokemon that can only come out of the shadows, Giratina." Kanto region, Pallet Town. Professor Oak looked at the Pokemon he had never seen before on the computer screen with excitement. Giratina. Is it a legendary Pokemon that lives on the other side of the world? It's amazing. This legendary Pokemon can actually use the Rotom phone to surf the internet. Professor Oak said to his assistant with fiery eyes. "No, I want to contact it." At this point, Professor Oak directly followed this magical legendary Pokemon and sent it a private message. In the reverse world. In an instant, Rotom received thousands of private messages. It quickly told Giratina about these things. Should we reply Lodo? However, Giratina, who had calmed down, was full of disdain for this situation. Ignore them. A mere human is not qualified to be replied by a god like it. Received Lodo? Rotom quickly replied. Giratina paused and asked again, "By the way, what is Naoki's account name? Follow him for me." Rotom communicated with Naoki's Rotom phone, but learned from the Rotom in that phone that Naoki was sleeping. Naoki, who had rushed back from Sinnoh overnight, was extremely tired and fell asleep as soon as he got back to bed. Seeing this, Rotom directly got Naoki's personal account from the other party and followed him for Giratina. So, when Naoki woke up from his sleep and was about to play with his phone for a while, he received a notification from Giratina that he was following him. "The most powerful Giratina in the world has followed you." Naoki recognized this name and knew that it was given by Giratina himself. Out of curiosity, Naoki clicked on Giratina's personal homepage. However, you will be shocked if you don't see it. Looking at Giratina's 5-digit fans, Naoki was confused. What happened? Did something extraordinary happen in the world during his sleep? Chapter 417. In order to understand what happened, Naoki immediately sat up straight, leaned against the bed, and started browsing the Pokemon forum. Without having to look for it deliberately, Naoki understood the cause and effect of the matter. Because as soon as he clicked on the homepage of the Pokemon forum, he saw the hot search titled Shock, a legendary Pokemon surfing the internet using a Rotom phone. And this hot search was at the top of the list, with a big gap from the second place. Wow, after reading it, Naoki exclaimed, wow. Things began to develop in an unexpected direction, as if he was being dragged by 10 million Kintaros, and had completely lost his control. 58,678. This is the number of fans on Giratina's personal homepage so far, and it has only been 7 hours since the post exposing Giratina was published. Is this a coincidence? Naoki asked himself. Giratina's popularity not only caused its number of fans to surge, but also brought his account 400 to 500 more followers. Because his account, called Wing King, was the only one followed by the internet celebrity Giratina. Naoki had seen many netizens discussing the relationship between him and Giratina. Some even sent him private messages asking for details, asking if he was Giratina's trainer. Naoki couldn't imagine how many private messages Giratina would receive. He didn't know how to reply to those who privately messaged him, so he simply ignored them all, turned off his phone, and went to the reverse world to find Giratina. Giratina was listening to Rotom reading the comments of the humans to it. When Naoki came over, they just read it together. Naoki sat next to Giratina's big head, and Rotom's phone automatically floated in front of him. Naoki looked at the screen, and saw that the private chat bar was full of small red dots, all of which were 99+. The news had exploded. These were all private messages sent by netizens to Giratina. Naoki took a look and said in his heart, as expected. Rotom read to Giratina, and Naoki flipped the screen with his fingers to see what those people sent to Giratina. Invincible young hero, are you really a Pokemon? The strongest trainer, Giratina, please accept my challenge. I want to have a Pokemon battle with you. Tropical Dragon, Sugoi. And so on. Naoki continued to scroll down, and even saw a private message that seemed to be from Professor Oak. Professor Oak, hello Giratina. I am Professor Oak who specializes in Pokemon research. Do you have time? Can you come to visit Professor Oak's Research Institute in Pallet Town? We will definitely treat you well when the time comes. Naoki, This is very consistent with Professor Oak's personality. He clicked on the homepage and found that the netizen had been professionally certified. He was really the famous doctor in the Pokemon research community, Yukinari Oak. Great, Giratina, you are really popular. Naoki turned his head and looked at Giratina next to him. The Pokemon who was still in a bad mood not long ago was now lazily closing his eyes and listening to Rotom's recitation with a comfortable look on his face. Aren't you going to reply? Naoki asked. Giratina shook his head nonchalantly, his tone full of disdain. You are just a human, you are not qualified for me to reply. Naoki, That's right, this is in line with Giratina's personality. After all, it is a legendary Pokemon that has existed since the beginning of the world, and it always has a sense of pride. Since Giratina ignores those netizens, he can just pretend not to see it. As for the relationship between him and Giratina, let the netizens imagine it for themselves. Naoki returned to the ranch. It was dusk, and the sky outside was gradually getting darker. The Pokemons were running and playing leisurely on the grass in the sunset. After sleeping for an afternoon, Naoki was full of energy. He took a deep breath and prepared to prepare dinner for the Pokemons. When passing by the living room, Naoki found that the Bud Crown had run back from the glass greenhouse and was sitting on the sofa, sipping black tea and watching TV series on his Rotom phone. His posture was very elegant. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Giratina has become a big internet celebrity now, and Razor is still obsessed with watching TV series. It would be great if these two legendary Pokemon could be exchanged. With Giratina watching TV series, Razor becomes a big internet celebrity, so that we can take the opportunity to absorb the faith of the entire network and let Razor's name spread to every corner of the Pokemon world through the internet. With the blessing of the whole world's faith, Razor is directly invincible. Naoki was a little moved, so that night, he created a forum account named Razor Cultural Communication Ambassador and used it to spread the Razor Crest cult on the internet, including introducing the legend of the King of Plenty, its abilities, etc. Next, just wait for time to ferment slowly. After dinner, Naoki returned to his room to rest. The newly hatched mini dragon followed him closely, and Naoki put the pink and tender little mini dragon on his belly to sleep. Lying on this soft quilt, and surrounded by the friendly and relaxing atmosphere, the mini dragon soon yawned and fell into a sweet dream. Little EVs are also scattered in every corner of the room. There are too many Pokemon, so the bed is almost full. Therefore, Naoki bought a small nest for each of them a few days ago. Now the EVs run back to their nests every day to sleep soundly. And Babu Tubo has not slept in the room in recent days, but went to the ranch to accompany its parents. Therefore, only Gillerton, Dratini, and EVs are left in the room now. Lying on the bed, Naoki pinched Dratini's big nose while opening Piku Live and searching Chishu Live. Soon, Chishu found Chishu's live broadcast account, and the other party was still live broadcasting. Chishu smiled slightly. Did Chishu think that he would not be able to find it if he didn't tell him? Maybe it was because she had just started live broadcasting and Chishu had not fully adapted to it, so she didn't want to be seen by familiar people. Therefore, when Chishu asked her a few days ago, Chishu replied mysteriously that it was confidential. When he opened the live broadcast room, Chishu found that there were only a few people in the live broadcast room, and Chishu was welcoming a challenger to challenge the gym. Although it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, the nightlife in Yangwang City, one of the largest cities in the Padilla region, had just begun. The battle on the screen seemed to have reached a white-hot stage. Chishu and the challenger both had only one Pokemon left. Faced with this situation, the challenger sent out a Surge Duck, and Chishu sent out his ace Pokemon, Dream Demon. At the beginning of the battle, the two of them each performed Tie Crystallization. With a flash of dazzling light, Dream Demon turned into Tie Crystal Electric Dream Demon, and Surge Duck turned into Tie Crystal Water Surge Duck. Naoki saw the result of the battle at a glance. The training level of that Surge Duck was obviously insufficient, and although it had undergone the crystallization, it was still restrained by the crystallized Dream Demon in terms of attributes. As expected, it was just as he expected. The Dream Demon defeated the crystallized Surge Duck in just 1 minute. The trainer of Surge Duck was very disappointed. Seeing this, Chishu smiled and encouraged, "Oh, although you lost the game, I saw the bond between you and Surge Duck. Don't be discouraged. Come on, you will definitely beat me next time." "Yeah." The trainer was obviously encouraged. He looked at Chishu gratefully, then turned around and took the Pokemon to the Pokemon Center for treatment. Chishu returned to the camera and said to the screen, "Hello everyone, the battle just now was very exciting. The challenger's energy is just like Mama Il King." Looking at the tree on the screen, Naoki smiled slightly, turned around and gave a big rocket. "Invest in advance, and then let Chishu endorse his store." Chishu wanted to say something else, but when she saw the name of the reward and the rewarder, she seemed to realize something and changed her words in the middle. "Haha, thank you very much for the support of this friend, but Chishu has been live for a long time today, and now I have to take a break, so today's live broadcast ends here. See you next time." After that, the live broadcast room went dark. Chishu then received a video call from Chishu. After the video was connected, Chishu seemed to be a little embarrassed because he was discovered by an acquaintance during the live broadcast. "That person just now was you, right?" Naoki shook his head repeatedly. "It wasn't me. You recognized the wrong person." Hearing this, Chishu was speechless. "Then how do you know what I was talking about just now?" Naoki was silent. After a while, he asked, "How did you guess it?" Chishu, "Idiot, because all your online names are Wing King." Naoki, Oops, that was a mistake. At that time, he just used the same username when registering accounts for convenience. Others didn't notice it, but Chishu didn't expect it to be noticed by Chishu. Okay, actually, you don't have to give me a tip." Chishu blushed a little, and said embarrassedly, "I always feel a little weird when acquaintances watch my live broadcast." Naoki didn't expect Chishu to be troubled by this problem in the early days. He said, "But when your popularity gets higher and higher, you will always be seen by acquaintances, right?" "That's true." Chishu found that it was true, and she finally sighed helplessly. "Forget it, I slowly adapt to it first." Naoki smiled slightly. "That's right, if you want to become an internet celebrity, you will have to face this situation sooner or later. When you become famous, I will ask you to endorse me." Hearing this, Chishu's attention was attracted. "Endorsement?" Speaking of this, Naoki sighed helplessly. "Yes, I opened an online store selling agricultural products and Moo Moo fresh milk, but I haven't received a single order so far." Chishu immediately understood what was going on. "Although I also want to help you, I only have more than 300 fans in my current live broadcast room, so I can't help you." Naoki shook his head and said, "It's okay, I believe in you. You will definitely become a famous anchor in the future." Chishu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Naoki to believe in her so much. This touched Chishu, who had just started the live broadcasting industry. After a brief moment of shock, Chishu smiled brightly. "Yes, I will definitely help you promote it when the time comes." Chishu planned to go back to rest. Before hanging up the phone, She reminded Jishu not to give her any more tips. Because she didn't do live broadcasting for money, she just wanted to make the Brewing Light gym famous. After all, the Padilla Alliance treated gym owners and Alliance staff very well. In this case, no one would be short of money. Naoki could only agree. In fact, in addition to Chishu, he could also ask Giratina, who became popular overnight, to endorse the ranch. But if he did that, it would definitely attract a lot of netizens to come. By then, the ranch would be crowded and become a tourist attraction, and they would not be able to continue their current peaceful life. Therefore, after careful consideration, Naoki chose the second way. Because he slept during the day, Naoki couldn't sleep at night. In order to avoid disrupting his work and rest routine, he directly asked the AI Guancher brother and sister to hypnotize him, and then fell asleep. Meanwhile, in Yangwang City, after hanging up the phone, Chishu returned to her home. She took out her Rotom phone, opened the Pokemon online shopping app, and tried to search for Naoki's online store. Chishu typed in Wing King, but found nothing. This surprised Chishu. Huh? Isn't it Wing King this time? What could it be? Chishu tried to recall what Naoki had just said, and then typed in the words ranch shop in the search bar. This time, the search was successful, and more than a dozen stores popped up on the interface. Chishu saw Naoki Ranch among them at a glance. She looked at the zero purchase records on the store, and Chishu couldn't help but muttered, I didn't expect that such a powerful Naoki would encounter setbacks in this place. He must have suffered a big blow, right? In this case, let her help. In the living room, Chishu smiled, then clicked into the store, selected the goods inside, and started to place an order. Chishu thought Naoki would choose AliExpress to help deliver the goods. But when she saw the delivery method of Dragonite Express, she was very surprised. It really fits Naoki's style. Chishu murmured. Dragonite's flying speed is famously fast. Even if Jichin Town and Yangwang City are located on the east and west sides of the Padilla region, it only takes 20 minutes to reach them with Dragonite's ability. With such a fast speed, there is no need to worry about the vegetables and milk being spoiled during delivery. Realizing this, Chishu added his parents' delivery address and prepared to buy some fresh vegetables and milk for them. After everything was ready, Chishu paid. When Naoki sees so many orders tomorrow, he will be very excited, right? The next morning, Naoki just woke up and received a notification from Rotom's mobile phone, saying that a customer bought agricultural products from the online store. Hearing this, Naoki immediately lost all sleepiness and woke up completely. He excitedly opened the Pokemon online shopping app, and as expected, he saw several orders on it. 3 boxes of Moo Moo milk, 2 boxes of tree fruit, a bottle of rock salt, 2 cans of honey, a box of eggs, 2 cabbages. Quite a lot. Naoki happily asked Rotom on his mobile phone to send the customer's address and other information to the working Dragonites, then went out to sort the goods, handed the goods on the order to the Dragonites, and asked them to deliver them to the customers. The Dragonites' backpacks also used magical space technology, and the space inside was large enough to hold more than a dozen boxes of Moo Moo milk. The part-time Dragonites, who received the goods, set off immediately. Looking at their backs, Naoki was very happy. This is a good start. He returned to the room and looked at his shop happily. However, Naoki soon found something wrong. The addresses of the 3 orders were all in Yangwang City, and the addresses and names were very similar. Naoki entered the 3 numbers on his mobile phone, and soon found that one of them had been saved in his address book. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Chishu's number. Soon, the call was connected. Chishu was preparing sandwiches for Electric Belly Frog and Dream Demon. Seeing Naoki on the other side of the screen, she pretended that nothing had happened. Good morning, Naoki. Hee, what do you want to talk to me about today? Chapter 418. Dear guest, the Moo Moo milk, tree fruit, rock salt, honey and other crops you ordered have all been delivered. I believe you will receive them in 20 minutes. Naoki imitated the tone of Taoba's customer service in his previous life and said with a smile. Chishu suddenly felt guilty, but continued to act. Huh? Naoki, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand it? Naoki, Okay, don't pretend, those 3 orders are yours, right? Naoki was speechless and touched at the same time. Chishu is a pretty good person, worth making friends with. Having said that, Chishu stopped acting and admitted with a smile. Because the crops on your ranch are of high quality, eating them will make your body healthier, so I bought some for my parents and others. At this time, the Dragonites are almost in Yangwang City, right? Chishu wanted to add something else, but saw a Dragonite with a backpack on his back landed at the door of Chishu's house according to the navigation of Rotom's mobile phone. Chishu moved the camera away, walked forward and took the goods from Dragonite, and then said to Chishu, "Okay, I have received the goods, hee hee, Dragonite Express is really convenient." Chishu could only sigh helplessly. "Okay. Yeah." Chishu nodded repeatedly. She was a little worried that Chishu would say something to her, so she quickly found an excuse to hang up the call. 10 minutes later, Chishu looked at the good reviews on his own online store, and didn't know what to say for a moment. User Dian Dian Shu, the goods have been received, Moo Moo milk is delicious, and the vegetables are fresh. The taste of rock salt is also unique. My Pokemon and I like it very much. We will support it again in the future. It's a bit like brushing orders. At the same time, in Yangwang City, Chishu, who was about to change clothes and go to the gym with Electric Belly Frog and others, suddenly received a call from his parents. When the call was connected, Chishu heard his mother's slightly anxious voice from the other end. "My dear daughter, where did you buy those things?" Chishu was stunned for a moment, and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Did anything happen?" The woman recounted what had just happened word by word. 10 minutes ago, a courier Dragonite landed at their home, and gave them a lot of agricultural products and fresh milk. When the couple saw the name and phone number on it, they knew that it was their daughter who bought it for them. The two signed for the goods, sent the Dragonite away, and returned home to look at the fresh crops, preparing to eat them this morning. At this moment, the man saw a bottle of special goat milk from the pile of goods. The goat milk was labeled with live goat milk, and there was a cute head of a little goat next to it. The man, who had never drunk goat milk before, was very curious, so he decided to try it. However, after he drank the goat milk, he immediately felt his whole body become hot and full of strength. "Your father has run around the yard 10 times, and is now wrestling with a strange force on the grass." Hearing her mother's words, Chishu was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered the magical goat milk sold by Chishu Ranch. She had seen the magic of goat milk with her own eyes. Guluxia, who could no longer ski due to an injury, became able to ski again after drinking this goat milk. Thinking of this, Chishu hurriedly said to her mother, "I forgot to tell you, that kind of goat milk is very special. It is specially for seriously injured people and Pokemon. If a healthy person drinks it, he will become full of energy, and will not stop until all the energy is consumed." Hearing this, the woman was dumbfounded. That store still sells this kind of thing? Why does it sound like some unscrupulous pharmacies selling small pills to middle-aged men? Thinking of this, the woman suddenly became a little worried. There shouldn't be any side effects, right? Chishu comforted, "Don't worry, there are absolutely no side effects. I have seen others drink it with my own eyes." The woman was relieved. In early spring, the whole ranch was full of a thriving scene. The flowers in the garden were extremely lush, and some wild butterflies were attracted to them, flapping their wings and flying among the flowers, stretching their graceful postures to their heart's content. After finishing the communication with Chishu, Naoki waited in the ranch for about 20 minutes, and saw the Dragonite that went out to deliver goods return to the ranch. Naoki glanced at the time on Rotom's phone and murmured, "It only takes 20 minutes to get from Jichin Town to Nyangwang City. It's worthy of Dragonite that can fly around the earth in 16 hours. He even felt that if the Dragonites used all their strength, this time would be even shorter. Like high-speed movement, super speed, Dragon Dance and other buffs. For those ordinary Gull Express, Dragonite Express is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Except for Chishu, there are no other customers in the ranch shop for the time being. Putting the things on the internet aside, Naoki plans to go and see the Pokemon in the ranch. Spring is here, and there are still many things waiting for him to deal with in the ranch. For example, the upcoming spring horse racing. According to Naoki's observation, Blizzard Horse seems to be looking forward to this event, because it also wants the crown worn on the head of the Spirit Horse. That's right, it was the championship trophy that Linjiuma won at the horse racing meeting last year. Later, it always wore it on its head as if it were a crown. Naoki once wanted to help it take it off for safekeeping, but Linjiuma refused, because it felt that it was a symbol of the Horse King, and could not be handed over to others casually. There was no way, Naoki could only give up, and at the same time began to worry that Linjiuma's long-term wearing of the trophy would cause the skull to deform and become the shape of the trophy. Thinking of this, Naoki felt that such a thing was too bad. He looked at the Lingyu horse in the stable and felt that he couldn't go on like this. So Naoki turned around and found the King of the Crown and told him his worries. Hearing this, the King of the Crown didn't say anything, but just went to talk to the Lingyu horse. Then Naoki saw the Lingyu horse take off the trophy and handed it to the King of the Crown for safekeeping. "It's all right now," the King of the Crown said to Naoki after receiving the trophy. "That's good. Naoki conducted a detailed examination of the Lingyu horse's skull, and was relieved after confirming that it was not deformed by the trophy. After bidding farewell to Lingioma and Zubayoma, Naoki went to the reverse world again, and came to the world tree. He found the tropical dragon that couldn't fly last winter because of a wing injury, and asked about its plans. It's spring now, the snow outside is melting, and everything is starting to revive. What are your plans next? Do you want to go back to Dagwa Lake to join your companions, or do you plan to stay at the ranch? The tropical dragon raised its head high, and made a melodious cry. Oh! Naoki, will you stay and live with us? Tropical dragon nodded and said happily, oh! Very good. Naoki smiled slightly. Then please take care of me in the future, tropical dragon. Oh! While speaking, Naoki noticed that the banana fruit on tropical dragon's neck had grown again. If he remembered correctly, tropical dragon picked all the fruits in December. In theory, the next batch of banana fruits would have to wait until summer to be harvested. But now they are harvested in spring. Is it because of the accelerated banana frying? Or is it because of the long stay at the world tree that the abundant natural energy has accelerated the growth of bananas? Naoki murmured. In this way, the growth cycle of tropical dragon fruit will change from the original 2 ripenings a year to 6 or 7 ripenings a year. Combined with its harvest characteristic, you may be able to harvest a lot of banana fruits at a time, which means 1 ripening per month. It's a pity that the effect of the sacred bun made of Phoenix King's feathers has no effect on tropical dragons. Naoki thought. Holy blessing, after eating, Pokemon will be favored by the King of Phoenix, and their fortune will be greatly improved. This effect is only effective for Mew, Baby Bear, and Zapdos. This effect is equivalent to the artificial grace feature. If it is also effective for Tropical Dragon, it may be able to trigger its harvest feature 100%, and harvest double bananas at a time. However, the Holy Blessing is only effective for the members of the Great Hero Expedition team appointed by the King of Phoenix. But people always have to feel content. Compared with the 2 harvests a year at the beginning, it is good now, isn't it? Naoki reached out and touched the head of Tropical Dragon. As the weather gradually warmed up, the Mount Goat and Oliva had left the reverse world and went to live outside. The Hero Expedition team also continued their journey. Tropical Dragon was a Pokemon that was a little bored here, so it followed Naoki outside. Naoki placed it by the river, where there was plenty of water and sunshine, which was very suitable for Tropical Dragon to live. When the world tree was fully grown, he would build a nest for Tropical Dragon on it. After settling the Tropical Dragon, Naoki went to the apple orchard on the other side of the river. Thanks to the cultivation of the goat, the apple saplings he planted before have grown completely, and now they have produced bright red apples. In terms of size and color, they are not inferior to the apples in Kitakami Township. Naoki picked an apple and took a bite. The next second, the sweet flesh burst into his mouth with full juice. It tastes sweet and crispy, not bad. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. In addition to these bright red apples, there are still some green apples. Naoki plans to pick them in 2 days. Walking in the apple orchard, looking at the apples in the orchard, Naoki suddenly became a little worried. Will these apples attract fruit worms? Fruit worms, apple Pokemon, are grass and dragon Pokemon. This Pokemon specializes in eating apples. It will hide in apples from birth, eating the flesh while growing, and usually uses apples to disguise itself. For farmers, under normal circumstances, the fruit worm will harm the orchard and is a harmful Pokemon. If you encounter a fruit worm with a gluttonous characteristic, the apples in the whole orchard may be eaten up. But things are not absolute. In this case, if you encounter a fruit worm with a ripening characteristic, not only will it not eat all the apples, but it will accelerate the growth of the apples and make the apples mature faster. And when the fruit worm evolves into apple wrap or honey dragon, the efficiency of ripening will be greatly improved. It is said that in the distant Galar region, many fruit farmers raise Pokemon such as fruit gnats to help apples ripen. Thinking of this, Naoki carefully walked around the apple orchard to see if there were any fruit gnats that ran into his apples to steal the flesh. For identifying apples, his golden finger can play a big role. Looking around, the detailed information of almost every apple is like this: apple, ordinary fruit, sweet and delicious, with a crisp and refreshing taste. Because it was cultivated by the Mount Goats during its growth, its quality has been greatly improved. It has great nutritional value, and can be used to make dishes. If you encounter an apple occupied by a fruit gnat, no detailed information will appear, because the apples at that time could no longer be used as food. After a careful inspection, Naoki was sure that no fruit worms had come to his apple orchard. This made Naoki feel a little disappointed. He liked the honey dragon that evolved from the fruitworm. If he had honey dragon, he could plant an apple orchard on the world tree and let honey dragon take care of it. After a little thought, Naoki was going to go home and use his Rotom phone to search for Pokemon such as fruitworm and honey dragon on the internet to see their habitats, and then capture a few of them with mature characteristics and return to the ranch to look after the apple orchard. But at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Naoki looked up and saw the huge figure of Rayquaza slowly landing in the pasture. Naoki was slightly stunned, then realized something and turned to look at Snorlax Park. As expected, he saw Dragonite, Motor Lizard and Eruption there, and this time even Eevee and Dratini ran over to join in the fun. It seemed that they were shocked by the majestic figure of Rayquaza, and the Eevee and Dratini showed admiration in their eyes. Dragonite is inviting Rayquaza to the ranch again. Well, the cookies and puffins that he and his sister, Ai Guancher, prepared yesterday are going to be eaten up by Rayquaza, the glutton. Naoki suddenly felt a headache, but Dragonite and Eruption used puffins to treat Rayquaza, and he couldn't stop them. It would be too rude to stop Rayquaza from eating. Alas! Naoki could only accept his fate, sighed, and prepared to go home to see how many puffins were left. He returned to the living room, and was checking the ingredients in the cupboard, when he suddenly received a video call from Baby Bear and Mew. Naoki was slightly surprised, and then quickly pressed the answer button. The next second, the 3 Pokemon of the Heroes Expedition team appeared on the phone screen. Naoki noticed the background behind them, which seemed to be a forest. "It seems that you have successfully arrived at your destination," Naoki said with a smile. The baby bear looked very happy. "Imimi." Its words were automatically translated by Rotom with electronic sound. "Baby bear, that's right. There are many Pokemon in this place that we have never seen before. Mew, we just helped a long-winged gull that got lost in the forest find its trainer." "Long-winged gull?" Naoki was a little surprised. Mew and Baby Bear nodded repeatedly, and they turned the screen around so that Naoki could see the strange Pokemon around him clearly. The snake-shaped bear in the grass, the coyote dog in the open space, the hunting swallowtail flying in the woods, the proud swallow resting on the branches. Looking at the familiar Pokemon on the screen, Naoki's heart moved. Could it be that the place where the Hero Expedition team is adventuring this time is the Hoenn region? Chapter 419. Hoenn region, where the dream begins. Naoki still remembers the time when he first got into Pokemon, which was the red, blue, and green era. Red, blue, and green correspond to Groudon, the god of the earth, Kyogre, the god of the sea, and Rayquaza, the god of the sky. I wonder what time it is now, and whether the battle of the 3 gods of Hoenn has happened. Naoki murmured in his heart. The Padia region and the Hoenn region are far apart, and he rarely hears news from there on weekdays. But with the destructive power and influence of Groudon and Kyogre, if that really happened, I'm afraid the whole world would know about it. In addition to the 3 legendary Pokemon, Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, the Hoenn region also has many mythical Pokemon and legendary Pokemon. For example, the 3 pillars sleeping in the ancient ruins, Regirock, Regice, and Regisquirrel. However, the Pokemon that Naoki is most interested in is the one that people call 7 Nights Wishing Star. Jirachi. Jirachi is a very special Pokemon. It can only wake up once every 1,000 years, and the awakening time is only 7 days. When the 7 days are over, this Pokemon will fall into sleep again until the next 1,000 years. Looking at the Hero Expedition team on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, there was a place called Fanes in the Hoenn region. That's where the story of the movie 7 Nights of Wishing Star Jirachi took place. And there is a Jirachi sleeping in that special landform. Whenever the Millennium Comet arrives, Jirachi will wake up, absorb cosmic energy from the Millennium Comet, and then nourish the land, maintaining the richness and beauty of Fanes. Naoki wants to see if that movie will happen in this world. Therefore, he issued a second commission to the Great Hero Expedition team. By the way, Baby Bear, Dream. On the other side of the screen, Baby Bear and Dream looked over with a lightning bird, waiting for Naoki's next words. I heard that there is a Pokemon named Jirachi in the land you are visiting now. Naoki introduced the rumors about Fanes and Jirachi to the 3 Pokemon in detail. After listening, Baby Bear and Dreamy blinked their eyes, and immediately felt some sympathy for the Pokemon. Baby Bear, it's so pitiful. Dreamy also nodded. It can only wake up for 7 days, and many 7 days is 1,000 years. Jirachi must be very lonely, right? The 3 Pokemon looked up at Naoki at the same time. Naoki, can you help Jirachi? Naoki, Is he some kind of humanoid wishing machine? From the animation, it seems that Jirachi is a Pokemon that sleeps for 1,000 years and wakes up for 7 days. Whether it's the one in Fawns or the one in Alola, they are all like this. Naoki couldn't think of any good solution, unless he could develop a dish that would be useful for Jirachi. But the key point is that he has no idea at all now, and he doesn't know what kind of dish will have that effect. But looking at the expectant eyes of the 3 Pokemon, Naoki can't say that he can't do it. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and changed his words. I will try my best. Hearing this, Dream and Baby Bear clapped their hands happily. Their words were translated by Rotom. Then let's go find Faunus and Jirachi. After hanging up the phone, Dream and Baby Bear looked at the Rotom phone in front of them. Me. Rotom, please help us write down Naoki's request. Receive Lodo. The Rotom phone responded. It then opened the memo function and recorded Naoki's commission. Commission 2, help Jirachi. Commission content, go to Fanes to find Jirachi, a phantom Pokemon that can only wake up once every 1,000 years, and then help it with Naoki. Completion status, not yet completed. In addition to this commission, there is another commission in the memo. Commission 1, find expedition team members. Commission content, find a Pokemon named Hoopa and invite it to join the Hero Expedition team to travel together. Completion status, not yet completed. This is the plan that Rotom Mobile helped the Great Hero Expedition team to develop after joining. In order to prevent them from forgetting the commissions, and to check the unfinished commissions at any time, Rotom Mobile saved all the commissions and tasks received by the Great Hero Expedition team in the memo. Near noon, Naoki picked a basket of red apples from the apple orchard and brought them home to make delicious apple pie and candied apples. Apple pie, see, a delicacy made from apples, a traditional dessert from a certain place, a cooking effect, increases the friendliness of sweet Pokemon. Candied apple, see, plus a snack made from apples, and white sugar, a cooking effect, silk enhancement LV1, strengthens the toughness and tenacity of silk thread moves, making it difficult to break free. The effect of apple pie is ordinary, and the effect of candied apple is only effective on Butterfree. Naoki simply glanced at them, and stopped paying attention to their effects, preparing to eat them as ordinary snacks. In addition to these 2 desserts, Naoki also made some meat dishes. After all, according to his understanding, Dalton and Motor Lizard are not very interested in this kind of sweet food. Compared with apple pie, they prefer roasted meat that is golden, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and full of gravy. As expected, during lunch, the 2 Pokemon looked away after taking a look, but Frostmilk, Yuriko, and Bubblehead liked this apple pie and candied apple very much. Guillerton and Motor Lizard buried their heads in the food bowls attentively, eating the sandwiches and grilled meat inside. Seeing them so hungry, Naoki couldn't help but smile. Then you guys eat first, I go give Butterfree a candied apple, he said. The Pokemon nodded, and Naoki got up and left the restaurant. He found Butterfree in the garden, and fed it the candied apple. Butterfree usually likes to eat sweet pollen and nectar, so it also likes this candied apple made with syrup. Phooey! After eating, Butterfree cried out happily. Naoki smiled and said, this dish can make your silk stronger. Do you want to try it? Phooey! Butterfree was full of surprise. It flapped its wings and spit out a milky white silk thread from its mouth. Naoki stretched out his hand, and the silk wrapped around his hand. He tried to pull the silk hard, but he couldn't break it even with great effort. It really has become stronger. Looking at the silk in his hand, Naoki felt that it must be a good material for knitting clothes. He remembered that the old woman in Warm Lava Worm House used the silk spit out by the spider to knit sweaters. But Naoki has not yet mastered that skill. Perhaps Chishu's good reviews worked, and that afternoon, Naoki's ranch store finally welcomed a real customer. When Naoki received a notification from Rotom on his mobile phone, he thought it was Chishu who came to buy things again. But when he opened his mobile phone, he saw that it was a customer from Juatai City. Meanwhile, in a school building at Padilla College in Juatai City, a man in his 20s was browsing the Pokemon online shopping app using a Rotom phone. The man's name was Qing Yuan, and he was going to buy a box of Moo Moo milk from the app and take it back to the dormitory. Although there were shops selling Moo Moo milk in Juatai City, it was too much trouble for a lazy otaku. In comparison, the Pokemon online shopping app was more convenient. After placing an order and paying, a Pokemon would deliver the goods directly to you. At this moment, Qing Yuan suddenly found a very simple little shop. Huh? The name of the shop is Naoki Ranch. Is this a shop opened by a rancher? And the name Naoki always made him feel familiar. He didn't know where he had heard it before. Qing Yuan tried hard to recall, but people are often like this. The more they want to recall a specific thing, the less they can remember it. In desperation, he had to give up recalling and clicked on the interface of the shop with his finger. Looking at the dazzling array of goods on it, Qingyuan was a little surprised. Quite a lot, from vegetables grown in the fields, to fruits grown on fruit trees, to milk produced by big milk tanks, they have everything. Not only that, there are some very strange things on sale. Life-giving goat milk. Qingyuan read out the introduction word by word. Special goat milk, produced by the goats raised on the ranch, has magical effects. Severely injured and dying Pokemon can recover immediately after drinking it. It is recommended to drink it in critical situations. Each person is limited to 2 bottles per week. Seeing this introduction, Qingyuan's first reaction was that it was so exaggerated. How could there be such goat milk in this world? It instantly restored the seriously injured and dying Pokemon to health. This store is so arrogant. However, when Qingyuan saw the price of this life-giving goat milk, he was even more shocked. Oh my god, 1 bottle actually costs 30,000 alliance coins. So expensive. You know, a bottle of Moo milk only sells for 600 alliance coins. This bottle of goat milk can buy 50 bottles of Moo milk. As a poor student, Qingyuan couldn't bear to buy such an expensive item. He turned around and looked at the price of milk in the store, and found that the price of milk was still the market price. So Qingyuan ordered a box of Moo milk. And when he saw the delivery method supported by the store, he was completely confused. Quick, Dragonite Express? Does this mean that this ranch is using Dragonite Pokemon to deliver goods? Isn't this a waste of talent? Dragonite, a dragon attribute Pokemon, is powerful and extremely rare in the wild. It is a very rare Pokemon. And now, this store is actually using such a rare Pokemon to deliver goods? Qingyuan couldn't help but take a breath. In order to see for himself whether it was true, he placed an order. The delivery fee of Dragonite Express was 600 alliance coins, which was still within his acceptable range. After clicking OK, Qingyuan thought he would have to wait for a day or 2 for the goods to be delivered. However, 10 minutes later, someone knocked on his window. Qingyuan was shocked. The dormitory he lived in was on the 5th floor, and it was impossible for someone to knock on the window in this place. He walked over tremblingly and opened the curtains, and then he saw an orange Dragonite looking at him from the window, with a pair of big wet eyes. The Dragonite looked very docile and cute, with a small red bag on its back and a mobile phone Rotom beside it. Quick, Dragonite! Qingyuan exclaimed. Rotom's voice came from the phone. Dear guest, the Moo fresh milk you ordered has been delivered. Please open the window to sign for it. Qingyuan finally reacted, and he hurried forward to open the window while being shocked. The Dragonite squeezed in, took out the Moo milk he ordered from his bag, and put it on the floor. When everything was done, Dragonite whined, then turned around and flew away with Rotom. Qingyuan was left standing in the room for a long time without coming back to his senses. Dragonite. It's really Dragonite. Who is the owner of that store? They actually use a rare Pokemon like Dragonite to deliver goods. Naoki. Naoki Ranch. At this moment, Qingyuan suddenly remembered the post he had seen on the campus forum before. He quickly opened the Rotom phone, logged into the campus forum, and found the post. The hidden boss of the campus legend. Every trainer in the Padilla region must understand that when you challenge all the gyms, obtain all the badges, and pass the Padilla League Championship, it does not mean that your journey will end. It is said that somewhere in the Padilla region, there is a mysterious and powerful trainer. Only by challenging and defeating that person can you become the strongest trainer in Padilla. Qingyuan continued to look down. The host continued to write on the 2nd floor, in-depth study of the 3 trials of Naoki Ranch. This post collects the experience of most challengers participating in the trials, so as to help you pass those trials better. First, the green grass trial. At this time, Naoki will send out the Mount Goat to fight. The challenger needs to defeat 3 Mount Goats to pass. The strength of the 3 Mount Goats has reached the champion level, and the control of the green grass energy has reached a superb level. They can control the green grass energy, and make the green grass field only effective for themselves. When facing them, a protracted battle is undoubtedly unwise, because as far as I know, no challenger's Pokemon can outlast them. At this time, the best way is to use attribute restraint, use flying, fire, ice, insect, and poison attribute Pokemon to fight. Let the Pokemon burst out the strongest attack, and end the battle within 2 moves. If you can't end it, you will have to face the endless recovery of the Mount Goat, and the special move. Holy Sword of Grass. It turned out to be him. At night, when Naoki finished bathing Golden and was about to go to bed, he received a message from Reo. It was a link. Naoki clicked on it, and saw the word School Legend, Padilla Hidden Boss. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then looked carefully. This post seemed to be posted by a trainer who came to the ranch to challenge the trial in the past 2 years. The other party introduced the rules and content of the green grass trial in detail, and also made a special strategy. Not only the green grass trial, but also the lightning trial of Babu Tubo and the storm trial of Dragonite. Naoki glanced up and down. Well, it was done in great detail. It seems that the person put a lot of effort. But what made Naoki speechless was that these students actually called him the hidden boss of the Padilla region. Chapter 420. Speaking of hidden bosses in Pokemon games, we have to mention the hidden boss in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Red. In the game, if players collect all badges and champion challenges, they can go to the top of Silver Mountain and challenge this trainer with a legendary life. He went out to travel at the age of 10 and became a champion in less than a year. He challenged Team Rocket alone and defeated Team Rocket's boss Osakaki. After that, Red quit his career as a champion in the league and went to the vast Silver Mountain to train Pokemon alone. Since then, there has been no news until the players in the game climbed to the top of Silver Mountain to see him. Naoki remembered that at that time, all 6 of the red Pokemon had broken through LV80, and even the strongest Pikachu had reached LV88, only 12 levels away from the maximum level. Such a powerful trainer was a veritable hidden boss in the game back then. Thinking of this, Naoki turned his head to look at Gillerton sleeping at the foot of the bed, and thought of Babu Tubo and Dragonite in his mind. If calculated according to the levels in the game, what levels would his Pokemon be? Calling him a hidden boss or something is too exaggerated. But thinking of the mutated Pokemon in the ranch, Naoki suddenly felt that it was not so exaggerated. Well, he can barely be considered half a boss. At this time, Leha on the other side of the screen sent another message. Leha, did you see it? You are really famous in our academy. I have heard that a trainer is going to team up to challenge you. Naoki, how come it is the same as teaming up to fight the boss in the online game? Naoki, by the way, have you made any progress in your research? Leha, so far, it's going well. I've found a way to remove the seals and determine the approximate range of the seal locations. However, there may be some errors in some places due to earthquakes or other reasons. But I believe we can finish the work in a while. Leha, when the time comes, I have to ask you to help me again. Naoki, okay. Even if he can't subdue the ancient jade fish, ancient tripod deer, etc., it would be great to go and see them and take a photo. After finishing the communication with Reo, Naoki casually logged into the Pokemon forum and found that the number of fans of Giratina had broken through 6 figures, reaching 100,000. In this world, legendary Pokemon are already very rare, and they are often a symbol of strong power. In the city and the wilderness, many people are chasing their footprints, but except for some lucky ones, most people can't see them even once in their lifetime, and can only end up with regret. As a legendary Pokemon that can use Rotom phones and surf the internet, Giratina's appearance at this time is likely to attract people's attention. It can be seen that these netizens have a strong curiosity about legendary Pokemon. However, Giratina's popularity is too exaggerated. Looking at the number of more than 150,000, Naoki is very envious. And the cultural propaganda account of Bud Crown that he created has only more than 200 fans so far. It would be great if this fan of Giratina was given to Bud Crown. No, we can't just waste Giratina's popularity like this. So the next morning, Naoki found Bud Crown, who was playing with her phone, and helped her register an account on the Treasure Forum. Then, Naoki asked Rotom's phone to help take a few photos of Bud Crown drinking afternoon tea in the garden, and then uploaded them to the forum. Faced with Naoki's actions, Bud Crown was a little puzzled. This is. Naoki smiled mysteriously. You will know later. After that, he turned around and went to the reverse world, found Giratina, who was surfing, and asked it to help forward Bud Crown's post. Giratina knew about Budcrest because that Pokemon had come with Naoki to the reverse world to help it plant flowers. Rotom, help Budcrest forward. Giratina commanded gruffly. Receive Rotom. Rotom's phone shuddered and quickly controlled Giratina's account to forward Budcrest's post. Before confirming the post, Rotom asked, what content should I match it with? Rotom? Giratina looked at Naoki. Naoki thought carefully and said, just match hello everyone, this is my friend, Budcrest. Okay, Lodo. The next second, the post was forwarded successfully. Giratina on the side was a little puzzled. When did I become friends with Crown of Flowers? You can do it anytime you want. As he said that, Naoki opened the value communication, selected Giratina and Crown of Flowers, and then created a group chat. The most powerful Giratina in the world joins the chat group. The farmer joins the chat group. That's good. You can talk directly in the group if you have anything to say in the future. Naoki smiled and said, Budcrest is a legendary Pokemon like you, but its ability is to grant abundance to the earth. I think you have seen it. Giratina recalled the previous events and nodded his huge head. Naoki continued, moreover, Budcrest's power is infinite. The more people know about it, the more power it will bring to it. At that time, maybe it can directly change the natural environment of the entire destroyed world, making every island green and full of life. Hearing this, Giratina stared with a look of surprise. Can he do that? Maybe? Naoki smiled. So, you should understand why I asked you for help today. Giratina understood instantly, because many humans have become its fans. At this time, if the Bud Crown appeared, he would definitely attract many humans and become more powerful. After figuring this out, Giratina grinned. Then you owe me a favor this time. Naoki was a little surprised. You still owe favors? Giratina snorted. I'm Giratina. Seeing this, Naoki knew that Giratina learned these things from surfing the internet. Okay, then I use the power of the dragon to massage you again later, he said. 100,000 times. Giratina negotiated. Only such a great number is worthy of it, Giratina. Naoki, He thought to himself that you can squeeze me dry, the power of the dragon is limited, and it takes a whole night to recover after using it once. All the dragon power he had used during this period was used to cultivate the motorbike lizards, so there was no extra to massage Giratina. 3 times. Naoki said. No, 90,000 times. 5 times. 50,000 times. 15 times at most. You are already so powerful, dragon power can't provide you with much help. There are still many dragon Pokemon in the ranch that need my help. Seeing Naoki so determined, Giratina could only say, okay, 15 times is 15 times, don't forget it. A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. The post forwarded by Giratina immediately caused a stir on the internet. Budcrest, Giratina's friend, another legendary Pokemon, a large group of legendary Pokemon fans flocked to Budcrest's personal homepage. Looking at the mysterious Pokemon in the photo, who was drinking tea elegantly, these netizens all typed a question mark. Such a coincidence soon aroused suspicion among many people. Another legendary Pokemon that can surf the internet? Could it be that someone is behind this to attract traffic? Netizens began to question the identity of the crown of flower, and Giratina was also affected. Faced with the doubts of this group of humans, Giratina was very angry, and it immediately sent out its second photo to prove its identity. Now people no longer doubt Giratina, because the environment it is in and the background of the photo are not like the environment on this planet at all. According to legend, both the god of time and the god of space live in a different space. As Giratina was born at the same time as them, it must be exactly the same as them. But Bud Crown is different. Gradually, just as people's doubts intensified, some netizens who claimed to have seen Bud Crown appeared on the internet. They tried hard to introduce the legend and deeds of Bud Crown to those who had never heard of it. Cherry Wine, you are not allowed to doubt the King of Plenty like this. Tao, that's right. Bud Crown is our Pokemon in Zikin Town. 2 years ago, there was a fire in the nearby mountains. Later, Bud Crown appeared and helped us restore the ecological environment there. That's right. I bought Bud Crown souvenirs in Zikin Town before. The owner there told me that Bud Crown is a great Pokemon. It can bring abundance to humans who believe in it, make crops harvest instantly, and make the soil fertile. Favorite flower leaf. It's true, I visited Zikin Town last fall and participated in the local harvest festival. At that time, the Bud Crown King appeared. I have photos here. Take a look. Under this series of evidence, the voices of doubt gradually disappeared. Looking at this group of humans who called themselves the King of Harvest, the Bud Crown King replied, that is a thing of the past. Now I am just a farmer. And he also changed the name of his personal homepage to Farmer. Compared to Giratina, who disdains to communicate with humans and has a bad temper, the temperament of the Crown of Flowers is much gentler. He occasionally takes the initiative to answer questions from netizens. For example, if someone asks where the Crown of Flowers lives now, the Crown of Flowers will reply, I live in a very beautiful place now. Some people will ask how did the Bud Crown know how to use the Rotom phone. The Bud Crown will reply, my friend taught me, and the little Rotom in the phone will help me use the phone better. When I have a word I don't know, the little Rotom will help me translate and tell me. Now, netizens finally understood how these legendary Pokemon used Rotom phones. Under such circumstances, the number of fans of Budora is growing at a very fast rate, and more people know Budora. This growth rate is even slightly higher than that of Giratina. The reason is that this king of plenty is really too great, and he deserves the respect of mankind. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town, Professor Oak looked at the photo on the screen of Rotom's phone with excitement. In the photo, a Pokemon with a huge head was sitting in the middle of the garden, with an elegant posture, sipping a cup of black tea. Professor Oak couldn't believe it. In just a few days, another legendary Pokemon appeared. Bud Crown, King of Plenty. Dr. Oak looked through the netizens' introductions to Bud Crown on the screen and agreed, he deserves this title. Dr. Oak couldn't contain his excitement. With trembling hands, he opened the private chat interface with Bud Crest, and then sent a message to the other party. Professor Oak, hello, Bud Crest. I am a scholar among humans who specializes in Pokemon, Oak Yukinari. I really want to make friends with you. Do you have time? Can you come to Professor Oak's Research Institute in Pallet Town in Kanto? I will definitely treat you with the best black tea. The message was sent, and Professor Oak's face was full of expectation. The message he sent to Giratina before fell on deaf ears, and there was no reply from the other party after many days. This incident made him unsure whether Bud Crest would be like Giratina. Professor Oak took advantage of this time to make a bucket of instant noodles. As soon as he returned to the laboratory, he heard the notification sound of Rotom's phone. Professor Oak, surprised, he quickly put down the instant noodles and opened his phone. As expected, he saw Bud Crest's reply on it. Farmer, hello, Professor Oak, I have heard of you. I am sorry that I cannot go to the Research Institute in Pallet Town. Huh? Professor Oak felt very disappointed. However, the next second, he received another message. Farmer, however, although I cannot go there, you can come to my place. My friend is also looking forward to your arrival. Seeing this message, Professor Oak was completely confused. Friend of the Flower Crown? Could it be Giratina? No, it's impossible. Giratina doesn't know him at all, and didn't even reply to his message. Naturally, it's impossible for her to look forward to his visit. Who could it be? Is it the human that Ratna mentioned in her reply who taught her how to use the Rotom cell phone? If that's true, then that person must have taught Giratina how to use the Rotom cell phone. Are Giratina and Ratna Pokemon captured by each other? Professor Oak couldn't imagine what kind of trainer could capture a legendary Pokemon like Giratina that lives in another dimension. If the other party is really a human, then that guy must be extraordinary. Looking at the message on the screen, Professor Oak turned to his assistant and said, please help me pack my luggage. I'm going to the Padilla region. On February 24th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar, Professor Oak boarded a plane to the other side of the Earth with great anticipation. Padilla region, Jichin Town, Naoki Ranch. The Bud Crown looked at the Rotom phone in front of him and asked, is this all right? Naoki nodded, yes. Professor Oak is the most famous doctor in the Pokemon world. If you can get his help, your name can spread to every corner of the world. Feeling the endless power in his body, the Bud Crown King showed a gentle smile on his face. Actually, I am already very satisfied with the current situation. This kind of thing was unimaginable to me a few years ago. But now we have done it. Naoki's eyes were full of fighting spirit. One day, he will let the name of the Bud Crown King spread to every corner of this world. At the same time, in the reverse world, Rotom hurriedly reported to Giratina, report to Lodo. But Crown's fans have surpassed yours, Rotom. Giratina suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. What else can I do? As the strongest legendary Pokemon, it should have the most fans. Only in this way can it be worthy of its great status. Rotom, keep taking pictures for me. Giratina started business. Chapter 421. After arranging the matters on the Treasure Forum, the next step is to wait for Professor Oak's visit. As the number of netizens on the Treasure Forum increases, the faith they provide to the Flower Crown King also increases. Although the Flower Crown King does not change on the surface, Naoki can feel that the power of faith in his body is getting stronger and stronger. If the Flower Crown King bursts out with all his strength at this moment, Naoki has a premonition that even Giratina is likely to fall under his snow spear. After all, that was the faith of more than 100,000 humans. Now the strength of the Bud Crown has far exceeded its peak period. With the addition of the Psycho and the Snowbron, it may have become the strongest Pokemon in Naoki Ranch. Not only that, this sudden surge of faith directly replenished all the power that Bud Crown consumed when it cultivated the World Tree last time. Therefore, that afternoon, Naoki took the Pokemon in the ranch and Bud Crown to the World Tree together. In the ancient and dilapidated void, the majestic and magnificent World Tree soared into the sky, with a huge crown of lush greenery, and leaves emitting radiant light covering the sky and blocking out the sun, stretching endlessly. The thick trunk below the world tree is almost as big as half a pasture, and the trunk is surrounded by the light of sunflowers. The river water flowing down from the sky island continuously watered the world tree, making it thrive. Looking at this brand new giant tree, if Naoki had not experienced it personally, he really couldn't imagine that it grew from such a small seed. At this moment, standing under this world tree, Naoki only felt that he was so small. Even the slightly larger golden was really not worth mentioning in front of it. It is worthy of being the legendary tree that supports the world. Naoki cast his eyes on the world tree, and the information of the world tree was fully displayed in front of him. World tree, mature a seed sapling that absorbed a lot of grass power. Because of the goat on its mount, it has undergone a mutation during its growth. The majestic vitality is brewing in it, and finally it breaks out of the ground. It is said that it can support a world and use natural energy to nourish all things in the world. It will take 48,054 years to grow. According to the original ability of the Bud Crown King, it will take 10 months for this world tree to fully grow, which is the end of this year. But now that the Bud Crown has absorbed so much faith, Naoki feels that this time will continue to shorten. Let's start, Bud Crown, Naoki said expectantly. He really wanted to see what kind of improvement the faith of the 100,000 netizens would bring to Bud Crown. Okay. Bud Crown nodded slightly. The next second, under the gaze of Gulton, Motor Lizard, Frost Milk, Mount Goat, Babu Groundhog and other Pokemon, he slowly stretched out his hands. A soft blue light enveloped the whole body of the Bud Crown. Then, the light turned into a galaxy composed of pure energy, slowly flowing towards the world tree, and finally turned into a bond, connecting the Bud Crown King and the world tree. As the Bud Crown King injected power into the world tree, a magical scene occurred. Circles of energy ripples began to ripple on the trunk and crown of the world tree, and a strange buzzing sound was emitted during the energy agitation. Rustle. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the green leaves on the crown began to sway gently, making a rustling sound. Under the gaze of Naoki and a group of Pokemon, a hole suddenly appeared on the thick trunk of the world tree in front of him. And Naoki also noticed that the original trunk began to gradually change into another form. That form is a bit similar to rock formations and crystals, but the appearance still retains the appearance of a tree. What's going on? After the cultivation of the Bud Crown King was completed, Naoki walked forward and gently reached out to touch the huge roots of the world tree exposed on the ground. "Ah, Ga!" Golden cried out in confusion, and also walked forward, looking down at the tree roots in front of him, but found nothing. Naoki fell into deep thought. He tried to recall the relevant information about another world tree in this world. The tree of the beginning of the world is located in the mountains of Orlando City, in the Kanto region. The world tree looks like a tree, but it is composed of tree-like rock formations. It is a crystal life form that can rely on light to replenish energy and nutrients. Could it be that the world tree he planted could eventually become like that, relying on sunlight to replenish energy? That would be great. In this way, even if the world tree flies to the sky in the future, there is no need to worry that it will wither because it cannot absorb nutrients from the soil. And Naoki also noticed that the description of this world tree has also changed. World tree, mature. The thriving world tree is about to come to an end, and is transforming into another life form. It is constructing its internal environment. It is a magical tree. It is said that it can support a world and use natural energy to nourish all things in the world. It will take 38,198 years to grow up. Looking at this information, Naoki said in his heart, as expected. He glanced at the hole in the tree trunk, and was not in a hurry to explore it. Instead, he calculated how many years the world tree's growth period had been shortened this time. 48,054 minus 38,198 equals 9,856. 9,856 years? Naoki murmured, almost twice as long as before. Naoki remembered that at the beginning, the Bud Crown King could shorten the world tree's growth cycle by 2,000 years at a time. Later, as the people in Jichin Town and tourists from other places heard the legend of the Bud Crown King, his power was enhanced, and he could shorten the growth cycle by more than 4,000 years at a time. Now, the number that the Bud Crown King can shorten has doubled again, reaching nearly 10,000 years. The Bud Crown King on the side looked tired, but his expression was very gentle. "This is all my current strength." The Bud Crown King raised his head and looked up at the tall and magnificent giant tree. He felt extremely honored and expected in his heart. "Do you want to take a break?" Naoki asked. The Bud Crown King shook his head. "No need to rest. I want to go into the interior of this world tree and take a look just like you." Seeing this, Naoki didn't say much, just said, "Then let's go in and take a look together." Several little EVs hung on his body and looked curiously at the cave entrance. Naoki held a pink Dratini and walked into the cave entrance. Gultrin, Motor Lizard, Babu, Mount Goats, Frost Milk, Eruption, Flutterfair, Cyphro, Farfetch, Butterfree, Water, Fire, and Thunder EV, Glacian and Umbreon and other Pokemon followed behind. After passing through the cave entrance, a winding and interconnected passage appeared in front of Naoki. The passage was long and complicated, as if to confuse intruders. Naoki walked for a long time and found himself lost. He looked at the dead end in front of him and had no choice but to ask the Bud Crown King to use telekinesis to help him find the way. Finally, with the help of the Bud Crown King, they successfully found the right path and came to the center of the World Tree. There was a special upward passage, like an elevator. A light green ring-shaped light film connected the top of the World Tree, and strange bubbles kept rising in the middle. It seemed that only by riding them could one reach the top. Naoki reached out and gently touched the circle of light film, and then found that his hand had passed through it. The little EVs hanging on him were also very curious, and they all leaned close to their heads, jumped to the ground, and sniffed the smell of the light film with their noses. Suddenly, a little EV was accidentally bumped by a companion next to him, and his body fell directly into the light film. EV. The EV was startled and hurriedly tried to call for help, but the next second, a transparent bubble wrapped it in it and flew upwards with it. Naoki was not paying attention when he saw EV flying away from in front of him. "Ah, gah!" The clever Golden pointed at the bubble, indicating that they could also catch up with it by riding the bubble. Naoki also noticed the next bubble that floated up. Without saying anything, he nodded and jumped into the light film with a group of Pokemon. After all, this is the World Tree, there can be no danger inside. The next second, several bubbles rose automatically, wrapped Naoki and Babudog inside, and took them to fly upwards. During this time, Naoki saw the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors through the light green light. This surprised Naoki. Is the inner space of the World Tree so big? The bubble elevator was rising very fast. Before Naoki could figure out how many floors there were, the bubble elevator had already reached the top of the tree. With a puff, the bubble burst and vomited Naoki and Golden out to a place full of vitality. When Naoki and Pokemon saw the scene clearly, they were stunned. The soil was fertile, the grass was lush, and there was a quiet lake in the deep woods. The lake was shrouded in mist, like a fairyland. There were trees covered with moss by the lake, and green vines were hanging on the branches. There were several brightly colored flowers blooming on the grass by the lake, and the air was filled with a very strong natural scent, which made people feel relaxed and happy. This is the top of the World Tree. Through the dense canopy, Naoki saw the black void of the reversed world. If it were in the real world, there would be a clear blue sky or a starry night sky above his head. That scene must be beautiful. Bamo. Babutubo murmured. Although he didn't eat the translation melon sea crisp, Naoki could understand its meaning even without translation. Babutubo said, "It's so beautiful." Yes. Naoki saw that the little EV that was taken away by the bubble was standing on the grass and looking at the scene in front of him with a shocked face. He was no longer in a hurry for a moment, and simply sat down on the soft grass, watching his group of Pokemon playing and frolicking in this place. The Mount Goats and the tropical dragons stood on the grass with bright eyes, and from time to time, they lowered their heads to eat a bite of the lush green grass on the ground. The EVs ran around on the grass and started playing hide-and-seek. Vaporeon seemed to be very interested in the lake. It walked forward, looked at its reflection in it, then jumped in and swam happily in it. Oliva seemed to like this place very much. He stood on the grass, bathed in the rich natural energy, and squinted his eyes comfortably. Babutubo flew around in the woods, constantly exploring this place. Gullerton and Motor Lizard stayed on the left and right of Naoki, looking at everyone with him. But Crown slowly floated beside him. Naoki said to him, "When the World Tree is fully grown, you can come here to live. At that time, I plan to transform this place into a paradise for Pokemon." Just now, when ascending, Naoki noticed that there are many layers inside the World Tree, and the environment of each layer is different. Some are grasslands, some are forests, and some are valleys and caves. Grasslands and forests are suitable for grass attribute Pokemon, while valleys and caves are suitable for rock attribute and ground attribute Pokemon. And water attribute Pokemon can live in such lakes. At that time, he will choose a place with a beautiful environment to build an expedition team guild, a prop store, a restaurant, a tavern, a dessert shop and a coffee shop. Then let some Pokemon come to work. For example, Babu Tubo's parents can be the owners of the prop store, Tropical Dragon can provide food in the restaurant, Frost Milk Fairy can make hot cream in the dessert shop, and Mobile Rotom can issue commissions in the guild. Although there is no mysterious maze in this world, the commission can be planting fruit trees, cultivating crops, harvesting farmland, etc. In addition to the secret base of the Hero Expedition team, the infrastructure on the World Tree side is now fully built. After that, it is time to capture more types of Pokemon and invite them to live on the World Tree. Compared to Professor Oak's Research Institute, the World Tree is the perfect backyard. Naoki kept telling Bud Crown about his plan. Bud Crown listened carefully, occasionally whispering, "I am looking forward to that day." Golden beside him also nodded his head happily, and looking at Naoki like this, his mood also became happy. Ah gah. Galton knew that all of Naoki's plans would come true in the future. Suddenly, Galton remembered something. As the World Tree grew fully, it also attracted a very powerful guy. That guy forced Naoki to work for him, and opened a portal to other worlds on the tree, allowing the Pokemon of the expedition team to go in and save other worlds and help the Pokemon in need. Galton didn't want to leave Naoki at the time, so he didn't go to that world, but he heard from Farfetch that there was also an expedition team in that world. At night, Naoki led the Pokemon away from the World Tree and returned to the ranch. According to the current strength of the Bud Crown, it would only take about 4 months for the World Tree to fully grow. While Naoki was looking forward to it, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Because he had promised Giratina before that he would teach Arceus a lesson when he woke up from his slumber. Only then would Giratina help him raise the World Tree to the sky. He searched on his mobile phone in the afternoon and finally determined the current time point based on the list of players in the previous Silver Conference. Satoshi exists in this world. Last year, he traveled in the Johto region and participated in the Silver Conference held by the Johto Alliance. This year, Satoshi will set off to travel to the Hoenn region. This means that he will arrive in Sinnoh next year, and Arceus will also wake up at that time and begin to take revenge on humans. Naoki has never seen the Pokemon called God, so he is not sure how powerful it is. But from the performance in the movie, even Dialga, Palkia and Giratina are not his opponents, and in the end, Satoshi has to travel back to the past to change everything. The slate, in the final analysis, it's still the slate Arceus carries. Naoki thought. With the slate, Arceus can be immune to attacks of the corresponding attributes. Although Babu Tubo has obtained the power of the King of the Flower Crown, it is still a little unsafe to rely on it alone. Then the question is, can he start with the slate? Naoki thought of the characteristics of the baby bear and its fortune, as well as the effect that can ensure escape. At that time, can he send the baby bear to Arceus to pick up? Where is the slate? If you pick it up, run away immediately, triggering the effect of guaranteed escape, so that you may be able to restrict Arceus. Naoki began to make a plan in his mind in case of emergency. Today's dinner was prepared by his sister Ai Guancher. After eating, the Pokemon in the ranch returned to their nests and fell asleep one after another. Naoki also returned to his room and started playing with his mobile phone. However, while he was playing, he felt a gaze from the side that could not be ignored. Naoki turned his head and saw Golden looking at him eagerly, as if he felt wrong because he was ignored. Naoki, He patted the bedside and motioned Golden to come over. Golden came over obediently. Naoki touched its head and asked, "Do you really not want a Rotom phone? With a phone, you can watch TV anytime." Ah gah. Golden shook his big head, indicating that he didn't need it, and he just wanted to stay with Naoki. Naoki was helpless. Okay. He wanted to continue playing with his phone, but Golden was watching him pitifully, so he couldn't get into it at all. In the end, Naoki simply threw his phone aside and compromised. Okay, I won't play anymore. I take you to sleep with me, okay? Ah gah. Golden immediately came close to his head happily, and licked it with his big tongue. Naoki sighed helplessly. His Pokemon is really too clingy. If Dr. Olin knew that Golden would show such a wronged and pitiful look, he would be very surprised. After wiping Golden's saliva off his face, Naoki closed his eyes, and began to sleep with it. Chapter 422. On February 25th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar, after a day of flying, the plane that Professor Oak was on finally arrived in the Padilla region. The Kanto Airlines passenger plane landed at the Juatai City Airport with a full cabin of tourists. Dr. Oak, dressed in casual clothes, walked out of the cabin with a curious look on his face and looked at this prosperous metropolis. Speaking of which, this is his first time in the Padilla region. The buildings in Zhuhai City are full of Padilla characteristics, and in the center of the city stands an ancient academy with a long history. That is Padilla College. Before setting off for this place, Professor Oak did some homework and had a general understanding of the current situation in Padilla. After leaving the airport and walking on the street, Professor Oak looked excitedly at the strange Pokemon following the pedestrians on the roadside. There was a grass cat Pokemon that looked like a cat with light green fur all over its body, a hammer Pokemon with a pink body holding a small hammer in its hand, and a lizard Pokemon with a tire-shaped airbag in front of its body. Oh, all of them are Pokemon that are not found in Kanto. Professor Oak took out the Rotom phone and scanned those Pokemon. It is so convenient to have a Rotom phone now. Back then, they still used hand-drawn methods to make Pokemon illustrations, but now, you can check the ecological data of Pokemon by just scanning with your phone. The mechanized electronic sound of Rotom came out of the phone. New Leaf Meowth. A grass cat Pokemon has furry fur with ingredients similar to plants, and will wash its face frequently to prevent dryness. Swordsmith. A hammer Pokemon will attack the group of Slash commanders to make a big and strong hammer and collect metal. Motorlilo. A mount Pokemon seems to have let humans sit on its back since ancient times. Such a scene was depicted in a mural 10,000 years ago. It is indeed a Pokemon unique to the Padilla region. Professor Oak, who has never been to the Padilla region, has a strong curiosity about the Pokemon species and ecology here. Should he ask Xiaoji to travel here, help collect the illustrated book, and capture a few Pokemon from Padilla and send them back to the research institute? But Xiaoji is currently traveling in the Hoenn region. Forget it. Let's wait until Xiaoji finishes his trip in the Hoenn region, Professor Oak said secretly. After all, the Kanto region and the Padilla region are located at the two ends of the planet, and there are other regions in the middle. For Xiaoji, it is better to travel step by step. Ah, I almost forgot what I came here for. Professor Oak, who was accidentally attracted by Pokemon, slapped his head. He looked down at Rotom's phone and checked the way to get from Zhuhai City to Xiqin Town. Soon, Professor Oak found the answer, the Angry Parrot Flying Taxi. 5 minutes later, Professor Oak got on the flying taxi powered by 3 angry parrots. There was a rope tied to the angry parrot, and the other end of the rope was connected to the flying taxi. There were 2 rows of seats in the flying taxi. The front row was for the driver, and the back row was for the passengers. This way of flying is really unique, Professor Oak said curiously. There is no such means of transportation in the Kanto area. The driver in front smiled and said, "Passenger, is this your first time in the Padilla region?" Professor Oak nodded. "Yes." "No wonder." The driver introduced. "The Parrot Flying Taxi is a unique means of transportation in our Padilla region. Not only us, but also the Galar region next door is using this method, but their driver Pokemon is not Parrot, but a Pokemon called Steelix." Steelix? Professor Oak immediately thought of the huge, black bird Pokemon with iron-like feathers that he had just seen in the city. "Professor Oak, I see that there are Pokemon like Steeljaw living in the Padilla region. Why don't you hire them to work? Judging from the appearance of the 2 Pokemon, Steeljaw is more suitable for this job, right? Both in size and speed." However, after hearing this, the driver in front looked distressed. "It's not that we don't want to hire Steeljaw, but we can't hire it." "Oh, because there is a Pokemon called Forge Master living in the Padilla region. It has a high intelligence. If it sees Steelix in the sky in the wild, it will immediately attack them with a hammer." Hearing this, 2 words immediately emerged in Professor Oak's mind. Natural enemy. Forge Master is the natural enemy of Steelix, just like the relationship between Caterpillar and Pidgeot. "I see. No wonder the Padilla region does not use Steelix to pull flying taxis." The driver smiled innocently, and then concentrated on driving the flying taxi. After a day of flying, Dr. Oak was a little tired, and he leaned back in his seat and squinted for a while. When Dr. Oak opened his eyes again, the Angry Parrot Flying Taxi had successfully arrived at Skin Town. He got off the car, walked on the street in Skin Town, took out his mobile phone, and contacted the King of Crowns through private chat. Although Dr. Oak wanted to go directly, the King of Crowns did not tell him his detailed address at that time, and only replied Skin Town. The message was sent, and the other side responded quickly. "Farmer, please wait." Professor Oak stood there and waited. About 2 minutes later, a round Pokemon with a big belly landed in front of him. It was Dragonite. Professor Oak was a little surprised. The Dragonite stared at him for a while, then turned around and called back at him. "Awoo!" Professor Oak was slightly startled, then pointed at himself and asked, "Do you want me to sit on it?" "Awoo!" Dragonite nodded. "Did your trainer ask you to pick me up?" Professor Oak asked again. Dragonite still nodded. Seeing this, Professor Oak understood. He didn't say much, and rode on Dragonite's back very straightforwardly. Dragonite flapped its wings and flew into the sky, flying towards the outskirts of the town. Soon, a ranch appeared in the field ahead. Dragonite landed in the ranch, and as soon as Professor Oak got off, he saw a familiar figure. Naoki, who had been waiting here for a long time, smiled and welcomed him. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Dr. Oak opened his eyes in disbelief. It's you? The trainer who attended the Unova dinner with the Unova champion ADK last year. Not only that, he also defeated the famous dragon messenger Adu in the Kanto region. Because of this, Dr. Oak was very impressed with this trainer. Naoki smiled and nodded. It's me. Hello, Professor Oak. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Naoki, the owner of this ranch. Welcome to the Padilla region. At first, Dr. Oak didn't think much of the rancher identity. At Naoki's invitation, he prepared to go to the living room to have a cup of tea and rest. Along the way, Dr. Oak saw all kinds of Pokemon. There were all kinds of crops growing between the neat ridges. And next to the field, a perfectly cultivated Dragonite was standing there praying for rain. Under the control of the Dragonite, a rain cloud appeared above the farmland, and the rain dripped from it, irrigating the farmland below. That's my Dragonite. It's currently watering the farm. Naoki noticed Professor Oak's gaze and introduced him. Professor Oak nodded, and at this time, he saw a large group of black Pokemon flying out from the top of his head. Professor Oak looked up and saw that those Pokemon were all Dragonites, and they all had backpacks on their bodies. What are those Dragonites? Dr. Oak was surprised. There were so many Dragonites. He had visited Dragon Country before, but even in the Dragon Sanctuary, there were not so many Dragonites. Naoki took a look and said, "Oh, that one. They are the delivery men in the ranch. I opened an online store a few days ago. When customers order goods in the store, the Dragonites will go out to deliver the goods to the customers." At this time, Dr. Oak finally realized that something was wrong. He has captured so many Dragonites, and is suspected of capturing the legendary Pokemon Badura. How can such a person call himself a rancher? Shouldn't he be a trainer with champion strength? In his decades of life, Professor Oak has never seen such a rancher. Even Xiao Qian, who opened the Moo Moo Ranch in Manjin City, is not like this. Could it be that he retired? As far as Professor Oak knows, some trainers will choose to retire after adulthood and start to enter other industries. It must be like this. You look young. Why did you retire so early? Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Retire? Naoki didn't react for a while. But soon, he understood what Professor Oak meant. Professor Oak thought he was a champion who retired and came back to run a ranch. Naoki had encountered this kind of thing many times before, and now he didn't want to explain it anymore. So he said, compared to Pokemon battles, I would rather live a plain life with Pokemon in this place. Is that so? Professor Oak looked at those Pokemon and smiled. You must like them very much. He saw that those Pokemon were in great spirits and looked very well taken care of by Naoki. Yes. Naoki smiled. The two continued to move forward, and Professor Oak's attention was attracted by other Pokemon in the ranch. Guillerton, Motor Lizard, Bubblehead, Frostmilk, Eruption, Flutterhair, I remember them. Professor Oak said excitedly. Naoki had sent them out to fight at the previous banquet. Naoki smiled and nodded. He looked at the Pokemon over there and introduced them to Professor Oak. That's the Saifu, the one next to the Frostmilk is the Saltstone, the black horse over there is the Ghost, and the white horse is the Snowbringer. They are all the favorite horses of Buckrest. The other Pokemon were playing in the Snorlax Park on the other side of the river. Naoki was not in a hurry to introduce them. After all, Professor Oak seemed to be full of curiosity about these Pokemon. He must plan to study them carefully later. He will introduce them to Professor Oak when the time comes. Looking at these strange Pokemon, Professor Oak was so excited that he almost fainted. So many Pokemon. Is this heaven? There are more Pokemon species living in this ranch than in his research institute. As a doctor who studies Pokemon ecology, Professor Oak wanted to observe these Pokemon immediately. But reason told him that there were more important things to do now. He had not yet seen the legendary Pokemon, who could use the Rotom phone to surf the internet, and had the name of the King of Plenty. Seeing Professor Oak's appearance, Naoki smiled, and then the two came to the house. Naoki pushed open the door. Please come in. Excuse me. Professor Oak walked in with excitement, and he immediately noticed the Pokemon sitting on the sofa. That was... But Crown. Professor Oak was very excited. He finally saw it. I believe I don't need to introduce it. Naoki said with a smile. But Crown also saw Professor Oak at this time, and he nodded slightly and said telepathically, "Hello, Professor Oak." Speak. Professor Oak took a breath. But soon, he realized that the Bud Crown did not speak, it was telepathy. "Please sit down." Naoki invited Professor Oak to sit on the sofa. Sister AI, who was standing beside him, brought a cup of black tea to the guest. Professor Oak drank it all, and then looked at the Bud Crown with excitement. This was not the first time that Professor Oak had seen a legendary Pokemon. Decades ago, he had seen the legendary Pokemon Celebi, who could travel freely through time, in a forest. But even so, Professor Oak was still very excited. After all, this is an extremely rare legendary Pokemon. "When did you meet Bud Dream?" Professor Oak asked. Naoki recalled a little and answered, "About the winter of the year before last." The year before last was 198, so 2 years have passed. At that time, Bud Dream lost its power and memory, and wandered alone on the vast snowfield as a Pokemon. Naoki continued. Hearing about the past of the Bud Crown, Professor Oak was very surprised. How could it be? Naoki did not answer but asked, "Does Professor Oak know the Galar region?" Galar region. Professor Oak nodded. Bud Crown used to live in the Galar region. Naoki continued, he was the king there, and was worshipped by people thousands of years ago. People in the past built temples for him, and offered sacrifices. Hearing this, Professor Oak was slightly stunned. The legendary King of Plenty turned out to be the king of the ancient Galar region. This news is really shocking, but then, Professor Oak noticed another sentence that Naoki said before. If the Bud Crown King was so respected at that time, why did he lose his power and memory, and get lost in the snow? Could it be that someone launched a sneak attack on the Bud Crown King in order to compete with him for the throne? Chapter 423. Professor Oak's mind was full of thoughts. He glanced at the Bud Crown next to him, and then couldn't wait to ask the question in his mind. Why did Bud Crown fall into that situation? That's because a lot of things happened in the Galar region thousands of years ago. Naoki asked, "Doctor, have you heard of Dark Knight?" Dark Knight? Professor Oak was slightly stunned. Naoki changed his words. The root of Dynamax. Now Professor Oak understood. Gigantamax is a unique battle change in the Galar region. In battle, trainers will use the Gigantamax wristband developed by Professor Magnolia to make Pokemon Gigantamax. Gigantamax Pokemon will become extremely large, and the moves they can use will also change according to their attributes. Although the Kanto region and the Galar region are far apart, Professor Oak has more or less heard of the rumors there. Is it related to Gigantamax? He asked. Naoki nodded and continued. The story begins a long, long time ago. In the ancient Galar region, there was a place called Crown Snowfield where 2 horse kings lived. One of them was called Snowstorm Horse, and the other was called Spirit Horse. As Naoki finished speaking, a strong telekinesis burst out from the body of the Bud Crown King beside him. The blue light like a tide instantly submerged Professor Oak and Naoki. The next second, Professor Oak saw that everything around him had changed. The original living room disappeared, replaced by a vast expanse of white snow. The 2 horses in the stable were standing on the snow. Noticing the changes around him, Professor Oak was shocked. What is this? This happened in the past, Naoki said. This was a decision he made with the crown of flowers after careful discussion. Words alone are not enough, and Professor Oak may not believe it. Instead of that, it is better to let the crown of flowers convey his past memories to Professor Oak with telekinesis. Professor Oak stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. On the snow, some humans and Pokemon wearing cotton clothes began to appear. Aurora and Snowbron began to attack them from a distance. Naoki's voice rang out in the white snow. Snowbron and Aurora were very angry at the humans who invaded their territory, and they kept attacking humans and their fellow Pokemon. At that time, Bud Crown appeared for this reason. He defeated Aurora and Snowbron and established a deep bond with them. As Naoki finished speaking, Bud Crest appeared out of thin air, releasing a terrifying superpower from its body, defeating Phantom and Snowbring. The 2 horses were injured, and Bud Crest floated forward and used healing waves on their wounds. The injuries of Phantom and Snowbring were healed, and they looked at the Pokemon that defeated them, and chose to submit to it and become its beloved horses. Then, the scene changed, and the people who entered the snowfield began to build their homes here, but the climate here was too bad, and the food people brought with them had been consumed. The loving king of the Bud stood not far away on his beloved horse. He could not bear to see these people suffering from hunger and cold, so he waved his hands and gave the land plenty. Then, a miracle happened. Potatoes and radishes grew in the hard frozen soil, and ice-blue flowers adapted to the cold environment bloomed on the snow. The people who witnessed the King of the Buds perform miracles were full of gratitude to him. They were grateful for his kindness. After settling down, they built a temple for him and his two beloved horses and worshipped them for a long time. The scene continued to change, and the Bud-crowned king rode two horses and began to shuttle through the forest and plains. Naoki's voice continued to introduce. At that time, the Bud-crowned king rode his beloved horse and galloped across the land of Galar. Gradually, people began to call him the King of Plenty and regarded him as the king of the Galar region. Under the rule of the Bud-crowned king, the Galar region once became rich. Dr. Oak looked at the scene in front of him with great shock. Here, he saw the harmonious picture of humans and the Bud-crowned king getting along thousands of years ago. Humans believe in the Bud Crown, and the Bud Crown also protects his people, bringing them abundance, so that they no longer have to endure hunger. Is this why the Bud Crown is called the King of Plenty? Professor Oak murmured. However, Naoki changed the subject. Naoki. But the good times didn't last long. On an ordinary day, the Bud Crown predicted the future and saw that disaster would befall Galar soon. At that time, darkness will cover the entire Galar region. Under the influence of darkness, countless wild Pokemon will become extremely large, lose their minds, and wreak havoc on everything around them. The scene in front of him also changed accordingly. The Bud Crown stood in a temple, looking into the distance with worry. The future he saw was presented to Professor Oak under the influence of his superpowers. The giant Pokemon, the collapsed buildings, the town with flames rising to the sky shrouded in darkness. Naoki continued. In order to deal with this impending crisis, the Bud Crown found two Pokemon, Song Xiang and Zong Marant, who are known as the brave warriors of 100 battles. With the help of a Melmetal, people used the steel of Melmetal to forge a sword and shield for Song Xiang and Zong Marant. The Bud Crown gave Song Xiang and Zong Marant his own power, allowing them to transform into the forms of the King of Sword and the King of Shield. The scene changed, and Song Xiang, Zong Marant, and Melyamita appeared. The King of the Buds performed a coronation ceremony for them, and the King of Swords and the King of Shields were born. When everything was ready, the night fell, and Song Xiang and Zong Marant went to fight. The two kings bid farewell to the King of the Buds and prepared to go to the source of the night. The King of the Buds, who had performed the coronation ceremony, was very weak because he had consumed a lot of power. But he had no time to rest at all, because the disaster broke out. The giant Pokemon ravaged the forest. In order to save the Pokemon there, the Bud Crown used the last of its power to move an entire vast forest, protecting the Pokemon there from the harm of the night. After doing all this, the Bud Crown fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up again, thousands of years had passed. Naoki whispered. As the Bud Crown fell asleep, everything around was shrouded in darkness. How could this happen? Professor Oak couldn't help but mutter. After reading the past, he had more respect for Budcrest in his heart. After doing those things, he was a great king for both humans and Pokemon. Budcrest's memory has ended, but it is obvious that the story has not come to an end. What happened next? Professor Oak asked again. He was completely involved in the story, and was eager to know whether the disaster was resolved and what the truth of Dark Knight was. Naoki replied, later, Song Xiang and Zhang Marant successfully repelled the infinite hyena known as Dark Knight. After that, the two heroes did not find Budcrest, so they could only return to the forest with swords and shields and live in seclusion until they decayed. Eterna? Professor Oak suddenly noticed the name in the words. Is that also a Pokemon? Naoki nodded. Probably, but it's not a Pokemon from this planet. There are rumors in the Galar region that Eterna landed in the Galar region from the distant universe with a meteorite. From the universe. Professor Oak immediately thought of Pokemon like Pippi. But soon, Professor Oak realized that something was wrong. If the source of the darkness, the eternal Hyena, is solved, then logically, the phenomenon of Dynamax should also disappear. But now, why can Dynamax still be achieved in the Galar region? Could it be that? Professor Oak's expression was solemn. Naoki saw his thoughts and nodded. Yes, Song Xiang and Zhang Marant did not completely defeat it, but only repelled it. After that, the eternal Hyena also fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it will wake up again in the near future. Hearing this, Professor Oak's face became more serious. He took out his Rotom phone and searched the internet for information about the Galar region's infinite and the King of Sword and Shield. However, he did not find any information at all, only two humans called the King of Sword and the King of Shield. There was also an introduction about them. saying that they were the royal family of the Galar region in ancient times, and it was they who used swords and shields to repel the night and protect the Galar region. Looking at this information, Professor Oak could not help but be full of questions. How come this is different from what Naoki said? Naoki naturally saw what Professor Oak was planning. However, it was impossible to find information about the Infinite on the internet. The situation in the Galar region was a bit complicated. Roz, the president of the Miraculous group and the chairman of the Galar Alliance, planned to use the Infinite as a power bank to provide Gigantamax energy for the entire Galar region. The Infinite is now sealed in an energy plant underground in Chuangwan City. Chairman Roz's starting point may be good, but his plan is too horrifying, and he underestimated the power of the Infinite, which led to the Infinite being out of control in the end, and the darkness once again enveloped the Galar region. In order to prevent the disaster, Dondi was seriously injured. In the end, he relied on Xiao Yuhipu and Song Xiongzong Marant to save the situation and seal the Infinite again. This plan is very dangerous. President Luozi will naturally not reveal the information of the Infinite, but will seal it all. This kind of thing is easy for Luozi, the president of the Alliance. And as the president of the Miraculous group, almost all the companies in the Galar region belong to him. In short, it is a monopoly. Why does the information above say that the hero who repelled Dark Knight is from the Galar royal family? Professor Oak wondered. That's because the influence of Buddha, Song Xiong and Zangren threatened the status of the Galar royal family. After Buddha fell asleep and Song Xiong and Zangren went into seclusion, they stole the achievements of these heroes and announced to the outside world that it was their royal family that repelled Dark Knight. Naoki explained. At that time, the speed of information transmission was not yet developed. There were no mobile phones or televisions, and even the number of people who witnessed the battle between Song Xiong and Zangren was very small. And the faith of mankind can provide power to the Bud Crown King. Their achievements were stolen. After the old man who knew the truth died, only those who were kept in the dark were left. In the end, no one remembered the Bud Crown King anymore. The sleeping Bud Crown King lost the source of power, which led to his inability to wake up for a long time, and he also lost his memory. Hearing this, Dr. Oak finally understood. He then realized what Naoki meant when he said at the beginning that the Bud Crown King was wandering alone on the vast snowfield. Those hypocritical royal families are so abominable. Perhaps out of respect for the hero, Professor Oak rarely got angry. Pokemon shed blood and sweat to protect humans, but those royal families not only did not thank them, but also stole their achievements to maintain their own rule. Seeing Professor Oak's reaction, Naoki was not surprised. He smiled slightly and continued, "So, we asked you to come here this time, and we also want to ask you for a favor." "What?" Professor Oak was slightly stunned. Naoki said, "Please help me register the information and legend of Bud Crown in the Pokemon Encyclopedia." "Okay, no problem, leave this to me." Professor Oak agreed immediately. As a professor who loves Pokemon, he will never allow these Pokemon heroes to be bullied. However, as an authority in the Pokemon research community, Professor Oak has to verify the authenticity of the legend before publishing it. Although the Kanto region is very far away from the Galar region, Professor Oak has his own channels. Soon, he confirmed the truth. The legend of the Galar region, the frozen village on the crowned snowfield, the Snowfield Temple. So that's it. After confirming the truth that afternoon, Professor Oak used Naoki's computer and his Rotom phone to work remotely. He contacted Professor Oak's research institute in Pallet Town and communicated with his assistant. Naoki didn't know what Professor Oak did specifically. He only saw that the next morning, the information of a new Pokemon was added to the Pokemon Encyclopedia on Rotom's phone. Bud Crest, the king Pokemon, possessing the power of healing and blessing, is a kind-hearted Pokemon that ruled the Galar region a long time ago. Following this, is a Pokemon research paper published by Professor Oak. This paper was completed overnight by Professor Oak at Naoki Ranch, and the research object is Bud Crest. The paper records in detail the legend of Bud Crest, and the relationship between the King of Sword and Shield, and shows that this is a very great Pokemon. As soon as the paper was completed, Professor Oak used his connections to publish it in a magazine that is quite authoritative in the Pokemon research community. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. When the majority of surfing netizens saw the ecological information of the Bud Crown in this paper and the illustration, everyone was shocked. Netizens in Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Unova, and other regions all expressed their admiration for the greatness of Bud Crown, so the number of fans of Bud Crown began to soar again. Netizens in the Galar region noticed something. The illustration said that Bud Crown was the king of their Galar region. What's going on? The trainers and ordinary people in the Galar region were immediately shocked. When they saw the information in the paper, they immediately understood everything. Caller Wang Wang, is the information in the paper true? EV Fan, I think it can't be fake, right? After all, that person is the legendary Professor Oak. Minchio Kiss, oh my god, if so, the previous disaster was prevented by Butt Crown and the others? Geoblast, this is incredible. I once heard the legend of the Bud Crown from the village chief when I was traveling in the frozen village. I thought it was a trick they made up to attract tourists, but it turned out to be true. Favorite braided sheep, shameless Galar royal family. They actually stole the hero's achievements. Great Thord fake. All fake. It was obviously our ancestors who defeated the hero of the night, and Song Xiang and Zangmrit were just Pokemon fighting beside the hero. Great Surdy. That's right, those are all fake. The Galar royal family is the real hero of Sword and Shield. The nature of Song Xiang and Zangmrit will only bring disaster to the Galar region. Enthusiastic citizen, bah, shameless, with the power of your royal family, can you repel the night? Even if your status is noble, you are just human beings after all. You still rely on the power of Song Xiang and Zangmrit. Great Thord, damn it, it's absurd. The dignity of the royal family is inviolable. Just wait, we will find a way to prove the truth. Great Surdy, I hope you can still be stubborn at that time. We will definitely restore history. The tone and reply of these two people are obviously members of the Galar royal family. Their condescending attitude angered many netizens, causing these replies to be scolded thousands of times. The two did not reply, and were so angry that they uninstalled the Pokemon forum. When the netizens had their fun, they finally realized something. Did Professor Oak meet the Bud Crest? Some people rushed to Professor Oak's personal homepage and chatted with him privately to ask about the situation. In the face of these questions, Professor Oak only replied mysteriously, I'm very sorry, although I really want to tell everyone, the Bud Crest told me that he is no longer a king. He is just an ordinary farmer who just wants to live a peaceful life and doesn't want too many people to disturb his life. Seeing these replies, some netizens were shocked. Can Bud Crest speak? Professor Oak was very down-to-earth and gave everyone a scientific popularization. Professor Oak, telepathy, this is an ability that Pokemon with psychic attributes can use. They can establish telepathy with the target through psychic powers, and transmit their meaning to the other party's brain. Isn't it amazing? Although Professor Oak did not reveal the location of Bud Crest, netizens soon broke the news that Professor Oak set off for the Padilla region the day before yesterday. This means that Bud Crown is now in the Padilla region. Some netizens in Padilla are very proud of this. They are having friendly exchanges with those netizens in the Galar region on the Bow Forum. Favorite grass cat, Padilla hee, now Bud Crown is our king of Padilla. Muscle man weird strength, Padilla, according to the internal staff of the Agricultural Bureau, the overall agriculture in the Padilla region has been greatly developed in the past 2 years, and crops in various places have been harvested. I heard from local farmers that these are all gifts from Bud Crown to believers. Steel Armor Crow, Galar Dam, stop talking. I'm going to greet the ancestors of those royal families again. Xiaoxua, Galar decision made. I'm moving to the Padilla region. For a time, the reputation of the Galar royal family dropped rapidly, and everyone wanted to kill them like rats crossing the street. The royal family and their followers could only lower their heads and act like turtles. At the same time, in the Galar region, Chuangwon City, in the top floor office of the Energy Building, President Roz, dressed in a well-dressed suit, calmly listened to the public opinion reported by his secretary Oliver. Finally Olive asked, President, what should we do? President Luozi shook his head gently. Don't worry about it. Let those royal family members worry about it themselves, and our focus will still be on the everlasting. Backward agriculture is a thing of the past for the Galar region. In contrast, only by utilizing the energy of everlasting can we bring more economic development to the Galar region. The future of the Gigantamax battle is limitless. Padilla region, Padilla Alliance headquarters. UCI sat on the chair with a smile on his face, and couldn't hide his happiness. Excitedly. Chief, suppress your smile. UCI said excitedly. Did you see it? Excitedly, there are many trainers on the internet who said they want to move to the Padilla region to live. At that time, many talents will be attracted. Oh, this kind of thing is really great. Naoki is really the lucky star of our Padilla region. Chapter 424. Regarding the existence of Bud Crest, the official personnel of the Galar region did not respond. Apart from the few royals, who had argued with netizens at the beginning, there were only ordinary trainers living in the Galar region. Some people felt very sorry for Bud Crest's departure, while others continued to curse the Gaylor royal family. What surprised Naoki was that not many people regarded Bud Crest as an important resource belonging to the Gaylor region. Logically speaking, this kind of legendary Pokemon should be very important to a region. But Naoki thought about it, and realized that not all legendary Pokemon are beneficial to a region. Like Groudon and Kyogre in the Hoenn region, whenever they fight, they will bring all kinds of disasters to the Hoenn region. I believe that the people there must want them to stay away. Moreover, legendary Pokemon are independent and autonomous, and there is no saying that one belongs to a certain region or a certain alliance. This makes sense. As for the reaction of the Gaylor Alliance, Naoki expected it. Because from the game, President Roz vigorously develops the Gigantamax battle, and wants to use the energy of the ultimate to provide endless energy for the Gaylor region, so that the industry and economy of the Gaylor region can be developed. In this case, the backward agriculture represented by the Bud Crown is not so important to the Gaylor region. Invited by Naoki, Professor Oak planned to stay in the ranch for a while to observe the Pokemon ecology here. Therefore, after logging in the legend and information of Bud Crown, Professor Oak turned his attention to other Pokemon in the ranch. Early in the morning of February 27th, 200 of the League calendar, Professor Oak began to conduct ecological research on the Pokemon in the ranch. He held a telescope and hid in the grass to watch the muscular onion duck waving a huge onion. The onion duck easily lifted a green onion that was taller than itself and swung it like a sword. Looking at that scene, Dr. Oak was surprised. He had never seen an onion duck using such a big green onion before, and the onion duck was a lot bigger than the ordinary onion duck. Perhaps because of years of exercise, the onion duck's white chest hair was full of solid muscles. The onion duck had sharp eyes, raised deep V-shaped eyebrows, and suddenly swung the green onion in his hand towards the wooden dummy. With a series of bang 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 sounds, Farfetch's attack hit the wooden dummy like a storm. Wow! Is this a special form of Farfetch? Farfetch in Padilla form? Professor Oak exclaimed. No, it's a normal Farfetch, but it's been working out recently. Naoki, who was passing by, happened to hear what Professor Oak said. He looked at Professor Oak's sneaky posture and said speechlessly, Professor Oak, you can go to the side of the Pokemon to watch. There's no need to hide and peek. Professor Oak laughed. He stood up, scratched his head and explained, Pokemon will not be used to me being around. Only in this way can Pokemon show the most natural posture. Ha ha ha, you can go and do your work. Don't worry about me. I just take a look. Naoki could only nod helplessly. Okay, if you have anything you want to know later, we can talk about it. No problem. Professor Oak nodded with a smile. So Naoki took Gulton and Psyduck to harvest apples in the apple orchard. Professor Oak continued to observe the Pokemon ecology of this place. It was early morning, and the ranch was full of life. The Dragonites and their partner Rotom began to deliver goods in an orderly manner. The other Dragonites carried their backpacks and flew away one after another. The leader Dragonite, Naoki, stood beside the field and called the wind and rain, using prayers to irrigate the farmland. In the farmland, a three-eared shrew poked its head out of the soft soil, bathing in the rain and fresh air, and all three heads showed comfortable expressions on their faces. The hard-working 3 bees flew out of the hive, and began to deliver pollen to crops and collect pollen to make honey. This scene constitutes a complete farmland ecological industry chain. Use 3 gophers to plow the land, Dragonite to water, and 3 bees to help deliver pollen. Interesting. Dr. Oak was very interested. Soon, Dragonite finished watering, and the rain cloud floating over the farmland dissipated. After taking a breath, the 3 gophers slid into the ground with a sizzle. Then, Dr. Oak saw the 3 goats watering out of the sheepfold. Seeing this scene, Dr. Oak was a little surprised. Huh? The Mount Goats are coming over. What are they going to do? The next second, Dr. Oak got the answer. The 3 Mount Goats walked to the side of the farmland and stood still. Before Dr. Oak could come to his senses, a terrifying grass attribute energy burst out from them. In an instant, the area near the farmland was completely covered by green light, like a large stage with brilliant light. The 3 Mount Goats were in it, concentrating on cultivating crops. Dr. Oak, shock! What's going on? Dr. Oak was stunned. Is that move the green grass field? But why is this green grass field a little different from the green grass field he knew? But the next second, something even more shocking happened to Dr. Oak. Under the rich grass energy of the goats outside, a carrot in the farmland suddenly began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the carrot emerged from the field and grew into a giant carrot with a diameter of about 1 meter. What's going on? Professor Oak looked at the huge carrot, his face full of surprise. On the other hand, the three goats seemed to have gotten used to it. They glanced at it calmly, and then looked away. After taking care of the crops, the goats strolled back to the sheepfold and ate the grass dumplings that Naoki prepared for them. At this moment, Professor Oak was no longer concerned with observing the ecology of Pokemon. He stood up and ran to the side of the field, staring at the supergiant carrot in amazement. The part that emerged from the soil alone was more than 1 meter tall, making it hard to imagine how big it was. Professor Oak wanted to ask Naoki about the situation, but he turned around and found Naoki busy on the other side of the river. The distance was too far, so Professor Oak called Naoki's Rotom phone directly. Soon, the call was connected, and Professor Oak pointed the camera at the giant carrot and asked in surprise, "Is that also the power of the Bud Crown?" Naoki saw the giant carrot at a glance, and he was a little surprised. Another huge crop was grown on the ranch. Facing Professor Oak's doubts, Naoki explained, "That is the power of the goats. The grass energy they release has a certain chance of causing crops to mutate. The giant carrot you saw, Professor Oak, is just one of them." "This is incredible," Professor Oak murmured. He originally thought that except for Bud Crown and Golden, the other Pokemon in Naoki's ranch were ordinary Pokemon. But now it seems that every Pokemon here is not ordinary. The three goats just control the energy of the grass, and the sharp-eyed Professor Oak saw at a glance that they were extraordinary. A Pokemon that could burst out such a powerful energy in an instant must be at the champion level. 3 champion-level goats, but in this ranch, they are dairy goats used to produce goat milk. Professor Oak didn't know what to say for a moment. Add to that Dragonite who delivers goods, Gulliver who guards the ranch, and Ratna who plays with his phone, this ranch is really full of hidden talents. Professor Oak had never seen such a rancher before. The Padilla region is really full of talents. After witnessing the performance of the Mount Goat, Professor Oak became more curious about the other Pokemon in this ranch. After hanging up the communication with Naoki, he continued to pick up the telescope and observe the Pokemon ecology here. Next to the sheepfold of the Mount Goat, a huge Oliva stood on the grass, stretching out his arms, absorbing the sun and rain, looking like a big tree. In front of the Pokemon house, a group of ordinary milkshakes were leisurely eating lush grass. On the grass, various EVs were lying there playing. Some were playing with each other lively. Some were lying on the grass with their eyes squinting leisurely, and some were comfortably exposing their bellies, bathing in the fresh air. On the other side, 5 saltstone giants were sitting on the grass in a simple and honest manner. In front of them, a frost milkshake was giving them a long speech, nodding from time to time. Well, these Pokemon look very ordinary. For some reason, Professor Oak felt relieved when he saw this scene. It seems that those Pokemon are just ordinary Pokemon. At this moment, a girl wearing the uniform of Padilla Academy suddenly appeared at the gate of the ranch. The girl's name is Lulu. She came to the ranch because she saw the rumors on the school forum, and came to challenge this extraordinary ranch. As soon as she arrived here, Lulu saw Professor Oak. She thought the kind uncle was Naoki, so she challenged him with full fighting spirit. "Mr. Naoki, I'm here to challenge you." "Dr. Oak, huh? Challenge?" Dr. Oak was slightly stunned, and he quickly understood what the girl meant. He pointed to the other side of the river and said kindly, "Sorry, you recognize the wrong person. Naoki is busy over there. I will call him over for you." Lulu realized that she recognized the wrong person, and she quickly thanked Dr. Oak. "Thank you very much, I leave it to you." Professor Oak said with a smile, "You're welcome." As he said that, Professor Oak used his cell phone to help the girl call Naoki. After receiving the news, Naoki quickly returned here with Gulton and Motor Lizard. Naoki looked at the girl in school uniform, washed his hands first, and then asked, "You mean, you want to challenge the trial?" Lulu was full of fighting spirit. "Yes." "Naoki, how many badges have you collected now?" Lulu was a little dumbfounded. "What? Do I need to collect badges before I can challenge?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, only when you collect 6 badges can you be qualified to challenge the trial. As for whether you can pass it, it depends on your own efforts." 6 badges? Lulu was a little embarrassed. "But I still need 2 badges, Mr. Naoki. Can you make an exception? I came all the way from Juatai City." Naoki, He was speechless. The trial in the ranch is very difficult for trainers who have not collected 6 badges, and even if you have collected 6 badges, you are only qualified to participate. In fact, I recommend that trainers who are about to become gym leaders or have strength above gym leaders take the challenge. At the beginning, it was okay, so that the new trainers could fight the Mount Goat, but as the strength of the Pokemon became stronger and stronger, the gap between the strengths of the Pokemon became too large, and the trial effect was no longer effective for the new Pokemon. Is that so? Lulu felt very disappointed, but she didn't want to give up, so she asked, Mr. Naoki, is there really no trial in this place that I can challenge? She saw on the forum that Naoki Ranch has several trials. Naoki was about to say no, but suddenly thought of Frost Milk. Yes, but it is different from other trials, Naoki said. Hearing this, Lulu's eyes lit up. What is it? Finger Swing Trial. Naoki explained. It means that we can only send out Pokemon that can use the move Finger Swing, and in the battle, the two Pokemon can only attack the opponent through Finger Swing. Unlike other trials, this one is a test of luck for both parties. There is no strength requirement for this trial. If you want to participate, there must be a Pokemon in the team that can use the Finger Swing technique. Finger Swing technique? Lulu seemed very happy when she heard the content of this trial. She took out a Pokeball directly from her waist. My Pippi happens to be able to use the Finger Swing technique. Accompanied by a flash of white light, a cute Pippi appeared in front of the girl. Naoki raised his eyebrows and asked, Do you really want to participate in the finger-waving trial? Lulu nodded heavily. Yes, I will challenge other trials when I collect enough badges. Okay, in that case, I accept your challenge. Naoki turned around and shouted, Frost Milk Fairy, there is a guest looking for you. After a while, Frost Milk Fairy came riding a saltstone giant. Ma. It looked very happy on its face, as if it had been looking forward to being able to hold trials, like the goats, for a long time. Professor Oak on the side was watching this scene with interest. From Naoki's appearance, he seemed to have opened a trial in the ranch for those passing trainers to challenge. Professor Oak has heard of this kind of thing. A long time ago, people also called the person who held this kind of trial the owner of the ranch. In some areas, there were even titles of non-staff gym owners and non-staff kings. Interesting. A trial of finger-swinging skills that tests luck. Professor Oak has never heard of this kind of thing. He laughed loudly and said, In that case, let me be your referee. Chapter 425. Pippi, a fairy-type Pokemon. It has pink fur, its body is shaped like a star, and it has a pair of small wings on its back. If it evolves into Pixie, the wings will become bigger. Before the battle began, Professor Oak looked at the Pippi with interest. Perhaps it was because of his occupational disease. Professor Oak smiled and said, It's Pippi. This kind of Pokemon is rare. Because Pokemon like Pippi usually live in the quiet mountains with their companions and rarely appear in front of humans. Only on the night of the miraculous full moon will they appear in large numbers and dance under the moon. Lulu nodded. Yes, I'm very happy to meet Pippi. The Pippi heard the trainer's words and cried happily. Pippi! Ha ha ha, it liked you very much. Professor Oak laughed and asked, Then you must be ready to start the battle, right? Lulu and Pippi nodded seriously, and they looked at Naoki and Frostmilk opposite, their eyes full of unyielding light. Very energetic, Naoki said with a smile. It must be said that many people in the Pokemon world have energetic faces. The Pokemon in this battle are Pippi and Frostmilk. The rules of the battle are 1v1. Only the move of Finger Swing is allowed in the middle. The battle can only end when one of the two loses the ability to fight. Professor Oak briefly introduced the rules. Seeing that both sides were ready, he raised his hand high, and then suddenly waved it down. The battle begins. Pippi, use the finger wave skill. Frostmilk, we're here too. Naoki and Lulu gave the order at the same time. The next second, the two Pokemon on the field waved their fingers in unison. The dazzling light gradually enveloped their fingers, and after a moment, the finger wave skill ended, and the two Pokemon successfully shook out their own moves. What will it be? Professor Oak looked at the battlefield expectantly. The first to move was Frostmilk, and a beautiful moon disk appeared behind it, with stars floating around it, forming a universe exuding a mysterious atmosphere. The faint moonlight and starlight converged and poured into Frostmilk's body. It's the power of the universe. Professor Oak recognized the move at a glance. The power of the universe can enhance the defense of Pokemon. It was successfully used at the beginning of the battle. It seems that Frostmilk is very lucky. What about Pippi? Professor Oak turned his head and saw green leaves condensing around Pippi. It's Leaf Blade. It's a grass attribute move. If all hits, the effect is also very good. The dense flying leaf knives successfully hit Frostmilk, but due to the protection of the cosmic power, the flying leaf knives did not cause much damage to it. The first round of competition ended, and the second round officially began. Frostmilk, continue to use the finger swinging skill, Naoki said. Mama! Lulu was not to be outdone. Pippi, let's do it too. Pippi! The two Pokemon's eyes collided, and fierce sparks were created. The fingers waved again. This time, Pippi took the lead in using his own moves. The bubbles were blown up by Pippi and floated towards Frostmilk. Is it a bubble attack? Dr. Oak nodded. It seems that Pippi has good luck today. The two moves made by the finger swing were both attack moves. If it happens a few more times, the Frostmilk will be the first to fail, right? However, the next second, Dr. Oak noticed the change in Frostmilk. Just before the bubbles were about to hit Frostmilk, a powerful energy suddenly burst out from Frostmilk. The energy surged out, forming a milky white ball of light that enveloped Frosty the Milkman. All the bubbles hit the ball of light. For some reason, the fragile bubble shattered and disappeared in the light. What move was that? Professor Oak stared at the changes of Frosty the Milkman. Was it a combat wave missile or a psychic light wall? Ma! Frosty the Milkman seemed to have reached her limit. The next second, the ball of light flew out of her body, rose straight into the sky, and hovered in the sky. Seeing this scene, even Naoki was slightly startled, and he couldn't tell what the move was at first. Accompanied by a dazzling light flash, countless light bullets flew out from the light ball, and the picture was like a blooming firework, which hit everything below on a large scale. Boom! The light bullet hit the battlefield, and a big pit appeared immediately. It was like a meteor shower, and Pippi on the opposite side sensed the crisis and ran around in a panic trying to avoid it. However, this move is God's punishment, and it is so huge that Pippi can't avoid it at all. Pippi! A light bullet fell, and Pippi let out a cry of pain, and then his eyes rolled back, losing his ability to fight. Seeing that Frostmilk Fairy used an unprecedented move, Dr. Oak was stunned. What a terrifying power! What kind of move is that? Sanction like gravel. The name of the move emerged in Naoki's mind. The exclusive move of the legendary creator god Arceus, which punishes the enemy by releasing countless meteor-like light bullets. I didn't expect that Frostmilk would actually use this move this time. Naoki was also shocked by it. At the same time, a light bullet fell into the lake in the pasture in a place where no one was paying attention, and fell into the reverse world through the passage opened by Giratina. Giratina, who was listening to Rotom's comments with his eyes closed, suddenly felt the breath of Arceus. It suddenly woke up, opened its eyes, and locked its scarlet eyes above. The next second, the huge body suddenly rushed out through the mirror-like lake surface. Professor Oak, who had just recovered from the shock, was about to announce that Pippi had lost his ability to fight, and the battle was over, but the next second, his eyes caught the terrifying figure rushing out of the lake. Professor Oak was shocked. That majestic figure, those blood-red eyes, and that cold and ruthless expression, that Pokemon. It was the legendary Giratina. Professor Oak recognized Giratina at a glance because he had seen its selfie posted on the Pokemon forum before. Oh my god! Professor Oak took a breath. He really didn't expect Giratina to appear here. No, he should have thought of it earlier. Professor Oak suddenly noticed something. Giratina said that it was friends with Budcrest, and that Budcrest was taught by Naoki to use Rotom Cell. So by the same token, Giratina, who also uses Rotom Cell to surf the internet, is also Naoki's Pokemon. Not only Professor Oak, but Lulu was also shocked by the Pokemon that suddenly appeared. Giratina was looking around vigilantly. It came out because it sensed the presence of Arceus, but now... Where is Arceus? Giratina's eyes swept over those humans, and finally stopped at Naoki. Naoki couldn't help but feel ashamed. He didn't expect that Frostmilk's punishment like gravel would actually scare Giratina out. Giratina must have thought that Arceus had just arrived, right? Not finding any trace of Arceus, Giratina realized that he had made a mistake. It glanced at the humans below, then turned and dived into the lake. Professor Oak and Lulu looked in that direction in shock. After a long time, he asked, was that Pokemon Giratina? Naoki, yes. This is really incredible. Professor Oak looked at Naoki and murmured. First it was Budcrest, then Giratina, and he also captured so many Dragonite, and so many rare Pokemon. This trainer is too amazing. Noticing Professor Oak's gaze, Naoki explained helplessly, no, that Giratina is not my Pokemon. We are just friends. After that, Naoki waved his hand not far away. The elder brother, Ai Guancher, came over with a bottle of life goat milk and fed it to Pippi. Soon, Pippi opened his eyes. Unfortunately, you did not pass the Frosty Milkman's finger swing test. Naoki shifted the topic to the test. Lulu finally came back to her senses. She recalled the incredible move that Frosty Milkman had just used and asked, Mr. Naoki, what was that move just now? That, to be honest, I'm not sure. Naoki said, There are still many Pokemon and moves that have not been discovered by humans in this world. Maybe that move is from those Pokemon that have not been discovered yet? Is that so? Lulu murmured, I understand. Lulu looked at Naoki deeply. Sure enough, just like what was said in the school forum, Mr. Naoki is a trainer with unfathomable strength. Not only did he cultivate so many champion Pokemon, but he also became friends with the legendary Pokemon Giratina. Even the chief champion is probably not his opponent, right? At this moment, Lulu agreed with the forum that Naoki was the hidden boss of the Padilla region. In the afternoon, Lulu left the ranch. Before leaving, she said that she would come here again to challenge the official trial after collecting 6 badges. Watching the other party's figure gradually disappear, Naoki turned around and was about to return to the ranch to repair the grass damaged by the punishment-like gravel of the Frost Milk Fairy, but suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Excuse me, is this Naoki Ranch? Naoki and Professor Oak turned around and saw a tall lady wearing a black coat and long golden hair standing not far away, looking at this side with a smile. Naoki and Professor Oak were both slightly stunned when they saw the person coming. Professor Oak was the first to react. Miss Take-Ran, why are you here too? Sharona greeted Professor Oak in a gentle tone. Long time no see, Professor Oak. I came here this time because I have something to ask this trainer. As she spoke, Sharona looked at Naoki. She was gentle and approachable, without any aloof airs. Naoki, Needless to say, he had already guessed the purpose of Sharona's visit to the ranch. She must have investigated the fact that Giratina had run to the Sinnoh region along the internet cable, including his appearance, which stopped Giratina's behavior. And Sharona's visit this time must be to learn more about Giratina. Naoki looked up and found that Sharona and Professor Oak were both looking at him. Okay, looking at Professor Oak's curious look, he must want to know about Giratina. In that case, he might as well take this opportunity to tell the two of them the legend of Giratina. Naoki invited the two to his living room. The Bud Crown was not in the living room now, and should have gone to the garden to bask in the sun. Sharona and Professor Oak sat down on the sofa, and his sister, the butler, brought a cup of tea to the two guests. Giratina. Naoki read out Giratina's name, and then organized his words in his mind, thinking about where to start. Hearing this, Sharona was slightly startled, and a trace of surprise flashed across her face that looked like an iceberg beauty. Mr. Naoki knows why I came here? Naoki smiled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, you should have investigated the relationship between Giratina and me, so you came to the Padilla area and wanted to learn some information about it from me, right? After all, whether in the game or in the anime, Sharona's character has a strong interest in mythology and history, and she often immerses herself in the study of ancient relics and myths and legends. Then please. Sharona is very polite. And Professor Oak on the side is already a little impatient. Seeing this, Naoki asked, do you two know about genes? Genes? Sharona and Professor Oak were both slightly stunned. As a scholar who studies Pokemon, Professor Oak has a certain understanding of this aspect. For example, fossil resurrection technology is to extract the genes of ancient Pokemon to achieve resurrection. Humans and Pokemon have genes, which are also called the design drawings of organisms. The essence of that thing is DNA, which has opposite information on it, and the shape inside is like two intertwined and spiral chains. Naoki said slowly. For example, the Galaxy Team's Red Sun uses this principle to create red chains to control Dialga and Palkia. That chain that looks like a blueprint, even if one end is broken, it can be restored to its original shape by copying the other end. Do you understand what I mean? Naoki asked. Professor Oak was thoughtful, and Sharona also looked thoughtful. Time flows in the real world, and the spatial structure tends to be stable. On the other side of the world, there is no flow of time, and space is not stable. Only Giratina exists. Hearing this, Professor Oak immediately understood what Naoki meant. He was surprised and said, does that mean that world and the world we live in are like the genes of living things, supporting each other to prevent the other from disappearing? Naoki nodded, yes, just as Dialga is the embodiment of time and Palkia is the embodiment of space, Giratina is the embodiment of the reverse world. It controls the entire reverse world. The two worlds are entangled and interdependent. Once there is a problem in either side, the other world will also be affected. Just like in the movie Giratina and the bouquet of flowers in the sky, the glacier in the real world was destroyed, and the reverse world also collapsed. Is it like this? Sharona pondered. The murals in Kamaya town vaguely recorded relevant information. There seemed to be a Pokemon above Dialga and Palkia. Is that Pokemon Giratina? No. Thinking back to the content on the murals, Sharona found that the Giratina described by Naoki did not match that Pokemon at all. Could this mean that there is a Pokemon above Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia? Seeing their reactions, Naoki added, "These are the information I got from my previous investigation of the reverse world and Giratina. This is just my guess. Maybe the truth is not like this." Hirona came back to her senses from her contemplation. She thanked Naoki. "Anyway, thank you very much for the information you provided." Chapter 426. It turned out to be like this. Professor Oak's face was full of disbelief. The relationship between Giratina and the gods of time and space, the connection between the reverse world and the real world, these are all topics that are worth studying. Sure enough, there is still a lot of information in this world that has not been discovered by humans. "Is there anything else you two want to know?" Naoki asked. Sharona glanced slightly. She recalled the content on the murals of Shinha Town, and the Pokemon that seemed to be above Dialga and Palkia, and thought to herself that maybe Naoki would know something. With this in mind, Sharona took the initiative to ask, "Mr. Naoki, is there a Pokemon that has not been discovered by humans above Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina?" Huh? Hearing this, Naoki couldn't help but be a little surprised. As Sharona noticed Arceus now, he looked at the champion of the Sinnoh region, thought for a moment, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he shared the information he knew with Sharona. "If I'm not mistaken, you're referring to a Pokemon named Arceus," Naoki said. "Arceus?" Sharona and Professor Oak were immediately attracted by the name. Naoki nodded. "The god who created this world and legend, he has many titles in history, the god of creation, Sinnoh Great Lord. According to the information I have learned, when the world was first created by Arceus, there was nothing. After that, Arceus created Dialga, who controls time, and Palkia, who controls space. Time began to flow, and space gradually became stable. At the same time, the reverse world of Giratina was created to support the material world we live in. After the material world was created, Arceus created the Pokemon of the Lake Legend to shape the spiritual world. They are Akonome, Amrito, and Uxie. The combination of matter and spirit together constitutes the world we live in now." Hearing these myths and legends that she had never known before, Sharona's beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. Naoki smiled and said, "Not only in the Sinnoh region, but also in other parts of this world, there are legends about Arceus or things related to him." Sharona's heart moved slightly, and she asked hurriedly, "Where?" Naoki saw her plan and pointed out several directions for Sharona. "The first place is the Alufa ruins, and the Shindu ruins in the Johto region. It is said that the deepest part of the two ruins contains the entrance to the truth of creation, but only the chosen ones can find that place." The truth of creation. Hirona's heart began to beat with excitement. She asked, "Has Mr. Naoki been there before?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, before running this ranch, I traveled around the world and visited the Arufu ruins once." This was his experience in the game, so it was not a lie to Sharona. Hirona nodded, memorized the place, and planned to go there to investigate later. The second place is the secluded town of Midna in the Sinnoh region. There are ruins thousands of years ago. Maybe you can find the information you want there. Midna, the place where the movie Arceus Overcomes Time and Space takes place. Arceus was once sealed deep underground by humans with mercury. After that, the dying Arceus fell into the void, and fell into a deep sleep with raging anger, waiting to wake up in the future. At that time, he will punish humans in the name of God. Midna. Sharona nodded and remembered the name again. Naoki. The third place is the Valley of Creation in the Kalos area. I have seen local people worshipping the statue of the god of creation there. There is also the legend of Arceus there. Hoopa, the super demon god of the light wheel, was sealed there, and lived with the local people. I remember that. Hirona looked eager to go over and investigate those three places right now. Therefore, Hirona did not stay in the ranch for long. After finding out the information she wanted to know, she stood up and thanked Naoki. "Thank you very much, Mr. Naoki. I will not bother you here anymore. I will go back to the Sinnoh region to investigate Midna next." "No, we should stop in the Johto region, investigate the Alufa ruins there, and then go all the way north to the Sinnoh region," Sharona thought. Naoki, So this is what Sharona is like. She is really a clean and decisive person. He did not try to stop her, but just said, "Then I wish you good luck." Sharona curled her lips and smiled slightly. Before leaving, she added Naoki's value communication. "I will contact you again after I have investigated those myths and ruins," Sharona said. Naoki nodded, "Okay." Sharona left. This champion with a noble temperament and a look like an iceberg beauty did not put on airs when facing those myths and legends. Although Naoki had expected it in his heart, he was still surprised by the contrast when he actually came into contact with Sharona. After all, under normal circumstances, people who look dignified and virtuous and look like iceberg beauties are generally very cold. However, Sharona's personality is very gentle, and she does not have the airs of a strong person at all. I have to say that Baikaijia is a very charming person. What are you thinking about? Dr. Oak asked. Naoki came back to his senses and answered, I just feel that Sharona is a little different from what I imagined. Dr. Oak was very curious. Oh, Doctor, don't you feel that? Naoki said, logically speaking, people like Sharona, who are unfathomable and noble, usually appear to be very cold and difficult to get along with. Hearing this, Dr. Oak immediately understood. He couldn't help but laugh. I think you are a person who is confused by the situation, but can see things clearly from the sidelines. It's obvious that your strength is equally unfathomable, but you don't go out to become a champion and become famous, but instead stay in the countryside to run this small ranch. In addition to these, you also receive those trainers and students who pass by, fight with them, and let your Pokemon serve as their sparring partners. In comparison, you are the one who has no airs at all. Naoki, Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Naoki smiled embarrassedly. At this moment, Professor Oak's Rotom phone rang. He took out his phone and took a look, then pressed the answer button in front of Naoki. The next second, a familiar face appeared on the screen. It's Satoshi. Professor Oak looked at the environment behind Satoshi and said with a smile, It seems that you have successfully arrived in Kanaz City. Yes, that's right. Satoshi took out a badge from the badge box, and Pikachu and I have passed the challenge of Kanaz Gym and won the rock badge. Very good. Professor Oak smiled and nodded. There are still many badges left to get 8. Keep working hard. When you participate in the Caillou Conference, I will go there to cheer for you. When Xiaoji mentioned the Caillou Conference, he was full of fighting spirit. Yeah, Pikachu and I will definitely work hard. Pikachu. At this time, Xiaojiang suddenly noticed the environment where Professor Oak was currently. It seemed to be a farm there, because there was a large field with crops behind Professor Oak, and there were several Pokemon around that he had never seen before. Xiaojiang, who had been to Professor Oak's laboratory before, could tell at a glance that it was not a laboratory. He opened his squinting eyes and asked, Professor Oak, are you on a business trip? Professor Oak smiled and replied, No, I went to the Padia region to visit a friend there. As he said that, Professor Oak pointed the camera of the Rotom phone at Naoki and introduced him to Xiaoji and others. This is Mr. Naoki from the Padia region. He is a very powerful trainer. Naoki looked at the screen and saw Xiaoji and Xiaojiang, as expected, and Chisato's children Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng. Hello. Naoki waved at the screen and greeted them. This was his first time meeting Xiaoji, and he couldn't help but be curious about this anime protagonist. Xiaoji was also very polite. Hello, Mr. Naoki, I am Xiaoji from Pallet Town. Ha ha ha. Professor Oak laughed and said to Xiaoji, When you have time in the future, you can come to the Padia region for a trip. There are many Pokemon that don't exist in the Kanto region. When Xiaoji heard about the Pokemon he had never seen before, his eyes lit up, and he nodded seriously. Well, we will definitely go there when the time comes. Professor Oak, that's it, I will return to the Institute soon. If Xiaoji captures new Pokemon during your trip, you can always send them back to the Institute, and I will help you take care of them. Xiaoji responded. The phone was hung up immediately, and Professor Oak said with emotion, The child is Xiaoji. His father left home when he was a child, leaving him and his mother alone. That kid has been reckless since he was young. When he was 5, he missed the summer camp because he got up late. When he was 10, he missed the chance to get his initial Pokemon for the same reason. Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle were all picked up by other trainers, leaving only Pikachu. Ah, that kid has been traveling for a long time without realizing it. Naoki listened silently. He looked at Professor Oak's eyes, and suddenly remembered something. Professor Oak knew Satoshi. To be more precise, he knew Satoshi before he was born. Because when Professor Oak was young, he and Shalebi traveled through time, and went to the future, where they met Satoshi and experienced a thrilling adventure together, and defeated the Pokemon Hunter. At that time, the two became good friends across time and space. So, was it because of that incident that Professor Oak took such good care of Satoshi later? A flash of inspiration suddenly came to Naoki's mind. In his previous life, many netizens had made fun of Professor Oak and Xiaoji's mother Hanako, saying that Professor Oak took care of Xiaoji because of Hanako. But now it seems that Professor Oak is not that kind of person at all. Naoki looked at Professor Oak with a kind face in front of him. Maybe he only took care of Xiaoji because of his friendship with him. Even that special Pikachu might have been specially prepared by Professor Oak for Xiaoji. Because from the beginning, he knew what would happen next. Thinking of this, Naoki suddenly asked, "By the way, Professor Oak, why did you choose to build the research institute in Pallet Town?" If you remember correctly, Pallet Town was just a small place in the Kanto region. When Xiaoji was traveling outside and introduced himself to others, the comments he received were all, "Small place, remote and poor, never heard of." And Professor Oak is not only a well-known doctor in the research world, but also a top student who graduated from Yuheng University. He obviously had better choices, but he chose Pallet Town. Hearing Naoki's question, Dr. Oak was slightly startled, then showed nostalgia on his face, and replied softly, "That's because there is a friend of mine living in that place. When I was a child, I made a promise with him to meet again." Dr. Oak's memory seemed to have returned to that summer of the year. He met a boy named Xiaoji in the forest, where the legend of the forest god spread. Looking at this scene, Naoki immediately knew that he guessed right. "That friend must be very important to you, right?" he asked. Professor Oak smiled and nodded. "I and his temperament are quite compatible." "That's great," Naoki sighed. But then again, was it Professor Oak who went to Pallet Town to build the research institute first, or did Satoshi meet Professor Oak first? If we follow what Dr. Warren said before, this process seems to be called a time loop. There is no one who comes first, and who comes later. The two are mutually causal, because Professor Oak met Satoshi when he was a child. So he established a research institute in Pallet Town. And it was because Professor Oak established a research institute in Pallet Town that Xiaoji met the young Professor Oak. March 1st, 200th year of the League calendar, spring. After staying in the ranch for 6 days, Professor Oak left the Padilla region with a lot of research materials. Naoki brought Golden to see him off, and they did not start their return journey until they set Professor Oak on the plane. When Naoki returned to the ranch, it was already evening. Dusk had arrived, and the Pokemon in the ranch had played for a day, and at this time, they all felt a little tired. But Naoki was not at home, and they did not want to go back to the living room, so they lined up and squatted under the eaves, looking at the direction of the ranch gate, waiting for Naoki to come back. Some Pokemon were tired of waiting, and began to nod their heads and fell asleep. When Naoki landed on the grass riding on Gul'dan, his heart melted when he saw this scene. Soon, an Eevee found him. The Eevee's originally confused little face immediately cheered up. "Eevee!" Its voice attracted the attention of other Pokemon, and a group of Pokemon saw Naoki, who had returned to the ranch. They immediately ran over here, and surrounded Naoki, with a happy look on their faces. Seeing this group of Pokemon waiting for him to go home, Naoki felt warm in his heart. He smiled and touched their heads one by one, and whispered, "Okay, if you are sleepy, go home and sleep." Chapter 427. The next morning, after finishing his work on the ranch, Naoki set his sights on the giant carrot that was ripened by the goats. Like the giant watermelon before, this carrot is also a giant crop. It is orange-red in color, about 1 meter in diameter, and the part exposed to the soil alone is more than 2 meters. It is hard to imagine how big this carrot is. After walking around the field, Naoki commanded, "Gulton, help me pull it out." "Ah, gah!" Gillerton responded, and it jumped up and landed next to the carrot, wrapped its arms around it, and exerted force suddenly. The next second, the huge carrot was pulled out by Gillerton with brute force, and brought to Naoki. "Well done!" Naoki praised with a smile. He looked up, and the information about the carrot emerged from his mind. Giant carrot, a kind of giant crop, full of nutrition, is the favorite of some Pokemon, and can be used to make food. If you ask who likes to eat carrots the most in the ranch, it must be the Bud Crown. After a little thought, Naoki came up with a plan. It would be a waste to leave such a huge carrot here for viewing, and it would also go bad. It would be better to hollow out the carrot meat inside, and make carrot paste and carrot cakes, and make carrot huts with the remaining carrot shells, and put them in the pasture for small Pokemon like Eevee to play with. Naoki immediately started to work. He first took out the carrot meat inside with a spoon and a knife, and then asked Golden to help put the remaining carrots on the pickup truck. Naoki got in the driver's seat, and prepared to go to Carrie's cabin. He remembered that Carrie had a special material that could keep the shape of crops intact, and prevent them from rotting. Naoki had seen Carrie use this method to make pumpkin lanterns before. The processed pumpkin lanterns did not rot for 5 months at room temperature. The car drove out of the ranch, and arrived at Jachin town in about 10 minutes. Naoki parked the car in front of Carrie's house. Carrie was doing carpentry work at the door, and was surprised to see him coming. Huh? How come you have time to come here today? Naoki and Golden took the carrot out of the car together and explained their purpose. I want to ask you to help make this huge carrot into a carrot house for the Pokemon in the ranch to play with. After hearing this, Carrie understood Naoki's purpose. She was not too surprised by the huge carrot. After all, she had seen the same huge watermelon at Naoki's ranch before. Now that she thinks about it, these should also be the power of the Bud Crown King. Carrie, okay, no problem. It will take about 3 days. Okay, I come back in 3 days to get it. Naoki nodded. After paying, Naoki was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that there was one more thing to do. That was to order building materials, and take them to the World Tree to build the Expedition Guild. It is now March of the year 200, and in another 4 months, the World Tree will be fully grown. Although it will take some time, so far, the ecological environment that has been built inside the World Tree has generally stabilized, and will not change much. In the next 4 months, based on the existing foundation, the internal space of the World Tree will continue to expand. Naoki remembered the space he took the Pokemon to last time. There was a vast open space there, surrounded by forests and lakes, which was the best place to build an expedition guild. Therefore, Naoki planned to set the construction site of the expedition guild there. But there was another problem. That was that he knew nothing about building houses, and it was impossible for him to build so many buildings by himself. After a brief contemplation, Naoki turned his gaze to Klee and her assistant, Guiley. Klee was slightly startled and asked, "What's wrong? Anything else?" "I have another thing I want to ask you," Naoki said seriously. Seeing his expression, Klee was very surprised, but still said, "Oh, what is it?" "Naoki, help me build some facilities, but the location is not the ranch, but another place." "Are you planning to open a second ranch?" Klee was shocked. "Naoki, no, if you come with me." 10 minutes later, Klee was floating in the reverse world, looking at the broken islands and the deep void in front of her, and she was completely stunned. "Oh my god!" Klee was shocked and murmured, "Where is this place?" "This is Giratina's reverse world." Naoki on the side slowly spoke. He glanced at the Flower Sky Island not far away. Giratina was not there now. I don't know if he went to patrol the territory or to scare netizens along the network cable. Giratina? A big exclamation mark appeared above Klee's head. Is it the legendary Pokemon on the Pokemon Forum that can only use Rotom? Yes. Naoki nodded, but didn't say much on this topic. Instead, he got back to the point. Do you see that big tree over there? Klee looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, she saw a huge tree there. Naoki, I want to ask you to help me build something on that tree, just like the Pokemon Tavern in the ranch, mainly for the Pokemon to use. Well, that tree was planted by me before. It's very special. Although it looks like a tree, it's empty inside. I want to create an ecological zone there for the Pokemon in the ranch to live. At this time, Giratina flew back aggressively. Its huge body and domineering momentum made it hard for people not to notice it. Claire recognized the Pokemon at a glance. It was Giratina who was surfing the Pokemon Forum. Giratina also noticed Naoki and Claire here, and it looked over here in some confusion. Naoki explained, "This is the craftsman I hired. I will ask her to help build some things on the tree in the next period of time." Hearing this, Giratina nodded his huge head, and did not say anything, but just laid down on the Flower Sky Island again. Seeing this, Naoki knew that Giratina agreed. He said to Klee, "It's okay now. You and the monsters can rest assured to work here." Klee, At this moment, Klee clearly heard the beating of her heart. The way she looked at Naoki changed. Who could have imagined that their good neighbor, kind, diligent, and low-key Naoki was actually such a mysterious person behind the scenes? Not only did he conquer the Bud Crown, but he also established a connection with the legendary Pokemon Giratina, and could enter and exit each other's territory at will. At this moment, Carrie suddenly felt that there was a sad and thick barrier between her and Naoki. Naoki noticed Carrie's eyes, and couldn't help but say speechlessly, "What kind of eyes are you looking at?" Carrie murmured, "I'm just too shocked." After a while, Carrie calmed down. She looked into Naoki's eyes and asked, as usual, "I keep the news of Giratina here a secret, right?" Naoki nodded, "Thank you." "I see." Carrie took a deep breath, and quickly returned to her normal expression. She looked at the towering tree and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to build there?" Naoki brought Klee to the top of the World Tree. What came into view was a vibrant natural scenery. The soil was fertile, the grass was lush, and there was a quiet lake in the deep woods. The lake was shrouded in mist, like a misty fairyland. There were trees covered with moss by the lake, and green vines were hanging on the branches. So beautiful. Looking at this scene, Klee couldn't help but murmur. Naoki smiled slightly, then looked down at the green grass under his feet, and said to Klee, "This is the place." By the way, Klee, have you ever played role-playing games? Carrie was stunned for a moment, then thought of the medieval wizard adventure games on Rotom's phone. She nodded and said, "I've played them before, so what?" In those games, there is a place called a guild, where players can accept tasks and commissions on the bulletin board. Naoki said concisely, "I want to build a guild here, with a bar, bulletin board and other facilities." Does Naoki want to play house with Pokemon? Although Carrie was a little confused, she nodded. No problem. Naoki continued, "In addition to the guild, there are also Pokemon taverns, Pokemon restaurants, Pokemon cafes, warehouses for storing fruit and food, item stores for selling items, and hospitals for treating injuries. There are also places for Pokemon to sleep." Claire, Sure enough, Naoki wants to play house with his Pokemon, right? I know. Claire nodded. She looked around and memorized the environment and layout here. I will start drawing the design in the afternoon, and send it to the ranch to show you after it is finished. There are so many buildings, and the project is too large. It will take a long time to complete. Well, are you in a hurry? Claire asked. Naoki shook his head. I am not in a hurry. It will take a few months for the world tree to grow up, and Claire can build it slowly. Okay, I know. Claire thought carefully, and then made a construction plan. I will show you the drawings tomorrow. The building materials in the store are not enough, and I will purchase them from other places later. After everything is completed, I will come to start the construction immediately. Okay, no problem. Naoki nodded. He had no objection. The two left the reverse world, and Naoki drove Clea back to her cabin. On the way back to the ranch, Naoki began to select Pokemon that were suitable for working in the Expedition Guild facilities. The Ibuta siblings had to take care of the ranch, and it was unlikely that they would go to the World Tree, so another Pokemon was needed to take on that job. If there was any other Pokemon that was suitable for running a Pokemon tavern, Naoki would first think of Chiron. This Pokemon has a high IQ and is very smart. It can use various tools like humans. In the anime, there is a Pokemon Cafe that runs a Pokemon Cafe in the forest. That Pokemon Cafe can also mix juice with tree fruits. Pokemon Cafe can ask Madara to be the barista, and Pokemon Restaurant can ask Sucker to be the chef. Naoki remembers that the Sucker at Xiaoji's house is very powerful. It can not only clean, but also cook all kinds of food. It can be said that it is proficient in cleaning and cooking. Naoki has assigned the work in the prop shop to Babu Tubo's parents. As for the hospital to treat the injuries, several figures appeared in Naoki's mind. Jigglypuff, Chansey, Jigglypuff, Almost Doll and Flower Therapy Ring. These Pokemon are recognized as nurse assistants in the Pokemon world. They can always be seen helping Ms. Joy treat patients in Pokemon centers everywhere. In addition to them, Naoki remembered that Pokemon like Pixie can also serve as nurses. If Picossi goes to the Pokemon Center, it can also help with some simple auxiliary work. For example, it can push the medical lathe and take medical equipment such as stethoscopes. In addition, Picossi has good hearing and can hear the sound of a needle falling 1 kilometer away. In this case, it can easily hear the patient's call and go to the patient. But some of the Pokemon that Naoki imagined are not in the Padia region. If you want to find them, you need to go to other regions. It's just that Naoki doesn't have that much time to leave the ranch now, otherwise the Pokemon in the ranch will miss him. After a little thought, Naoki took out the Rotom phone and entrusted these tasks to the Hero Expedition team who were traveling outside. Meanwhile, in the distant Hoenn region, in a vast green forest, the 3 Pokemon of the Hero Expedition team were sitting on the open ground and sharing tree fruits with a group of wild Pokemon. Suddenly, the Rotom phone flew up. New commission received, Lodo. Meow? Meow blinked. Baby Bear and Zapdos also looked at Rotom's phone. Rotom sorted out Naoki's requests and began to read the contents of the requests. Request 3, Find Chiron. Request content, Expedition Guild, Cafe, Restaurant and other facilities are being built on the World Tree. Please help find some staff for these facilities. Look for Pokemon who are interested in making food and blending tree fruits, including but not limited to Chiron, and invite them to work on the World Tree. Commission 4, Finding a Sucker. Commission content, the Sucker is a Pokemon that is very good at doing housework and cooking. It can prepare food for the expedition team in the Pokemon restaurant. If you encounter a sucker that is interested in cooking, invite it to the World Tree. Commission 5. Finding a Pokemon that can make fire. Commission content. Cooking and lighting a bonfire both require making fire, which cannot be done without a fire attribute Pokemon. If you encounter a fire attribute Pokemon that wants to settle on the World Tree during your travels, invite them to live on the World Tree. Commission 6. Finding a doctor. Commission content. The Pokemon Hospital on the World Tree is still short of a few nurses and doctors. If you encounter kind-hearted Pokemon such as Gigi, Happy Egg, Jigglypuff, Almost Doll and Flower Therapy Ring, invite them to the World Tree to serve as doctors. Commission 7. Find Pokemon that are good at cultivating crops, cultivating land, and watering. Commission content. The World Tree is building a rich farm. If you encounter Pokemon that are good at farming, invite them to settle on the World Tree, good at cultivating crops. Grass attribute Pokemon such as Melissa, Chrysanthemum Leaf, Sunflower Monster, and Lily Root Doll. Good at cultivating land. Diglett, Mudhorse, Sandslash, Tutai, and Digger. Good at watering. Squirtle, Floating Bubble, Mosquito Tadpole, Marie Lou and other water attribute Pokemon. Chapter 428. After sending the message, Naoki felt that he was about to become an NPC who issued tasks in the game. But the Pokemon that live on the World Tree in the future are closely related to the hero's expedition team. In this case, it is better to let Bear Baby and Mew invite Pokemon themselves. We are all good friends, living happily together every day, farming together, and exploring together. That kind of life is beautiful just thinking about it. After returning to the ranch, it was already noon. Naoki washed his hands and started to prepare lunch for all the Pokemon. Today's lunch was still very rich. Fried steak, steamed sea bass, Padilla seafood rice, vegetable salad, sandwiches, and nutritious energy cubes, and delicious pofan for dessert. The lunch set consisting of these dishes is nutritionally balanced, and can almost cover the preferences of every Pokemon in the ranch. Bew, Bew! The voices of EVs came from the living room. Naoki looked up, and saw several EVs chasing each other's tails, and running around the sofa. One of them accidentally stepped on Gulton's tail, and Gulton, who was resting with his eyes closed, was immediately awakened and looked at the instigator with his golden eyes. As a result, the little Eevee was not afraid, but started to chase and play around Gulton. Seeing this scene, Gulton looked helpless. Ah gah! They are not afraid of you anymore. Naoki came to the restaurant with the food and said with a smile. At the beginning, these little EVs were afraid of Gulton, but as they got along with each other in daily life, they gradually found that Gulton was not that scary and rarely lost his temper. Over time, he was no longer so afraid of Gulton. Ah gah! Gulton sighed as if resigned to his fate, and let the little Eevee run around him in a compromised manner. Seeing Naoki coming, the EVs quickly shifted their attention to Naoki. They gathered around him, raised their little heads, and called him Ee. Naoki raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Rotom's mobile phone helped translate. The EVs are asking, can we evolve into a stronger EV now? Roto. Do you want to evolve? Naoki turned his head, and didn't find the evolved EV in the room. The three brothers of water, fire and thunder, plus Glacian and Moon, prefer the outside environment to the room after evolution. At this time, they should be playing with Frost and the others outside, right? The remaining three EV that have not evolved nodded their heads. EV. That's right. They have grown into big EV, and can evolve into more powerful EV. After that, one of the EVs tried hard to show off its strong body. Naoki, According to the time, it has been 7 months since the EVs hatched. Compared with that time, they have indeed grown up. Okay, then I will see if I can help you evolve after lunch. Naoki agreed. EV. The three EVs shouted with joy. There was another EV sitting on the side, and it didn't seem to care about evolution at all. Because Naoki said that the partner EV without evolution is the most powerful. After all, only the partner EV can use the super move. The 9-color sublimation gathered together. After appeasing a few EVs, Naoki turned around and brought the remaining food to the restaurant. When everything was ready, he stood under the eaves and whistled towards the ranch. Soon, a large group of Pokemon ran back from all directions, went to their food bowls, buried their heads in them, and happily enjoyed lunch. In the afternoon, in the Hoenn region, there is a place called the Woodgecko Forest. This is a very lush forest. There used to be a tall and huge tree in the center of the forest, but not long ago, the huge tree fell down due to excessive aging. A Pokemon called the Woodgecko that originally built a nest around the huge tree also lost its nest. The 3 Pokemon of the Hero Expedition team got this news from a wild hunting swallowtail butterfly, so they came here specially to see if they could provide some help to those poor wood geckos. Here, Mew and Baby Bear saw the huge tree that had withered and fallen. What? Meow? Seeing the miserable state of the tree, several Pokemon felt sorry for it. Mew even thought of the World Tree in the ranch. Will the World Tree wither like this huge tree in the future? Will they also lose their homes, like the geckos living here? Mew doesn't know, Baby Bear doesn't know, and Zapdos doesn't know. So after some hesitation, the 3 Pokemon simply asked Naoki for help. The video call was connected, and soon, Naoki appeared on the screen of Rotom's mobile phone. Mew and Baby Bear's little faces squeezed together, and looked at Naoki on the opposite side. Is it me? Naoki, will the World Tree wither in the future? Baby Bear's words were automatically transmitted to Naoki's ears after being translated by Rotom. Naoki was very surprised. Of course not, as long as this world does not perish, the World Tree will never wither. What happened to you? Mew and Bear Baby nodded, then stepped aside, and showed Naoki the huge tree that had fallen to the ground behind them. Naoki understood immediately. So that's how it is, but don't worry, that kind of thing will never happen. Bear Baby and Mew were relieved. Naoki wanted to say something else, but at this moment, he suddenly saw several figures flashing in the bushes behind the 2 Pokemon. With the sound of breaking through the air, several sharp-leaf knives fell beside the legs of Zapdos. There's danger! Naoki warned quickly. The 3 Pokemon were immediately alarmed, and the Rotom phone automatically scanned the surroundings. Soon, Naoki saw a few green figures on the big trees not far away. Is that the 3 great Pokemon of the Hoenn region? At this time, Mew and Baby Bear also found the traces of those Pokemon. Baby Bear immediately started to negotiate with them. "Emini. We are a traveling expedition team. We have no ill intentions." The Pokemon still looked over here vigilantly. Seeing this, Naoki immediately realized what these wood geckos were thinking. That place was their territory, and the sudden intrusion of Zapdos, Mew and Bear Baby was regarded as an enemy invading their territory. According to the habits of Pokemon like wood geckos, they will fiercely intimidate enemies who invade their territory and protect their homes. For this reason, wood geckos are also called Pokemon that protects the trees in the forest. But looking at their actions just now, it doesn't seem like they are attacking, but rather like they are warning the Hero Expedition team. Otherwise, with the ability of the wood gecko, it is impossible for the flying leaf knife to miss when facing an immobile opponent. Seeing that the wood geckos ignored it, Mew also explained, "Meow. We heard from other Pokemon that a huge tree fell here, so we came here to see if we can help." The lightning bird spread its wings, and the crackling sound of electricity exploded on its sharp feathers. Seeing the action of the lightning bird, the group of wood geckos became more vigilant. At this moment, an old Pokemon's cry came from the forest. Hearing this voice, the geckos stopped and looked back. I saw an older gecko slowly walk out of the bushes. The other geckos jumped to the ground and followed the older one. "Chafu? You mean, you are here to help us?" Mew and Baby Bear nodded repeatedly. "Ime. That's right. We are a chivalrous expedition team, currently traveling around the world to help Pokemon in need." The geckos looked at the huge tree, Chafu. But the giant tree is dead. It is too old and can't survive. Hearing this, Mew and Bear Baby looked distressed. Mew flew forward and tried to use its ability to bring the giant tree back to life, but failed. This made the 2 Pokemon not know what to do. After thinking for a while, Bear Baby was unwilling to give up. Independent Maine. There must be a way. "Excuse me." Across the Rotom phone screen, Naoki, who had witnessed the whole process, suddenly spoke. A group of Pokemon immediately looked over here. The Wood Guardians then noticed that there was a human inside the strange Pokemon. "Naoki, Baby Bear Mew, see if you can find its seeds near the giant tree. If you can use the power of the Bud Crown to revive it." Hearing this, Mew and Baby Bear's eyes lit up. They quickly flew to the fallen giant tree, fiddled with the branches, and checked the rotten branches. Soon, the lucky Baby Bear successfully found a tree seed. Naoki continued, "Then, dig a hole in the open space and bury this seed in it." 1. The Baby Bear did as he was told, and under the watchful eyes of the wood geckos, it began to dig a hole with its little claws. Soon, a hole about 10 centimeters deep was dug out. The Baby Bear put the seed in, and covered it with soil. In the pasture, Naoki nodded to the Bud Crown. The Bud Crown, who was far away in Galar, once made the crops in his pasture mature early. With the current power of the Bud Crown King, such a thing would be too easy for him. The Bud Crown King took a look, then closed his eyes, sensed the location of Dream and Baby Bear, and then activated his ability. The next second, a magical scene happened. The tree seed that had just been buried grew rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a young sapling. The wood geckos looked at this scene in shock. Before they could react, the sapling began to grow again. After a few breaths, a huge tree stood in front of them. Wood gecko! Wow! The wood geckos, who had never seen such a scene, were stunned. Meow and Baby Bear stood happily under the tree. Meow meow! It's okay now. Meow, you can live under the huge tree again. Looking at the shocked faces of the wood geckos opposite, Naoki couldn't help but want to laugh. Wood gecko, one of the 3 starter Pokemon in the Hoenn region, Satoshi also has a wood gecko. His gecko later evolved into Lizard King, and its record was very good. In the league meeting in the Sinnoh region, it even defeated Darkrai, the legendary male beast Darko. Although it was defeated by Latios sent by Darko, Lizard King had done a great job. But then again, is this the daily routine of the Heroes Expedition team? It looks quite interesting to help Pokemon in need everywhere. Naoki wanted to watch for a while longer, but there was a knock on the door outside. He saw that there should be nothing wrong with the baby bear, so he hung up the phone and went to open the door. The person knocking on the door was Mayor Thomas, with a white beard. The old gentleman smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Naoki." "Good afternoon, Mayor Thomas." Naoki greeted, "What can I do for you?" Mayor Thomas nodded and asked, "It's like this, the day after tomorrow is the time for the spring fishing competition. Do you plan to participate in that competition this year?" Spring fishing competition. Speaking of fishing, Naoki remembered the Padilla seafood rice he had eaten before. One of the effects of that dish is to increase the chances of catching rare fish. Okay. Naoki thought that since he was idle at the ranch anyway, he might as well go there and have some fun. Mayor Thomas smiled and said, "That's good. Those fishing celebrities in the town have wanted to compete with you for a long time. You didn't participate in the past 2 years. This year, those guys came to me and asked me if you would participate." Naoki, After Mayor Thomas said this, Naoki immediately understood what was going on. When he first came to the ranch, he asked Golden to help him fry a lot of fish in order to make money. The townspeople always thought that those fish were caught by him. In the minds of the people in Jichin town, the rancher Naoki was probably a fishing master with superb fishing skills. His fishing skills have reached the level of perfection. Naoki was speechless for a moment. Mayor Thomas was very happy. The fishing competition will be held at the Big Pot Lake at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Then, use your fishing skills to convince those challengers. Naoki, It seems that Padilla seafood rice has to be presented. At the same time, in the Wigekko forest in the Hoenn region. In order to express their gratitude to the expedition team, the Wigeckos found tree fruits and held a banquet under the huge tree. The older Wigekko handed a tree fruit to the baby bear. "Chafu, you are so amazing. You can actually give a dead giant tree a new life." Baby bear took it and shook his head happily. Independent Maine. That's all thanks to Naoki and Bud Crest. Naoki? Bud Crest? Is it the human in the body of the Pokemon named Rotom? Thinking about it, Bokuro asked directly. Baby bear shook his head and nodded. I mean. Naoki is Naoki, the best human in the world. Bud Crown is also a very powerful Pokemon, and it lives with everyone in the ranch. Meow also nodded in agreement. Meow. The Wigekko asked again. Chafu? Ranch? Ime. That's our home. There is also a very big tree in the ranch. That is the World Tree. Speaking of this, the baby bear suddenly remembered the commission that Naoki had issued to them before. It looked at the Wigeckos in front of it. These Pokemon are also grass attribute Pokemon, right? So, the baby bear happily invited the geckos. Imi? Imi! The World Tree is very big. Naoki said he plans to build an expedition guild there, as well as a Pokemon tavern, a Pokemon farm, and a Pokemon restaurant. Would you like to settle down on the World Tree? It's very lively if everyone lives together. Chapter 429. When Naoki sent Mayor Thomas away and returned to his room to make another video call, the matter with the Hero Expedition team had been successfully resolved. Through the screen of Rotom's mobile phone, Naoki saw that the group of wild Wigeckos across the street were holding a banquet under the huge tree to thank the 3 Pokemon of the Hero Expedition team. But what surprised Naoki was that 3 young Wigeckos suddenly stood up and walked to the side of Mew and Baby Bear. Just when Naoki was confused, Baby Bear happily explained to him, Imemi. These geckos are willing to accept our invitation and live on the World Tree. Naoki was slightly stunned. Was it so easy to invite 3 of the 3 great Pokemon from the Hoenn region? Is this how the Great Hero Expedition team usually invites Pokemon residents? Naoki felt very curious. He couldn't help asking, "What did you say to them?" Baby Bear replied, me. I introduced the World Tree and the Expedition Guild to them. They were very interested in the Pokemon restaurant and cafe built on the World Tree and wanted to go and see it in person. Hearing this, Naoki immediately understood. These are 3 wood geckos that are curious about their jobs. Pokemon like wood geckos are calm and composed, and can remain calm in any situation, which is very suitable for some jobs that require patience. Naoki naturally welcomed their arrival. After the banquet over there, the 3 wood geckos said goodbye to the other tribesmen, were collected into the Poke Ball by Mew and Baby Bear, and finally handed over to Zapdos to be sent back to the ranch. Naoki witnessed the whole process. He looked at Zapdos flying high in the sky, thinking that at the speed of Zapdos, it would reach the Padilla region at the latest by noon tomorrow. In the afternoon, Naoki started to deal with the evolution of EVs. Now, the ranch already has Glaceon, Umbreon, Vaporeon, Flareon and Jolteon. It still lacks Soul, Leafeon and Sylveon to form an EV army. On this sunny afternoon, Naoki lined up the EVs, except for his partner EV, in rows on the grass. The EVs sat there obediently, their cute little faces full of anticipation for evolution. Other Pokemon such as Urako, Frostmilk, Sagittarius, and Modalid also stood by and watched the process curiously. So who wants to go first? Naoki's eyes swept over the 3 EVs. Bew? The EV on the far left quickly raised its little paw. Naoki looked at it and asked, "You want to evolve into Leafeon, right?" EV nodded repeatedly, and said in a soft and cute voice, "Bew. The evolution of Leafeon is very simple. You only need Leaf Stone to evolve directly." Naoki had prepared Leaf Stone for Eevee a long time ago, waiting for this day to come. He took out a green stone from a small box. The stone had leaf patterns printed on it, which looked very strange. The Eevees all looked at Leaf Stone. The genetic instincts inherited in their bodies told them that if they came into contact with that stone, they would evolve into another form of Eevee. Then take off the Stone of Unchange on you first. Naoki squatted down, took off the Stone of Unchange necklace on Eevee's neck, and then placed the Leaf Stone in front of it. Eevee looked down at the stone, and stretched out its little paw to touch the Leaf Stone. And the moment Eevee touched the stone, a dazzling light immediately burst out from its body. In the light, Eevee's appearance changed rapidly. When the light faded, a brand new Eevee with a green body and the fragrance of grass appeared in front of everyone. Leafeon is born. Naoki nodded with satisfaction. It seems that the evolution of Eevee is going smoothly. Then it's the turn of the next Eevee. Solenoid, right? Naoki asked. The Eevee nodded slightly. Eevee. Well, let me think about how to help you. Naoki fell into deep thought. Compared to Leafeon, Solenoid's evolution conditions are more stringent. Not only does it need to have a certain level of friendship with the trainer, but it must also be in the daytime. Is the friendship level high enough? Naoki thinks it should be high enough. After all, he has raised these EVs since they were young, and he has hardly left the ranch, and they are together almost every moment. After a little thought, Naoki took off the Stone of Change from Eevee. The warm sunlight shines on it, but nothing happens. It seems that the conditions for evolution have not been met yet. It's a pity that there is no magic candy in this world. If there is, you can feed one to Eevee, so that it can evolve directly. In this case, he can only use conventional methods to achieve his goal. Thinking of this, Naoki shouted, "Motor Lizard!" Gaw! Motor Lizard immediately came forward. Naoki touched its head and said, "Next, I want to ask you to be a sparring partner for this EV, train its fighting skills, and help it gain experience. Can you do it?" Motor Lizard immediately patted his chest and promised. Gaw! Motor Lizard took Eevee to the side to impart experience. Naoki looked at the next Eevee. The Eevee that wanted to evolve into Sylveon looked at him with round eyes, and its black and bright eyes were full of expectation. Naoki asked, "Have you understood the round pupil?" Eevee felt a little guilty. Naoki, Long before, he asked Frostmilk to help teach Eevee the round pupil move, but when he was not paying attention, Eevee started to slack off. You? Naoki sighed helplessly, poked its little head with his hand, and then turned around and shouted, "Frostmilk! Ma!" Frostmilk ran over immediately. "Come on, show Eevee how to use the round pupils again. Eevee, you have to watch carefully this time," Naoki said. Eevee nodded quickly. So, Frostmilk started to demonstrate. Compared to these newly born EVs, Frost Milk has a long history in the ranch. Although it is relatively small in size, facing these EVs, Frost Milk still showed the big sister style when facing the Saltstone Jinn and guided EV. Ma! Frosty Milk Fairy held her breath and stared at the little EV with wide eyes. Naoki noticed that when using the round pupil, there would be a pink light in Frosty Milk Fairy's eyes, which was probably the energy of the fairy attribute. Eevee was hit by the round pupil, and it felt a trance in front of its eyes, and squatted in the same place with a blank expression. After a long time, Eevee came back to its senses, and shook its little head quickly to wake itself up. Did you see it clearly? Naoki asked. Eevee nodded. Yeah, so fast this time? Naoki was a little surprised. Then why don't you try it? Eevee nodded again, imitating the way of Frosty the Milky Way, concentrating and holding its breath, and trying its best to make its eyes wide open. As a result, it didn't use the round pupil, but made itself cross-eyed. Naoki, Eevee, the partner who witnessed the whole process, felt that his partner was so stupid. It had learned it after watching it so many times. So, the partner Eevee ran forward while shouting "Bew bew bew," and used the round pupil on Eevee. Partner Eevee sighed, "Bew." It looked as if it was saying, "You're too stupid, I've learned it all." Seeing this, Eevee felt like the sky was falling. Tears welled up in its eyes. Facing its partner showing off, Eevee blew and turned and ran away. Naoki, Partner Eevee looked puzzled, his eyes full of innocence. Bew? What happened? The other evolved Eevees blinked and looked at it. Eevee. Eevee sighed, and lay on the grass in silence. It's hopeless. These Eevees are not very smart. Naoki didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt that he needed to give this partner Eevee a lesson. The name of the course is Emotional Intelligence. But now Eevee's matter is more important. Naoki let the other Pokemon play by themselves, and he looked for Eevee in the direction it ran away. Finally, Naoki found the aggrieved Eevee in the utility room behind the Pokemon Tavern. Okay, don't be sad. Naoki walked up and squatted in front of Eevee, patted its little head and comforted it. Boy! Eevee felt even more wronged, and it also felt that it was a fool because it couldn't learn round pupils. You have to know that not all Pokemon are geniuses at the beginning. Naoki began to give Eevee an example. You know Dragonite, right? Boy? Eevee looked at him. Dragonite was also a fool who couldn't learn any moves at the beginning, but later it came to the ranch, and through diligent practice every day, it successfully learned the moves that were difficult for it. Naoki said, in our human world, there is a saying that hard work can make up for clumsiness. It means that through diligent practice, you can make up for your innate deficiencies. But I don't think you are a stupid Eevee, you just slacked off in previous practice. Eevee? Eevee asked quickly, if it didn't slack off, could it learn new moves? Naoki saw what it meant and nodded. That's right, I believe you can do it. And even if we can't do it, it doesn't matter. At worst, we can keep the appearance of Eevee and never evolve. I can still support you for life. Bew. Hearing this, the little Eevee's face was full of emotion. But soon, it came back to its senses, shook its head quickly, and said with determination, Bew. It doesn't want to stay like this forever. It also wants to evolve into a more powerful Sylveon and accompany Naoki in the form of Sylveon. It has decided that from today on, it will practice round pupils diligently, and will never be lazy like before. Thinking of this, Eevee's mind was clearer than ever before. It recalled the previous teachings of Frost Milk, and decided to start practicing round pupils now. First, it must mobilize the fairy attribute energy in the body. Eevee concentrated and held his breath, and began to exert his strength. Naoki saw Eevee's plan at a glance. He observed its movements and gave instructions from the side. Pay attention, don't be too tense, relax your expression, and stare at your opponent with your cutest eyes. The cutest eyes? Eevee tried to relax, opened its round eyes, and tried to look at Naoki with the cutest eyes. A pink light flashed through Eevee's pupils, and the round pupils were used successfully. Seeing this scene, Naoki felt that Eevee was so cute. His hands began to move, wanting to pick up the furry Eevee. However, the next second, a strong white light suddenly burst out from Eevee. In the light, beautiful ribbons grew on Eevee's body. Its fur also turned into pure white, while the fur on its head, ears, tail and lower limbs turned pink. When the light faded, a brand new Eevee appeared in front of Naoki. Sylveon was born. Naoki was unable to recover for a moment. Until Sylveon held his hand with a ribbon, raised his head, and looked at him happily with his blue eyes. Eevee. Sylveon's ribbon was soft. Naoki gently pinched it, and then smiled and said, See? Am I right? You can definitely do it. Congratulations, Sylveon. Bew. Sylvian looked very happy. Since the matter has been resolved, there is no need to stay in the utility room. Naoki took Sylvian outside. Other EVs were very surprised to see Sylvian. Sylvian greeted them gently and came forward to play with all the EVs. Naoki walked to the surprised partner EV and said to it, "Sylvian is not stupid, it just likes to play a little. Your behavior just now hurt it, and Sylvian is very sad." "You?" Partner EV looked over there earnestly. It had no ill intentions. It was just a little anxious just now. Naoki touched its little head and asked, "So, do you know what to do?" Partner EV looked up at Naoki. They looked at each other for a while, and Partner EV nodded, "Bu." The next second, it ran towards Fairy EV. Naoki didn't know what they said to each other, but what was certain was that Fairy EV accepted Partner EV's apology and reconciled with it. At this moment, the EV that was fighting with the motor lizard not far away also lit up with a strong evolutionary light. The energy of the sun poured into its body like a tide, and in this energy, a dazzling ruby condensed on the forehead of the EV. A moment later, a brand new EV with lavender eyes and fur all over the body shining like velvet, appeared opposite the motor lizard. Sun EV was also born. So far, all the attributes of EV have been unlocked in the ranch. Looking at a large group of various EVs over there, Naoki shouted to them, "Everyone, come here." Suddenly, colorful EVs came running and surrounded Naoki. Naoki was quite excited to touch this and hug that. The EVs squatted there and let him touch them. For the EVs, Naoki is their closest person in the world. Because from the moment they hatched, the first person they saw was Naoki. Not only that, Naoki would coax them to sleep, make snacks for them, tell them bedtime stories, and take them to play on the grass. Just like a father. Of course, Glacian and Moon EV would not regard Naoki as their father, because they came to the ranch after they grew up. Looking at the cute and furry EV around him, and the EV who were acting cute towards him, Naoki had only one feeling in his heart at this moment. So happy. Chapter 430. Naoki is very happy that the EV evolves. Next, the EV army is only missing a Z band and EV's exclusive Z, and it will be fully formed. Used by partner EV, with the help of the power of the 9-color sublimation gathering top, all the EV's powers are combined into one, so as to use EV's ultimate move. Unfortunately, the Z band and the exclusive Z are special products of the Alola region, and are not available in other regions. There are many kinds of magical items in the Pokemon world. In addition to the Z band, there are also Mega Stones and Key Stones that can make Pokemon super evolve in the Kalos region, Gigantamax in the Galar region, and Crystallization in the Paidia region. 2 years ago, Dr. Olin and Dr. Forte gave Naoki a Taijing Pearl. However, he didn't need to fight much in his daily life on the ranch, so he didn't need it. Naoki put the Taijing Pearl in a drawer. The Gigantamax wristband is a specialty of the Galar region, and it can only be used in the Galar region. If you leave the Galar region, Pokemon can't be Gigantamaxed. Compared with these three types, Naoki's favorite is Mega Evolution, also known as Super Evolution. This evolution method can release the hidden power in the Pokemon's body in a short period of time, allowing them to exert power that cannot be matched by normal evolution. It is worth mentioning that it is not feasible to directly make Pokemon undergo Super Evolution. Only when the trainer and Pokemon are in tune with each other will they go beyond the limit for each other's feelings. Bonds and friendships, this kind of thing is very exciting. However, what Naoki regrets is that among the many Pokemon in his ranch, none of them can undergo Super Evolution. Whether it is Dragonite, Butterfree Eruption, or Mount Goat, Motor Lizard, none of them can be super evolved. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Damn GF. It's fine that the Pokemon of the next few generations were limited by the times, but why didn't he give his favorite quasi-god Pokemon Dragonite a super evolution? After mumbling a few words, Naoki stood up and prepared to study the recipes to see if there were any delicious dishes to develop. But just as he was about to enter the house, Carrot came to the ranch on a motorcycle lizard. She got off the car and handed a drawing to Naoki. "Here, this is the design I drew according to your needs. Take a look and see if it's okay. If you are sure, I can start construction tomorrow." Naoki took it and spread out the blueprint. Everything on it appeared in his eyes. What came into view was a dome-shaped wooden building. Above the entrance of the building hung a sign with the words Expedition Guild Headquarters clearly written in pencil. Extending around this building, Naoki saw various facilities on it. A prop store selling wound medicine and various antidotes, a Pokemon hospital for treating injuries, and a Pokemon tavern for Pokemon to gather and chat. There are also cafes for rest, restaurants for eating, cute dormitories, warehouses for storing food and fruit, and training rooms for combat training. Outside the guild, there are special fields for growing crops and food. Klee divided it into several areas, including orchards for growing fruit and farmland for growing vegetables and fruits. With these places, there is no need to worry about the Pokemon going hungry. It can be seen that Klee has put a lot of thought into it. The architectural designs she drew are very cute, which fits well with the beautiful and dreamy creatures like Pokemon, just like in fairy tales. Carrie introduced. Although these buildings are wooden structures, the wood used is very durable golden wood. After special treatment, this wood will not deteriorate even after thousands of years of use. Golden wood? Naoki has never heard of it. It should be a wood unique to the Pokemon world, right? He nodded with satisfaction. That's it, and all other configurations must be of the best quality. The ranch's daily income is almost uncountable now, and the online store is also making money continuously, so it's okay to use only the top quality materials. Therefore, Naoki planned to do it directly. Carrie already knew that Naoki was a mysterious and low-key hidden boss. She nodded and agreed. No problem, I will do my best. That's it for now? Okay, thank you for your hard work. Carrie smiled slightly, and said with emotion, I can guarantee that if Mayor Thomas and others knew about this, they would be shocked. Naoki raised his eyebrows. Carrie continued, a powerful person like you actually came to this remote countryside of Zichin town to run a ranch. Naoki thought that he was not like this at the beginning, and it developed slowly. Don't tell Mayor Thomas and the others. It would be bad if he got scared later. Carrie nodded gently. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. So let's do it this way for now. I will come to start the construction tomorrow morning. Okay. After the design was confirmed, the next step was construction. Carrie turned around and left Naoki Ranch while formulating the construction plan and schedule in her mind. The store was running low on building materials, so she would have to order some from other places later. At night, while preparing dinner for Pokemon, Naoki recalled what happened this afternoon and suddenly had an idea. Could he replicate the magical candy in the game? The magical candy, as described in the game, is a candy full of energy. After giving it to Pokemon, the Pokemon's level will be raised by 1 level. If there is such a thing in the real world, wouldn't it be possible to eat a full-level Pokemon directly by eating 100 of them in a row? If you feed it to EVs, you can get 9 level 100 EVs, which are invincible. Thinking of this, Naoki's heart was eager to try it immediately. Although he didn't know how to make candy, fortunately, he had a recipe in the cooking book he bought in town before. First, pour sugar, corn syrup and water into a pot, heat it over medium heat and stir constantly. When it's almost done, add the golden sweetness brewed by 3 bees. The last step is to pour the sugar into the mold and cool it. Soon, crystal clear candies with amber color appeared in front of Naoki. Honey candy, see candy made with honey, full of honey flavor. Cooking effect. Lure the bear out of the cave. LV1, placed in the wild, it is easy to attract bear Pokemon, and feeding it to bear Pokemon will greatly increase their favorability. Evaluation. Honey-flavored candy is quite popular with bear Pokemon. Naoki, it's not magical candy? Naoki suddenly felt a pity. There are not many bear Pokemon. In addition to Baby Bear and its evolution form, Circle Bear, there are only Sneeze Bear, Tundra Bear, Doll Bear, Were Bear, Moon Bear, Bear Apprentice, and 2 forms of martial arts Bear Master. But then again, is Naughty Panda considered a bear Pokemon? It seems that there is no Naughty Panda in the Padia region. Seeing that the magical candy was not what he wanted, Naoki casually fed these honey candies to Frostmilk, Urako, and other Pokemon who like sweets. The magic candy should contain a lot of energy. Naoki muttered. But the question is, what kind of energy should that be? Can the energy from Pokemon be used? After a little thought, Naoki decided to give it a try. He asked his sister AI Guancher to infuse the energy of superpower into the syrup that had not yet been formed. AI, huh? Although his sister AI Guancher was a little confused, she still did it obediently. As a result, the energy exploded as soon as it entered the bowl, and the white sugar and corn syrup inside were scattered everywhere. Naoki, AI. The little sister AI butler was startled. It quickly found a rag, and cleaned up the dirty places around it. Naoki squatted down and worked with it. Soon, the kitchen was restored to its original state, except for the loss of a bowl. Is the energy of Pokemon not good? Naoki continued to think, what if we replace it with an item full of energy? Speaking of items full of energy, the first thing Naoki thought of was the leaves of the World Tree. He once used the leaves of the World Tree to make a leaf cake, which greatly improved the Mount Goat, the Bud Crown King and Oliva. But Crown King said that those leaves contained very rich natural energy. Thinking of this, Naoki went to the reverse world and picked a leaf that was bigger than himself. After returning to the kitchen, Naoki cut off half with a kitchen knife, and then gave the other half of the leaves that were not used to the mount goats to eat. Then, Naoki used a machine to mash the leaves, filtered out the juice, and added it to the syrup prepared in advance and stirred it. The last step was to boil it in a pot, and then pour it into a mold to cool and set. When everything was done, a dark green candy appeared in front of Naoki. World Tree Candy, a plus candy made from the leaves of the world tree full of natural energy. The candy contains very rich natural energy. Cooking effect. Nature's Force LV3, after being eaten by grass-type Pokemon, their ability to control their own grass-type energy will be greatly improved, which can make them better at cultivating plants. This effect is only effective for grass-type Pokemon, and can only be eaten once. Evaluation. Magical candy, there is some connection with nature. Naoki, It seems that he has no chance to get the magical candy. However, the candy that improves the energy control of Pokemon is also equivalent to magical candy to some extent. Because the more proficient a Pokemon is in controlling energy, the faster it will improve, and even the speed and power of its attacks will be improved accordingly. In short, it's not bad. Naoki then fed it to Leafeon, Uriko, Mount Goat, Budcrest, Tropical Dragon and Oliva. These are all the grass attribute Pokemon in the ranch. In addition to them, Naoki also kept 3 World Tree candies, ready to wait until tomorrow to give them to the 3 geckos who left their hometown and settled in the World Tree as a meeting gift. After dinner, it was time to go to bed. Naoki originally wanted to continue sleeping with the EVs on the bed, but the temperament and habits of the evolved EVs changed accordingly. Vaporeon prefers places with clear water sources to rooms, so it left Naoki early and went to sleep in the lake in the pasture. The same was true for the evolved Leafeon, which ran directly to an area with fertile grass and used it as its bed. Although he let the 2 EVs go to sleep in their favorite place, Naoki still felt an inexplicable sadness for the departure of Leafeon and Vaporeon. Alas, the children have grown up and have their own lives. However, his sadness did not last long, because the enthusiastic and lively Flareon had jumped onto his chest. Perhaps sensing Naoki's mood, Flareon called twice, indicating that he would accompany Naoki, Umbreon, Jolteon, Sylveon and Sun Eevee, who were sleeping in their nests, also joined in. Even Babu, Gulten and Dratini joined in. Naoki was moved and picked up the king and kissed him on the forehead. Flareon's eyes lit up, and he looked very happy. Ah gah! Gulten, who was sleeping on the floor, noticed this and looked over with his eyes wide open. Guillerton looks fierce, but at this moment its eyes are wet, and it looks just like a pitiful big dog. Naoki had no choice but to kiss the big guy on the forehead. It would have been fine if he hadn't kissed him, but once he did, the other Pokemon also wanted to kiss him. Naoki could only kiss them one by one, and at the end, he said to them, "Don't be shy, you are a big Pokemon and you still act like a spoiled child." In response, the EVs said that they would always be Naoki's babies. The pink Dratini lying next to Naoki's pillow also nodded. And it, too. Naoki poked Dratini's big nose with a smile. Go to sleep. The Pokemon closed their eyes peacefully, and prepared to fall asleep. Naoki took out his phone, and posted the photo of the EV family portrait he took today to the Pokemon Circle, and added a picture to express his happiness. Soon, this photo received a lot of likes. Chishu, wow, all the EVs have evolved? Looks so cute. Yesy, it seems that your EV paradise has been built. ADK, what a coincidence. My Vulcan moth has also started to have a second spring after recovery. After a while, it will also become a father. Then I will also start to take care of Pokemon. Naoki smiled slightly, and replied one by one. He has been busy recently, and has not watched Chishu's live broadcast. Thinking of this, Naoki opened the live broadcast software, but found that Chishu was not live broadcasting now. After a little thought, Naoki opened Piku TV again and searched on it. Soon, he found Chishu's personal account. Most of the videos uploaded on it were recorded by Chishu, such as receiving the challenge of trainers, and the content seemed a bit monotonous. Perhaps because of this reason, Chishu does not have many fans now. Chishu did not seem to have a rest yet. As soon as Naoki opened the video, he received a message from Chishu saying hello. After chatting with her briefly, Naoki learned that the nightlife in Yangwang City had just begun, and she had just got off work and was preparing to go back to rest. Wing King, is the work of a gym leader so hard? Chishu, yes, during this period of time, the the Padia region has welcomed many trainers from other regions. Not only me, but other gym leaders are also very busy. Looking at this news, Naoki wondered if it was Bud Crown that attracted those people here. He had seen on the internet that a trainer from the Galar region threatened to move to the Padia region. Isn't Yessie going to be overjoyed? Naoki could almost imagine their chief champion looking at the trainers flowing into the Padia region with excitement. Yessie stood on the top floor of the Padia Alliance, with an excited smile on his face and a crazy laugh. Talent, haha, talent. Naoki, Suddenly, I felt that Yessie's love for talent was almost comparable to that of Daigo next door, who was looking for rare stones everywhere. Chapter 431. Early the next morning, Carrie arrived at the ranch in a truck. With the help of the workers, she moved batches of wood to the World Tree. After determining the location of the guild, Carrie's construction team officially started construction. And Zapdos arrived at the ranch at noon. After sending the 3 geckos to the place, it left directly. Only the 3 geckos were left to look at Naoki, and the Pokemon around him calmly. Welcome. Naoki led a group of Pokemon to hold a simple welcome ceremony for the wood geckos. At the end of the ceremony, he gave the 3 wood geckos the World Tree candy he made yesterday as a greeting gift. Perhaps because they had heard about the ranch from Baby Bear and Dream before coming here, the wood geckos were not too restrained. They looked at the green candy in their palms, then happily opened their mouths and ate it. The next second, the 3 wood geckos opened their eyes wide, looking quite shocked. Chafu? Do you feel that the grass energy in your body has become more abundant? Naoki asked with a smile. Chafu. Although the wood geckos were shocked, they nodded calmly. Yes, what is going on? They all cast puzzled eyes at the human in front of them. Then follow me. Naoki led the 3 wood geckos across the lake and entered the reverse world. Before the wood geckos could react, they saw an extremely tall and thick tree, even bigger than the huge tree they lived in before. Chafu. The 3 wood geckos looked dazed and muttered. They couldn't imagine that there was such a huge tree in the world. If they could live on it, how happy would they be? The wood geckos had a happy picture of them multiplying and building nests in the dense trees. For a moment, their eyes were full of longing and expectation. Seeing the expressions of the 3 wood geckos, Naoki knew that they liked the World Tree very much. Let's go up there and take a look. He led the wood geckos through several sky islands, entered the hole at the bottom of the World Tree, and then took the bubble elevator all the way to the fairyland-like area. As soon as the wood geckos came in, they were shocked by the energy here. What a rich natural atmosphere. Suddenly, they liked this place even more. Because no grass attribute Pokemon can refuse to live in such a place, with a rich natural atmosphere, and green grass and trees everywhere. In the open space, not far away, Klee and her construction team were hammering and pounding. Naoki took the wood geckos around here and introduced them. Meow and Bear Baby didn't lie to you. I plan to build a lively Pokemon guild here. Although it's just the beginning, it will be completed in a few months. Then you can live here with peace of mind and run the guild with other Pokemon. The wood geckos nodded repeatedly. They accepted the invitation of the Hero Expedition team and came here because they were interested in the Expedition Team Guild. So where are you going to live next? Are you going back to the ranch with me? Or are you going to stay on the World Tree? Naoki asked. Chafu. The wood Shoko chose the World Tree without a second thought. Naoki nodded, okay. He looked around. The World Tree had not yet fully grown, and the orchards and farmland had not been cultivated. There were only some berries growing in the bushes that could be eaten. But there is nothing to eat here now, because the orchards and farmland have not been cultivated yet, Naoki said. However, the wood gecko didn't seem to care about this. They all said that they could fill their stomachs just by eating leaves. Naoki, As expected of a grass attribute Pokemon, it's easy for them to do this. Some grass attribute Pokemon don't even need to eat, they can live forever just by photosynthesis. The wood gecko didn't have any objections, but Naoki couldn't just watch them chewing leaves to fill their stomachs. That would make him feel so pitiful. Therefore, after a brief thought, Naoki asked the geckos to stay here first, and he returned to the ranch, drove the pickup truck to the town of Jichin, and bought a batch of fruit tree seedlings from the Arrow Seed Store. Then, Naoki found the 3 moles, and the Bud Crown King, brought tools, and reclaimed a piece of land in the planting area they had divided in advance. Finally, the batch of fruit tree seedlings were planted in the pit. When everything was done, it was the turn of the Bud Crown King to show his skills. He gently raised his right hand, and the tender and slender fruit seedlings began to grow at a rapid speed. In almost the blink of an eye, a dense fruit forest appeared in front of them. The branches of each fruit tree were full of plump and heavy fruits, and the fruit skin was full of luster, which looked delicious. After witnessing this scene, the three wood geckos had incredible light in their eyes. Chafu. So amazing. So, the Pokemon believer of the Bud Crown King was happy. Naoki smiled and said, "Okay, there is no problem now. If you are hungry, you can pick fruits from the trees." Chafu. The geckos nodded repeatedly. Naoki looked around and added, "Oh, there is one more thing." Chafu? The world tree is very big. In addition to this layer, there are still a lot of spaces in other places. However, I haven't been to those places yet. Don't go there yet. It will be bad if you get lost when you go back. Chafu. Naoki nodded. This layer is already very large, and should be enough for the wood geckos to explore. The world tree has not yet fully grown. This layer is located at the top of the world tree, and is covered by a dense canopy. Even if the world tree continues to grow, this place should not change. Other areas are currently unstable, and may change later, such as the space inside the trunk becoming larger. Therefore, Naoki plans to wait until the world tree is fully mature before exploring those areas to see what the environment there is like, and what kind of Pokemon is suitable for living. Pokemon have a wide variety of attributes and types, and they live in different environments. Fire attribute Pokemon like hot volcanic places, grass attribute Pokemon like places with dense trees and lush grass, and water attribute Pokemon like clean water. In addition, there are rock attribute and ground attribute Pokemon that like to live in the mountains, ice attribute Pokemon that like ice and snow, and so on. Those places will have to be specially built later, but Naoki is not in a hurry. He still has a long time to do it slowly. Chapter 432. With the orchard, the wood gecko can settle down on the world tree with peace of mind. But the orchard also needs Pokemon to take care of it. Naoki thought carefully, and then found Oliva, who was disguised as a tree in the pasture, and prepared to assign this task to it. Oliva usually cultivates crops with his mount goat, and he also has rich experience in taking care of the orchard with grass energy. After hearing that Naoki needed help, Oliva immediately agreed, went to the world tree, and began to take care of the orchard there. Along with them went the tropical dragon that Naoki had treated before. At this point, the world tree officially welcomed its first residents. After Naoki's brief introduction, Oliva, tropical dragon, and the three wood geckos quickly became familiar with each other. The wood geckos first spent half a day exploring the forest, and only returned to the guild after they had familiarized themselves with the surrounding terrain and environment. The wood geckos are grass attribute Pokemon, and they can more or less help take care of crops and trees. Therefore, they gathered around Oliva, followed Oliva to learn how to use grass energy to care for plants, and helped Oliva take care of this fruit-bearing orchard. Oliva is a Pokemon with a kind heart, and he teaches the wood geckos who study hard very seriously. Because if nothing unexpected happens, this place will be where they will live together from now on. Everyone should help each other like the Pokemon partners in the ranch, and build a home for everyone together. The tropical dragon went to the quiet and beautiful lake next to the guild. Occasionally, when passing by there, you can see the tropical dragon lowering its long neck and drinking water. The lake is the only water source nearby. Not only the tropical dragon, but also Oliva and the wood geckos often come here to drink water. When the tropical dragon sees them, it will enthusiastically share the banana fruit on its neck. The effect of the dish fried banana, coupled with the harvesting characteristics of the tropical dragon, the fruits that were sent out will soon grow again. As for the enthusiasm of tropical dragon to share, the wood geckos were a little uncomfortable at first. Because they used to live with other wood geckos, it was common for wood geckos to help each other. But for other Pokemon, it was not common. Therefore, the three wood geckos accepted the banana fruit from tropical dragon rather awkwardly. In return, they gave the berries they found in the bushes. Tropical dragon happily accepted it, lowered its head, took all the berries in its mouth, and ate them into its stomach. Seeing that the tropical dragon liked the gift they gave, the wood geckos also smiled happily. For a moment, the atmosphere on the world tree seemed so harmonious and friendly. Even Klee was amazed by this scene. These Pokemon are so harmonious. Klee couldn't help but say. In response, Naoki smiled slightly. Most Pokemon in the world are very kind-hearted. Not only will Pokemon help each other, I have also seen wild Pokemon take the initiative to help humans. For example, the Absolute in the movie Pokemon Coco saved the human baby Coco, who was in danger, and adopted it. Carrie agreed. It's great to have creatures like Pokemon in this world. Naoki nodded softly. Yes. March 7th, 200 of the League calendar, spring. This day is the day when the spring fishing competition in Zikin Town is held. Naoki received an invitation from Mayor Thomas the day before yesterday. After finishing his work on the ranch, he prepared to ride Gulton to the Big Pot Lake to participate in the fishing competition. At 7:30 in the morning, the Carey construction team arrived at the ranch. Seeing Naoki and Gulton, Carey was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Are you going to participate in the fishing competition?" "Yes." Naoki smiled and nodded. "I missed it in the past 2 years. I just have time today, so I plan to go there and take a look. Then I wish you good luck." As she said that, Carey took the finished carrot house off the truck. "The carrot house you asked me to order the day before yesterday has been completed. Do you think you are satisfied with it?" Naoki turned his head and saw 2 monsters carrying a super huge carrot walking towards him. That carrot was the huge crop he had sent to Klee's workshop for processing. Now that it had been processed, it had completely changed into a different look. The huge carrot was split in half from the middle, with a special material as the bottom. There was a small door on the carrot and 2 windows on it, just like the carrot house where rabbits live in fairy tales. Naoki liked it very much, and he called the EVs to ask them how they felt. As a result, Naoki found something wrong before he even opened his mouth. The EV after evolution became bigger, and the current carrot house could no longer accommodate them. It could only accommodate 2 or 3 at most. At this moment, a group of EV crowded in front of the carrot house, and the leading partner EV went in first and squatted inside. Flareon and Jolteon followed closely behind, and with the addition of a Sylveon, the carrot house was directly filled. The remaining EVs stood outside and paced back and forth, looking at this small house made of big carrots with curiosity. "It can't hold all the EVs." Naoki muttered. He thought about it, and finally decided to do it this way. He would see if he could grow a giant pumpkin or something like that, and use it to make a pumpkin carriage for the EVs that could hold all the EVs. "Then you guys can play here slowly. I go out for a while." The fishing competition was about to start. He had to go. EV. The playful EVs had been completely attracted by the carrot house, and they responded casually, saying go ahead, they can play by themselves. Naoki, Kelly smiled with her lips pursed. Naoki sighed helplessly, and said to Kelly, "Then I'm going to leave. You've worked hard today." Kelly nodded gently. "Well, we're going to start the construction too." The two said goodbye to each other. Kelly went to the World Tree to build the Expedition Team Guild, while Naoki rode Gulton to the Big Pot Lake. The distance between the Big Pot Lake and the town of Jichin is not far, just to the north of the town of Jichin. With the speed of Gulton, it can be reached in a few minutes. When Naoki arrived there, many people had gathered beside the Big Pot Lake. Among them were some fishermen wearing work vests, caps, and holding fishing rods. Gulton was very eye-catching. Before Naoki and Gulton landed, they attracted a lot of attention. Mayor Thomas was originally talking to a middle-aged man in a flowered shirt. When he saw Naoki coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Ah, Naoki is here. He is a very famous fishing expert in our town of Jichin." Naoki heard what Mayor Thomas said as soon as he landed. As expected, as soon as he said this, the eyes of the fishermen around him instantly focused on him. Naoki, Mayor Thomas and the man in the flowered shirt walked forward, and Mayor Thomas introduced, "This is Sato Takaru, a very famous fishing celebrity in the Padilla area. He heard that you will participate in this year's fishing competition, so he came here from Bopping City specifically to compete with you in fishing skills." Sato Takaru stretched out his hand. "I am Sato Takaru, the man who conquered Gyarados. My friend, let me see your superb fishing skills." Naoki, ? This is too exaggerated, right? Mayor Thomas smiled and introduced, "Mr. Sato Takaru once caught a powerful Gyarados when he was fishing in the sea, and conquered it with his own skills." Naoki felt complicated and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party. "Hello, Mr. Sato." Sato Takaru said excitedly, "Then let's have a good competition." Naoki, Now all the contestants are here. Please take your seats." Mayor Thomas said to the crowd, "The fishing competition will last for 3 hours. The person who catches the most and rarest fish within 3 hours will win the championship of the fishing competition and receive the Fishing Celebrity Medal awarded by the Fishing Association." A group of fishermen were eyeing the Fishing Celebrity Medal with eager eyes, as if they were determined to win it. Naoki took a quick look and found that there were both men and women, ranging in age from 10 to several dozen years old. Then, this fishing competition officially begins. Following Mayor Thomas's order, a group of fishermen immediately rushed to the lakeside of the Big Pot Lake and selected a fishing spot. The fishing gear and bait in the fishing competition are all unified, all provided by the Fishing Association, So what kind of fish can be caught depends entirely on the luck and skills of the person. Naoki sat down on the small bench, and the man who conquered Garridos happened to sit next to him, dozens of meters away from him. Pick up the fishing rod, arrange the fishing line, put on the bait, and then cast the rod. A series of actions are done in one go. The next thing to do is to wait patiently. Time passed by minute, and all the fishermen were focused and held their breath. This event was very boring for outsiders, so after a while, Golden, who was standing next to Naoki, yawned sleepily, then laid down beside him and began to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but a circle of ripples suddenly appeared on the water not far away. Naoki turned his head, and saw that Takeru Sato began to reel in the rod quickly. The fish that had bitten the hook seemed to be aware of the danger, and immediately tried to escape in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Takeru Sato immediately bent his waist and horse, fixed his lower limbs in place, and stabilized his center of gravity. The man and the fish immediately fell into a stalemate. Time passed by minute, and compared to the fish, Takeru Sato, who had rich fishing experience, was obviously more patient. The force of the fishing line was slightly reduced, and Takeru Sato immediately felt that the fish was exhausted. Good opportunity. He exerted force on his arm, and a parabola of water splashed across the water surface, and a light cod was caught. It's the light cod. The onlookers recognized the Pokemon at a glance, and they were all amazed. You are worthy of being a famous fisherman. It's amazing that you can catch a bully like the light cod. The light cod is a Pokemon with water and psychic attributes. There are a lot of them, and they are very aggressive. They will attack creatures that break into the Big Pot Lake indiscriminately, so they are also called the Big Pot Lake Bully. However, the light cod that was caught did not give in immediately. Its eyes locked on the human who was fishing, and its nimble body suddenly rushed towards him. The light cod used the collision. Sato Takeru seemed to have expected it. Seeing that the light cod was about to hit him, he suddenly dodged, shouted loudly, and then chopped down with a knife. Ha! The light cod was hit hard and fell to the ground, twisting its body. Sato Takeru quickly took out a poke ball and put the light cod in it. The poke ball was shaking violently, perhaps because it had consumed a lot of energy in the previous competition. Gradually, the poke ball shaking amplitude became smaller and smaller until it stopped completely. This means that the capture was successful. Naoki, who had watched the whole process, was stunned. Oh my god, this is too hardcore, right? Fighting Pokemon with the flesh? Didn't this guy use this method to conquer Garridos? As if he noticed his shocked look, Takeru Sato, who was more than 10 meters away, turned his head and looked at him, grinning. As a famous fisherman, you have to catch not only ordinary fish, but also various fish Pokemon. Only the famous fisherman, who can conquer all fish, can become the legendary fishing master. Naoki was speechless for a moment. Conquer all fish? Does it include Kyogre, the god of the sea? Sato Takeru said excitedly. How far can you go? Let me see it. As soon as he finished speaking, the float on Naoki's side suddenly moved twice. A fish has taken the bait. Naoki immediately retracted his attention. At this moment, everyone around him looked over here. What kind of fish could it be? Naoki thought he would have to spend a lot of effort to catch the fish like Takeru Sato. He subconsciously exerted force with his waist, but was surprised to find that the fish did not require him to spend much effort at all. The transparent fishing line was pulled up from the lake, and at the end of the fishing line, there was a small Pokemon that looked like sushi. Is that Milan? Naoki put away the hook, held up the light orange Milan with both hands, and looked at it in confusion. Milalong jumped twice, and looked at the human in front of it with curiosity. Under normal circumstances, it should be scared and run away at this moment. But this human exuded a very friendly aura. For a moment, Milalong forgot to run away, and stared at this human with its big eyes. It's Milalong. Someone in the crowd soon recognized the Pokemon. Milalong, a Pokemon with dragon and water attributes, is very cunning and treacherous, and will inflate its throat sac to camouflage. What's even more exaggerated is that although Milalong is small and weak, it knows how to use its wisdom to survive. Even among dragon Pokemon, Milalong's IQ is among the best. They live in the mouth of the stork to protect themselves from external attacks. Not only that, they will also command the stork to act and work together with the other party to catch prey. And for the smart Milalong, the stork also takes the initiative to respect it as a leader. So awesome! Someone exclaimed. You know, it's very difficult to catch a cunning Pokemon like Milalong. Sometimes, even if you catch 100 rough and reckless light cod, you may not be able to catch a Milalong. Seeing the Milalong, Sato Takeru couldn't help but look solemn. As expected of a famous fishing celebrity in Zichin town, it seems that I have to exert all my strength. Naoki, He could only smile politely. Looking at the melon in his palm, Naoki didn't know what to say for a while. Because through the perception of the power of the dragon, he saw that the melon deliberately bit his hook and let himself be caught. Chapter 433. Milosaurus held his head high, opened his eyes, and looked at the human in front of him cutely. Naoki looked at the poke ball next to him that contained fish Pokemon, and thought that such a docile Milosaurus should not need to be put into the poke ball. After thinking for a while, he put the Milosaurus in the small bucket of water next to him. You stay here immediately. With a splash, Milosaurus slid into the bucket. Naoki turned around and continued fishing. During this time, he looked back and found that it was really waiting obediently in the bucket. Mililon only half of its head emerged from the water, looking out. Not to mention, Mililon looked quite cute. Naoki smiled at it, then turned around and continued to concentrate on fishing. The fishing competition was still going on. At this time, a huge splash suddenly sounded from the direction of a girl in a short skirt not far away. The fishermen around all turned their heads to look, and saw a huge fat catfish Pokemon jumping out of the water. Oh my god! After Takaru Sato and Naoki, another person who caught a fish Pokemon was born. I wonder if Minglon can hold on and conquer that croaker. Come on, Minglon. The crowd watching on the shore cheered for the girl named Minglon. But the croaker was too strong, and she couldn't compete with it at all. Although Minglon tried her best to reel in the rod, the croaker finally broke free, and not only that, she almost dragged the fishing rod away with her. Seeing this scene, people expressed regret. What a pity! Fishing requires patience and skills. Fishing should be done without damaging the fishing rod. It is impossible to catch rare fish by just using brute force. Sato Takaru said lightly. As the words fell, the float in front of him moved. Circles of ripples spread out around the fishing line. Sato Takaru's eyes suddenly became sharp. He kept the rhythm and reeled in the rod. Soon, he caught an ordinary river fish. This time it was not a rare fish Pokemon, and Sato Takaru was not discouraged. He put the fish into the bucket, and then sat on a small stool to continue fishing. Sato Takaru looked like a hermit, which made Naoki slightly stunned. He could see that the other party was really capable. In this case, he had to be serious. Fish coming. The float floating on the water surface moved, and it seemed to be very heavy. It was obvious that a big fish had taken the bait. What kind of fish would it be this time? With this weight, could it be a chubby? Thinking back to the chubby that the girl had just caught, Naoki immediately got ready to reel in the rod. Because the chubby was too reckless, it was not very smart, but it was very strong. If he was not prepared, the chubby would probably drag him into the water when it struggled. Naoki exerted force with his arms, and began to reel in the rod. What surprised him was that the fish that was hooked did not struggle at all. Naoki was confused. Isn't it a slowpoke? Soon, Naoki had the answer to this question in his mind. Because what he caught this time was not a slowpoke at all, but a Pokemon with a pink body, a fat body, 2 curly ears, and a cream-colored mouth. The Pokemon was biting the hook with its mouth. Its eyes were dull, and a long pink tail was hanging down. Is this Slowpoke? Naoki was confused. What's going on? Doesn't Slowpoke live on the riverbank? Soon, someone noticed what was happening on his side. Oh, this is really surprising. Naoki actually caught a Slowpoke. Some viewers who were watching the fishing competition for the first time were confused. Is Slowpoke considered a fish Pokemon? In the conventional sense, it is not, but according to the rules of the fishing competition, whether it is a normal fish or a Pokemon, it can be counted as 1 point. If it is rare, even one can be worth several. You are lucky. Sato Takaru also saw the Slowpoke. As far as he knows, Pokemon like Slowpoke usually live a life of lying on the seashore and riverside all day long, usually in a daze, and rarely go into the water. But this does not mean that there are no Slowpokes. Some Slowpokes will also float on the water with their companions and let the current push them to drift away. Naoki, He helped the Slowpoke to get rid of the hook, and then put it on the grass next to him. The Slowpoke didn't react at all during the whole process. Its eyes were dull, and it looked stupid. In the end, it just stayed beside Naoki and became dazed. Is this Slowpoke? It really lives up to its name. Shaking his head, Naoki continued to cast the fishing rod and started to catch the next fish. Time passed by minute, and gradually, other anglers also caught a lot of fish. There were common river fish and some fish Pokemon, like Magikarp and Ogre, which are common in rivers. Although some people were lucky enough to catch a croaker, it ran away. Soon, Only 10 minutes were left in 3 hours. During this period, Takeru Sato and Naoki caught a lot of fish and Pokemon. The organizer of the fishing competition looked at the time and then informed everyone, "Attention, contestants, there are still 10 minutes left before the end of the fishing competition." 10 minutes? Naoki calculated in his mind that he could probably catch one last fish. At this moment, there was movement from Sato Takeru. A series of violent whirlpools appeared on the water surface, as if some huge creature was struggling frantically. A big catch. Sato Takeru felt the power coming from the fishing rod, and his expression suddenly became serious. He exerted force with his arms to stabilize the fishing rod to prevent the fish from breaking free. At the same time, he began to reel in the rod, and when the distance was almost right, Sato Takeru exerted force violently. The next second, a huge ghoul jumped out of the lake. Its shadow blocked out the sky and covered Takeru Sato in shadow. Another ghoul? The onlookers opened their eyes wide. This is the 8th player who caught a ghoul today. It's a pity that all the previous ones failed. I don't know if Mr. Takeru Sato can succeed. He has a great chance. After all, Mr. Takeru Sato once conquered a wild Gyarados. Amid the discussion, Takeru Sato's expression was tense. Obviously, he did not dare to neglect this extremely powerful catfish. The catfish finally fell to the land by the river. It looked around angrily, opened its mouth, and used a water gun to attack the instigator directly. The water flow condensed into a water column and shot out at a very fast speed. Fortunately, Takeru Sato had anticipated it in advance and quickly dodged sideways. Taking advantage of the gap between the catfish's attacks, Takeru Sato took a quick step, climbed to the back of the catfish, stretched out his hand, and firmly grasped the 2 long catfish whiskers, and pressed it tightly under his body. The catfish must be restrained, and the Snorlax was stimulated and began to frantically flutter in place. But the shore is not in the water, and the Snorlax, which is naturally at a disadvantage, cannot exert its full strength. The Snorlax struggled, and Sato Takeru held it tightly. The man and the Pokemon were then in a stalemate. The next competition was the endurance of both sides, until who could not hold on first. This scene made Naoki stunned. Is fishing like this? Why did he fight with a fish? But then again, the physiques of these humans in the Pokemon world are so strong. As time passed, the struggle of the stork gradually decreased, until finally, this poor Pokemon lay weakly on the grass, panting there. It was considered to be convinced by this human. Seeing this scene, Takeru Sato knew that he had succeeded. He breathed a sigh of relief, then took out a new Pokeball, and put the stork in it. Perhaps the stork had no strength. The Pokeball only shook a few times and then stopped. "Paw, paw, paw!" The nervous onlookers on the shore applauded. As expected of Mr. Sato Takeru. Amazing! He actually subdued the scooter. Naoki also admired him very much. If he was asked to climb on the back of a Pokemon and subdue it like that, he couldn't do it. There was still more than a minute left before the end of the competition. In such a short time, it was not certain that a fish could be caught. In addition, someone had already caught a scooter. The others felt that they had no chance of winning, so they put away their fishing rods in advance and prepared to wait for the evaluation later. Naoki was about to put away his fishing rod like everyone else, but at this moment, the float on the water suddenly shook again. This meant that another fish had been hooked. Naoki was slightly stunned, but his hands moved subconsciously. With a splashing sound, a slender figure jumped out of the lake. Water droplets splashed from it, and under the refraction of the sun, those water droplets emitted a beautiful brilliance like a rainbow. The change here immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. When people saw the figure that was caught, they all sat up in shock, looked up, and looked at the Pokemon in disbelief. It was a Pokemon with a slender body, a cream-colored body, eyes like dreamy rubies, and blue and pink scales on its body. It was extremely beautiful, with scales shining in the sun, and its streamlined slender body looked so beautiful. Woo! With a melodious cry, the Pokemon broke free from the hook and fell back into the lake. Mincheo. Takeru Sato called out the name of the Pokemon in a daze. For every fisherman, Pokemon like Mincheo are like a dream. Because they are so rare. Naoki, quickly capture it. Takeru Sato hurriedly reminded loudly. Naoki, who was shocked by Mincheo, finally came to his senses. Capture? How to capture it? Wouldn't he need to climb on top of Mincheo to suppress it? Never mind. Just throw the ball. Naoki gritted his teeth and threw the Pokeball in his hand. The next second, the Pokeball hit Menace, and Menace's body turned into a stream of red light, and was collected in the Pokeball. Buzz! The Pokeball that fell on the lake began to shake constantly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone was concentrating and holding their breath, watching this scene nervously. Naoki didn't have much hope of conquering Menace with one ball. Because it was impossible no matter how he thought about it, he was not a one-ball Superman, and there was no relationship between him and Menace, and they were still in a state of not knowing each other. Mincheo will definitely break free from the poke ball, turn around and swim away, and disappear on the lake. Naoki thought so in his heart, but at this moment, the poke ball floating on the water suddenly stopped moving. Seeing that scene, the onlookers immediately shouted in surprise. Yes, it was captured successfully. Mr. Naoki is so amazing. It turned out that he could catch a rare Pokemon like Mincheo. Sato Takara was also relieved. Compared with that Mincheo, the Shrike and the light cod he caught were still slightly inferior. It seems that the champion of this fishing competition has been announced. But this time, he lost with conviction, and Naoki felt his brain rumble. The Melodica that was caught actually recognized him? What happened? The pokeball containing Melodica was washed to the shore by the water of the Cauldron Lake. Naoki walked forward in confusion and picked it up. He pressed the button on the pokeball, and with a flash of white light, the Melodica just now appeared in front of everyone again. It did not turn around and run away, but looked at him with gentle eyes. 3 exclamation marks suddenly appeared above Naoki's head. Could it be that the pokeball has a brainwashing function? Mincheo? He tried to shout. Mincheo looked at the human in front of him with a hint of curiosity. He has a strong natural breath. Born in nature, Mincheo naturally feels close to this breath. People chosen by nature cannot be bad people. Naoki didn't have the translation melon seed crisp on him, so he couldn't communicate with Milotic yet. But seeing that Milotic didn't seem to be leaving, he turned around and prepared to take the Pokemon he caught today to the final evaluation. The other fishermen around looked at Milotic with envy in their eyes. It seems that everyone has a great harvest today. Mayor Thomas walked up with a smile. Then let me see what kind of fish you caught. The final result of the fishing competition is judged by the score. There are many subdivisions, such as 1 point for ordinary fish and 2 points for fish Pokemon. If the fish Pokemon caught is rare, the score will be higher. The sum of these scores is the final score of the contestants. Mayor Thomas and the judges began to check the fish caught by each contestant one by one. Before it was his turn, Naoki looked down at his harvest today. 3 Militarum, 2 squirrels, a slowpoke, a bunch of perch and shrimp, and a Milotic. All these together should give me a lot of points, right? Naoki turned and looked at Takara Sato, who was not far away. He also caught a lot of fish. They were 4 codlings, 5 Magikarp, a shrike, and a bunch of ordinary river fish. Takara Sato, the final score is 42 points. Mayor Thomas checked his fish Pokemon and announced. Compared to others, this score is already very high. Thinking back to the way Takara Sato conquered Pokemon with his body just now, Naoki felt sincere admiration. He is really a true fishing master. At this time, Mayor Thomas came to Naoki. After a careful inspection, he announced the final result with a smile. Naoki, the final score is 52 points. By the way, this is the first time someone has caught a Pokemon like Milotic. 52 points, 10 points more than Takara Sato. As expected, Naoki won the championship of this fishing competition and received the championship medal awarded by the Fishing Association. After the competition, Takara Sato walked up to Naoki. I am convinced of my defeat. Takara Sato felt sincere admiration. Naoki, no. He shook his head. I was just lucky. The combination of the power of the dragon and the Padilla seafood rice, compared with other players, he opened too many cheats. And Takara Sato is a truly powerful fishing master. Hearing that, Takara Sato smiled and shook his head and said, sometimes, luck is also a part of strength. I am very happy to have a competition with you in today's fishing competition. If there is a chance in the future, let's go fishing in the vast ocean. Compared to land lakes, the number of fish Pokemon living in the boundless ocean is even greater. For fishermen, it is the best fishing place in the world. Naoki, If he went to the sea to fish, he was worried that he would catch the little Kyogre that Shuilian caught. After all, he had seen the effect of Padilla seafood rice with his own eyes. But Naoki still said, okay. Sato Takaru smiled with satisfaction. Then, let's conquer the fish Pokemon in the sea together. After the fishing competition, in order not to destroy the ecological environment of Dugwa Lake, some fishermen chose to release the Pokemon they caught. Naoki also turned his eyes to the Pokemon he caught. 3 Milirons lined up and poked their heads out from the side of the bucket. 2 Slithers bit the barrel and refused to let go, and Slowpoke was still lying there in a daze. and Milotic stood on the grass and looked at this side. Naoki smiled and said, "Thank you for today. It's thanks to you that I won the championship of the fishing competition. Now the competition is over. If you want to go back, you can go back." As he said that, Naoki placed the bucket by the river. The two squirrels were forced to open their mouths. They looked left and right, then swam into the lake and disappeared. The three Milliron jumped in the bucket, and Slowpoke was still in a daze. It seemed that these Pokemon were not going to leave. In that case, he would take them back to live on the World Tree. Thinking of this, Naoki looked at Milotic again. He took out the Rotom phone from his pocket, and asked the Rotom inside to help translate. "Mincheo, are you going to follow me too?" "Woo." Mincheo nodded gently. This surprised Naoki even more. He was puzzled. "Why did you choose me?" "Mincheo, woo." Rotom helped translate. Mincheo said, "Because you smell good, Lodo." What smell?" Naoki lowered his head and smelled himself, but he didn't smell anything. "What do you mean?" he asked. Mincheo described it with some embarrassment. "Woo. It's a bit like the wind, and a bit like green leaves." I don't know how to put it." Naoki was a little confused. But soon, a bold guess popped up in his mind. Could it be that the breath of the World Tree was felt by the Milotic? In addition, he had eaten dishes made with the leaves of the World Tree before. So, this Milotic was not captured by him for this reason? Is the World Tree so attractive to ordinary Pokemon? Naoki really didn't expect this. He recalled the reactions of Zapdos and Budcrest when they saw the World Tree, and the answer came to his mind. It seems that the natural environment on the World Tree is very popular with Pokemon. After a little thought, Naoki asked again, "Then do you want to go back with me?" Mincheo nodded happily. The fishing competition has ended, and people have dispersed one after another. Naoki put Melodica into the Pokeball, then picked up Slowpoke, picked up the bucket containing Melodica, and returned to the ranch. As soon as he landed, he went directly to the World Tree, and came to the lake on the top floor. "Come out, Mincheo." A white light flashed, and Mincheo's figure fell into the lake. Feeling the stronger natural atmosphere around him, Mincheo was full of surprise. Then, Naoki released the three Militaris and the Slowpoke. Mincheo has a gentle personality, and doesn't like fighting. Mincheo is weak, and usually doesn't provoke other Pokemon. And Slowpoke, as its name suggests, spends all day on the shore in a daze, thinking about life. Even if these Pokemon live here, they will not conflict with other Pokemon, and it should be easy for them to become friends with the Great Hero Expedition team. Not only that, Milotic and Milan can also help water the crops on the World Tree side. This is the inside of the World Tree. Naoki introduced the Pokemon in front of him. "I plan to build an expedition team guild here where all Pokemon can live in harmony and help each other. You are welcome to join." Millidramons poked their heads out of the water, and Milotic also blinked. They seemed very curious about this so-called expedition guild. Naoki smiled, then called Oliva and said to it, "Oliva, these Pokemon are new companions who have joined us. Next, I ask you to introduce this place to them." Oliva readily agreed. Because there were still things to do in the ranch, Naoki left here first. After Naoki left, Oliva gently introduced the situation on the World Tree to these new companions, including the Great Hero Expedition Team, the Expedition Team Guild, the Pokemon Restaurant, and the Pokemon Orchard and Farmland. After a while, the Woodgeckos were also attracted. They looked at the new companions curiously. Oliva continued to introduce Lily. "After this place is built, everyone will live happily together in this place. The Woodgeckos want to be waiters in the cafe. If you have a job you are interested in, you can also come to help." The Melee Dragons jumped on the spot with excitement. They said, "Me. We want to be the manager of a sushi restaurant." Mincheo's eyes sparkled. "For it, which doesn't like fighting, this place is great." "Woo. Then I help water the plants," Mincheo said. Oliva nodded gently, and said in a gentle tone, "Lee, then from now on, we are all companions. Please take care of me." As for Slowpoke, it was still lying on the shore in a daze. Chapter 434. With so many Pokemon joining, the World Tree is gradually getting on the right track. When Mew and Bear Baby come back, they will be shocked to see the completed expedition base. Naoki is looking forward to the expressions of the Pokemon when they see that scene. Thinking back to the fact that Milotic was attracted to the World Tree today, Naoki immediately realized that the World Tree has great benefits for ordinary Pokemon. If we use the description of Xiaoxianwen, it is the World Tree. Spiritual power. Abundant, immortal spirit. Rich, for the monks who practice and live there for a long time. It is a holy place that countless people dream of. And Pokemon is equivalent to monks. For Pokemon born in nature, they will also prefer places with rich natural atmosphere. After realizing this, Naoki returned to the ranch, ate a few pieces of translation melon seed crisps, and then summoned all the Pokemon in the ranch. His eyes swept across the faces of the Pokemon in front of him and asked, "The construction of the World Tree is almost completed. Does anyone want to live there?" Hearing this, Frostmilk asked immediately, "Mama? Will Naoki go to live with us on the World Tree?" Naoki looked at Frostmilk and replied with a smile, "No, I won't go there for the time being. I built it specifically for you Pokemon. You can live there without worry. The ranch is his hard work, and he managed it bit by bit with his own hands. He and the Pokemon have lived here for several years, and everywhere here is filled with their memories. Naoki has accumulated deep feelings for this place, and he is reluctant to leave." "Mama? Is that so?" Frosty Milk Fairy thought about it carefully, and then said happily, "Mama, if Naoki doesn't go, I won't go either." Bamo. Bony. Geo. Awu. Agahi. Pokemon such as Babu, Ursula, Motor Lizard, Dragonite, and Gulton nodded in agreement. "That's right, they won't go either. Wherever Naoki is, they will be there." Seeing this, Naoki couldn't help but laugh and said, "I don't mean to ask you to leave. I just think that the World Tree is more suitable for you to live, and it's so close to the ranch, you can just walk over there." Bamo. The Pokemon still didn't want to go over there. They wanted to live with Naoki forever. This touched Naoki's heart very much. These cute Pokemon. He didn't raise them in vain. Since no one wanted to leave the ranch, Naoki gave up the plan to let them settle in the World Tree. At the same time, I started to work on Dragon Express, because with the development of Dragon Express, the operation of the online store also encountered some problems. For example, someone left a message on the message board of the store, asking Shishu whether Dragon Express supports cross-regional delivery. At first, Shishu replied, "Sorry, the store has not opened cross-regional delivery service for the time being." But later, more and more people asked, and finally they even signed a joint letter to ask the store owner to open cross-regional delivery service, and they were willing to pay more for postage. Naoki felt that other regions were full of Pokemon poachers and evil organizations, which was unsafe for Dragonite, so he never enabled this service. Team Rocket in Kanto and Johto, Team Aqua and Team Magma in Hoenn, Team Jingda and Pokemon Hunters in Sinnoh. If you think about it carefully, except for Team Shout in Galar and Team Star in Padia, bad guys in other regions will more or less snatch rare Pokemon. The members of Team Shout are Pokemon trainers in Spike Town, and are also crazy fans of Marie. In order to help Marie become the champion, these people often take over hotels, snatch transportation, shout at other challengers during battles, and other actions that hinder gym challenges. Even so, the Shout team never snatches other people's Pokemon. And the Star team is even worse. At this time, the Star team has not even started to appear. It is precisely because of the security issues in those areas that Naoki has not agreed to start cross-regional delivery services for a long time. Now, more and more people are asking, and almost all of them are from other regions. Looking at the thousands of messages on the message board that surged overnight, Naoki was confused. It was not until he carefully asked a guest who left a message that he found out what happened, and why so many people suddenly came. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, and it is difficult to get started. After the initial period of obscurity, Dragon Express and Naoki Ranch's store soon became a small hit on the internet. The reason is simple, because before this, no one had ever used Dragonite to deliver packages. This shocking thing spread from 1 person to 10, and then from 10 to 100, and finally fermented a little on the Pokemon forum. Shocked. It is common to see online stores using OWL to deliver packages, but have you ever seen an online store using Dragonite to deliver packages? The host described in detail his experience of Dragonite delivery. The host is Otaku. As we all know, otakus don't like to go out. I stay at home with my Mimikyu every day. Yesterday, the Moo Moo milk at home was finished, so I thought about buying some online. After all, as everyone knows, Pokemon online shopping is so convenient. As long as you place an order, the goal will deliver the goods and letters to you. At that time, I randomly clicked on a store selling Moo Moo milk and bought 2 boxes of Moo Moo milk. But when I was paying, I suddenly found that their store only had one delivery method, Dragonite. At that time, I was confused and thought I had read it wrong, or the store owner had typed the wrong name. In order to figure out what was going on, I clicked on the message board and saw many good reviews left there. The host tried to pay, although the delivery price was a bit higher than that of the OWL Express, It was worth it to see the Dragonite, and within a few minutes, the app background showed that the milk had been delivered. Less than 10 minutes later, before the host could figure out the situation, a Dragonite with a backpack on its back knocked on my door. Then, the Dragonite brought out 2 boxes of milk and put them on the floor of my house. You don't know, that speed is really too exaggerated. Less than 10 minutes after placing the order, the milk was delivered to my doorstep, and I was able to see Dragonite, which is hard to see outside. Dragonite Express, great praise. This is really suitable for people like us who live in small houses, and to be honest, the quality of their milk is very high. Mimikyu and I both like it. Some people question the post of this poster. Dragonite Express? Isn't it an advertisement? In response, the poster directly asked him to verify it himself. Then, someone else commented below, "It is indeed very convenient, but I am curious about who the owner of that store is, and how he can deliver goods with Dragonite, and according to my investigation, it seems that they have more than one Dragonite. Could it be that the Dragon Master family has begun to enter the internet?" When the Dragon King of the Padilla region, Bisaku, saw this comment, he also thought that the elders in his family had begun to take the initiative to contact the new internet. But soon, he realized something embarrassing. There aren't that many Dragonites in their family of Dragon Masters. Yasaku, He read through the post carefully until he saw the reply from the original poster to a netizen. The netizen was asking what the store was called. The original poster replied, "The store is called Naoki Ranch." Yasaku suddenly realized, oh, it was that guy. That's fine. Dragonite Express. The 4 characters gradually became the hot search on the Pokemon forum. More and more people noticed this. Meanwhile, in the student dormitory of Padilla College, Papa, who had already started school, looked at the comments on the Pokemon forum and said it was a big deal. Not long after Mr. Naoki opened his shop, he started buying things from it. More than a month ago, someone posted something about Dragonite in the campus forum. Papa happened to see the post at that time and searched it casually, and found that it was Mr. Naoki's shop. Papa, who had been to Naoki Ranch, knew that the milk there was of high quality and tasted great. So from that day on, he began to order milk from there. Not only did he drink it himself, but the Godfather Mastiff also liked it. In addition to Papa, the gym leader of Frost Mountain, Guluxia, and the worker Aoki also used it. Guluxia saw it from Chishu's live broadcast. At that time, Chishu was live broadcasting her daily life with Frog. She casually told the audience about this while drinking milk and said that she was shocked that the store actually used a Pokemon like Dragonite to deliver goods. Gurushal was very curious, and when he clicked in, he found that it was Naoki's store. Aoki often bought things in Naoki's store. For him who works all the time, time is money. He can use the saved time to rest better, and then have enough energy to complete the work assigned by the chief. The delivery speed of Dragonite is dozens of times faster than that of AliExpress. With it, he can save a lot of time. Sometimes, even if he is shopping on the way to a business trip, Dragonite can accurately deliver milk, which is really convenient. Although everyone often buys things in Naoki's store, they didn't let Naoki know about it. Through word of mouth, Dragonite gradually became famous in the Padilla area. At first, people were simply attracted by the super high efficiency of Dragonite. But then, someone noticed a specialty called life goat milk sold in that store. According to the description, that kind of goat milk has the effect of instantly recovering Pokemon's injuries, and it can also play a big role for humans. And it is also sold in limited quantities. Only 50 bottles are sold within a week. People are curious about this kind of goat milk. Soon, enthusiastic netizens posted their purchase experience. That's right, the above descriptions are all true. I tell you, although the price of the life goat milk is very expensive, its effect is worth the price. No, I even think the store owner is selling it cheap. Because the effect of life goat milk is so powerful, even if the Pokemon is seriously injured and dying, as long as it drinks it, it can restore its physical strength in an instant. Isn't it amazing? When I was exploring in the wild, I encountered a powerful wild Pokemon. Thanks to it, I was able to escape. The second netizen continued to share. Hey, let me tell you, this goat milk is not only for Pokemon, but also for humans. After drinking a bottle, you will have endless strength in your body. You know. JPG people who have never encountered such a thing were shocked by the effect of life goat milk. There is such a thing in this world, especially some people in the Johto region. Because if the description of the goat milk is true, then wouldn't the effect of the other party be the same as the holy object Holy Ash left by the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh? Holy Ash, a holy object that is said to be born from the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. It can bring back the dead, and as long as there is a breath left, even Holy Ash can save Pokemon and humans. Even in the Johto region, there are only 1 or 2 holy ash, which were given to humans when the Ho-Ohs still believed in humans and lived in the bell tower. Ordinary people can't touch it at all, because the holy ashes are all kept in some ancient big families, and carefully preserved by those who believe in the Phoenix King. But now, a large number of holy objects with the same effect as the holy ashes of the Phoenix King appeared in that small shop. At this moment, the followers of the Phoenix King looked at each other, and an unbelievable guess immediately emerged in their minds. Could the Pokemon that produced those goat milk be the legendary Pokemon like their Phoenix King? Lord Ho, what's the situation with the owner of that small shop? If their guess is true, then that person is too disrespectful to the great legendary Pokemon, and actually sells the holy objects produced by it online. The holy objects bestowed by the legendary Pokemon should be treasured. At the same time, the people in these ancient families also developed a kind of curiosity about the milk of life. They want to know how the effect of the milk of life compares to the holy ash. At this moment, countless netizens opened the Pokemon shopping app and searched for Naoki Ranch, wanting to check out Dragonite Express and Life Goat Milk. Some netizens wanted to buy a box of goat milk to try it out, but when they clicked on the detailed interface, they found that the store did not support cross-regional delivery. So, more and more people began to leave messages on the store's message board, jointly requesting the store owner to open cross-regional delivery services. When Naoki read the entire post and the content on the ranch store message board on Rotom's phone, he was completely silent. He understood these people's shock at the effect of life goat milk, and he also understood their curiosity. But why did some people use their goat milk as some kind of small pill? His life goat milk is real goat milk. Chapter 435. After careful consideration, Naoki still felt that he should not be too hasty about cross-regional delivery. With the popularity of this wave of events, it is inevitable that some Pokemon hunters from other regions will deliberately place orders to purchase goods, trick Dragonite into coming, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Compared to humans, Pokemon are still too simple. Even the legendary Pokemon are no exception. In the anime alone, there have been many legendary Pokemon that were caught by humans using technology and tactics. Like Lugia, the god of the sea, Celebi, Latios, the 3 sacred mushrooms, Meloetta, Suicune. Even Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space, have been controlled. Thinking of this, Naoki responded to those customers who requested to open cross-regional delivery. Naoki Ranch, merchant, I'm sorry. So far the delivery service range of the store is limited to the Padia area. The distance to other areas is too far, and I'm worried that the mailer's Dragonite will be in danger. As soon as this reply came out, it was quickly uploaded to the Pokemon forum by those netizens through screenshots. Smart people immediately understood what Naoki meant. He was worried that Dragonite would encounter Pokemon hunters in other regions. Netizens had nothing to say about this answer. Because in various regions, there are more or less rare Pokemon being hunted by hunters, and then sold on the black market. Especially Dragonite, which is very powerful and very rare, is very popular among Pokemon hunters. It is human nature to worry about Dragonite at home being in danger. But soon, another netizen asked, is there no Pokemon hunter in the Padia region? This time, before Naoki could make a comment, someone responded on his behalf. Padia Chief Champion Yessie. Yes, the public security in the Padia region has always been very good. This is all thanks to the staff of our Padia Alliance, who have been working hard to maintain peace in the region. Everyone is welcome to travel and settle in the Padia region. Yessie forwarded the message. Naoki, Yessie was telling the truth. He had never seen the Pokemon League work so hard. From top to bottom, they were all the same. Not only Aoki, but even Yessie himself often worked overtime until he forgot the time. If there was any emergency in any major city, the Padia League would immediately send people to solve it. Just like when the giant Dragonite entered the Padia Sea a few years ago, the chief champion personally went out. If there is any dangerous villain in the Padia area. If so, it's probably only Dr. Olin and Dr. Fortu who are doing research under the Padia pit. Because of them, there will be many ferocious paradoxical Pokemon that break through the pit's defenses and enter the Padia area, causing a lot of trouble for Yesii and the others. However, Yesii is working hard, and he also needs to remind the Dragonites to pay attention to safety. As the saying goes, you can't be without a heart of defense against others, but you can't have the intention to harm others. March 10th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar, spring, 6:25 in the morning. When the Dragonites were heading to the ranch from Dragonite Island to start a new day of work, Naoki called them all to the grass. There were 11 working Dragonites in total, plus his own Dragonites. There were now 12 Dragonites, and a newly hatched Dratini in the ranch. Dragonite stood beside Naoki, folding his arms, and looking at the group of working Dragonites, and their work partner Rotom in front of him. Naoki coughed twice and asked, "Ahem, has your work been going well these days?" The Dragonites nodded and cried happily, "Awoo. These jobs are easy for them." The Dragonites look naive and cute when they laugh. Naoki smiled and touched their heads and said, "But today I want to tell you something else." The Dragonites blinked and looked over with a little curiosity. "Awoo? That is the danger you may encounter during delivery." Naoki said to them, "Humans are like Pokemon. Different people have different personalities. Some humans are kind-hearted and will make cookies for you, like Mrs. Dantes and Ms. Mary who live in the town. But there are still some people who are dark inside. They will think about hurting you. For example, using more powerful Pokemon to beat you to the point where you lose your fighting ability, and then catch you with a net or iron cage and sell you to others at a high price." Hearing this, the Dragonites in front of them all frowned, looking like they didn't like the second kind of people. But they were not afraid. The three brothers, led by the eldest brother Dragonite, roared, "Roar. If it encounters those guys, it will definitely teach them a lesson." Naoki shook his head. "Don't underestimate the enemy." "Awoo!" Big brother Dragonite looked over in confusion. Naoki looked at his own Dragonite, and used it as an example. If Dragonite hadn't shown its strength before in your eyes, it must still be the stupid Dragonite, so you would still treat it as a stupid Dragonite, but you don't know that its strength is no longer what it used to be. At this time, if you fight it, what will happen? Dragonite happily echoed Naoki, "Awoo." Naoki smiled and pinched its chubby paw. Hearing this, the eldest brother Dragonite frowned and fell into deep thought. Soon, a solemn expression appeared on its face. Seeing this, Naoki said, "So, do you understand?" "Awoo." The Dragonites nodded one after another, indicating that they had remembered it. Then, Naoki looked at the mobile Rotoms and said to them, "I ask you to take care of the Dragonites. If anyone wants to hurt Dragonite or capture it, you must contact me immediately. If you can't contact me, contact Bud Crown or Giratina." The cell phone Rotoms also agreed, and said they would remember it. Naoki nodded. He had already asked two legendary Pokemon for help. Both Badora and Giratina promised him that they would go to the rescue immediately once they received the message. Among them, Giratina was the most ambitious. It promised Naoki that the Dragonites would be its little brothers in the future, and it would take good care of them. If anyone dared to bully them, it would immediately follow the network cable to kill those guys and rescue the Dragonites. Naoki was confused by what Giratina said, until he heard from Rotom on his phone that Giratina was watching a Pokemon Hollywood gangster movie. Rotom said that the gangster movie tells a story about a loyal human who fights with other gangsters with his subordinates, and eventually becomes the gangster king and leads gangs all over the world. Giratina felt that the human was very suitable for its style, so it fantasized about becoming a Pokemon like that, and also collecting a group of subordinates. Therefore, when Naoki asked it, Giratina agreed without hesitation. Although Giratina sometimes has a bad temper, it keeps its word and is quite reliable in this regard. With the double insurance of it and Bud Crown, if someone wants to capture Dragonite, Giratina will immediately run along the network cable and punish those people. In this way, he can be completely relieved. The Dragonites started a new day of work again. They took the goods and delivered them to the customers according to the navigation of Rotom's mobile phone. Naoki started to clean the house with the Ibuta brother and sister. There were too many Pokemon, and their toys were scattered all over the room. Some Pokemon got muddy when playing outside, and when they came back, they made the living room dirty. Naoki was busy in the house, and the EVs chased and played around him. Naoki turned around and saw a series of dirty footprints left on the floor they had just mopped. "You bad EVs, you made the floor dirty, all of you go outside to play." Naoki took a deep breath and simply drove all the Pokemon out of the house, and drove them to the pasture to play. The mischievous EVs ran away mischievously. Although Flutter, who was originally checking the food in the refrigerator, was puzzled when he heard this, he also turned around and went outside. Naoki noticed Flutter's movements and immediately called it, "Flutter, I'm not talking about you, you continue to play over there." Flutter usually doesn't fall on the floor very often, so it won't dirty the floor at all. Dream. Flapwing responded faintly and floated back. Seeing Flapwing staying, Golden, who was about to leave, also stopped and prepared to stay in the living room. Naoki noticed this scene, and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. "Aww." Naoki sighed helplessly. "Oh, forget it, where's Motor Lizard?" Golden turned his head and looked outside. It just saw Motor Lizard and Eruption Siphohow running to the Snorlax Park to play. Seeing this scene, Naoki understood. He said to Golden, "Go and call them all over for me. I have to give you a good bath today." "Ah, ga." Golden responded and turned and ran away. When Naoki and AI Guancher finished cleaning the house, Golden also came back with a long list of Pokemon. Naoki went to the bathroom and put several basins of water. There were a lot of Pokemon, so he could only wash them one by one. First start with the hairless Pokemon, because the hairless Pokemon only need a simple rinse and then apply fragrant shower gel, which doesn't take too long. Guliton, Motor Lizard, Siphohow, and Urakyo all finished within 5 minutes. It takes longer for furry Pokemon. Not only do you need to clean their fur, but you also need to blow dry their hair after bathing to prevent them from catching a cold. But with lava worms at home, this is not a problem at all. Therefore, after Naoki bathed each EV, he asked them to go to the fireplace. The lava worms living in the heating pipes have been called to the fireplace by Naoki, and the heat released by them can be used as a dryer. The EVs with wet fur squatted in front of the fireplace, using the high temperature emitted by the lava worms to dry the moisture on their fur. Perhaps because the surrounding environment was too comfortable, they all yawned lazily, lying on the ground with great enjoyment, and even some EVs exposed their little bellies. So, when Naoki came out of the bathroom, he saw the scene. A group of EVs surrounded the fireplace with a look of enjoyment. Some EVs were swinging their tails leisurely, some EVs were lying on their paw pads, some EVs were about to fall asleep with their eyes closed, and some EVs were lying on their backs, exposing their half-dry little bellies. He immediately stretched out his claws to the group of Pokemon. Soon, the room was filled with exclamations of "Buibui." In the afternoon, after lunch, Naoki, who had been busy all morning, felt exhausted. The weather was very good today, and the sun was very comfortable. Naoki simply went to the braided sheep ranch, lay on a small hillside, and basked in the afternoon sun while enjoying the breeze. In this pleasant environment, Naoki soon relaxed completely. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Above was an endless blue sky, with cotton candy-like white clouds floating slowly in the breeze. Naoki felt an unprecedented peace in his heart. There was no hustle and bustle of the city, no endless overtime, and no daily traffic. There were only fertile farmland, fruitful orchards, soft grass, and all kinds of cute Pokemon. This kind of life now seems like a dream. This is life. From afternoon to evening, Naoki lay in this place, leaning against the soft woolen sheep, enjoying the breeze and sun. During this time, he saw the part-time Dragonites coming back from delivering goods, and then going out again. When the day's work was over and the shop closed, the Dragonites received today's treasures from their sister AI Guancher, and prepared to return to Dragonite Island with satisfaction. Seeing this scene, Naoki suddenly felt that it seemed very hard for the part-time Dragonites to run back and forth between the two places every day. He thought for a while, then stood up and called the Dragonites who were about to leave. A large group of Dragonites turned their heads and looked over in confusion. "Ah." Naoki said, "Oh, I almost forgot one thing. The World Tree has grown up. There is a lot of space inside for you to live in. Do you want to stay and live on the World Tree?" "Ah?" The working Dragonites knew the World Tree, but they hadn't seen it for a long time, and didn't quite understand what Naoki meant. Seeing this, Naoki took them directly into the reverse world, and went to the World Tree, so that the Dragonites could see this place with their own eyes. Feeling the natural atmosphere of this place, the Dragonites showed incredible expressions on their faces. "How about it? Want to stay and live here? This way it will be very convenient to come and go to the ranch every day, and you don't have to run back and forth like before," Naoki invited. Looking at the surrounding environment, the Dragonites were eager to move. "Awoo!" 4 of the Dragonites nodded and agreed without hesitation. They were the Dratini and Haxorus, who ran to the ranch to play. Their love and affection for the ranch is much deeper than that of the Big Brother Dragonite trio. The other 3 working Dragonites blinked their eyes, and then readily agreed. The remaining Big Brother Dragonite trio hesitated, but soon they gave their answer. "Awoo!" The Big Brother Dragonite with a scar on his face looked at Naoki, and said that he wanted to go back to Dragonite Island. Naoki nodded and said, "Okay, then I wait for you here. No matter what decision you make, it doesn't matter. I will respect your choice." The elder brother Dragonite was touched. After spending some time together, he finally understood why the other Dragonites liked this human. Because he was really good. He not only taught them fighting skills, but also helped them grow with the power of dragon control. Not only that, he was willing to respect their opinions and care about their feelings. Thinking of this, the elder brother Dragonite looked at Naoki with an unprecedented seriousness. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed a gaze that could not be ignored. The elder brother Dragonite turned his head and saw that stupid Dragonite was staring at him. Dragonite warned, "Awoo! Naoki is my trainer. You can only live here, you can't let Naoki be your trainer." Chapter 436. That night, the working Dragonites returned to Dragon Island on the sea. Since they had decided to stay and live on the World Tree, today they wanted to say goodbye to their companions on Dragon Island. On the boundless sea, Dragon Island was quietly located in the middle, like a moon disk hanging in the night sky. Nourished by the power of dragons, the vegetation on the island was very lush, and bunches of berries grew from the trees growing from the earth. Swish! The leaves in the forest rustled, and as the leaves shook, a Dragonite's head popped out. It picked a bunch of berries with its chubby claws and put them in its mouth. The juice in the fruit pulp immediately burst out in Dragonite's mouth, and Dragonite chewed it with great satisfaction. Not far behind this Dragonite, there was a circular lake. Many Dragonites, Haxorus and Dratini were playing nearby. "Awoo!" accompanied by a series of melodious chirps coming from the sky. The Dragonites on the island raised their heads and looked up, and then they saw that the Dragonites that ran to the humans' home to help return to the island. The eyes of some Dratini and Haxorus that were playing in the clear lake suddenly lit up. When the Dragonites landed, they surrounded them and looked at the Poffin in the adult Dragonites' boxes with eager faces. Seeing this scene, the eldest brother Dragonite skillfully distributed the Poffin to these little Dratini and Haxorus. In addition to these mini dragons and Haxorus, there are some other Dragonites that have been attracted to the island. They look at the box of Poffin in their companions' arms with cute eyes, and their expressions seem to be asking, "What does that thing taste like?" If it were normal, the working Dragonites might only share 1 or 2 Poffin, but today is their last night on the island, and they will go to the ranch to enjoy themselves in the future. In this case, these delicious Poffin can be regarded as farewell gifts for these fellow Dragonites. Anyway, they don't lack it. Naoki and his sister Ai Guancher will make a lot of delicious Poffin for them. They are almost tired of eating it. Awoo! Thinking of this, the working Dragonites opened the Poffin boxes one after another, and shared the Poffin inside with other Dragonites. Gradually, more and more Dragonites were attracted. While they were happily eating Poffin, they were surprised why these Dragonites were so good today. They didn't eat it themselves, but gave all the Poffin to them. In response, one of the working Dragonites replied happily, "Awoo, because we will move to Naoki's place from tomorrow." Hearing this, the Dragonites were shocked. Awoo! Some Dragonites were shocked by their decision to leave Dragonite Island soon. Some Dragonites also realized that if they moved, they would never be able to eat this delicious Poffin again. This news soon reached the ears of an older Dragonite on Dragonite Island. The older Dragonite came forward and asked, "Awoo? Have you decided yet?" The working Dragonites nodded one after another, and they all told the Dragonites about the things that happened on the ranch. "Awoo! Naoki is a very good human, he is very powerful. Awoo! Thanks to Naoki, I can evolve into a Dragonite. Awoo awoo. I like the life there very much. I can get a lot of food and money by delivering milk with Rotom every day. Rotom said that I can use the money to buy the things I like. Awoo! That's right, and if we perform well, Naoki will use that magical power to help us become stronger." The Dragonites listened quietly, their eyes full of curiosity. This made some Dragonites, who were not interested in the ranch, and the human named Naoki feel a little curious. But some Dragonites, who were still unmoved, showed concerns. "Awoo! But if you leave, I will never be able to eat Poffin again. What should I do?" A working Dragonite thought carefully for a while, and then replied, "Awoo! You go work part-time, too." Another part-time Dragonite nodded. "Awoo! That's right, if you work part-time, Naoki will give you a lot of Poffin." Hearing this, a light bulb immediately popped up in the head of the Dragonite, who asked the question. "Awoo! This is a good idea." The eyes of the other Dragonites who realized that they couldn't eat Poffin also lit up. Yes, why didn't they think of it? As long as they also go to work part-time, can't they eat delicious Poffin every day? So the next morning, a large group of Dragonites set out from Dragonite Island, crossed the vast Padilla Sea, and headed for the Padilla region. During this period, an ocean fairy detected the presence of these Pokemon. The captain and the first mate stood on the deck, observing the scene with a telescope. Some tourists were also attracted to the deck, and people looked at the scene in the distance with shock on their faces. So many Dragonites, are they migrating? Migrating Dragonites is an extremely rare phenomenon in nature. Many tourists thought that seeing Dragonite was a good omen, and began to make wishes to Dragonite. At 6:35 a.m. Padilla time, when Naoki was feeding the Pokemon in the ranch, He felt a dark shadow flying over his head. He looked up and saw a large group of Dragonite landing in the ranch. Naoki. Shock. Under normal circumstances, it is normal for Dragonites to come to the ranch to work. But why are there so many Dragonites today? Naoki was startled and quickly found the most conspicuous Big Brother Dragonite and asked it what was going on. To this, the Big Brother Dragonite answered truthfully, "Awoo. They also want to come here to work." The other working Dragonite on the side added, "Awoo awoo. That's right. Naoki, as long as you give them Pofin, they are willing to work like us." After listening to the answers of several Dragonites, Naoki finally figured out what happened. It turned out that his Dragonite employees told other Dragonites what happened in the ranch yesterday after returning to the island, and said goodbye to them, and then attracted these Dragonites here. However, Naoki felt that it was more likely that they realized that they could no longer get Bofin, so they were willing to come here to work. Looking at this scene, Naoki didn't know what to say for a while. If Professor Oak studied the ecology of Dragonite here, he would definitely discover something. That is to work at Naoki Ranch, which seems to be a very popular thing among some young Dragonites. Okay. Naoki looked at the other Dragonites and smiled, showing them his kindness. "Welcome to join us. I am Naoki, the owner of this ranch." The Dragonites blinked their eyes. They knew Naoki because he had been to their Dragonite Island before, and gave them a lot of food. "From now on, please take care of me. You helped me deliver the goods, and as a thank you, I will make Bofin for you." Naoki asked Golden to fetch a dozen idle rotom phones, and then called his Dragonite to teach the new Dragonites. Dragonite nodded, and stepped forward maturely to take Naoki's place, and began to teach the new Dragonites how to use rotom phones and how to deliver goods. During this time, several old Dragonites were also supplementing the team. Naoki counted the number of the new Dragonites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, 13. There are 13 Dragonites in total, plus 12 old employees. There are now a total of 25 Dragonites, and 1 Dratini in the ranch. Naoki, what an exaggerated number. So how many Dragonites are left on Dragonite Island now? If he remembered correctly, there were only more than 30 Dragonites there, including the Dratini and Haxorus that have not evolved yet. The total number is estimated to be no more than 50. Oh my god, half of the Dragonites on Dragon Island have come to his ranch. Even Naoki himself couldn't believe this number. He remembered that the giant Dragonite was also living on Dragonite Island. The giant Dragonite originally came to the Padilla region to find friends. It finally found a tribe on the island, but now most of the Dragonites on the island have come to him. Naoki was speechless for a moment. How about inviting the remaining Dragonites to settle on the World Tree? In this way, the Dragonites can reunite here, even if they don't work for him. Although Naoki wanted to invite all the Dragonites, the remaining Dragonites probably did not intend to leave Dragonite Island. Otherwise, they would have come here this morning. The Dragonites did not intend to do so, and he could not force them to move. After careful consideration, Naoki gave up the idea. However, he gave up, but the Dragonites had their own ideas. In the evening, after finishing a day's work, Naoki brought the Dragonites to the World Tree and temporarily placed them in front of the lake where Milotic lived. After that, Naoki returned to the ranch, and the Dragonites looked around with curiosity, flying around everywhere, getting familiar with the environment here. During this period, Pokemon such as Melodica, Tropical Dragon, Militarum, Oliva, etc., who came here in advance also noticed the more than 20 Dragonites. In order to welcome their arrival, Oliva took the initiative to take out the fruit stored in the tree hole and gave it to them. It was already night, and Carrie finished the construction and returned home with the monsters. Now there was only this group of Pokemon on the World Tree. After discussing with everyone, Oliva and Milotic held a bonfire party for the Dragonites. Boobs, Oliva, Milotic, Dragonite, and other Pokemon sat around the fire. Oliva used the leaves he found to hold the fruit, and Tropical Dragonite also shared its banana fruit with everyone. 3 Milotic looked at the Dragonites and asked, "Me? Where are you from?" A Dragonite replied, "Awoo, on Dragonite Island, there are many Dragonites living there, awoo." Another Dragonite nodded happily, but soon, it felt a little sad and said in a low mood, "Awoo. We will never see them again, Chafu." The wood geckos looked puzzled. "Why?" Dragonite replied, "Awoo. Because everyone stayed on Dragonite Island. This is a Dragonite that just joined today. It was the first day to spend the night at the World Tree, and it was a little uncomfortable for it to grow up on Dragonite Island. It kind of missed everyone on Dragonite Island. Although the wood scorpions also left their hometown to come here, they are different from Dragonite. They are full of expectations for life here, looking forward to the establishment of the Pokemon Guild, where they run a cafe. Therefore, Wood Scorpion didn't know how to comfort Dragonite. The flickering bonfire was reflected on the faces of the Dragonites, and the air was filled with a sad atmosphere. Milotic and Milotic also felt sad for the Dragonites. Oliva's eyes gently swept across the faces of the Pokemon. It has lived with Naoki since childhood. Although it doesn't actively show itself, it has been silently paying attention to Naoki. If it were Naoki, he would definitely choose to be with everyone when encountering such a thing, right? Yes, that's right. Oliva suddenly realized that since he felt sad about the separation, wouldn't it be better for everyone to live together? Thinking of this, Oliva looked at the Dragonites and said to them, Lee, if you miss your friends, just invite them to live on the World Tree together. Awah! The Dragonites looked up. Oliva introduced gently, Lee, as you can see, the World Tree has a large area that can accommodate many Pokemon. If they come here, you will never have to separate again, just like everyone in the ranch. Hearing this, the eyes of the group of working Dragonites lit up. Good idea. This way everyone can stay together, and the World Tree is so good, they will definitely like this place. The Dragonites were delighted. It's decided. They will go and invite everyone here tomorrow morning. After making up their minds, the Dragonites' mood became bright again. They spent a peaceful night on the World Tree. When the next morning came and it was bright, a large group of Dragonites found Naoki, told him their plan, and asked him if they could invite all the Dragonites on the island to live on the World Tree. Awah! The Dragonites looked expectantly and pleadingly. Naoki had never expected this to happen, and was a little confused for a while. It took him a while to react. He asked in disbelief, You mean, you want to invite all the Dragonites on the island to live on the World Tree? Awah! The Dragonites nodded repeatedly. Will they come? Naoki was a little worried. However, the Dragonites were not worried about this. They patted their chests and said they would definitely come. Everyone on Dragon Island has lived together since childhood, catching fish in the sea together, picking berries in the jungle together, and watching the stars and sunrise together every day. Not only they were reluctant to leave, but everyone on Dragonite Island must have been uncomfortable with this separation. Then I go with you. Naoki closed the ranch shop and prepared to close it for a day to deal with Dragonite matters. He rode on Gulden, took Dragonite, and followed the working Dragonites across the sea. After a year, Naoki returned to this lonely Dragonite island on the sea. He took Gulden and Dragonite, and followed the working Dragonites. Hearing what the Dragonites said just now, Dragonite was also slightly moved. Once upon a time, it lived on this Dragonite island just like everyone else. At that time, it was a fool, but no one laughed at it or bullied it. Instead, it always thought it was a stupid Dragonite, and was unhappy. Now that it has come out and seen it, Dragonite actually feels a little nostalgic for the life at that time. Looking at the group of Dragonites in front who want to compete with it for the trainer, Dragonite decided to allow Naoki to teach the new moves in the future. The working Dragonites started to negotiate with other Dragonites on the island. Naoki looked at the scene with interest and asked the Dragonite beside him, Did you play with them when you were young? Dragonite nodded, Awah. At that time, he was still a mini dragon, and everyone was very weak. They stayed in the lake every day, waiting to grow up. At that time, some Dragonites on the island would bring back fruits and fish from outside for them. Naoki nodded slightly. He looked at his own Dragonite, and suddenly felt a little emotional. Compared to the first time I saw you, you have matured a lot. Being praised by Naoki, Dragonite scratched his head in embarrassment. Awah. Naoki suddenly remembered something, and his eyes swept over the group of Dragonites not far away, and asked, But by the way, the Dragonite you once liked is also among them, right? Hearing this, Dragonite immediately opened his eyes wide. Seeing its expression, Naoki raised his eyebrows. Don't you like me anymore? Dragonite didn't know how to answer. Naoki encouraged. Now you are already a very powerful Dragonite. You must believe in yourself. Dragonite sighed helplessly. Awah. At this time, the communication between the working Dragonites and the Dragonites on the island had come to an end. The Dragonites turned their heads and looked at Naoki. One of the working Dragonites came forward happily, saying in a very happy tone, Awah. Did they agree? Naoki asked. The working Dragonite nodded. Seeing this, Naoki was relieved. His eyes were on the huge Dragonite in the Dragonite pile. The other party had eaten the pumpkin he made before, and now his size has become exactly the same as that of an ordinary Dragonite. Long time no see, Dragonite. The giant Dragonite responded happily, Roar. It also remembered Naoki, who was the one who helped it find this place. The giant Dragonite was full of gratitude for Naoki. Since the Dragonites have agreed to live on the World Tree, the next step is to consider which area of the World Tree to place them. If they were all placed on the Expedition Guild floor, it would be too crowded. And there were too many Dragonites. With just the orchard he had reclaimed before, it might not be possible to feed all of them. He had to reclaim a few more orchards. Naoki fell into deep thought. He looked around, observing the island where Dragonites lived, and thought about the situation inside the World Tree. Suddenly, a good idea popped up in Naoki's mind. Could he ask the Crown of the Flower to use his superpowers to directly transfer the entire Dragonite Island to the World Tree? According to Naoki's observation, there are many layers of space inside the World Tree. Although the internal environment of each layer is roughly the same, he can transform it himself. In the area below the Expedition Guild, there is a valley with a huge space, which is very suitable for building the Dragonites' Dragon Town. If Dragonite Island is transferred there, some seawater is transferred into that valley, and then fish fry are released into the seawater, so that the environment near Dragonite Island can be perfectly reproduced. If the Dragonites are hungry, they can go into the water to catch fish. If they don't want to eat fish, they can go to the orchard to pick fruit. With the ability of the Bud Crown, it is entirely possible to do this. Because he once moved an entire vast forest and saved the Pokemon there. Thinking of this, Naoki immediately took out his mobile phone and contacted Bud Crown. After learning about his idea, Bud Crown said that this thing can be achieved. After asking Naoki about his location, he used the navigation of the mobile phone Rotom to use instant teleportation to move continuously, and came to the Dragonite Island. "Do we need to leave first?" Naoki asked. The Bud Crown King looked around, observed the situation nearby, and then shook his head gently. "No, you can stay there." The next second, he activated his ability. A terrifying superpower pressure was released from the Bud Crown King. The superpower turned into a light pink film, wrapping the Dragon Island and the surrounding seawater. The powerful superpower even distorted the surrounding space. But this state did not last too long. When the entire island was enveloped by superpowers, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out, and the entire Dragonite Island disappeared directly from the sea. For Naoki and the Dragonites, before they could react, the surrounding scene had changed drastically. The sea was completely gone, replaced by a mysterious and special space. This is the interior of the World Tree. The Bud Crown King not only moved Dragonite Island, but also moved a large area of sea water. The blue seawater poured into this area, and soon, the entire area turned into a vast ocean. The transferred Dragonite Island floated quietly on this artificial sea. Gradually, the turbulent sea water gradually subsided and became calm again. The Dragonites were completely stunned, and they looked up at this scene in disbelief. Everything around them was exactly the same as before, as if they were still on the sea. Chapter 437. Naoki discovered that the World Tree mutated from the grass energy of his goat is very special. Unlike the World Tree in Kanto, it can absorb energy through photosynthesis to provide sunlight for the internal area. Its interior is a self-contained space. If it is described in one sentence, it is a small ecological simulator of the Pokemon world. As the name suggests, the World Tree can simulate all the external environments inside and inject vitality and energy into them. For example, the sea transferred from the Bud Crown, the World Tree can inject natural energy into it and make it flow. Standing on Dragonite Island, Naoki looked around the surrounding waters, looking at this strange space, thinking about the next goal in his mind. Well, this space is rich in water resources. In addition to being a dragon home for Dragonites, you can also raise some water-attributed Pokemon in the water, like Dragonite, Sun Coral, Heartfish, Gem Starfish, and other Pokemon. In this way, the ecological zone where the water supply Pokemon live is completed. It would be great if I could establish a relationship with Groudon and Kyogre. Naoki thought to himself. If those two Pokemon are willing to settle on the World Tree, we can start to build two different ecological zones with them as the center. As the god of the sea, Kyogre can continuously create seawater to provide vitality for this area of water. Cooperating with the World Tree, this area of the sea can be more vibrant. The earth god Groudon can create the earth and magma. If Groudon is there, it can be used as the center to create a lava ecological zone for fire attribute Pokemon, rock attribute Pokemon, and ground attribute Pokemon to live in. But unfortunately, he has little chance to come into contact with these two Pokemon. Moreover, Groudon and Kyogre are mortal enemies. If they live in the same place, there will definitely be a big fight. After a brief thought, Naoki's thoughts returned to reality. Now that Dragonite Island has been moved, it is time to stock it with fish fry. The ranch has not yet started aquaculture, so it is not possible to directly supply fish fry. So Naoki is going to go to town to ask Zack for information on buying fish fry. In addition, it is now March, and it is time for the Bud Crown King to ripen the World Tree. After saying goodbye to the Dragonites, Naoki took the World Tree elevator to leave this place. He drove a pickup truck to town, and finally found Zack at the Jachin market. After hearing Naoki's intention, Zack was very surprised. Buying fish fry? What's wrong? Do you want to raise fish? Naoki nodded. I guess so, but I don't raise fish to sell, but to raise Dragonites. So I don't want fish Pokemon, just ordinary fish fry. I see. Zack knew the Dragonite deliverman of Naoki Ranch. He smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. Leave this to me. I will contact the nearby fish fry breeding base this afternoon. Then I leave it to you. Naoki gave Zack 2 cans of rock salt produced in the ranch as a favor. Zack helped him a lot. He couldn't always bother him. That would be too rude. Zack gave him a bag of cherries cheerfully. I just picked these cherries from the Alif cherry orchard. They are sweet. Take them back to the motor lizards to eat. Now is spring. It is the season for eating cherries. The cherries in the Alif cherry orchard are big and round, and are very famous in Jachin town. Naoki thanked him, then said goodbye to Zack and turned back to the ranch. But Crown King and Golden had already been waiting for him in front of the lake in the center of the ranch. The group entered the reverse world, and Bud Crown King activated his ability to ripen the World Tree. The next second, the huge World Tree in front of them emitted a bright green light, and the leaves on the treetops swayed gently in the wind, making a rustling sound. At the same time, on the World Tree, Clary and the monsters who were working heard the sound, and they looked up and saw that all the leaves above their heads emitted a faint green light. The surrounding vegetation seemed to resonate and also changed, becoming more lush. In the orchard, the woodgeckos had just picked a batch of fruits from the trees and were preparing to transport them to the tree holes with the tropical dragons for storage. But just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw the entire orchard covered with a layer of green light. In the light, the fruit trees bore fruit again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, the branches of all the fruit trees were once again full of heavy sweet fruits. Chafu. The woodgeckos were shocked, and the leaves they were holding the fruit and accidentally fell, and a pile of fruit fell to the ground. A woodgecko looked at this incredible scene and couldn't help muttering, Chafu. There are so many fruit, they can't eat them all. Compared to the shocked woodgeckos, Oliva was much calmer. It thought of the Dragonites, who were about to move into the World Tree, and suggested in a gentle tone, Pro. If we can't finish it, let's share it with the Dragonites. Both the tropical Dragonite and the Militarum agreed to this. At the same time, the Dragonites mentioned by Oliva also noticed the changes in the tree. On Dragonite Island, a large group of Dragonites looked up at the sky, and a group of Dragonites looked around in confusion. The surrounding waters were emitting a faint green light, as if something was quietly changing that they didn't know about. The Dragonites were a little confused about this situation. But soon, a smart Dragonite jumped into the sea to see what was happening on the seabed. With a splash, the Dragonite disappeared above the sea surface emitting green light. It quickly swam to the bottom of the sea. Strange changes were also happening on the seabed at this moment. The original grass and shrubs disappeared, replaced by patches of seaweed and kelp. There was even a beautiful coral reef inside. Ouch! Dragonite was shocked. It grabbed a long piece of kelp with its big claws, and swam out of the water, then showed it to its companions. Soon, all Dragonites knew what kind of changes had happened in this place. Outside the World Tree, as the light on the leaves gradually dimmed, the ripening of the Bud Crown officially came to an end. Naoki cast his eyes on the World Tree, and the information of the World Tree automatically appeared in his mind. World Tree, mature. The thriving World Tree is about to come to an end. It is transforming into another life form, and constructing its internal environment. It is a magical tree that is said to be able to support a world, and nourish all things in the world with natural energy. It will take 27,198 years to grow up. Sure enough, it has shortened another 10,000 years. If this continues, it will be ready in another 3 months. Naoki murmured. It is March now, and 3 months later is June, just right. Thank you for your hard work, Naoki said to the Bud Crown King. The Bud Crown King smiled, looked up at the towering tree in front of him, and said to Naoki, I just sense that something seems to have changed inside the World Tree. You can go check it out? Naoki was slightly stunned. Changes? What changes? In response, the Bud Crown King shook his head and said, I am not very clear, but but I can feel that it is different from before. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. If that was the case, he would go investigate. Bringing a group of Pokemon, Naoki entered the World Tree again. He took the World Tree elevator, and first came to the Dragon Town, where the Dragonites lived. When Naoki just arrived here, he saw many Dragonites playing on the beach of the island with seaweed, corals, and kelp in their claws. Naoki was a little confused. Where did the seaweed and corals come from? Are there these things in the World Tree? Or did the Bud Crown transfer these things when it transferred the seawater? However, regarding this situation, the Bud Crown King said that he did not do it. In this case, he would go down and take a look. Naoki took off his clothes and jumped into the water with a splash. The Dragonites who were originally playing on the island saw this scene and thought that Naoki had fallen into the water, and they all jumped in. Before Naoki could figure out what happened, several Dragonites came behind him, and one of them hugged him with two chubby claws, trying to drag him out of the sea. Naoki? ? Through the power of the dragon, he quickly sensed the Dragonite's thoughts. It thought he fell into the water, and came to save him. Naoki was speechless, but then again, wild Dragonites seemed to take the initiative to rescue humans who fell into the water. It was for this reason that ships sailing on the sea always liked to use Dragonites as mascots. Naoki gently patted the Dragonite's arm, and conveyed his meaning to it through the power of the dragon. I didn't fall into the water. I just wanted to come down to see what happened here. Ouch! Hearing this, the Dragonite looked at Naoki carefully, and found that he really didn't seem to fall into the water, so he loosened his arm. Do you know what just happened here? Naoki asked. His HUD Dragonite and other working Dragonites were out delivering goods, and didn't come with him today, so he took this opportunity to seek help from these Dragonites. Hearing Naoki's words, Dragonite was very happy. It held Naoki, and swam to the bottom of the sea with other Dragonites, then pointed at the seaweed and algae growing on the bottom of the sea, and said to Naoki, "Awoo! These have grown." Naoki, wow! Looking at the green seaweed floating on the bottom of the sea with the waves of the sea, Naoki was stunned for a moment. He even saw a stretch of coral reefs not far away. What's going on? Could it be that when the Bud Crown King was ripening the World Tree, the inside of the World Tree had undergone a natural evolution and merged with the seawater? Naoki thought about it, and felt that this was the only possibility. It could actually be like this. This was too amazing. Naoki was just filled with wonder that this World Tree actually possessed this kind of power. He wanted to take another look, but he was almost out of breath, so he could only let Dragonite take him out of the sea and back to Dragonite Island. Lying on the beach, Naoki breathed in the fresh air. Several Dragonites came up, leaned close to his head, and watched Naoki with their big eyes. Okay, I'm fine. I just held my breath for too long. Naoki smiled, and touched the head of one of the Dragonites. Awoo! The Dragonites cried happily. After resting for a while, Naoki sat up, walked to Gillardin and Bud Crown, looked at the Dragonites, and said to them with a smile, "The sea has completely merged with the World Tree. From today on, you can live here without worry." Awoo! The Dragonites also discovered this, and they all expressed their happiness. Naoki looked around and searched for the open space on Dragonite Island to see if there was any place suitable for cultivating farmland, and also built a tree orchard there so that the Dragonites could achieve self-sufficiency. Pray for rain and nourish crops with dragon power. This Dragon Island will soon become a paradise for Dragonites. Soon, Naoki found suitable land. He decided to bring fruit tree seedlings and 3 rats to help Dragonites build a tree orchard when Zack found the fry. The changes on the Dragonite side have been figured out, so the next thing is the Expedition Team Guild. Naoki waved goodbye to the Dragonites, and took the World Tree elevator to the top floor. Here, he saw the Woodgeckos holding a bunch of tree fruits in their arms, as if they were going to do something. Naoki was a little surprised, so he stopped them and asked, "Where are you going?" Woodgeckos, Chafu. The Bud Crown King beside him helped translate. They said that they couldn't eat all the tree fruits planted in the orchard, and the tree holes were full. They were going to give these tree fruits to the Dragonites. Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned. As far as he knew, although the frequency of fruit bearing by tree fruits was higher than that of ordinary fruit trees, it didn't seem that exaggerated, right? Then you go. The Dragonites are all on the island now, Naoki said. Chafu. The Woodgeckos responded happily. Naoki watched 3 Woodgeckos holding tree fruits walk past him, and take the World Tree elevator to the next floor. He took a group of Pokemon to observe the changes on this floor. Compared to the Dragonite, the changes in this place were not so obvious. After a simple tour, Naoki found that this place did not seem to have changed much except that the vegetation was more lush, and the natural atmosphere was more intense. During this time, Naoki greeted Klee, who was working on the construction. He learned from Klee about the strange phenomenon here just now. The leaves of the world above his head emitted a bright light, and the vegetation on the grass began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to Guiley, the fruit trees in the orchard over there were also bearing fruit crazily. Fruit trees bearing fruit crazily? Naoki raised his eyebrows, and he continued to set off with the Pokemon. After passing through a forest, they arrived at the orchard. At this time, the orchard was full of big and full fruits. Oliva was beside them, taking care of the fruit trees with grass energy. Seeing Naoki coming, Oliva stopped what he was doing. Oliva, are these fruits just grown? Naoki asked. Good. Oliva nodded slightly, and then told Naoki about the changes that had just happened. It turned out that when the Bud Crown King cultivated the World Tree, this orchard was also affected. Fruit after fruit grew from the trees, and the geckos were busy picking them. But as soon as they picked a new batch of fruit grew again. After picking several batches in a row, the fruit trees in the garden stopped bearing fruit, and the geckos were exhausted. As he said that, Oliva also took Naoki to visit the place where they stored the fruit. It was in the tree hole on the big tree in the forest. Because the warehouse for the expedition team to store the fruit has not been built yet, now the Pokemon can only store the fruit in those tree holes. Naoki saw that the holes of several large trees were filled with a lot of berries, and some even fell on the grass because they couldn't fit in. Well, now he knew why the Bulbasaur gave the berries to Dragonite. Because there were so many berries, they couldn't eat them all. In this regard, Naoki told Oliva about the situation just now and said, it won't take long for the warehouse to be completed, and then there will be no need to worry about not being able to put the berries in. The construction progress on Carrie's side was very fast, and with the help of the strange force, the warehouse would be built soon, and then the construction of the guild headquarters and other Pokemon facilities would begin. Lee. Oliva nodded gently. Finally, he figured out what had happened to the World Tree. Naoki breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was moving in a good direction. Before leaving here, he went to the lake where Milotic lived and went to see Milotic and Miliron. When Naoki arrived there, Milotic was swimming gently in the lake. 3 Milirons were lazily basking in the sun on the shore. There was no danger here. They didn't have to worry about being captured by other Pokemon, so they were very relaxed. Slowpokemon was still lying on the shore. Seeing this, Naoki couldn't help but walk forward, pinched Slowpokemon's armpits with both hands, and picked it up. Slowpokemon didn't react at all. Naoki took the opportunity to greet Melodica and the others. How is it? Are you used to living here? Woo! Melodica made a melodious cry. It liked this fairyland-like place very much. At this moment, Melodica was extremely glad that it had taken the bait. The Mililongs, who were as small as Sushi, bounced on the grass, trying to get Naoki's attention. Meow! Naoki asked with a smile, what about you? Meow! Seeing that Naoki finally noticed them, the Mililongs bounced even more happily. They told Naoki about their dreams in an expectant tone. Meow meow! Ray Crown King helped translate. They said that they want to become the manager of a sushi restaurant in the future and work hard to run a sushi restaurant. What? Naoki almost didn't react. He looked at the 3 Mililongs with a strange look in his eyes. Do you want to be the manager of a sushi restaurant? Meow! Mililongs nodded excitedly. Naoki, then you have to be careful. Don't run to the side of the sushi. It will be bad if customers mistake you for sushi and eat you. After all, Mililongs look too much like sushi, especially the orange-yellow Mililongs, which look exactly like salmon sushi. Mililong shook his head quickly, indicating that he would not. Naoki thought that you have not seen sushi yet. But the details should be discussed after the sushi restaurant is opened. Now, what he is more concerned about is the Slowpoke in front of him. After a long while, it seemed to realize that it had moved, and Slowpoke turned its head belatedly. It turned its head very slowly, and its eyes were still very dull. What? Naoki heard Slowpoke's cry. Slowpoke? He repeated Slowpoke's cry. However, Slowpoke didn't speak, and stared at it with dull eyes. Naoki, He felt that if he sat here without moving, Slowpoke would stare at it like this for 3 days and 3 nights. Putting Slowpoke by the lake, Naoki reached out and touched its curly ears. When mentioning Slowpoke, we have to mention its 2 evolutionary forms. Slowpoke and Slowking. Even among the Pokemon in the world, Slowpoke's evolution method is very special. Unlike other Pokemon that evolve on their own, Slowpoke needs another Pokemon called Shelter to evolve. When Shelter bites Slowpoke's tail, the two Pokemon will combine and evolve into Slowpoke. And when Shelter bites Slowpoke's head, with the addition of the evolution item King Certificate, it can evolve into Slowpoke. Slowpoke, as the name suggests, is the king of Slowpokes. Some scholars have found through research that Slowpoke has a very high IQ, and its intelligence has even risen to a level comparable to that of the world's top scientists. Wild Slowpokes will even compete with Slowpokes in intelligence, but the results are usually evenly matched. Thinking of this, Naoki's heart moved slightly. He has always wanted to hire a Pokemon with high IQ to open a store here, and he has also issued a commission to the Great Hero Expedition team to find Slowpokes. But from the current point of view, Slowpokes will not be encountered for a while. So the question is, can he help this Slowpoke evolve into Slowpoke and let it replace Slowpoke's work? However, in order to evolve Slowpoke into Slowking, in addition to a Pokemon called Shelter, a special item, the King Certificate, is needed. Neither of these two evolutionary items is available at the ranch. After a little thought, Naoki decided to go back and search the internet to see if he could buy something like the King Certificate from someone else. As for Shelter, it's much easier. As long as you take Slowpoke to the sea where Shelter lives, Shelter will come over and bite its head or tail to achieve symbiosis with Slowpoke. In the afternoon, Zack called and said that he had helped him contact the fish fry breeding base. After hanging up the phone, Naoki followed Zack to the fish fry breeding base located in the south of Joachim Town and spent a lot of money to buy a large number of fish fry, like seed base, yellow croaker, sori, etc. After that, Naoki went to Joachim Town again and bought a batch of tree fruit seedlings from the Arrow Seed store. After doing all this, he took the 3 rats and the Bud Crown King to the Dragonite Island where the Dragonites were. The next thing was much easier. Naoki had worked with the 3 rats many times before. He marked the area that was divided, and the 3 rats understood. They burrowed into the ground, used their special trick of digging holes, and began to transform the empty space into land suitable for fruit trees to grow. Some Dragonites were attracted and stood aside to watch curiously. While the 3 rats were plowing the land, Naoki rode his Dragonite and began to release fish fry into the sea. Finally, he found the older Dragonite and the giant Dragonite on Dragonite Island and said to them, "I have put the fry into the seawater. It won't be long before you can eat fish here." The older Dragonite was very happy, and the giant Dragonite was also full of gratitude. Naoki smiled and continued, "But you need to pay attention that you can't eat those fish before they grow up, otherwise they will be eaten up, and there will be no more fish in this sea area." The older Dragonite has a lot of life experience, and it nodded to show that it knew about this. Even Dragonite will not eat those small fish that have not grown up when hunting in the wild, because if they eat them, there will be no fish in the sea. There are other Dragonites too, and I ask you to tell them when the time comes," Naoki said. "Aww." The older Dragonite nodded and agreed. "Very good, then the only thing left is to cultivate the orchard." With full of expectations, Naoki returned to the open space. The 3 moles had already cultivated the land, and were squeaking something under the watch of a group of Dragonites. Naoki did not ask. He took Gulton and Motor Lizard and planted the fruit seedlings in the dud pits. The last step was left to the Bud Crown. Under the watchful eyes of a group of Dragonites, the Bud Crown slowly floated forward. He gently raised his right hand, and the next second, a strong light shone on the land, and the fruit seedlings grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a fruit orchard full of fruits appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the Dragonites were stunned. They looked at the Bud Crown with admiration. This Pokemon is so powerful, Bud Crown has long been accustomed to this. He just smiled and returned to Naoki. "Okay, now you can pick fruits from these fruit trees," Naoki said to the Dragonite in front of him with a smile. "Aww." The Dragonites were very happy. They had never thought that they could grow fruits in this way. So magical, Naoki stayed on Dragonite Island for a while longer. Soon, he saw Dragonites flying over one after another, picking fruits from the trees and eating them. Some Dragonites would pick fruits and give them to the young Dragonite and Dratini. All Dragonites are like this. As Pokemon that live in groups, they will consciously take on the habit of taking care of their cubs when they grow up, until the cubs grow up to be dragons. Looking at the harmonious scene, Naoki felt that Dragonite was so cute. Compared to the 3-headed dragons in the neighboring region, the Dragonite family seemed so harmonious and friendly from top to bottom. Chubby claws, round bodies, big eyes. When they look at you, it seems that the whole world is bright. Before leaving the World Tree, Naoki found the Dragonites working on the ranch, and asked them to bring some fruit to Giratina outside. Although the Dragonites were puzzled, they still did it obediently. Each Dragonite held a bunch of fruit in its arms. They flew to the Flower Sky Island where Giratina was and happily gave the fruit to it. Giratina looked at the group of Dragonites he had just received with satisfaction. Good, sensible. These Dragonites will be taken care of by him from now on. Naoki stood under the World Tree and looked at the scene. In this way, he would not have to worry about the Dragonites being in danger when delivering goods outside. March 15th, 200th year of the League calendar. That morning, Naoki was at home searching the internet for information about the King Certificate, an item that allows Slowpoke to evolve into Slowking. The King Certificate, according to the internet, is a token of the king, and is not common, and can only be seen once in a while in the trading market. But this item is often in short supply, and most of the time it is bought by others as soon as it is put on the shelf. This item is quite popular in the market. Not only can Slowpoke evolve into Slowking through it, Mosquito-Queen can also evolve into Mosquito-King through it. After searching here, Naoki stopped, took out the Rotom phone, opened the online shopping app, and typed King Certificate in the search bar. The result was regrettable for him, but there was no store selling King Certificate on the app. At this moment, a video call from UCI came in. Seeing the name on it, Naoki was a little surprised. What did UCI want to do with him? He pressed the answer button, and the next second, UCI's face appeared on the other side of the screen. The chief champion greeted Naoki with a smile. Long time no see, Naoki. How are you doing recently? Everything is fine. Naoki noticed UCI's expression and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. What's wrong? UCI smiled. It's like this. I have something to ask of you. Hearing this, Naoki secretly said, as expected, he knew it. UCI continued, in recent months, the Padilla League has welcomed several champion-level trainers. As you know, if there is no accident, it will be difficult to continue to break through when the strength reaches this level. Naoki, so? UCI smiled and nodded. So, I will recommend your ranch to those champion-level trainers in the Padilla League. They may challenge you next time. Please take care of it when the time comes. Naoki, He couldn't help but complain. I always feel like I'm working for the Padilla Alliance in another way, and it's the kind without salary. Oh, don't say that. UCI smiled and said, if you need anything, you can ask the Padilla Alliance. Although you haven't joined the Padilla Alliance, everyone in the Padilla Alliance treats you as one of their own. Everyone calls you Extra Staff Champion. Having become familiar with Yessie, Naoki was not polite to her. He said with a strong sense, help me find a King's Certificate, and I will receive these champion-level trainers. King's Certificate? Isn't that the item that allows Mosquito-Queen to evolve into Mosquito-King? Yessie was surprised. Naoki nodded. Recently, a Slowpoke joined my ranch, and I want to use the King's Certificate to evolve it into Slowpoke. I see. Yessie nodded slightly. Then it's settled. I help you find the King's Certificate, and you help me receive those trainers. No problem. Naoki began to get ready in private. Champion-level trainer, right? The trials on his ranch were a little popular before. If you are interested, you can easily find the post and challenge the trial according to the strategy above. For example, send out a Pokemon with attributes that restrain the Mount Goat, let it accumulate strength, and then give the Mount Goat a fatal blow to pass the grass trial. This kind of thing is not difficult for champion trainers, because every champion has experienced countless Pokemon battles to achieve it. When facing the green grass trial, they only need to fight once to find a coping strategy. But it doesn't matter. Even if someone passes the green grass trial of the Goat Mount, there are still the doubles trials of Golden and Flutter waiting for them. After the call ended, UCI immediately called Qingmu. Soon, the call was connected, and UCI smiled and said, Qingmu, there is another new task for you to work hard. After this work is completed, you can get 3 days of paid vacation. At the same time, in Juatai City, in front of the gate of Padilla Academy, a boy about 15 or 16 years old looked at the special task issued by the chief champion on Rotom's mobile phone. Go to Naoki Ranch in Jichin Town, challenge and pass any trial, and the Padilla League will issue corresponding rewards based on the degree of your completion. The boy's name is Yangming, and he was a new champion-level trainer in the Padilla League a week ago. Since he joined the champion class, he has not received any special missions. Now seeing the commission issued by their chief champion himself, Yangming was very surprised. Naoki Ranch. What is that place? Is he going to a ranch in the countryside for a trial? The boy who became a champion trainer at the age of 16 could not help but frown. Although he was puzzled, Yangming still decided to go. At this time, his Rotom phone rang again. When he opened it, he found that it was a message from a friend, asking him what he was doing. Yangming did not hide the news that he had received a mission, and was going to a ranch to participate in the trial. However, soon, he received several exclamation marks from the other party. "Oh no, Naoki Ranch?" "Yaming, yes, you know that place?" "Oh no, of course, you have been traveling outside and don't go to the school forum, so you may not know that place is very famous." Then, Ono sent him a forum link. Yaming clicked on it, and saw a few big words. Hidden Boss of Campus Legend. Hidden Boss? Yaming couldn't help but frown, and he continued to look down. Every trainer in the Padilla region must understand that when you challenge all gyms, obtain all badges, and pass the championship of the Padilla League, it does not mean that your journey will end. It is said that somewhere in the Padilla region, there is a mysterious and powerful trainer. Only by challenging and defeating that person can you become the strongest trainer in Padilla. The person who is called the hidden boss of the Padilla region in this post is Naoki, the rancher of Naoki Ranch. He is a mysterious and powerful champion trainer. It is said that he has more than 20 years of travel experience, rich combat experience, and extremely powerful strength. After retiring, Naoki returned to his hometown, Zichin Town, where he ran a ranch and held trials with Pokemon for passing trainers to challenge, helping them practice combat skills and increase combat experience. The trials are the Grass Trial of the Goat Mount, the Lightning Trial of Babu Tupo, and the Storm Trial of Dragonite. In addition to these, there is also a finger-swinging test to test the luck of both parties. The more Yangming looked down, the more solemn his expression became. It seems that the rancher is indeed not an ordinary rancher. The goat mount that can make the green grass field only work for him, the huge vine whipped like a python, and the holy sword of grass. Are those self-created moves? And there is also the lightning test of Babu Tubo. That Babu Tubo can actually fly, and can also use a weapon similar to the giant forger's hammer, and can also inject electricity into the hammer, control the hammer to attack from behind, and hit the opponent by surprise. Dragonite's storm trial is even more exaggerated. Dragonite, which can create typhoons. The opponent has to fight in extreme stormy weather, and at this time, the Dragonite will also attack with terrifying thunder. Stormy weather greatly increases the hit rate of thunder moves. Once hit, even a king-level Pokemon will be electrocuted. If these descriptions are true, Yangming became more and more frightened, and immediately gave up the plan to challenge the storm trial without hesitation. His trump card is a Venusaur, which is completely restrained by storm. Then, there are only the lightning trial and the grass trial left. In comparison, Yangming feels that both are suitable for him to challenge. Venusaur has the poison attribute, which will restrain the Mount Goat, which only has the grass attribute. As a grass attribute Pokemon, Venusaur also has resistance to the electric attribute, and it can also transmit lightning to the ground through the Vine Whip, thereby greatly reducing the power of electric moves. Then it was decided, let's choose the lightning trial. Yangming was 70% sure that he could pass it, because his Bulbasaur had done special training for the electric attribute. The chief said that if he could pass a trial, then the chief would give them a generous reward. That was the chief champion respected and worshipped by all the people of Padilla. It was a very honorable thing to be able to receive her reward. Chapter 438. March 16th, 200th year of the Alliance calendar, spring. After receiving the task assigned by the chief champion, Yangming left Shutai City and set off for Zichin Town. However, when he arrived at that place, he accidentally got lost and couldn't find the location of Zishu Ranch. At this time, Yangming thought of the content of the strategy post on the campus forum. Zishu Ranch is located in the suburbs, a distance away from the town. If you can't find it, you can ask the local residents, because Zishu Ranch is very famous in the vicinity. In order to complete the chief's task, he decisively stopped an uncle who was driving by and asked him where to go to Zishu Ranch. The uncle was wearing a blue work suit and had a towel around his neck. His light bulb-like head poked out of the car window, and he answered with a bright smile. "Oh, you mean Naoki Ranch? You got the direction wrong. Naoki Ranch is in the east of the town. You ran to the south." The uncle pointed in the direction of the town and said, "Look, back to the town, go east from the road of the Zichin Market, and you will see a small road extending to the suburbs. Naoki Ranch is at the end of that road." "Okay, I got it." Yangming was very polite. "Thank you very much for your help, uncle." "Hey, you're welcome. I've met many people like you who want to visit Naoki Ranch." The uncle showed a simple smile on his face. Yangming, who was about to turn around and leave, was moved when he heard this. Besides him, are there many people who come to challenge Naoki Ranch? No, this can be seen from the post on the campus forum. Those people must be students of Padilla College. Perhaps it is for this reason that Naoki Ranch is so famous in the college. At this moment, Yangming was full of curiosity about Naoki Ranch. Seeing that this uncle seemed to know Naoki Ranch very well, maybe he could get more information about that person from him. Thinking of this, Yangming asked, "Uncle, do you know Naoki?" Upon hearing this, the uncle was no longer in a hurry to leave. He seemed to have a lot to say about this topic. "You mean Naoki? Of course I know him. He is the most famous rancher in our town. He has not been in the town for long, but he managed a deserted ranch successfully in just over a year. He also led the farmers in the town to believe in the Bud Crown King. All farmers blessed by the Bud Crown King will have a good harvest." The uncle talked endlessly. "Naoki is really amazing. The forest fire a year ago was put out by Naoki and his powerful Dragonite. They saved a lot of Pokemon. I heard that the Potty Alliance also awarded him a medal. Not only that, Naoki also founded Dragonite Express, and his cow and goat milk is also of high quality. Because of his arrival, our seaside town that relies on fishing for a living has become more and more lively. Almost every day, tourists and trainers are attracted here. Naoki, he is the lucky star of our entire town." The uncle's eyes lit up, as if he was extremely proud of Naoki in Jichin town. Yangming, are these exaggerated? Yangming looked thoughtful. If these are all true, then how legendary is the man named Naoki? Thinking of this, Yangming became more and more curious. He said goodbye to the uncle, and in order to rush to the ranch to see Naoki's face as soon as possible, Yangming took out a Pokeball. "Come out, Kickalin!" Accompanied by a flash of white light, a giraffe Pokemon with a long neck, more than 3 meters tall, and a headgear on its head appeared on this country road. Yangming turned over and rode on it, heading towards the destination. Soon, a ranch appeared at the end of the road. There seemed to be a fierce battle going on there. From a distance, Yangming saw a storm gathering above the ranch. As the wind surged, heavy rain fell from the sky, forming a terrifying storm. Yellow lightning was brewing in the clouds above, and Yangming recognized it as an electric thunder move at a glance. Although the lightning had not yet fallen, just hearing the rumbling sound could bring a strong sense of oppression to people. How terrifying! Is that the strength of a true champion-level trainer? Yangming couldn't help but mutter. Although they have become champion trainers according to the strength classification of the Padilla Alliance, everyone knows that champion trainers are not real champions. Compared with the top chief champion ECI, their strength is still one level behind. Chi-Chilin, speed up. Yangming gave an order, and Chi-Chilin under him increased his running speed. Soon, they arrived at the ranch. There was indeed a fierce battle going on there. It seemed that someone was going to arrive before him. Yangming looked closely, and saw a girl commanding a magic masked Meow to fight a Dragonite. Opposite the girl stood a man, with a calm and steady face. That man must be the rancher Naoki. At this time, the battle had come to an end. A fierce storm raged across the entire battlefield, and the storm formed by the energy of the flying attribute covered the magic masked Meow. This storm made the already wounded magic masked Meow lose its ability to fight. The storm gradually subsided. The younger sister Ai Guancher came forward with a bottle of live goat milk and fed it to the magic masked cat. Soon, the magic masked cat's injuries were healed. Unfortunately, you did not pass the storm test. While Naoki was talking to the girl, he noticed that there was another person coming from behind. Good, so strong. The girl seemed to have not recovered from the previous battle. Yangming recognized the girl who had arrived before him. He was quite surprised and said, "Nanako, how did you get here so quickly?" "Yangming?" The girl called Nanako turned around. She was not surprised to see the newcomer, but explained, "I happen to be in Jichin town, so I came here to challenge." "Are you here to challenge the trial as well?" Yangming nodded. Looking at Nanako's appearance, it was obvious that she had failed. Naoki looked at the two people in front of him with interest. It seemed that they knew each other. But considering the internal situation of the Padilla Alliance, the two of them should be considered colleagues, right? Nanako shifted her attention away from Yangming, checked the injuries on Magic Masked Meowth, and then raised her hand and asked, "Mr. Naoki, can I try other trials again?" "Of course." Naoki smiled and asked, "Which trial do you want to challenge this time?" Nanako rolled her eyes and looked around. At this time, there were many Pokemon from the ranch gathered around the battle site, and there were some Pokemon that looked stronger than Dragonite, Babu Dragon and Mount Goat. Nanako thought for a moment and asked, "By the way, Mr. Naoki, are there only the Green Grass Trial, Storm Trial, Lightning Trial and Finger Swing Trial in the ranch?" Naoki saw through the girl's thoughts at a glance. He smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "Not only that, in addition to these 4 trials, there are some hidden trials in the ranch, but only those who pass any of the 4 trials can be qualified to challenge. For example, the doubles trial of Golden and Flutter Wing. If the challenger still feels unsatisfied, then he will ask the crown of Buds and Giratina to come out and let them see the power of the true god. Hearing this, Nanako's eyes lit up. Hidden trial? Yangming was also very surprised. According to what he learned from the school forum, the current trials were already very exaggerated. He couldn't imagine how difficult the hidden trials would be. Naoki nodded slightly. That's right, but you are not qualified to challenge now. If you want to challenge, then defeat these Pokemon of mine first. Dragonite, Bubblehead and 3 Mount Goats stood behind him, looking at the 2 challengers with Naoki. Nanako was so curious. Mr. Naoki, can you let us see it in advance, please? However, Naoki was hard-hearted and chose to keep it secret. No! If you want to know, then challenge the trial. In that case, let's fight. This thought immediately popped up in Yangming's mind. Nanako, if you don't challenge the trial, let me fight Mr. Naoki. Yangming couldn't wait any longer. Hidden trial? He must be the first trainer to unlock the hidden trial of Naoki Ranch. Yangming, you are so rude. Nanako was quite disgusted. She wanted to continue to challenge the green grass trial, but Magic Masked Cat had just experienced a fierce battle and now needed to rest for a while to relieve the pressure. So Nanako gave up her position. Yangming walked to the battlefield. Now he could see that the rancher in front of him was of the same generation as their chief champion. Perhaps it was because the chief knew the other party that he asked Naoki to train, test, and temper these champion trainers so that they could continue to practice. He realized the chief's great intention. Mr. Naoki, please give me more advice. Yangming said seriously. Naoki nodded and asked, do you need me to introduce it to you? Yangming shook his head. No, I have already learned about it in advance. The content of the strategy post was very complete, and it recorded in detail the special abilities, self-created moves, fighting styles, and areas that need attention of each Pokemon in the 3 trials. It can be said that the trials created by Mr. Naoki are completely open to challengers, and are the experience summarized by countless predecessors. Although it is not fair to expose the cards to the opponent in a regular Pokemon battle, even so, no one has been able to pass the trial so far. What does this mean? There are only 2 possibilities. One is that Mr. Naoki is really invincible, and the other is that all challengers are useless. Yangming, Naoki doesn't know what this challenger thinks. He nodded and asked, okay, in that case, I won't say much. Your friend just challenged Dragonite Storm Trial. Which trial are you going to challenge now? Lightning Trial. Yangming answered without hesitation. Lightning Trial? Naoki was a little surprised, but he didn't say much, just nodded and said, Babu Tubo, it's your turn. Bammo! Accompanied by a crisp cry, a Babu Tubo with pink fur flew out from behind Naoki and flew to the battlefield. Yangming looked over. The Babudub had a red cape tied behind it, and held a small silver hammer in its hand, looking both cute and majestic. The Flying Babudub. Did it use electromagnetic levitation? This ability is not uncommon. Pokemon like Magnemite and Squirrel use electromagnetic levitation to float. But it is very rare to see it on Babudub. In that case, I send you out. Go Venusaur. Yangming took out a red and white ball and threw it. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon with a huge flower on its back, a toad-like appearance, and pimples all over its body appeared on the battlefield. Venusaur, the final evolution of Bulbasaur, the grass-attributed starter Pokemon in the Kanto region. This is Yangming's ace Pokemon. Starting with Bulbasaur, Yangming began to cultivate it towards the direction of omnipotence. It can attack or defend, and can interfere with the opponent or attack from the front. There are as many as 3 tactics on Venusaur alone. In order to prevent his opponent from being a master of reverse attributes, Yangming even conducted targeted electric shock training on Bulbasaur. In addition, Bulbasaur, who is a grass attribute, is naturally resistant to electric attribute attacks, so he is determined to win this battle. Swish! The elder brother, Aiguancher, who acted as the referee, blew the whistle on his neck. Babu Tubo vs Bulbasaur. The battle officially begins. Bulbasaur, use Hypnotic Powder. Yangming immediately gave the order, trying to gain the upper hand. Hearing the 3 words Hypnotic Powder, Naoki's heart moved, and subconsciously thought that this kid was going to use a dirty tactic to pass the lightning test. Venusaur also has the poison attribute, so is it going to start poisoning Bubchuck next? The Hypnotic Powder has already drifted out of Venusaur's flower. In this situation, Naoki chose to counter it. Bubchuck, fly upwards and avoid the coverage of the Hypnotic Powder. Bam! Bubchuck immediately flew to a higher position. Ming, who was below, saw this scene and immediately ordered Venusaur to chase. Flying Leaf Blade. Suddenly, a dense stream of leaf blades followed Babutubo closely. Babutubo turned around and noticed this scene. He clenched the small hammer in his hand, and lightning flashed on his body. A powerful electric energy instantly wrapped around Thor's hammer. Babutubo threw the hammer hard, and the hammer met the flying leaf knives. Those flying leaf knives that were originally rotating at high speed were instantly dispersed by the hammer, but the hammer did not stop, but flew directly to the Venusaur below. Vulpecula, get out of the way. Ming gave the order quickly. Channa. Bulbasaur also anticipated the danger in advance, and almost the moment the trainer spoke, it began to run to the side. Fortunately, it reacted in time, and the hammer brushed its leaves and fell behind. Seeing this scene, Naoki nodded gently. The next second, the floating Babutubo stretched out his hand, as if he had a telepathic connection. The hammer that fell on the ground began to shake violently, and then flew up out of thin air, as if it was attracted by something. It was the spitting hammer. Ming recognized it at a glance, and he shouted without hesitation, Vulpes, watch out behind you, use the vine whip. Channa. Vulpes also noticed the small hammer flying from behind. Two thick vine whips were quickly pulled out from both sides of its body, facing the hammer. Then, it caught it out of thin air. The two vine whips tightly wrapped around Thor's hammer, stopping its progress, and making it unable to move. Caught it. The move that had defeated countless challengers was found by him. Just thinking about this, Ming was very excited. However, soon, his pupil shrank, and he suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. A hammer is just a hammer. Losing the hammer does not mean that the Babuto has lost its means of attack. Sure enough, the next second, Ming saw that the Babuto gave up retracting the hammer and directly attacked Bulbasaur from the front with the hammer. Dazzling lightning burst out with the two Pokemon as the center. The strong electric current instantly flooded the entire battlefield. In the lightning, Venusaur's vine whip was forced to retract, and Babutubo held the hammer tightly, with lightning all over his body. It raised the hammer high and delivered the final blow to Venusaur below. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from the center of the battlefield. Venusaur was beaten and lost its combat ability before it even had time to use its vine whip to transfer electricity to the ground. That Babutubo is so fast! Nanako, who was watching, cried out in surprise. If it were her, could she pass this lightning test? The answer is no. When the smoke on the battlefield completely dissipated, Babutubo was floating in the air intact, while Venusaur was lying on the ground, its eyes turned into mosquito coils. It looked like it had lost its ability to fight. There were traces of being burned by electricity and large areas of blunt injuries on its body, which showed how powerful the Babutubo was. What a strong strength! Originally, Ming thought that the content in that post was exaggerated by netizens, but now, after he personally experienced the lightning trial, he realized that those descriptions were not exaggerated at all. He lost, and was defeated by Babutubo under the restraint of attributes, and even many tactics were not used in time. I'm sorry, you didn't pass the lightning trial. Naoki was accustomed to this scene. He smiled and watched his sister Ai Guancher deliver life-saving goat milk to the other party. Thank you for your hard work, Venusaur. You've done a great job. Ming comforted Venusaur, who was depressed because of losing the battle. It was the opponent who was too unreasonable. That Babutu was so small and cute, but it had so much strength in its body. Not only that, its speed was much faster than Venusaur. Do you want to continue? Naoki looked at the two trainers set by Yessie in front of him. Nanako shook her head subconsciously. After witnessing the whole process, she felt that she had no chance of winning. Ming nodded. Mr. Naoki, I want to continue the challenge. Please let me think about it for a while. Okay. Naoki has no objection. Ming fell into deep thought. Bulbasaur has fallen. With the strength of his remaining Pokemon, it is probably not a match for that Babuto. So, what if he starts with the other two trials? Ming suddenly thought of the descriptions of the green grass trial in that strategy post. The infinite recovery Mount Goat, the special Holy Sword of Grass, the powerful Vine Whip. As for the strategy of the green grass trial, there is only one possibility to pass it so far. That is to use meditation, dragon dance, sword dance and other moves to enhance the ability of Pokemon to the extreme, and then use the strongest move to attack the Mount Goat. As long as it can be defeated in one move, the endless grass field and super recovery of the Mount Goat will lose their effect. In addition, there is another way, that is to use provocation to put the Mount Goat into the provocation state, so that it can no longer use moves such as grass field and photosynthesis. But those Mount Goats are also very special, because the forum said that their grass field is almost instantaneous, and the entire battlefield will turn into a grass field at the moment the battle begins. The opponent's Pokemon had no chance to use provocation. In this case, we can only go back to the first method. And there happened to be a Pokemon that met the requirements next to him. Thinking of this, Yangming opened his eyes and said to Naoki firmly, "Mr. Naoki, I have made up my mind. Next, I will challenge the green grass trial." Green grass trial? Naoki looked at the goat behind him and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yeah." Yangming nodded. "Okay." Naoki said, "However, unlike the other two trials, the battle mode of the green grass trial is 3v3. You can use 3 Pokemon until all the goats lose their combat ability, and then you can pass." 3? Yangming nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Please start." Seeing the expression of the boy opposite, Naoki guessed that he had already thought of a response strategy. He was a little curious in his heart. What method would Yangming use to challenge the green grass trial? The battle officially began. Naoki's mount goat walked to the battlefield. In the first battle, Yangming sent out a Pokemon that surprised Naoki. It had a small body, but was covered with large pieces of fluffy and soft cotton. It was Wind Fairy, a Pokemon with fairy and grass attributes. At the beginning of the battle, the mount goat instantly released a green grass field that covered the entire battlefield. Yangming ordered the Wind Fairy to use Tailwind. Tailwind, a flying move that creates a tailwind for a period of time, increasing the speed of all Pokemon on the team. Seeing this scene, Naoki narrowed his eyes. Downwind? Interesting. Mount Goat, Vine Whip. In response, Naoki chose to defeat the enemy with force. "Me?" The Mount Goat cried out, and 2 huge vine whips as thick as pythons flew out and rushed towards the Wind Fairy at a very fast speed. Seeing this terrifying move, the Wind Fairy let out a panic cry, and the next second, the 2 vine whips intertwined and trapped it. Seeing that the vine whip was about to strangle the Wind Fairy, the Wind Fairy squeezed out from the gap with the advantage of its petite body. Seeing this, Yangming took the opportunity to order, "Wind Fairy, use Sunny Day." The Wind Fairy exerted its strength, and under the influence of the tailwind, its body floated around the field like a dandelion. At first, Naoki didn't know what the opponent wanted to do by sending the Wind Fairy. But with the use of Sunny Day, he reacted instantly. Yangming was providing an advantageous battle environment for the next Pokemon. Realizing this, Naoki ordered without hesitation, "Mount Goat, don't give it a chance, use Leaf Blade." "Me?" After the command was given, the grass energy in the goat's mouth surged wildly, and in almost an instant, a huge grass holy sword automatically condensed into shape. The next second, the goat's body shot out like an arrow, and in just a moment, it defeated the Wind Fairy who was using the Sunny Day. Yangming's heart was already in his throat, and he looked up at the sky nervously. The sunlight gradually became stronger, the temperature began to rise, and the golden sunlight fell on the earth. Seeing this, Yangming was delighted. Yes, Sunny Day was used successfully. "Come back, Wind Fairy, your mission has been completed, thank you for your hard work." Yangming took out the Pokeball, and took back the Wind Fairy. At this moment, he had a chance of winning. "Are you going to use a fire attribute Pokemon to defeat the Mount Goat in one move?" Naoki nodded. "That's a good idea. If so, show me." So far, only Dondi has passed the green grass trial. Now Naoki was very curious whether there would be a second trainer who passed the green grass trial today. Otherwise, he would think that the difficulty of the green grass trial was too exaggerated, and planned to reduce the difficulty. "Yes." Yangming nodded seriously. In order to live up to the expectations of the chief, he would go all out in today's battle. In the second battle, Yangming sent out a Leafeon. The battle started again. Although he was looking forward to a second person passing the green grass trial, Naoki did not deliberately let it go. So, at the beginning of the battle, he directly gave the Mount Goat an attack order. One more time. The Mount Goat started its opening move. Yangming looked at the grass energy surging from the Mount Goat's mouth, and cold sweat began to appear on his palms, but he remained calm and gave orders to Leafeon. "Leafeon, listen carefully, don't confront the Mount Goat head-on next time, use Sword Dance once you have the chance, and then use your substitute to dodge the attack, until you can't hold on, then use the baton immediately." "You?" Leaflet also felt the strength of the opponent at this moment. At this moment, the Mount Goat rushed towards Leaflet again, with a leaf blade in its mouth. According to the trainer's order, Leaflet used its substitute almost instantly, leaving a small dinosaur doll on the spot, and its real body disappeared on the spot. The moment the substitute ended, Leaflet seized the opportunity, and used Sword Dance. At the same time, the Mount Goat's holy sword of grass instantly defeated Leaflet's substitute. What is that guy planning to do? Nanako, who was watching the game, couldn't help but frown. At this time, Naoki had already seen Yangming's plan. Is the substitute plus sword dance also to pave the way for the next step? If you remember correctly, Leafeon can use the move of Baton. Baton is a move of general attributes. It allows Pokemon and reserve Pokemon to directly exchange on the field. What's more amazing is that the replaced Pokemon can directly inherit its ability changes. Whether it was a Tailwind, a Sunny Day, or a Sword Dance, they were all paving the way for the last Pokemon to come on stage. Interesting. This was the first time that Naoki had met a trainer who used this tactic in real life. It was indeed a region of talent in Padia. Thinking so in his mind, he gave an order without mercy. Mount Goat, use your Vine Whip to sweep the surroundings with all your strength. After using a substitute, Pokemon will not disappear out of thin air, but will appear in other directions on the battlefield. The substitute little dinosaur was just an item they created using energy to confuse their opponents. The command was given, and the Mount Goat burst out with an extremely terrifying grass energy. The energy turned into 2 huge Vine Whips, and with the Mount Goat as the center, it began to carry out an indiscriminate sweeping attack on the entire battlefield. Looking at this scene, both Yangming and Nanako opened their eyes wide. Nanako murmured, "What is going on?" Yangming felt his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and he quickly shouted, "Dig, use dig!" Ee. On the field, Leafeon saw the 2 Vine Whips that looked like electric fans, and the whole EE was frightened. Until it heard the trainer's voice, it hurriedly used dig and crawled into the ground. Naoki, Mount Goat, used Stomp to force it out. The Mount Goat retracted the Vine Whip, its eyes became sharp, and then stomped its front feet heavily on the ground. The next second, the entire battlefield began to tremble violently. Boom! The leafy bot, which was underground, was squeezed by the soil and had to drill out of the ground. Waiting for it on the ground was the huge whip of its Mount Goat. Leafy Bot looked up at the huge whip in front of it and jumped up from the ground in fear. Booey! Seeing that the whip was about to hit him, Leafy Bot used his last stand. At this moment, after using 2 stands in a row, it was almost exhausted. What did the trainer just say? When you can't hold on any longer, use the baton. Booey! Leaflet didn't hesitate at all, and used the baton directly. Its body turned into a ray of light, and automatically returned to the Pokeball, replacing the Pokemon inside. Leaflet, next, it's up to you, and in that light, a Pokemon covered in purple armor, with purple flames burning on its blade-shaped arms, like a ghost, appeared at the position where Leaflet last appeared. That is, Blue Blade Ghost. Yangming immediately threw a bead at Blue Blade Ghost. The bead landed on Blue Blade Ghost, and instantly burst into a dazzling light. In the light, Blue Blade Ghost's body was covered by Tai Jing energy. A candlestick and a flame appeared above its head. That was the symbol of Tai Jing Fire. The current Blue Blade Ghost was no longer an ordinary Blue Blade Ghost. It was the complete Tai Jing Fire Blue Blade Ghost that inherited Leafeon's 2 sword dances, Wind Fairy's Typhoon and Sunny Day. Seeing this scene, Naoki couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What a promising young man, he sighed. Although he also had a Taijing Zoo that could make his Mount Goat Taijing, he didn't carry it with him, but kept it at home. It was impossible to interrupt the battle, and go find it now. This is our last strength, Mr. Naoki, please help us test it. Yangming's eyes burned with raging fire. Blue Flame Blade Ghost, use the Regret Sword. Mount Goat, we're coming too, Naoki whispered. The command was given, and the 2 Pokemon moved at the same time. A huge grass holy sword condensed in the mouth of the Mount Goat. The Blue Blade Ghost gently pressed his forehead against his sword, as if gathering his memories of the world on the tip of the sword. A blazing purple flame burned on its body, and then it swung the sword and slashed at the Mount Goat. The powerful flame energy and the grass energy of the Mount Goat continued to collide and offset each other, and finally reached the critical value, and a violent explosion occurred. The entire battlefield was submerged in strong light, and the scorching waves of fire spread in all directions. Yangming was extremely nervous. Can he win? After a moment, he got the answer. On the battlefield, the powerful Mount Goat fell to the ground, while his Blue Flame Blade Ghost stood not far away, looking at the Mount Goat calmly. Win! Yangming was extremely excited. However, the next second, a large amount of green grass energy surged out of the green grass field. This energy entered the body of the Mount Goat, and in the blink of an eye, the Mount Goat stood up again from the ground. Yangming, question mark. How could this happen? Yangming opened his mouth wide, What an exaggerated recovery effect, Naoki. How could the Mount Goat, which was favored by nature, fall so easily? They were chosen by the World Tree, just like the grass in this world, with endless life. But there is no need to continue, because no one can defeat the Mount Goat that will never fall. Naoki recognized the will and spirit of this young man, and did not mind giving him some slack. Come back, Mount Goat. He called back the Mount Goat. We lost this battle. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Naoki continued with a smile. There are two more. Yang Ming was slightly stunned, as if he understood something, and then nodded heavily. I understand. The Mount Goat collided with the Azure Blade Demon again. 5 minutes later, with the fall of the last Mount Goat, the second trainer who passed the green grass trial was born. Nanako opened her eyes wide in shock. You actually passed. Yang Ming tried to stay calm and composed. This is the result of the joint efforts of my Pokemon, Sylph, Leafeon, Venusaur, Blade, thank you. After defeating the powerful enemy, the Pokemon were as happy as their trainers. And Naoki smiled at the young man and said, Congratulations, you have successfully passed the green grass trial. As a reward, you can get the magical fruit wine brewed by me. However, Yang Ming didn't care much. He turned around and looked at Naoki, ready to try the hidden trial in the ranch in one go. Mr. Naoki, can you tell me what the hidden trial in the ranch is now? Hearing this, Naoki was slightly stunned and asked with interest, Do you really want to know? Yes. Yang Ming nodded quickly. I really can't do anything about you, but since you have passed the green grass trial, it means that you have the qualifications to challenge it. Naoki turned around and looked at Gulton. Ah, gah. Gulton came forward in sync. Naoki introduced them to the two. This is Gulton. The next trial is the ancient trial. The content of the trial is to fight against Gulton. However, unlike other trials, you can find teammates to form a doubles battle in this trial, and Gulton will also have a teammate at the same time, and the rules are 2v2 mode. Of course, it's no problem for you to command your two Pokemon to doubles. Looking at the Pokemon named Gulton in front of him, Yang Ming's eyes were excited, and he planned to challenge it in one go. I want to give it a try. Okay. Naoki smiled slightly, but didn't say much. He returned to the battlefield, and Yang Ming still sent out the Azure Blade Ghost. The battle officially began. The Azure Blade Ghost tried to use the Regret Sword to attack Gulton, but before it could make a move, Gulton had already arrived in front of it. With a claw swing, the Azure Blade Ghost was hit, and lost its combat ability. Yang Ming, ? Great, so strong. Nanako opened her mouth in disbelief, with a look of shock. This Pokemon is even stronger than the three Mount Goat and Dragonite just now. At this moment, both Yang Ming and Nanako understood what Naoki had said before, that they were not qualified to challenge the hidden trial before passing the three trials. That Gulton was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. Its strength might have reached another level. Mr. Naoki, is this the hidden trial in the ranch? Nanako asked with a trembling voice. Naoki thought about it carefully, and then shook his head and said, No, in addition to Gulton's ancient trial, there are several other trials, but those. Let's talk about them after you defeat Gulton. Defeat Gulton? Doesn't that mean that the remaining Pokemon in the trial are stronger than Gulton? Gulton's strength has exceeded their imagination. They dare not even think about the strength of the remaining Pokemon. The two looked around, trying to find a Pokemon stronger than Gulton among the Pokemon around them. Naoki saw their thoughts, but did not explain. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand. The elder brother Ai Guancher understood, turned around and left, and soon came back with 3 glasses of fruit wine. Take it. This is your reward for passing the trial. As the second trainer to pass, the other 2 bottles are my extra rewards for you. I'm glad you let me see a wonderful battle. Your wisdom and courage are really admirable, Naoki said. Yang Ming looked down at the 3 bottles of fruit wine. Nanako noticed the keyword second. She asked in surprise, Could it be that someone has passed the trial before this guy? Naoki nodded slightly. Yes, that is a very powerful trainer. Is it the chief? Nanako asked in surprise. In the Padia region, the chief is the most powerful trainer. Naoki shook his head. No, the chief is busy with work and has no time to challenge the trial. Nanako nodded in shock. Naoki introduced the effects of these fruit wines to Yang Ming one by one. At first, Yang Ming and Nanako thought it was just ordinary fruit wine. Until they heard from Naoki that these fruit wines can increase the resistance of Pokemon to abnormal conditions, they immediately showed shocked expressions on their faces. Really? Of course. Naoki said, This is the fruit wine I brewed using my family's secret method. It combines the essence of tree fruits and can improve the physical fitness of Pokemon and help them grow better. Awesome! Nanako exclaimed, looking at the fruit wine with envy. She also wanted it, but she couldn't pass the trial yet. And her Pokemon were all grass attribute Pokemon, so she couldn't use the same tactics as Yangming. Ah, what a headache. Compared to Nanako's depression, Yangming was much calmer. Thank you very much, Mr. Naoki, but this is too expensive, I can't accept it, and the chief has already prepared a reward for me. Naoki was very surprised to hear this. Huh? This guy is quite interesting. This is the reward you deserve. Naoki said, every trainer who passes will get it. It is my gift to the brave. Hearing this, Yangming opened his mouth, and then accepted the fruit wine seriously. Thank you, Mr. Naoki. Mr. Naoki is indeed a great man, just like the rumor circulating in the town. Soon after sending off the two challengers, Naoki soon received a video call from Yessie. How is it? Naoki smiled and said, the trainer named Yangming is quite interesting. In addition to Dondi, he is also the first trainer to pass the green grass trial. Naoki described what happened today in detail. After listening, Yessie's eyes showed a strange glow. In that case, this trainer's talent is very good. So where is my king's certificate? Naoki asked. Don't worry. Yessie smiled and said, I have asked Qingmu to find it for you. Naoki. Don't tire Qingmu out. When I saw him before, I felt that he was exhausted. However, hearing this, Yessie smiled and said, Qingmu has been very energetic recently. I've heard that he often buys that magical goat milk from your ranch. And the people in the sales department also told me that Qingmu's work efficiency has increased several times after drinking goat milk. Speaking of this, Yesii suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot one thing, Naoki. Do you want to cooperate with me? Naoki was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. What cooperation? Yesii, sell the goat milk in your ranch to the Padilla Alliance. We can order it at a high price. Naoki, ahem, let's forget about this. Naoki decisively rejected Yes's proposal. He didn't want to become Yes's accomplice. Relying on external objects to improve energy for a short period of time is okay, but if you do this for a long time, it will be harmful to your body. Hearing this, Yessie was very surprised. Huh? Will it be harmful? I saw that Aoki was full of energy, and I thought that the goat milk in your ranch was coffee without side effects. Goat milk does have no side effects, but people always need to take a good rest. If you work every day with goat milk, you will be too much like a machine. Thinking of this, Naoki nodded seriously and said, everything is addictive, so it is better to be natural, unless you really need it, or you plan to replenish your body. Okay then. After hearing that drinking goat milk for a long time will be addictive, Yesii gave up this plan. If there is nothing else, I will hang up first. Naoki was worried that Yessie would not change his evil intentions, and wanted to continue talking to him about how to exploit poor workers. However, Yessie talked about another thing. By the way, Naoki, are you and Chishu on good terms? Naoki was a little surprised. What's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing. Yessie shook her head. I just feel like you two are very familiar with each other. She would occasionally go to see what her gym leader was doing. After hearing that Chishu started live streaming, Yessie once went to take a look out of curiosity. At that time, in the live broadcast room, she saw Chishu there implicitly advertising Chishu Ranch. After thinking for a while, Chishu said, maybe Chishu comes to the ranch more often. Most of the other gym leaders have only come once, and Chishu is the one who has come the most. Is that so? Yesii nodded thoughtfully. The woman's intuition told her that the situation here must be unusual, because as far as she knew, Chishu was not the kind of gym leader who worked hard to improve his strength. After a brief thought, Yesii asked, did Chishu challenge the trial when he went there? Chishu thought about it and nodded, yes. This is even more strange, Yesii thought. Looking at Chishu opposite, she suddenly had an incredible guess in her mind. Chishu couldn't be. Seeing Yesii's expression, Chishu was a little surprised. What's wrong? Yesii came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head. It's okay, the next challenger will also be in your hands. I have something else to do, so let's not talk about it now, and we talk later. After hanging up the phone, Yesii showed a curious expression on her face. She planned to go back and test Chishu's attitude. If it was really as she guessed, she wouldn't mind being a matchmaker. If the two of them were together, Naoki would stay in the Padilla area, and she wouldn't have to worry about Naoki moving to other areas. When they get married, she could also attend and be a witness. At this moment, Yesii thought a lot. A talent like Naoki must have excellent children. Those are the future talents of the Padilla region. 3 days later, the Padilla Alliance headquarters. Yang Ming walked into the tall building in a suit. 3 days ago, he reported to the chief that he had passed the trial. And the chief also gave him a reward as promised before. A generous bonus, plus a promotion to the Padilla Alliance sales department. Yang Ming felt extremely honored about this. He walked into the sales department building with expectations for his new job and vision for the future. In the office, Yang Ming saw a very famous figure. That person was his senior, the owner of Jinhui Dojo, and Mr. Aoki, the Flying King. Yang Ming was delighted. Is he going to become a colleague with his senior? He happily walked up and greeted Aoki. Good morning, senior. I am Yang Ming, a newly transferred sales department employee. Please take care of me. Aoki, He looked at the young man with a tired face. The young man who was always full of energy and spirit. I really miss him. Aoki nodded to the young man and said, well, hello, I have something to do. Let's talk next time. Ah, okay, senior. Yang Ming quickly made way, and watched the figure of the senior gradually go away. Chapter 439. On March 21st, 200th year of the Alliance calendar, Naoki met Aoki again. This is the king's certificate that the chief asked me to give you. I have delivered it. Aoki was wearing a black suit. The black leather shoes on his feet were stained with a little dust, and were no longer shiny. His young face revealed a trace of fatigue, and the whole person looked very listless. As soon as he saw Aoki, Naoki remembered what Yesi said about Aoki buying his goat milk online to refresh himself for overtime work. At this moment, looking at Aoki like this, Naoki couldn't help but say, Excuse me, Mr. Aoki, would you like to come in and sit for a while, have a cup of tea and rest? Aoki shook his head tiredly. No, the things have been delivered, my work is done, and now it's time to go home. After completing this mission, he got 3 days of paid vacation. Next, Aoki planned to use these 3 days to have a good rest at home. Okay then. Naoki nodded, and could only watch Aoki turn around and leave. After all, for the working man Aoki, home is the most comfortable place. Naoki did not look away until Aoki's back disappeared at the end of the road. He looked down at the key item needed for the evolution of Slowking in his hand, the King's Certificate. The King's Certificate in reality is not much different from the one in the game. Both are a golden crown, but it seems to be very old, with traces of erosion by time. This thing should be the crown of an ancient king, the proof of the king. Perhaps because it has been shrouded in the aura of the king for a long time, it has a trace of the power of the king. It is because Slowpoke and Galemon absorbed this power that they were able to transform into the kings of the Slowpoke and Galemon tribes. Now that they have the King's Certificate, they only need to find a shelter that is willing to coexist with Slowpoke, and Slowking will be born. Compared to the King's Certificate, it is much easier to find Shelder. Because Shelder is a very common Pokemon, they usually live in the sea. Naoki used the Rotom phone to check before, and he found that Shelder can be seen on the seashore in the Padilla region. It just so happens that the town of Shichin is close to the Padilla West Sea. Then, let's go to the beach to find Shelder and help Slowpoke evolve into Slowking. Naoki found Slowpoke's Pokeball, and then went to the World Tree to bring Slowpoke out. I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Naoki took the diving equipment he bought before, and found the AI Guancher brother and sister before leaving, and told them that he was going out. AI. The brother and sister nodded, saying that they would take care of everything. Then I leave it to you. Naoki reached out, and touched the brothers and sisters' heads. He turned around and looked around to see what other Pokemon were doing. The EVs were playing hide-and-seek in the pasture, Babu's parents were looking after the hens in the chicken coop, Farfetch was exercising in the onion garden, and Dragonite and the others were out working. Most of the remaining Pokemon were playing in the Snorlax Park on the other side of the river. After talking to the Ami and her brother, Naoki took Gul'dan to the beach in Zurchin Town, where they looked for Shelder's traces. In the pasture, Motorcycle Lizard looked at Gul'dan's back with envy. Gul'dan was so reliable that he could help Naoki with anything. Compared to Gul'dan, it was so useless. Even if it tried to become stronger and practiced its moves, it couldn't help Naoki. For a moment, Motorcycle Lizard didn't know what the point of doing those things was. KO. It sighed sadly, and lay on the grass in a daze. It would be better if it didn't think about that kind of thing. The more it thought about it, the sadder Motorcycle Lizard became. In the end, it was completely enveloped by an inexplicable emotion. The sky was blue, the water was clear, and the sun was bright. The endless sea was calm, and occasionally a few long-winged gulls could be seen flapping their wings across the sea, then folding their wings and staying on the beach. "Come out, Slowpoke!" Accompanied by a flash of white light, the figure of Slowpoke appeared on the beach. It still opened its eyes blankly and looked forward dully. After a long while, Slowpoke seemed to realize that its position had changed, and it opened its cream-colored mouth. "What?" Naoki put the crown of the king that Aoki sent on Slowpoke's head. Slowpoke with the crown on his head continued to be in a daze. Naoki observed it for a while, and felt it was perfect. It's true that the crown of the king is quite suitable for Slowpoke. Except that Slowpoke's eyes are a little wise, everything else is good. Next, it's time to start looking for a shelter that matches Slowpoke. Naoki looked around with Gulton, and then he couldn't find a shelter on the beach after searching for a while. There were no other Pokemon on the Golden Beach except for a few sea squirrels and resting long-winged gulls. Seeing this, Naoki asked Gulton to switch to the wave-breaking form. Suddenly Gulton, which was originally in the riding form, changed again. It opened its palms, making it suitable for swimming, and its curled tail stretched out, and the tire on its chest acted as an airbag. Gulton, which transformed into the wave-breaking form, came to the sea, and its appearance was like a rideable jet ski. Naoki picked up Slowpoke, rode on Gulton, and rushed towards the sea. When they were some distance away from the coast, Naoki stopped Gulton. Although Gulton could swim, it couldn't dive. If it stayed in there for a minute or two, it would be fine. If it stayed there for a long time, even a legendary Pokemon would drown. Therefore, Naoki touched Gulton's head and said to it, "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon." "Aw gaw." Gulton knew he couldn't help, so he nodded his big head. Naoki put on his diving suit, and then dived into the sea with Slowpoke. The seabed was azure blue, and the sun shone through the sea surface onto the seabed, casting a sparkling scene. There were all kinds of coral reefs and seaweeds on the bottom of the water, and countless water-attributed Pokemon were swimming leisurely among them. The heart-like Nanimambo, groups of weaklings, white sea shrews, and fluorescent fish with a faint glow on their bodies. Naoki's eyes swept from below. Shelter Pokemon often live on the seabed near the coast. They use their tongues to dig the sand on the seabed to find food. At night, they hide in the holes they dug and sleep in them. So, if you want to find shelter, you should focus on the sand on the seabed. Naoki carried Slowpoke on his back and continued to dive. During this time, he passed by a spectacular school of smelts. The smelt sensed the strange smell and scattered as if frightened. Although there are many weaklings, they are not enough to form a sea monster, so when facing the enemy, this group of weak Pokemon will still choose to run away. Speaking of weaklings, this is really an interesting Pokemon. They are very weak in individual form, and will be regarded as food by most Pokemon, such as King Whale, which is said to eat 30 tons of weaklings a day. But once the number of weaklings is large enough, they will organize into a huge formation to fight the enemy. It is said that when the smelts work together to transform into this form, they will have the power of a sea monster. Even a naturally ferocious Pokemon like Gyarados will flee from these smelts. Naoki took out his Rotom phone and filmed the smelts swimming in the azure sea. After a while, the smelts seemed to realize that there was no danger, so they slowly swam back and floated around in the surrounding waters. "Rotom, please ask these smelts if there are any shelters living here," Naoki said to Rotom. When Rotom Technology Company first developed the Rotom mobile phone, it specially added a waterproof function, so even in deep water, the Rotom mobile phone can still be used normally. "Got it, Rotom." Rotom responded, and then flew forward, found a trout, and forwarded Naoki's words to it. The trout were scared at first, but after hearing Rotom's words, they looked at the human carefully, and then replied cautiously, Rotom mobile phone automatic transcoding translation. "There are shelters here. They are all in the sand, Lodo." Shelters usually don't hurt the Squidwards. The two Pokemon are not natural enemies, and have a relatively harmonious relationship with each other. Therefore, the Squidwards have some impression of the shelters on the seabed. "In the sand?" Naoki looked down at the sand on the seabed and nodded. "I see, thank you." He took out 2 raw eggs from his pocket and cracked them. The transparent egg liquid immediately spread in the seawater. A few mullets smelled the smell, and then swam up carefully and ate the egg white and yolk. Soon, more mullets were attracted. 2 eggs were not enough for them to eat, so Naoki took out a small bottle of milk and opened it to let the mullets eat. This time, the mullets were no longer afraid of Naoki. They all came to the mouth of the glass bottle and drank the milk floating out of it. "Eat it, eat it!" Naoki watched this scene with a smile. The fish that usually only eat plankton and seaweed have never eaten such delicious food, and their eyes lit up. When the bottle of milk was finished, the fish looked at Naoki with a different look. This time, a few smart fish actually started to lead the way. The rest of the fish followed suit, forming a huge school of fish, swimming in front of Naoki and signaling him to follow. Seeing this, Naoki was very surprised. "Are you going to lead me?" The group of tuna made a sound like the stirring of the sea. "Rotom, yes, Lotom." Naoki didn't expect this to happen, and a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face. He followed the group of tuna and continued to dive until he reached the bottom of the sea. There was white sand everywhere, and mottled light and shadows swayed gently on the bottom of the water, presenting a bizarre scene. Some sea rats live here. They have long, white and slender bodies and look like sea eels. As Naoki approached, the sea shrews timidly retreated into the rocks where they hid. The school of smelts did not stop, so Naoki followed them and continued to move forward. After passing through this white sand area, a coral reef composed of rocks and corals appeared in front of him. On a large rock on the seabed, Naoki finally found the trace of the shelter. Found it. Naoki was very excited. In this way, Slowpoke could be born. He looked back at the Slowpoke lying on his back, ready to approach a shelter to ask its thoughts. If the other party agrees, then evolve first, and then degenerate if you feel it is not suitable after evolution. The relationship between Slowpoke and Shelter is very special, and their evolution is different from other Pokemon. This kind of symbiotic evolution can degenerate at any time. Just take off the Shelter biting Slowpoke, and you can make the evolved Slowpoke or Slowpoke degenerate into Slowpoke and Shelter. The group of weaklings stopped not far away. They did not approach or leave, but stayed there and curiously observed the behavior of the human. Naoki swam forward with Slowpoke on his back. The Shelter was half opening its shell, with a pair of eyes inside the dark shell, and a pink tongue sticking out of it. However, before Naoki got close, the alert Shelter spotted him. With a muffled sound of snap, Shelter immediately clamped the shell tightly, and as the two shells continued to open and close, Shelter swam quickly to the back. And while running away, it seemed to have spit out something. Naoki looked closely and found that it was actually a beautiful pearl. Naoki, It seems that what the Pokemon Encyclopedia says is true. Shelter will spit out its pearl because it is in the way. The Shelter ran away, and Naoki could only look at other Shelters. And at this moment, Naoki suddenly felt that Slowpoke behind him moved. He turned around in confusion, and saw Slowpoke jump down by itself. Its originally dull eyes seemed to be attracted by something, and it slowly moved its limbs and swam towards the target. Naoki followed Slowpoke's gaze, and saw a bubbling Sheldoodle on a protruding rock. The pearl that Sheldoodle had just dropped just landed on the shell of this bubbling Sheldoodle. Slowpoke swam in front of Sheldoodle, and stopped there. Its eyes moved up, and stared at the beautiful pearl with a dull look. Sheldoodle, who was sleeping with its shell closed, seemed to sense something unusual. It slowly opened its shell, and just as it opened its eyes, it saw a strange pink Pokemon suddenly appear in front of it. Shelter was startled, and instinctively drove it to use the shell clamp attack directly on Slowpoke. Shelter bit Slowpoke's head instantly. The next second, countless bubbles emerged from the seawater, and a dazzling light burst out from the junction of the two Pokemon. The light of evolution instantly submerged the two Pokemon, and in the light, Shelter and Slowpoke's bodies gradually merged into one. When the light dissipated, a brand new Pokemon appeared in front of Naoki and the group of trout. It was a king Pokemon that stood on two legs, with an orange and white umbrella-like structure around its neck, and a giant shell crown on its head. Its eyes were full of wisdom, but it still looked very silly. Naoki, Is this Slowking? Why does it still look not so smart? Slowking cast its eyes on him, opened its mouth, and spit out a string of bubbles. Naoki was slightly stunned. Was that Slowking talking just now? Rotom, can you help me translate? He looked at his Rotom phone. However, the Rotom phone translated a garbled text. Cannot translate Lodo. Skin Slowking. Naoki changed the question. Rotom, Slowking, known as the Sage of the Sea, is always calm and at ease. In some areas, there is a saying that goes ask Slowking if you get lost. It is well known for its intelligence. Although Slowking will help solve any problem, no one can understand its language, Lodo. Naoki, So did Slowking create a language system after evolving? Anyway, Slowking has evolved successfully. Although the evolution method is a bit strange, looking at the current appearance of Slowking, it seems that he and Shelter get along well. Probably? Slowking, do you still recognize me? Naoki swam in front of Slowking, pointed at himself and asked. Slowking looked at him with wise eyes, and then nodded slightly. Of course it remembered that it was this human named Naoki who brought it here, and helped it evolve into Slowking. But who is it? Where is it? Why does this world exist? Slowking didn't understand, and couldn't help but fall into thinking about the world. Naoki looked up and said to Slowking, "Let's leave here first, let's go back to the ranch." Slowking thought of everything on the world tree, nodded, and said a string of words that Naoki couldn't understand. As Naoki and Slowking swam upstream, he recalled the plot related to Slowking in the anime. If he remembered correctly, in the movie Lugia's Birth, there was a Slowking living on Asia Island. That Slowking was very special. Not only could it predict the future, but it could also speak human language. So the question was, could all Slowkings learn this, or was it that only that special Slowking in the world could learn human speech? Naoki was not sure, and he decided to have a good chat with this Slowking after returning to the ranch. Since the mobile Rotom could not translate, he tried to translate the melon seed crisps. Chapter 440. Before surfacing, Naoki looked at the group of trout that led the way for him. The eyes of trout are wet and glowing, which makes them look very pitiful and cute. In addition, trout are very weak, so they are born with a kind of pitiful temperament that makes people love them. Naoki reached out and touched his pocket, took out the last bottle of Moo Moo milk, opened the bottle cap, and let the milky white liquid flow into the sea. Seeing this scene, the trout were very happy and rushed forward to drink the milk. Looking at this group of cute little fish Pokemon, Naoki's heart moved, and he immediately asked, "Weakling fish, do you want to come back and live with me?" The group of weakling fish quickly shared the milk, and when they heard this, they all looked at Naoki. "Even if you go to my territory, there will be no Pokemon there that will hurt you, and I will also teach you to grow seaweed on the seabed. As long as you are willing to spend a little time to take care of them, you don't have to worry about going hungry in the future," Naoki said with a smile. Water-attributed Pokemon like the Weevil are so cute, and not only that, they can lead the way for him. Naoki wanted to invite them to settle back on Dragonite Island, firstly to thank them for helping him find the shellfish, and secondly to enrich the ecology of the nearby seas and establish a complete ecosystem. The Weevilfish now completely trust the human in front of them, and they happily agreed to hear this. Seeing this, Naoki happily took out the Pokeball and put the Weevilfish in it. But the number of weaklings was too huge. There were at least 100 of them in front of him, and the Pokeballs were not enough. After a little thought, Naoki asked the weaklings to wait here, and then floated to the surface. Golden was playing with the seawater with his claws out of boredom. Hearing the movement from the sea not far away, it quickly raised its head and looked over there. "Ah, gah!" Golden immediately swam over quickly. Naoki reached out and touched its big head, then dialed the number of the Bud Crown King with a Rotom phone, intending to ask him to use his superpowers to directly transfer these weaklings to the World Tree. Soon, the call was connected. After hearing Naoki's plan, the Bud Crown King said nothing. He used instant teleportation to the beach of Jichin Town, and then used his superpowers again to transfer all the weaklings, Slowking, Naoki, and Gul'dan to the World Tree. On Dragonite Island, the Dragonites who were sitting on the beach eating tree fruits were shocked by this sudden change. They all breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Naoki's appearance clearly. It was Naoki. Naoki said hello to the Dragonites, and then threw the group of tilapia into the sea. He jumped into the water and said to the group of tilapia, "From now on, this place is your new home. There is no danger here. Stay here without worry." The group of tilapia looked around and found no danger in the sea, which meant that what Naoki said was true. A sea without danger. The group of tilapia also saw lush water plants and seaweeds growing on the seabed. There are so many foods. Is this heaven? The faces of the fish were filled with happiness. "That's all for now. I still have some things to do. I teach you how to grow seaweed and create a lively underwater farm later." Naoki smiled softly. The fish nodded repeatedly, and then began to form a large team to explore this unfamiliar sea. Next, Naoki was going to take Slowking to the top of the World Tree and have a good communication with it using the translator Melon Sea Crisp. Before leaving, he specifically told the Dragonites not to hurt the newly joined weaklings. Seeing Naoki say this, the Dragonites, who already had endless sea bass and tree fruits, nodded their heads, indicating that they would not hurt the small fish. "I believe you." Naoki smiled and touched the heads of the Dragonites. The weaklings can take care of the seaweed, but they have a small appetite and cannot eat so much seaweed. In this case, the excess seaweed will be eaten by the ordinary sea bass that can be eaten. Then, the Dragonites can start to enjoy the delicious fish meat. After leaving Dragonite Island, Naoki took a few Pokemon on the World Tree elevator all the way up. During this time, Slowking still had a wise look in his eyes, as if he was thinking. It wasn't until they arrived at the lake that Slowking came back to his senses. Naoki ate a piece of translation melon seed crisp, trying to communicate with Slowking in this way. Slowking, can you hear me now? Slowking looked at him and nodded. I can hear you. Hello, Naoki. The translation of the melon seed crisps really worked. Naoki felt relieved. He continued to ask, can you speak human language or Pokemon language? I and other Pokemon couldn't understand what you said before. Slowking nodded slightly. I don't know human language, but I can speak Pokemon language. The language just now was created by me. Naoki, as expected of a Pokemon with a high IQ, it has created a language system that no one can understand and belongs to it only after it has evolved. Naoki took a deep breath and continued, you should already know where this is, right? Slowking raised his head and looked around. His eyes finally stopped at the top. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the inside of a huge tree, right? That's right. Naoki nodded, and then introduced, this is the World Tree, the place with the richest natural atmosphere. I plan to build an expedition team guild here, specifically for Pokemon to live and live. Slowking listened quietly. Naoki continued, I invited you here before because I wanted you to help look after the store here. After all, Slowking has a high IQ. It should be easy for it to open a store and cook like a human. However, after hearing this, Slowking looked distressed. I'm sorry, I don't know how to open a store because I'm just a Slowking. Naoki, It seems that Slowking is not interested in the things between opening a store. This made Naoki swallow all the words he was going to say. He looked at the confused Slowking in front of him, and finally gave up the idea of asking it to be the tavern owner. Okay, but it doesn't matter, you can stay here at the World Tree with peace of mind. It seems that the only way is to let the Hero Expedition team find the wise monkey, who is interested in cooking and opening a shop. Slowking looked apologetic. It's really a headache. It's no big deal. Naoki began to comfort Slowpoke. Don't think too much. I won't force you to do anything for me. As long as you can stay here, I will be very happy. For Naoki, who is a collector, watching Pokemon live and play on his farm, the World Tree is the happiest thing in the world, even if they do nothing. Thank you very much, Naoki. Slowpoke said, please give me some time to think. There are still many questions in my mind that I haven't figured out. They have been bothering me. I want to study how to solve these mysteries. Hearing this, Naoki was immediately surprised. What is the mystery that bothers you? Can you tell me what it is? The Slowking nodded gently. It looked up at the sky, confused. Why is the sky blue? Why was this planet born? The meaning of our existence? Why can't the past be changed? Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Naoki, The Slowking repeated it again, distressed. It's really a headache. Naoki immediately gave up the idea of helping Slowking solve the mystery that troubled it, because that kind of thing is something only a wise man would consider. But he is not a wise man, he is just a common man. Thinking of this, Naoki said goodbye to Slowking, leaving it alone standing by the lake looking up at the sky and starting to think about life. After a long time, Pokemon such as Bombix, Milotic, Milliron, Tropical Dragon, and Oliva were attracted. They surrounded Slowking, who was standing there motionless and thinking about life. The geckos were full of confusion. Chafu? What is it doing? Tropicolon shook its head. I don't know. The other Pokemon were also confused. After a long time, the Pokemon who were watching gradually dispersed and went about their own business. And Slowking raised his feet and walked to a huge rock. It raised its short legs, climbed up clumsily, sat cross-legged on it, and continued to think. It didn't know how much time had passed. 3 geckos passed by with fruit in their arms. One of them looked at the fruit wrapped in leaves and said in distress, Chafu. It's too bad. The fruit has been left there and rotted. What a waste. If there is any way to stop it from rotting, the 3 geckos didn't notice the Slowking on the big rock. They sat down with their backs against the rock to rest. The fruit in the orchard grew so fast that they couldn't finish eating it with just a few Pokemon with small appetites. The Wood Scorpion originally planned to send more to Dragonite, but Naoki seemed to be afraid that they would go hungry, so he also cultivated a large orchard on Dragonite Island. The fruit could not be sent out, and the extra fruit was stored in the tree hole. The fruit pressed at the bottom had already rotted. This made the Wood Scorpion very distressed. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. If you are worried that the fruit will rot, dry the fruit and make it into dried fruit. Put it in a barrel to make fruit wine juice, and make it into fruit candy. In this way, the fruit can be stored for a longer time, and they will not rot. Hearing this, The three wood geckos were shocked and quickly stood up and turned around. Then, they saw Slowpoke sitting cross-legged on the big rock. The wood geckos were shocked. Chafu? Are those all true? But how did this stupid Slowpoke know that? And Slowpoke seemed to see their thoughts, so he explained, I just thought of those. Good, awesome. The three wood geckos opened their eyes in disbelief. One of the geckos, who was most concerned about the fruit, asked, Chafu? How should we make the fruit into dried fruit juice wine, or fruit candy? Then the Slow King looked up at the sky. There should have been a sun there. But now, for some unknown reason, the sun is gone, and the sky has become very strange, with some broken islands floating above. Sun, use sufficient sunlight to dry the fruit, and you can dry it, the Slow King explained. The geckos looked up with him, but there was no sun in the sky. In order to verify the feasibility of this method, the geckos ran to find Oliva. After hearing their ideas, Oliva thought for a while, and then brought the three geckos to a sunflower that was emitting bright sunshine. This should work. So the geckos placed the fruit next to the sunflower and began to dry it. After returning to the ranch, it was almost noon. Naoki went to the kitchen humming a little tune and prepared to make lunch, but at this moment, he noticed the sad-looking motorcycle lizard. Naoki was very surprised to see the motorcycle lizard like this. Motorcycle lizard? He called out. The motorcycle lizard turned around and looked over. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Naoki walked towards the motorcycle lizard, reached out, and touched its forehead, and found that the motorcycle lizard was not sick. Gah! The motorcycle lizard lay on the ground with a listless look. Not far away, Golden noticed the scene, blinked his eyes, and understood. But he said nothing, nor did he run over to join in the fun and compete for favor with his past self. Strange, you're not sick? Naoki was a little puzzled. He felt the mood of the motorcycle lizard again, and found that it was in a bad mood and very depressed. Naoki frowned, and then asked softly, Can you tell me what happened to you recently? Ko. Motorcycle lizard shook his head, indicating no. It just felt that it was too useless. The past scene emerged in motorcycle lizard's mind. At that time, Naoki had just arrived at the ranch. The day before it was sent to the ranch, Mayor Thomas found it, and said to it, Little motorcycle lizard, the abandoned ranch is about to welcome a new owner. It is a very poor child. He lost his parents and grandfather. There is only one person left in this world. I hope you can go and accompany him. When Motor Lizard heard this, he felt that the human was so pitiful. So, the kind-hearted Motor Lizard agreed without hesitation. He wanted to go to the ranch, accompany the human there, and become his most capable assistant. But later, the powerful Gulton came. Motor Lizard didn't think it was a big deal, except that he was a little afraid of the scary Pokemon. At that time, Gulton showed hostility to it, and seemed to dislike it being with Naoki. Naoki tried to reconcile the relationship between them, and gradually, the Pokemon named Golden stopped being so fierce to him, and seemed to accept him. Later, he even took the initiative to teach him new moves. But as a result, Naoki needed his help less and less. That Golden was too capable. It could fly, run, and swim in the water. Not only that, Golden was also proficient in farm work, digging holes to plant fruit trees, and harvesting crops. In comparison, it is too clumsy. It can't run as fast as Gulton, can't fly, and can't swim. Sometimes, Motor Lizard really envies Gulton, envies that it is so powerful, and can help Naoki do so many things. Motor Lizard, who wanted to work hard to become a Pokemon as powerful as Gulton from the beginning, suddenly lost confidence in himself. Since Gulton is always by Naoki's side, what's the point of it doing all that? Naoki doesn't need its protection at all, and may not even need it. It's meaningless. But it likes Naoki very much and doesn't want to leave him. These two conflicting emotions are entangled with each other, making the Motor Lizard feel very uncomfortable. The Motor Lizard suddenly fell ill. This made Naoki very anxious. The Motor Lizard was always listless, even stopped training, and didn't answer Naoki's questions. From morning to night, it lay listlessly in front of the fireplace without moving. At first, Naoki fed the Motor Lizard with life-giving goat milk for treatment, but the Motor Lizard still showed no signs of improvement. Afterwards, Naoki asked for help from the Bud Dream, but the Bud Dream shook his head, saying that he had no way to help. Naoki was worried, and several Pokemon that had a good relationship with the motorbike were also worried. Frostmilk, Glacian, Uroko, Dragonite, and Bubble Dragon all came to comfort it, but it was all ineffective. Even the power of the dragon could not sense the thoughts of the motorbike. This Pokemon seemed to have suddenly closed its heart. Naoki took the motorbike to the Pokemon Center in the town to check its body. Soon, Miss Joy came out of the treatment room with a test report. Her face was very serious, as if the motor lizard had some serious disease. Naoki's mood immediately sank. Miss Joy frowned and said, "This motor lizard is in a very bad mental state, and its body seems to be affected. Does it have no appetite recently and always doesn't eat well?" Naoki nodded, and the motor lizard didn't eat the food he prepared for it. Miss Joy continued, "This is not a physical reason. If I guess correctly, the motor lizard has a knot in its heart, and that knot makes it fall into it and can't get out." Heart disease? Naoki was slightly stunned. He tried to recall what happened recently. He didn't seem to ignore motor lizard. There are more and more Pokemon in the ranch. He spends some time playing with them almost every day to take care of the emotions of each Pokemon. Miss Joy looked at Naoki in front of her and asked, "Mr. Naoki, has motor lizard encountered something that makes it sad recently? I can feel that it likes you very much, but it tries not to get close to you. When I checked it just now, it was looking at you outside. I think you, Mr. Naoki, must be very important to it, right?" Naoki's mood suddenly sank to the bottom. What happened to the motor lizard? The check was fruitless, and Naoki took the motor lizard back to the ranch. At this time, Babu Tubo's parents came to find Naoki, and said that two roosters had a fight and fell into the river. Naoki frowned slightly, and he turned to the motor lizard and said, "Motor lizard, wait for me here first, I will make you something to eat later." The motor lizard lay on the grass, half opened his eyes, and looked listless. He watched Naoki follow Babu Tubo's parents to rescue the rooster that fell into the river, and he closed his eyes. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. The motor lizard sensed a familiar breath. He opened his eyes, and saw Golden, who was against the light, looking down at him.